The apocalypse has descended, with deities looming over the starry sea, and a game named Zhao Yuan enveloping all of humanity. When myths penetrate reality, the extraordinary becomes within reach, and immortality ceases to be a mere dream. Humanity's greatest desires are effortlessly realized alongside calamity. High-level mages can summon meteorites with a mere flick of their wrist, encasing vast expanses in ice. The Beastmasters Tian Yuan Xingxiong can shatter mountains with a roar. Fearsome assassins can instantly evaporate boss entities. Support roles have become the favored children of the version, revered for their life-saving abilities. In the name of gaming, humanity embarks on a frenzied evolution, with divine levels crushing all in their path. Piercing through the 18 layers of the abyss and transcending the unknown 33 heavens, who gazes down from the divine throne. One day, we shall ascend as a family of gods. Yet Zhao Yuan chooses the path of solo play, a renowned figure among humanity, rising like a phoenix. Chapter 1. The Descent of the Abyss. What do you perceive as a god? We stand beneath his very eyelids, yet we do not believe in gods. Zhao Yuan stands amidst the crowd, idly listening to the solemn speeches of the Human Alliance government officials, his heart devoid of emotion. For nearly 300 years of history offers him little novelty. After all, no matter how painful the wound, in the memories of future generations who cannot empathize, it will gradually fade. To be precise, this marks the 272nd year since the descent of the abyss, a year of despair for the Blue Star. Unlike past historical disasters, this calamity nearly brought humanity on Blue Star to the brink of extinction. 272 years ago, a being known as Lan descended, and in an instant, myths became reality, freezing the entire Blue Star as if time had halted. Subsequently, all souls, whether spirit or mind, were abruptly drawn into the void to behold this existence. Its colossal form towered over the boundless sea of stars, with billions of galaxies floating like dust beside it, rendering Blue Star insignificant. In that moment, countless human scientists were driven mad by the unimaginable spectacle. Yet, more ordinary people erupted in fervor, proclaiming, "The god has appeared." They chanted the names of deities as if to herald a new epoch. However, reality played a cruel joke on them. There was no mercy to be found, perhaps none was even needed. Indifferent to human joys and sorrows, it coldly bestowed its toys upon humanity. This toy was the Xinyuan game. Without a hint of preparation, without a moment's hesitation, a game emerged on Blue Star, pulling everyone into the abyssal world. The despair of humanity has commenced. In the span of merely 1 year, nearly 10 billion inhabitants of the blue planet have dwindled to just over 20 million, teetering on the brink of extinction. Thus, the era of the abyss has begun. Presently, it is the 272nd year of the era of the abyss, with a mere 28 years remaining until the first version of the game is completed. In these 272 years, humanity has conquered a total of 17 layers of the abyss, leaving only 28 years to reach the final 18th layer. No one knows what fate awaits humanity if they fail to breach the abyss within 300 years, nor can they fathom the outcome of conquering the 18th layer, for humanity has no alternative. Despair and hope intertwine in this era. Zhao Yuan, shall we form a team to descend into hell together this time? Lin Peng whispered, nudging Zhao Yuan with his elbow. The abyss is akin to hell, and with only 18 layers, Easterners prefer to refer to it as the 18 layers of hell. Fundamentally, the abyss and hell are indistinguishable, both representing the path of death. Sure, Zhao Yuan replied softly, feeling somewhat lost himself. To claim there is no fear would be a lie. Countless individuals venture into the abyss game each year, yet only a few emerge. Although it is merely a game, life is singular and irreplaceable. The abyss game does not offer rebirth, save points, or a chance to retry. Even if resurrection items exist, they're not accessible to novices like them. This game epitomizes a one-life completion standard, where humanity would not have nearly faced extinction. As time gradually passed, the speeches from government officials began to wind down, and discussions among the crowd slowly faded. Zhao Yuan had already fended off several waves of team invitations. He understood that these were not genuine invitations, but rather a source of solace sought by these young men and women amid their panic, for no one knew if they would return. Zhao Yuan himself was uncertain. At this moment, the square was filled with thousands of young people, yet they were merely a small fraction of this quarter's newcomers. Simultaneously, countless individuals across the blue planet converged toward the nearest abyss landing point. Let's go, they're moving ahead. Lin Ping interrupted Zhao Yuan's silence. Zhao Yuan glanced at the surging formation ahead and nodded. He knew that this journey held little promise. After all, they had reached the age where the comforts of the present world no longer belonged to them. They were 15 years old. When the Abyss game first emerged, there were no age restrictions. Regardless of age or condition, everyone was forcibly drawn into the Abyss game, which was one of the initial reasons for humanity's devastating losses. After all, no one could expect an infant in swaddling clothes or an elderly person awaiting death on a sickbed to survive in such a hellish realm. Thus, humanity effectively obliterated the class of the young, the old, the sick, and the disabled, a class that had existed since the dawn of humanity. But in doing so, they also extinguished their hope. A tribe without newborns is undoubtedly destined for extinction. Until the 7th year of the era of the Abyss, while conquering the Abyss dungeons, humanity discovered a precious artifact known as the Rule Stone, which marked the beginning of a rewriting of their fate. The Rule Stone possesses the ability to alter the rules of the Abyss. Although it can only modify a fraction, that fraction granted humanity a chance to breathe. From that point forward, human infants and a small portion of individuals were granted amnesty. Henceforth, human infants would only be forcibly conscripted upon reaching adulthood. This year also marked the first time humanity glimpsed hope. The number of human populations has gradually begun to recover, and everything seems to be heading toward a distant victory. However, as the Abyss is breached layer by layer, the demand for population appears to be boundless, with billions of humans becoming mere drops in the ocean within the Abyss. Gradually, the age of compulsory conscription has shifted from 18 to 17, then to 16, and now to 15. Humanity has reached a critical juncture. Perhaps in the coming years, this age threshold will continue to diminish. As Zhao Yuan advanced with the group, a spatial passage appeared ahead, causing the crowd to halt. Without any announcements, figures began to vanish slowly before the entrance of the passage. Clearly, everything has become somewhat numbed. Far too many unnecessary processes have been eliminated. Zhao Yuan, what talent do you think we will acquire? What profession do you aspire to? At this crucial moment, Lin Peng found himself less anxious and even a bit excited. Although the Abyssal Games have brought calamity, they also grant the extraordinary and the gift of longevity, humanity's greatest desire, easily realized amidst disaster. I don't know either. I hope to receive something decent, Zhao Yuan responded with a hint of hope. Talent and profession are fundamental for survival in the Abyss. Everyone will gain them upon their first entry. Which of our class do you think will receive a rare profession? I want to become a support character, preferably an aura support, Lin Peng whispered. You as an aura support? Dream on. A nearby classmate burst into laughter, mocking Lin Peng. Fangji, don't you want that? Zhao Yuan looked at Fangji. I do want it, Fangji replied hesitantly. Slap. Then why are you laughing? Lin Peng irritably smacked the back of Fangji's neck. All right, you two, stop fooling around. Everyone else is watching. Zhao Yuan helplessly interrupted their antics. Have you two received the invitation for the Human Hope Gene Engineering? Fangji suddenly asked mischievously. Do you have it? Zhao Yuan and Lin Peng exclaimed in surprise, turning to Fangji. Fangji smiled but remained silent. Zhao Yuan exchanged a glance with Lin Peng, and both squeezed Fangji in the middle, urging, come on, tell us. No, you just love to talk nonsense every day. Lin Peng punched Fangji in annoyance. But I know who was invited, Fangji said, brushing off the spot where he was hit. Who? Zhao Yuan asked curiously. Fangji pointed with his chin in a certain direction, and Zhao Yuan and Lin Peng looked over simultaneously. Holy crap! Both exclaimed in unison, expressing their astonishment. Yang Lei shot a glare at the three upon hearing their exclamation. It's nothing, it's nothing. Zhao Yuan and Lin Peng both forced a smile at Yang Lei, simultaneously turning their backs to him while holding Fangji. Is that true? Isn't his father the legendary thunder sorcerer Zhao Tianlei? Zhao Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. It is precisely because his father might be Zhao Tianlei that he was invited. Fangji replied with a smile. That makes sense. Lin Peng nodded in sudden realization. What sense does it make? We can't even be sure if his father is Zhao Tianlei. What logic is there? Zhao Yuan retorted, snapping back to reality. Regardless, he was indeed invited. Fangji insisted, sensing Zhao Yuan's skepticism. How? Imbibit. Lin Peng remarked with a sly grin. Zhao Yuan instinctively halted his expression of agreement, realizing he shouldn't appear too lewd, ignoring the furious gazes of the surrounding female classmates, and looked off into the distance. Zhao Yuan, Lin Peng, Feng Ji, and a throng of young boys and girls around them hail from the Hope School, an establishment under the Human Hope Genetic Engineering Project, an unremarkable name, yet a primary institution for nurturing humanity's youth today. With the onset of the Abyss, the first batch of human warriors ventured into its depths, step by step approaching the extraordinary, amidst the early mass casualties that became a significant issue for humanity. The essence of longevity fundamentally discards procreation. Initially, the topic of cloning, once deemed taboo, was met with enthusiasm, but now, the notions of taboo hold little significance. The foremost concern is to battle the abyss. Consequently, the long-dormant cloning technology was revived, rapidly advancing with unwavering support from the upper echelons of humanity. With the hopes of the people, the first clone stepped into the abyss. The outcome nearly breached humanity's defenses. Upon entering the abyss, the clone was endowed with independent personality by the abyssal game, becoming part of the native races, and was almost transformed into an independent instance. Fortunately, only one entered, preventing an uncontrollable situation. It was swiftly dealt with by the human warriors. Thus, humanity learned a lesson, and cloning technology was once again buried deep. With relentless support from the higher-ups, a solution was swiftly found: test tube babies, which is where Zhao Yuan and his peers currently reside within the Human Hope Genetic Engineering Project. In the face of the Abyss's arrival, humanity struggles for survival, casting aside all moral and ethical dilemmas. As articulated in the Letter to Humanity's Survival, we abandon traditional ethics and morals to qualify for discussing ethics and morals in the future. After all, everything is for the continuity of humanity. If humanity cannot withstand these 300 years, all morality and ethics can only be discussed in hell. All those battling on the front lines of the abyss are compelled to accept the continuous emergence of descendants. For instance, Zhao Yuan is unaware of his father's identity. He only knows his mother, a woman named Zhao Exen, who bore him 17 siblings. This is the current state of humanity. Zhao Yuan, with his limited knowledge, does not comprehend how one mother can bear 17 children. However, during his last encounter with her, she appeared genuinely happy, as they would be raised by the Human Hope Genetic Engineering Project immediately after birth, seldom by their mother's side, with only one opportunity to meet each year. She is a gentle woman, respected wherever she goes, always accompanied by intelligent robots, requiring nothing from her. In the present world, all her purchases receive a 70% discount, and as an outstanding contributor to humanity, her voice can even reach the highest council of humanity. Each time they meet, she bestows upon Zhao Yuan numerous gifts, some of which he cannot even utilize. Zhao Yuan touched a gem in his pocket, a special gift from his mother during their last meeting, who informed him that he would understand once he entered the abyss. Zhao Yuan turned his head, wondering if she would come today. Behind him, there was only a crowd, and he could not see if she had come to bid him farewell. As the procession advanced, they quickly reached Zhao Yuan and his companions. Zhao Yuan cast one last glance backward and bravely ventured into the abyss. Farewell, Mother. Chapter 2. The Growth Fund. As Zhao Yuan stepped into the spatial passage, a flash of light suddenly appeared, causing him to instinctively close his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself amidst a starry expanse, surrounded by twinkling stars that flickered with a light both near and far, rendering them indistinct. The Abyss game is logged in. Please confirm, user. Just as Zhao Yuan was momentarily dazed, a deep and authoritative voice resonated. At that moment, he felt a slight sensation sweep over his entire body. Zhao Yuan lifted his gaze to see a screen materialize before him, displaying a line of text. Please confirm if you wish to change your name. An image appeared, revealing Zhao Yuan's three-dimensional likeness alongside a series of details, including his name, age, weight, and more. A large exclamation mark appeared next to his name, accompanied by a pop-up asking whether he wished to change it. Without a second thought, Zhao Yuan prepared to select no. His surname followed his mother's, while his given name was randomly generated. In this era, newborns predominantly inherit their mother's surname, with paternal surnames being a rarity. This largely depended on whether the mother informed the child of the father's identity during their formative years, as well as her willingness to make any changes. In this regard, mothers held autonomy, and it was uncommon for them to disclose information about the father to their children. As the one who conceived, They possessed basic information about the male counterpart, but remained unaware of his current status, as people perished in the abyss every moment. Zhao Yuan had vaguely overheard discussions regarding women's rights, leaving him with a sense of unarticulated admiration. Like the vast majority of people in this era, Zhao Yuan was indifferent to his father's identity, as everyone understood it held no significance. Just as he was about to select no, another pop-up appeared. Upon examination, there are 894 individuals named Zhao Yuan among the Abyss game users. Currently, there are 893. Please confirm once more if you wish to change. Oh, that's quite a number. What of it? It doesn't matter. Zhao Yuan tapped no, silently mourning for 3 seconds for the recently fallen namesake. Esteemed Zhao Yuan, your identity in the Abyss game has been generated, and a unique code has been established, now synchronized with the Human Alliance Information Database. Your Abyss game privileges have been activated. Please hold on. The screen before Zhao Yuan began to change rapidly, with various icons flashing by. He was somewhat familiar with these, having gathered an understanding of their functions, even if he had never seen them firsthand. Now it's time to draw from my talents. May the heavens bless me with something good. Zhao Yuan clasped his hands together, murmuring fervently. Where can I find it? Oh, what's this? While searching for icons, an envelope symbol began to flash. So soon, someone has added me as a friend. Is it Lin Peng? He's quite prompt. Zhao Yuan clicked it open. Esteemed Zhao Yuan, congratulations on receiving a growth fund from the Human Alliance. Esteemed Zhao Yuan, congratulations on receiving a growth fund from your father. What on earth is this, a growth fund? Why have I never heard of it before? Father? Let me take a look. Zhao Yuan, perplexed, clicked on the growth fund from his father. In an instant, the screen vanished, and an envelope slowly materialized in the void, gradually opening, revealing handwritten text, accompanied by a male voice. A voice envelope. How quaint, Zhao Yuan remarked, his expression somewhat peculiar. This form felt remarkably antiquated. Ahem, my unknown 388th son or daughter, what emotions do you experience upon reading this letter? As for me, Old Wang, my feelings are rather complex. When I returned from slaying monsters in the wilderness, I received a notification from the Abyss game that I had 72 children logged in. I was utterly bewildered. I hadn't even touched a woman's hand. How could I possibly have children? In a daze, I recalled the youth I lost 30 years ago when I dedicated it in response to the call of humanity. At that time, I never anticipated that it would bear fruit so swiftly. Even in the apocalypse, the advancement of science is astonishingly rapid. Where was it all this time? Simultaneously, I received a letter from your 27th sister, and I am delighted that she, due to her exceptional learning abilities, has joined the Human Alliance Gene Engineering, becoming an outstanding biogeneticist. She need not enter the abyss and has received a pardon. One could say she's a talent unprecedented in our Wang family for 8 generations. She wrote that she would optimize and cultivate my descendants, creating countless backups, fulfilling my wish for abundant offspring. At this point, the voice began to transform into a series of beeping sounds, leaving Zhao Yuan speechless. His father had quite the extensive vocabulary, and after 2 minutes, he was still beeping away. Finally, after a lengthy 5 minutes of beeping and silence, the voice returned to normal. If you have the fortune to meet your 27th sister, please thank her for me. Thank her for our Wang family, and thank her ancestor for the emergence of such an excellent talent. I have no idea how many more children I will have in the future, so I can only hope this letter circulates 1,000 times, hoping it isn't too many. Lastly, allow me to say, my dear son or daughter, being born in the apocalypse is both your sorrow and our helplessness. At least I enjoyed 20 years of peace, even though I was once a mere drifter, but I have witnessed a prosperous era, free from the daily struggle for survival. Yet, as the inheritor of our bloodline, I sincerely hope you can live better and witness that distant freedom. I have placed all that I have gathered over the years, both useful and useless, along with a portion of gold coins, into the growth fund, hoping it will be of some assistance to you. Should fate grant us the chance to meet again in the future, I hope you will address me as elder brother rather than father, for I am still single and also wish to find partner. In conclusion, I hope you remember, the struggles of our humanity are arduous, and the future is bleak, yet the light of humanity continues to pass down through generations. We, the human race, are unafraid of death. Year 43 of the Abyss era. As the voice faded, the envelope ignited in a spark and was consumed by flames, with ashes drifting down until they vanished. A letter from 229 years ago, old Wang. Not even a name left behind. How much does he wish for US to remain ignorant of his identity? Zhao Yuan mused, reaching out to catch the non-existent ashes. Dear Zhao Yuan, you have received a growth fund from your father. An icon featuring a money bag flickered on the screen. Zhao Yuan nodded. Your abyss level has not been unlocked. Please try again later. Bah! Zhao Yuan retracted his finger in annoyance. Let me see what this human growth fund is all about. Zhao Yuan turned to another email and promptly clicked it open. As light and darkness intertwined, a figure emerged from the shadows, clad in a flowing gray mage robe, a tall man gazing at Zhao Yuan. Greetings, young lad. I am a Minister of Education and Publicity for the Human Alliance. Before you step into the abyss, allow me to introduce the current situation faced by humanity. Since 272 years ago, humanity has conquered the 17th level of the abyss and now stands before the boss at the 17th level's exit. This will be a formidable battle. We estimate that it will take 12 years to clear the 17th level, with only 300 years remaining until the version update. Humanity truly has little time left. Currently, our elite at the 17th level numbers over 3.2 billion. Yet compared to the vast abyss and the formidable final boss, we remain woefully inadequate. We hope for more humans to arrive to alleviate the current pressure, and the only solution we can conceive is to accelerate your growth. Thus, after deliberation by the Human Council, we established the Growth Fund to aid your rapid development. We hope that, in 12 years, you will join us, and we will ultimately send no fewer than 4.5 billion people into the 18th level, striving to clear the entire abyss in the final 16 years. All of this bears significant weight and a long journey ahead. Thus, as you enter the abyss, your singular goal is to relentlessly hunt monsters, tirelessly conquer dungeons, diligently gather materials, and fervently grow. You have but 12 years to traverse the path that took us 272 years. We understand the enormity of this challenge, yet humanity requires your efforts. We have already lost too many lives, and more will inevitably follow, but the legacy of humanity demands our commitment. We can only allow our descendants to tread upon our fallen bodies, drawing down the lofty deities so that humanity may continue its journey. Young warriors of humanity, are you prepared? The man's voice fell silent as he gazed into Zhao Yuan's eyes, his profound gaze seemingly harboring the light of stars, awaiting the young boy's response. Aye. Just as Zhao Yuan was about to speak, the light began to dim, and the man's figure gradually dissipated. Is it really necessary for a letter to be so realistic? Zhao Yuan scoffed. 12 years, is it that urgent? It seems we truly must strive with all our might. Over the past 15 years, the Human Hope Foundation's initiative has been cultivating a worldview for Zhao Yuan and a group of young individuals, and in this moment, it begins to take root. We shall ultimately face death. In the face of calamity, we have no choice, yet we can choose how we meet our end. We will march toward the light of human hope, paving the way with our bones, one generation after another, until death takes us. Zhao Yuan recalled their mentor, the teacher whose eyes had grown dim with age. One generation after another, until death takes us. We, the people of humanity, fear not death. Zhao Yuan's gaze grew resolute. Esteemed Zhao Yuan, you have received a growth fund from humanity. Zhao Yuan casually tapped to see if he could claim a little something. Congratulations, you have qualified for a random draw from the human treasury. The system's voice echoed. Wow, this is impressive. This assistance is not mere words, Zhao Yuan exclaimed in delight. The human treasury contains precious artifacts gathered by generations of powerful beings, as well as the legacies of fallen heroes, some of which are invaluable. It holds the collective treasures of humanity from the past 200 years, typically exchangeable only with glory points. Zhao Yuan certainly understood that some items within were unattainable for them, as certain artifacts could only realize their value in the hands of the powerful. Yet, it is indeed the human treasury. Even a single item inside is something these novices might not obtain for decades. Give me something good. Without hesitation, Zhao Yuan pressed the button fiercely. Any item would surely yield immense profit. Even if sold, it would constitute a considerable fortune, sufficient to survive the initial weakness. A flash of golden light revealed a sky-blue gemstone. Gold. Blue. What on earth? Zhao Yuan gaped, for gold is legendary. You have received the sage's blessing. Zhao Yuan grasped the gemstone, and instantly, the details of the gem materialized. The sage's wish type, Rare item level. Legendary usage. 1 magical attribute. Wish. Evaluation. Where there are thorns, there lies a path home. A one-time item or a rare object? Let me see its purpose. Zhao Yuan clicked on the details. Wish. In the empire of Nuamannuasi, a sage once emerged, his esteemed name echoed even in the realm of the divine. He wished for every thorny path he traversed. Thus, when faced with a choice, it may provide you with an answer. Effect. When you are confronted with a career choice, it will resonate with your talents, granting you a significant chance of obtaining a profession that aligns with your abilities, limited to one use. Wonderful, truly splendid. I no longer need to worry about career choices. Zhao Yuan smiled, for career selection is not merely about choosing what one desires. Rather, it is the profession that chooses you. Chapter 3. Profession. Summoner at long last, the moment of exhilaration has arrived. With a fervent wish for divine favor, Zhao Yuan has finally located the talent extraction option. Filled with trepidation, he clicks on it. In an instant, the sky is ablaze with starlight, and streams of luminous energy seem to streak down from the heavens, striking Zhao Yuan. Among them, one particular ray rushes towards his forehead with remarkable swiftness. The talent has been unlocked. Zhao Yuan, congratulations on becoming an Abyss player. The familiar voice resonates once more as Zhao Yuan slowly closes his eyes, savoring the essence of his newfound talent. Talent is the extraordinary starting point. From this day forth, Zhao Yuan has fully stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. Talent. Ironhead Child, unchangeable, active. When you initiate an attack, your rationality gradually diminishes, dispelling all negative effects. During the activation of this talent, you gain a body that cannot be controlled, rendering you immune to all forms of restraint, slowing, blindness, and other limitations on offensive skills. Additionally, your dual resistance increases by a fixed 50, with an incremental enhancement of 1 dual resistance per second in combat, stacking up to a maximum of 200 layers. Passive 1. Courage. As an Ironhead Child, your courage is beyond doubt. Even deities cannot make you retreat. When in a state of hostility, you will not be knocked back and are immune to all knockback and knock-up effects. Passive 2. Fearlessness. As an Ironhead Child, the world appears trivial to you. In a state of hostility, if your opponent is twice your size, your attack speed increases by 10 and lifesteal increases by 5. If they are 4 times your size, your attack speed increases by 20 and lifesteal by 10. Attack speed can stack up to 1,000, while lifesteal can stack up to 250. Passive 3. Compassion. As an Ironhead Child, your brilliance is all too easily extinguished, evoking lament. You will receive a damage reduction of 30, which is final reduction. Details. Final reduction refers to the ultimate damage endured, including divine and true damage. The priority of damage reduction is as follows. Skill damage reduction, dual resistance, final reduction. Evaluation. 1 life is splendid. Death is ridiculous. Evaluation. Too brave and charging forward. Evaluation. 3 A rabbit slides into the tiger's mouth. Your delivery has arrived. Zhao Yuan is at a loss for words. All talents in the Abyss game are unique, and once acquired, they cannot be altered or are at least difficult to change. After all, anything is possible in the Abyss game. The price, however, remains unknown. Zhao Yuan has yet to hear of any items with such effects. The name Ironhead Child nearly leaves him breathless. Deep down, Zhao Yuan yearned to become a support profession, possessing a supportive talent. In the Abyss game, if one were to inquire which profession is the most sought after, there would be no doubt that it is the support role, high demand in teams, strong survivability. In a world where life is singular, within a team, aside from the leader, the support holds the most authority. Moreover, in many teams, the support is the leader. However, Zhao Yuan's talent evidently suits a frontline role, a meat shield, or a main tank, given its damage reduction, control immunity, and health recovery. This already meets the majority of teams' requirements for a main tank. Being a warrior is not out of the question. He could serve as a secondary tank, at least providing some damage output. It seems he is destined to be a character who endures punishment, but fortunately, his survivability is decent. Zhao Yuan accepts his talent as it is, though the name is somewhat difficult to articulate. How would he introduce himself to others without revealing that he is a brute? He hastens to select a profession. With such a talent, his enthusiasm for a profession has diminished. Clearly, his choices will be limited to a meat shield or damage dealer. with a slight possibility of a control type, considering his talent includes control immunity. Now, he awaits the profession he will receive, knowing there are many types within meat shields and damage dealers. He finds the profession button and clicks it. In an instant, four comprehensive professions appear: tank, damage dealer, control. Support, meat shield, comes with taunt specialization, possessing extremely high health and dual resistance limits. Damage dealer, comes with damage output specialization, having far superior damage dealing capabilities compared to other types. Control, comes with specialization that ignores target resistance to abnormalities, possessing exceptional control capabilities, along with control immunity. Support, comes with shared specialization, having an exceptionally high movement speed limit, along with beneficial attributes. Support seems favorable, Zhao Yuan reflects. In a survival game, speed is essential for longevity, at least to outlast others. Here I go. Zhao Yuan takes a deep breath and clicks confirm. In an instant, the support profession vanishes from the interface, leaving only the tank, damage dealer, and control professions. At least his talent includes some control immunity and damage effects. Otherwise, he would be confined to the tank profession. The tank profession, also known as the meat shield profession, is, by definition, one that can endure punishment. Newcomer benefits. When presented with 3 or more options, players are eligible to delete one choice. Here it comes, finally, a chance to make a selection. Although it may not be of much use, it at least provides a sense of involvement. Without hesitation, Zhao Yuan deletes the control profession. The control profession is more suited for PvP and dueling. In the current environment of the human race, who would engage in PvP? Who would duel with him? The control profession is in a precarious position in this version. It is not unusable, but its status is somewhat awkward. In the terms of the current gaming world, it is a profession for wealthy players and giants to dominate the weak, requiring high standards for equipment and skills. With the removal of the control profession, the interface begins to shift once again. Under Zhao Yuan's eager gaze, the meat shield profession gradually fades, disappearing from the screen. It seems he is destined to be a warrior. Zhao Yuan raises his eyebrows. As the interface changes again, 2 pop-ups appear: physical output and magical output. Before Zhao Yuan can examine them closely, the words physical output vanish, leaving only magical output. Is this a magic tank? Zhao Yuan's expression stiffens. If it is a magic tank, so be it. Perhaps with some prowess, he can even become a formidable mage. Zhao Yuan reassures himself. In the next moment, the interface shifts once more, displaying ranged output and melee output. Naturally, he opts for ranged. Why would a melee mage be at a disadvantage? Zhao Yuan hastily declares. The following second, melee output disappears. Thank goodness. Randomly selecting a profession, please wait. The interface fills the screen with profession names, causing Zhao Yuan's vision to blur momentarily. The system voice announces, detected that you possess the blessing of the sage. Would you like to use it? Yes. The Abyss game does not adhere to any notions of profession balance. A superior profession is undoubtedly more promising than an inferior one. The blessing of the sage gem appears, and the interface bursts forth in dazzling light, blurring Zhao Yuan's vision as he seemingly glimpses the words wandering mage, only for them to vanish. The radiance persists for several seconds. Congratulations, you have become a celestial summoner. The system voice proclaims. Celestial summoner? Can summon celestial bodies? Wait, no. A summoner? What about my wandering mage? Upon hearing the name, Zhao Yuan first thinks of the celestial bodies, then snaps back to reality, realizing he has become a summoner. Is this a damage-dealing profession? Undoubtedly. The summoner possesses commendable damage output capabilities, particularly magical output, and is also ranged. How could this possibly align with my talent? The blessing of the sage must be a ruse, Zhao Yuan frets. Previously, he could accept being a warrior or a magic tank, but becoming a summoner is truly beyond his expectations. It is not that the summoner profession is weak. Indeed, it is not weak at all, but it is certainly not particularly strong. In the later stages, one can amass an army, an achievement unattainable by other professions. Yet the problem lies in the difficulty of early stages. How does one survive to the late game? Without substantial resource supply, the path of the summoner is significantly more arduous than that of other damage-dealing professions. In the early stages, the most effective strategy is to leverage team economy. However, the summoner tends to be a liability during this phase. Currently, in the realm of the Abyss game, the most mainstream and fitting team composition has nearly solidified. A mature team necessitates a primary tank, who must be a sturdy shield to absorb damage up front, followed by a secondary tank capable of both taking and dealing damage, typically fulfilled by a warrior or a magic tank to ensure that, in the event of an unforeseen mishap with the primary tank, there is still someone to withstand the damage and protect the rear line from collapse. Next, there are two damage dealers, generally comprising one physical and one magical output, which can be either melee or ranged, depending on the team's specific choices. Finally, there is a control role and a support role, tasked with assisting and safeguarding the two damage dealers to prevent them from falling due to missteps. Many teams opt to forego the control role in favor of an assassin, whose swift execution capabilities can lead to rapid victories, as their fearsome burst damage can often eliminate a low-health boss in an instant, making them quite popular. As for the support role, it is essential in forming the backbone of any team. In this context, the summoner finds itself in an awkward position as a legitimate damage-dealing profession. Its primary damage output relies on summoned entities, which are considered semi-allied units. In team combat, this can easily disrupt positioning and create tension in the front line, potentially impeding the movement of other damage dealers, resulting in significant reductions in overall damage output. Compounding these issues, summoned creatures are prone to benefiting from support skills, leading to situations where, during crucial moments, the support may be on cooldown and unable to assist teammates. Or if the summoner is designated as a damage dealer, the expectations placed on others become exceedingly high. Consequently, the summoner is often the first to be excluded from damage-dealing roles. With an abundance of damage professions available, there is little incentive to adjust team compositions for a summoner whose output does not stand out. As the game progresses, while the summoner may eventually flourish, other roles may become superfluous, creating a paradox where the summoner is unnecessary in the early game, yet becomes isolated in the late game. In this era that prioritizes efficiency, solo play in the early stages cannot possibly compete with teamwork. Without access to team resources, each misstep compounds the difficulties of progressing to later stages. The Abyss game has been around for nearly 3 centuries, yet no summoner has truly risen to prominence. Zhao Yuan felt a profound disappointment. After some time, he regained his composure, realizing that he could only take things one step at a time. Star Summoner, Professional Passive, Blessing of the Stars. All your summoned entities will share your talents. Fixed Skill, Light of the Stars. You can freely switch your attack range. When in range form, you can inflict single target damage on distant foes at a distance tenfold that of your weapon's length. When switching to melee form, you can deal area damage in a cone in front of you. With a reach 15 times that of your weapon's length, all attack ranges in the Abyss game are influenced by divine level. This seems somewhat intriguing. Upon reading the profession description, Zhao Yuan felt a flicker of excitement. Could it be that misfortune begets fortune? Light of the Stars. This appears to be a basic attack skill. The ability to switch ranges seems promising. Perhaps it is time to venture forth. He wondered how others were faring. After a while, Zhao Yuan settled down. As he spoke to himself, the entire login space began to dim until it was completely engulfed in darkness. Chapter 4. The first layer of the Abyss. Is this truly the Abyss? In the distance loomed endless mountains, adorned with fluffy, white clouds. Nearby, the verdant grass flourished, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and fragrant blossoms, a stark contrast to the imagined depths of the Abyss. It was an entirely different world. The panel data has been generated. Humanity wishes you a pleasant journey. A cold voice echoed, bringing Zhao Yuan back to reality as he opened his personal panel. Name: Zhao Yuan. Profession: Star Summoner. Age: 15. Talent: Iron-Headed Child. Damage: 10 life. 100 attributes. Stamina: 1 magic, 1 agility, 1 defensive attributes. Armor: 0 magic resistance, 0 additional attributes. Critical hit bonus: 0 armor penetration, 0 all abnormal resistances, 0 skill. Light of the Stars. Magic influences magical output. Stamina affects life limits and dual resistances, while agility impacts movement and attack speed. These fundamental concepts were part of Zhao Yuan's learning in the real world, providing a basis for growth and development. Though the Abyss is termed a game, it is far from the games of the real world. Life is invaluable, and survival is the paramount attribute in the Abyss. Thus, Nearly all players' attributes revolve around survival, mindlessly stacking life, defense, and agility is the norm for all professions except damage dealers. It cannot be deemed entirely correct, but it is certainly not erroneous either, regardless of who one is. Survival is essential for output. A fallen damage dealer, no matter how powerful, is of no use, no matter how robust a boss's health may be. We will wear it down. Of course, damage-dealing professions must amass a certain level of damage, if a damage dealer were to prioritize defense as much as other professions. The scene against a boss would be dismal. Other professions provide certain functionalities, while the essence of damage dealers lies in their output. Thus, their attributes must meet the required standards. Otherwise, they will find themselves without a team. A damage dealer without a team is bound to perish in the abyss, where even basic monster hunting can lead to swift demise. This is why the term fragile is never misplaced. Yet, the summoner, a unique damage dealer, operates under a contrary principle. Its damage potential is predominantly reliant on summoned entities, with its own output serving merely as a supplementary benefit. Thus, summoners typically focus on developing their output around supporting their summoned creatures after ensuring their own survival. The growth fund has been unlocked. Please claim it promptly. The system's voice rang out. Zhao Yuan switched interfaces, noticing the flashing text of growth fund, representing both the human race growth fund and his father's growth fund. He clicked to claim it. You have received a longsword, pants, a hat, a shirt, and 2 rings. You have also obtained 100 life potions and 5,000 gold coins. The former is from the human fund, and the latter from his father's fund. Without further ado, he equipped all the gear and stored the potions in gold. In an instant, a longsword, a piece of cloth armor, a hat, and pants materialized on Zhao Yuan, with 2 rings appearing on his hands. These items are universally applicable across all professions, commonly referred to as whiteboard equipment, requiring no specific profession to wear. The attribute enhancements are merely slightly superior to having none at all. In the Abyss game, there are 2 categories of equipment: conventional gear and sets. Conventional gear includes main hand, offhand, hat, shirt, pants, and 2 rings, totaling 7 items. Their qualities range from common, fine, excellent, legendary, epic, to mythical, each represented by the colors white, blue, yellow, purple, gold, and red, respectively. Set gear consists of shirt, pants, belt, shoes, and 2 rings, totaling 6 items. With only one quality, known as green. The attributes of both sets of equipment can simultaneously take effect, but only one can materialize at a time. This is what Abyss players humorously refer to as innerwear and outerwear. The sources of conventional equipment are remarkably diverse, with random quality gear obtainable from wild instances and any monster, while sets can only be found within dungeons, showcasing a plethora of styles. Suddenly, a voice of complaint emerged from behind, prompting Zhao Yuan to realize that the void was densely populated with figures, indicating that everyone had emerged from the login space. He quickly made way, moving toward the less crowded area. Although surrounded by countless individuals, the atmosphere remained surprisingly tranquil. Even those who wished to speak loudly seemed to yield to the pressure of their environment, lowering their voices. After all, they were not merely playing a game, but were on the battlefield. A series of notifications chimed in Zhao Yuan's mind, revealing a multitude of friend requests, all from familiar faces, which he accepted promptly. Simultaneously, he navigated to the settings to adjust all notifications to email alerts, as constant intrusions in his thoughts were unbearable. What is your profession? What about you? Are you a support class? I'm a holy warrior. Care to team up? I'm a support. I can provide powerful healing, preferably with a female partner. Zhao Yuan responded with a gesture that conveyed understanding to the barrage of group messages. However, he soon received several friendly replies, which he acknowledged silently. He scrolled through his messages, seeking Lin Peng and Feng Ji, but found no trace of them among his friends. Those 2 rascals. Zhao Yuan swiftly searched for them and sent friend requests, which were quickly accepted. Almost immediately, a video call request followed. Finding a secluded corner, Zhao Yuan connected the call. In an instant, 2 faces appeared on his screen. Zhao Yuan, where are you? Feng Ji inquired first. A dynamic map materialized in Zhao Yuan's mind, and after a brief glance at his location, he replied, I'm in Sui Yuanzhen. How about you? We're at Changfengzhen. Let me check how far apart we are. We should meet up. Lin Peng interjected as he opened the map for reference. Wow, that is quite a distance. For teleports needed? Too costly. I can't afford it. Zhao Yuan and Feng Zhi both laughed heartily. Have you received the Human Race Growth Fund? Zhao Yuan asked. Of course. Everyone does. What about the Parental Growth Fund? Lin Peng questioned curiously. Oh, it's nothing. Just asking, Zhao Yuan replied, withholding further details. All right, what about your professions? Feng Zhi interrupted, asking earnestly. Can't you hold it in? I thought you could pretend longer. Since you asked, I'll tell you, I'm a paladin. Now you two, what are you? Lin Peng quickly chimed in. The wind of Jialan, Feng Zhi laughed. Support? Lin Peng asked urgently. Pure support. Feng Zhi confirmed with a nod, indicating that all his talents were focused on support enhancements with none elsewhere. Wow, a big shot seeking sponsorship. Lin Peng expressed enviously. Unsurprisingly, as a pure support, he would soon attract a number of exceptionally skilled teammates, as pure support stands second only to aura support in the hierarchy of assistants. After a moment of silence from Zhao Yuan, both turned to him. Summoner, Zhao Yuan said helplessly. Oh no, down the drain, Lin Peng exclaimed. Cough, cough. Feng Zhi's expression changed. Shall we team up? Zhao Yuan asked the two. Cough, did you call me, Mom? Zhao Yuan, we'll talk another day. I think I just saw my mother. Feng Zhi abruptly closed the call, seemingly startled by something. Zhao Yuan glanced at Lin Peng. You know, his mother passed away years ago. It's quite normal to see her in the afterlife. Lin Peng remarked with a hint of disappointment. Zhao Yuan remained silent. Zhao Yuan, you know we've grown up, reached adulthood, and, as a paladin, my voice in the team won't hold much weight, Lin Peng said resignedly. Zhao Yuan smiled and nodded. Soon, both ended the call. The positioning of summoning creatures is indeed a severe drawback for the team. A single misstep could lead to total annihilation. After disconnecting, Zhao Yuan checked the time and noticed that the crowd was gradually gathering near the outskirts of the town. The World Boss event was about to commence. A new player benefit crucial for novices like them to establish themselves in the Abyss. In the Abyss game, each player possesses two levels, a pinnacle level, which continuously rises with experience without a fixed cap, and a divine level, the most fearsome aspect of the Abyss game. The divine level has a crushing effect. To put it simply, at the pinnacle level, if you're level 1 and your opponent is level 10, good equipment and skills may allow you to defeat them easily. However, should there be such a disparity in divine levels, surrender is your only option. Even if they stand idle, you cannot inflict harm, while they can dispatch you with a mere gesture, such as the dominance of the divine level. This crushing effect renders even the simplest of tasks, such as defeating a minor enemy, incredibly arduous. Nonetheless, for Zhao Yuan and his generation, these challenges have become trivial as the path has been paved by their predecessors. Whenever newcomers enter the Abyss, the Human Alliance dispatches high-level players to assist them in obtaining their first divine point, all gathered outside the small town, waiting in silence. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yuan received a team invitation. Mulan Feng invites you to join the team. Do you accept? Naturally, he clicked yes. Upon entering the team channel, Zhao Yuan was met with a torrent of messages, scrolling rapidly, almost too fast for him to comprehend. Greetings, esteemed one. The Great One bursts forth with legends daily. Zhao Yuan promptly copied, pasted, and sent his reply. In an instant, his message was overwhelmed by others. He glanced at the top of the channel, noting the current team size of 120,000. Minutes later, it reached 300,000 before gradually slowing down. The team leader designated Zhao Ling as the vice captain. The leader appointed Wang Sheng as vice captain. The leader assigned Lu Duantian as vice captain. Zhao Yuan opened the team interface and discovered that aside from Mulan Feng at level 532, the other three were all at level 499. Following them were Zhao Yuan and the other novices, all at level 0, as they had yet to defeat a single monster and thus could not level up. After about half an hour, the system announced, the world-ending roar is about to descend. All players, please prepare. Countdown, 459. The team leader has activated voice chat. Would you like to listen? Yes. Chapter 5. The Instant Kill Show, I am Mulan Feng. When the boss arrives, do not move. Absolutely do not run. I will say this 3 times. I am Mulan Feng. When the boss arrives, do not move. Absolutely do not run. I will say this 3 times. I am Mulan Feng. When the boss arrives, do not move. Absolutely do not run. I will say this 3 times. At this moment, Zhao Yuan noticed the team channel beginning to scroll again. In the next second, everything froze. The leader has muted everyone. The system voice finally chimed in. This big shot seems a bit cold, Zhao Yuan murmured to himself. He looked at the top of the channel, where the team size had reached 720,000. There are 12 novice villages like Sui Yuanzhun within the first layer of the abyss, meaning that this round alone consists of at least 64 million players. With at least 10 rounds per year, that amounts to a staggering 86. For million youths entering the abyss each year, nearing 100 million. How many lives does it take to bring a child into this world? In the next decade, it may become even more pressing, as it appears that the higher-ups of the human race are determined to take drastic measures. As time approaches its end, a fierce wind suddenly rises, swirling the fallen leaves around, and a colossal figure obscures half the sky. The cataclysmic roar has arrived. The system's voice echoes. Countless numbers flash in succession. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, billion, and astonishingly 7 billion health points. Zhao Yuan could not help but curse. A notification appeared. Your divine level is below that required to withstand the cataclysmic roar at level 9. You will incur divine damage. Zhao Yuan opened the message, revealing 2 lines of blood-red text. Due to your insufficient divine level, you'll suffer an additional 9,999 damage. Due to your insufficient divine level, your inflicted damage will be reduced by 99.99. Encountering this is akin to certain death. How on earth did those individuals from years past manage to defeat this boss? Zhao Yuan murmured in disbelief. As the boss's massive form descended, Zhao Yuan felt his body tremble, an instinctual fear urging him to flee. The divine level signifies an evolution in the hierarchy of life, a sensation that lower beings experience in the presence of higher beings. An embodiment of the allure of the extraordinary. The crowd began to stir, some faces betraying fear as they contemplated escape. Do not move. Running will lead to your demise. Stay resolute. Overcome your instincts. With us here, you will be safe. A female voice resonated in everyone's ears. Vice Captain Zhao Ling had activated the team voice chat. Indeed, when a prominent figure speaks, it proves effective. Most began to regain their composure, and those who had succumbed to panic were calmed by their peers, restoring tranquility to the crowd. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, shaking the ground. The boss materialized. A colossal black dragon appeared before everyone, its immense wings blotting out the sun, its vicious horns radiating a chilling glow, its scales as dark as ink, and its blood-red eyes gazing upon the group of novices. Pitiful ants, your doomsday has arrived. It roared. The deafening cry resonated as the boss's unique voice boomed. At that moment, Zhao Yuan felt a weight press down upon him, rendering him immobile. You have succumbed to the dragon's might. Due to your excessively low divine level, you are now paralyzed and cannot move. Please be advised, the doomsday dragon's breath is imminent. Take cover. 2 details appeared simultaneously. Instinctively, Zhao Yuan fought back, and in an instant he felt a lightness return to his body. The iron-headed talent had been triggered. Your sanity begins to diminish, your negative status has been removed, and you have attained an invulnerable state, enhancing your resistances. As the pressure lifted, Zhao Yuan felt warmth envelop him, a surge of restlessness igniting in his mind. Charge forward. Attack. With his sanity waning, an impulse surged within him, and the once mountainous dragon appeared less daunting, as if he could truly engage in battle. Your passive talent, Fearless, has been activated, granting you an attack speed boost. Yet, a flicker of rationality cautioned Zhao Yuan against recklessness. At that moment, 4 figures appeared in the sky, the 4 captains. Let the battle commence, they declared. The other 3 nodded, and in an instant, 3 skills enveloped all the novice players. You have received the purification effect from player Wang Sheng, removing your negative status. You have received the shield effect from player Lu Duan Tian, granting you 78 damage reduction for 15 seconds, and during this period, you will recover 5 health points every 3 seconds. You have received the divine halo effect from player Zhao Ling, enhancing all attributes by 20. You have gained the divine shield, capable of absorbing 5 attacks, and the divine light effect, increasing movement speed by 50 and allowing you to ignore unit collisions for 120 seconds. 3 notifications rang out, and everyone felt the weight of 3 buffs. In that instant, Nearly all the novices felt a wave of relief. Having support was reassuring, especially from such formidable allies. This level of skill enhancement is akin to having a supportive guardian. Someone exclaimed, celebrating the aid. Zhao Yuan heard someone nearby shout, "Long live the supportive guardian." Instantly, he felt 3 pairs of eyes upon him. Not me. Zhao Yuan's mouth opened to speak, but another robust individual nearby bellowed, "Supportive guardian, I'm right here." Player Chu Kuo had been silenced by Vice Captain Zhao Ling. The Doomsday Dragon's breath will arrive in 5 seconds. Take cover. With the silencing came a red notification. Zhao Yuan noticed that the boss's attack range had now engulfed them entirely. At that moment, nearly everyone looked up at the 4 figures. If the boss's skill landed, would they not be obliterated? The damage amplification from the overwhelming divine suppression was disconcerting. The Doomsday Dragon's breath will arrive in 3 seconds. 10,000 prisons instant kill formation. The previously unengaged Captain Mu Lanfeng finally took action. The Doomsday Dragon's breath will arrive in 1 second. The Doomsday Dragon's breath has been vanquished, and the crisis is averted. Players, continue your efforts. Zhao Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. What? Is that an assassin? Shock cries erupted all around. Zhao Yuan was astonished. What was he witnessing? A barrage of damage numbers flooded his vision, shimmering in gold and blindingly bright, leaving him unable to discern their magnitude. In that moment, Zhao Yuan finally grasped what was meant by explosive damage and output. In less than 3 seconds, the boss with over 7 billion health points vanished. Was that a health bar disappearance technique? It was as if the very heavens and earth had been obliterated. At this moment, the allure of the output class planted a seed of astonishment in the hearts of the novices. If he could change classes, Zhao Yuan would have eagerly transformed into an assassin on the spot. It was simply too magnificent. No, it was breathtakingly stunning. The sight of those overwhelming damage figures was truly awe-inspiring. Although Zhao Yuan understood that substantial divine damage augmentation played a role, the fact remained that it was 7 billion health points, gone in less than 3 seconds. Undoubtedly, this was a grand performance showcasing the prowess of the assassin class. You have gained 1 divine point, and your divine level has been activated. Current level, 1 star, 1 level. The system notification rang out. There are numerous ways to earn divine levels in the Abyss game, yet most are based on chance and are quite low. Only 2 fixed methods guarantee divine points. The first is to kill 10,000 elite monsters of the same divine level, which guarantees 1 divine point, corresponding to 1 level. 1 star corresponds to 1 layer of the Abyss, each layer yielding 9 divine points, ascending successively. Thus, the maximum divine level in the current version can reach 18 stars. 9 levels. The second method, which Zhao Yuan and the others are currently utilizing, ensures that novice players receive 1 divine level upon their first participation in a world boss and successfully completing the kill. Subsequent kills of world bosses yield divine points randomly, with a low probability of repeat acquisition. As the boss fell, Zhao Yuan and the others gained experience and advanced to level 5. However, due to their lack of contribution to the kill, they received only a minimal amount of experience. Zhao Yuan's current status was peak level 5, divine level 1 star, 1 level. Ahem, Captain, it's your turn to speak, Zhao Ling reminded, observing Mu Lanfeng, who remained suspended in the air, facing away from the audience. Seeing that Mu Lanfeng had yet to respond, Zhao Ling called out again, Xiao Ling, tell me, am I not handsome? Mu Lanfeng remained poised, exuding an undeniable charm. Handsome, Zhao Ling whispered, her voice barely above a murmur. Ahem, both of you, the team voice chat is still active. Wang Sheng remarked with a hint of amusement as he observed the two. You've already flaunted your affection, and yet you still wish to display it before us? Oh, how did I forget to turn it off? Zhao Ling felt a twinge of embarrassment, wondering if her earlier words had been overheard by everyone. Ahem, a minor issue. Mu Lanfeng stumbled slightly, but quickly regained his composure, sheathing his dagger and turning to face Zhao Yuan and the others. Greetings, young ones. It is a pleasure to meet you, the future of our human race. As a senior, I have a piece of advice that I hope you will remember. Never venture beyond your divine level when hunting monsters, unless, of course, you possess mythic equipment. Ahem, Captain. Mind your position, Wang Sheng interjected, his tone tinged with exasperation. As representatives of the human alliance and instructors for this event, they needed to be mindful of their words, especially since they were guiding this group of novices through their initial foray into the abyss. Ambitious remarks could lead these newcomers astray, hindering their growth and contradicting the alliance's principle of prudent development. Very well, Mulan Feng shrugged, acknowledging his inexperience in this role. Ultimately, all his words could be distilled into a singular message. The light of humanity shall endure, and we shall pass it on. We, the human race, fear not death. After a prolonged moment of silence, Mulan Feng reiterated the alliance's motto. The light of humanity shall endure, and we shall pass it on. We, the human race, fear not death. Below, 700,000 young voices resonated in unison, their fervent response echoing for miles, momentarily silencing all else and instilling a profound sense of unity. Ha ha, splendid. Until we meet again, my friends, I hope one day you can stand shoulder to shoulder with us. Mulan Feng exclaimed, his voice brimming with warmth as he collected the spoils from the boss and turned towards the other three. His interest in the novice boss's loot was minimal. It was merely a trivial requirement from the human alliance. Distributing such meager rewards among 700,000 individuals seemed futile, especially considering the alliance's commitment to providing substantial resources to the newcomers. The disparity was negligible, given the human race's newfound foundation. The other three nodded, casting a glance at the vibrant assembly of youth below, and in an instant, the four vanished from sight. Chapter 6. The Marketplace. Meanwhile, the other 11 novice villages were concluding their own ceremonies, though, in contrast to Mulan Feng, the other captains had prepared remarkably captivating speeches that garnered enthusiastic applause, leaving a lasting impression on the newcomers. Mulan Feng found himself regretting his lack of preparation, wishing he had also crafted an engaging address. This welcoming event, though seemingly minor, held significance for the entire human race, as many had traversed similar paths through generations. The tradition of standing on the shoulders of predecessors was deeply ingrained in the human ethos. Although insignificant, this occasion attracted considerable attention, as few anticipated that such a seemingly trivial event would stir considerable waves across the abyss. Observers noted a shift in the attitudes of the human leadership. In past years, welcoming ceremonies primarily focused on fostering teamwork and collaboration among the newcomers, but this time, they showcased a dazzling display of instant kills. Each of the 12 novice villages presented breathtaking showcases of rapid eliminations, with assassins, mages, warlocks, and other high-damage classes dispatching foes within 10 seconds, demonstrating explosive damage output. Of course, they were not astonished by the spectacle, for in gaming parlance, such levels and equipment were expected. Their confusion lay in the underlying implications of the human leadership's approach. In the current climate, most damage-dealing roles adopted a strategy of survival first, output second, prioritizing safety before pursuing damage. Only a select few dared to chase after extreme damage numbers, stacking all their attributes, skills, and equipment into output, dancing on the edge of a blade. Though their damage was formidable, capable of outmatching 10 foes, many more succumbed to their recklessness, categorized as either prodigies or madmen. The human population was vast, and while a small faction's pursuit of maximum damage could expedite progress through the abyss, excessive encouragement of such behavior would inevitably lead to casualties among damage rolls, jeopardizing the overall progress of the dungeon. Thus, the human leadership had never endorsed such practices. However, this time, the extravagant and stunning performances before the newcomers would undoubtedly entice many to pursue extreme output, especially as even the high-level observers could not help but exclaim in awe. Furthermore, these were merely 15-year-old youths. Many held reservations about whether this was the appropriate way to guide the newcomers. Nonetheless, they suspected that the human leadership would soon redirect resources toward damage-dealing roles. Much like the initial focus on support roles, it seemed the dawn of a new era for damage classes was on the horizon, indicating a dire need for increased damage output within the human ranks. Zhao Yuan, however, remained oblivious to these shifts. Once the captain departed, the team disbanded, and the crowd dispersed in all directions toward the nearby town. Zhao Yuan casually found an inn and secured a room for just 2 gold coins a day, an affordable expense. Whether in the mortal realm or the abyss, The vastness of the land meant that housing had become a commodity, easily acquired thanks to the fusion of the extraordinary in technology. However, the human race's technological advancements could not be brought into the abyss, even if replicated within its confines. All intelligent products would swiftly develop independent consciousness and turn hostile. Moreover, products lacking intelligence would not rival the high-level damage dealers. The fireballs conjured by advanced mages were scarcely inferior to nuclear explosions. Had it not been for land's stabilization of the Blue Star, it was likely that these powerful humans would have long since abandoned it. Sitting on the bed, Zhao Yuan contemplated his future path. Now that he had become a summoner, the likelihood of soloing was high, yet he believed he could take it step by step, without haste. Surviving the early stages was paramount. Let's check the auction house, Zhao Yuan declared. Instantly, the interface for the auction house appeared, showcasing a plethora of items, gems, equipment, and skills in abundance. Upon examining the prices, he quietly closed the auction house. Nearly every item required a 3-digit level, and none were priced below $1 million. Clearly, he was not yet worthy. Open the marketplace. Zhao Yuan switched to another interface. Compared to the auction house, the marketplace was more accessible to the common folk. For high-end players, it was merely a place to dispose of unwanted items, but for newcomers, it was a treasure trove. For them, it was akin to playing an older version of the game, where many items could be purchased at incredibly low prices without the need for risk, facilitating rapid growth. However, it was also considerably more challenging to earn money. The cost of many items had plummeted to the point that attempting to farm them personally resulted in a loss. Upon detecting that a player was accessing the marketplace for the first time, the human interest-free loan system activated. Would you like to proceed? A system message popped up. A loan? Let us see. A new interface materialized, and Zhao Yuan quickly grasped the situation. It was yet another initiative from a human alliance, allowing each novice player to apply for a loan of 20,000 coins at each level, up to level 500, totaling 10 million coins, with the key feature being that it was interest-free. Interestingly, the interface provided no indication of how repayment would occur or what would happen if one were to fall in battle. It seems they are just giving away money. With the addition of the Human Race Growth Fund, each level grants 5,000 gold coins, amounting to a staggering 2.5 million gold coins by level 500. The support provided is indeed substantial. Zhao Yuan opened the fund and claimed all the gold coins, marveling at the sheer amount. This was something that did not exist initially. The Human Race Growth Fund and interest-free loans have been in effect for 20 years, with nearly 100 million newcomers each year, representing a considerable expenditure. Currently at level 5, Zhao Yuan, with his father's fund, has accumulated 15,000 gold coins without lifting a finger, though it is now slightly over 14,000 after spending 2 coins. This equates to 150,000 cash in the real world. How splendid! Let me see what I can purchase now. Zhao Yuan is in need of equipment and skill books. Gathering these essentials would mark the foundation of his character. However, upon opening the equipment section, Zhao Yuan was left speechless. While the equipment prices were not exorbitant, the level requirements were astonishingly high, with the lowest being at least level 30 or 40, and many exceeding level 100. Soon enough, he abandoned the search. As a summoner, the available equipment was scarce compared to other professions. After scouring the marketplace, he found a subpar summoner's staff requiring level 75, which, despite decent attributes, was priced at an outrageous 666. It was clear that this was a prank by someone with a morbid sense of humor, and upon checking the time, he noted it had been listed for 10 years. Zhao Yuan promptly left a negative review. Turning to the skill section, he breathed a sigh of relief. This was more like it. The summoner skill books numbered in the tens of thousands, with categories exceeding 10,000. Both equipment and skills could be dropped by all professions. Usable items could be kept, while those not suited for one's profession were sold. However, unlike equipment, many players who found equipment unsellable would simply dismantle it into materials, feeling it was not worth the effort to list it for sale. In contrast, skill books could not be dismantled and could only be destroyed. Hence, their preservation rate was undoubtedly superior to that of equipment. Zhao Yuan searched for summoner skills and found the skill books classified by level, similar to equipment: ordinary, good, excellent, legendary, mythical, and divine. Upon glancing at the first category, he was surprised to find the lowest price was merely 20 gold coins, with a staggering stack of 99, and 10 entire pages filled with such entries. He opened one to examine it. Colorful butterfly, type, summoning quality, ordinary skill description. Summon a colorful butterfly from the land of butterflies, granting the summoner an increase of 2 in movement speed. 2. I might as well not have it. Zhao Yuan shook his head, realizing that indeed, cheap goods are rarely of good quality. He noticed a rating button nearby and clicked on it. The image displayed a large moth, absurdly labeled as a colorful butterfly. Are they mocking my education? It displayed a like count of 10,000. It was utterly useless, merely serving as a base for synthesizing skill books. Anyone purchasing it for over 5 gold coins would be foolish. With a like count of 120,000, Zhao Yuan moved to the mythical quality and found it devoid of listings. Switching to legendary quality yielded no results either. Only upon reaching the legendary quality did he discover a few books. Exiting that interface, he opened the world chat and realized he could only speak in Abyss 1. Whereupon he typed a message. Why are there no mythical quality skill books for sale in the marketplace? Who do you think you are? Expecting to find mythical items in a marketplace? A sarcastic reply ensued. However, Zhao Yuan soon received an answer. Mythical quality equipment and skills have hardly appeared in the entire Abyss. In the 272 years of the Abyss, only 32 pieces of mythical equipment have been released, with a mere 6 being weapons, and the skill books numbering only 192. Who could afford to purchase such items? As for how he knew this so clearly, it was because every time a mythical item dropped, a system announcement echoed throughout the Abyss, freezing all activity for 3 seconds, colloquially referred to as making the news. He wondered if any summoner professions existed among them. Shaking off his thoughts, he checked the legendary quality category and was startled to find one priced at an astonishing 99,990,000. Blazing Bone Dragon, type, summoning quality, legendary skill description. Summon an ancient dragon engulfed in flames from the blazing abyss, dealing continuous damage to nearby enemies and imposing dragon fear on targets lower than the summoner's level, immobilizing them for 3 seconds, while also unleashing fiery breath that inflicts significant magical damage. It seemed promising, offering sustained damage, explosive power, and control. Zhao Yuan opened the review section. It's massive. I can only say it's very grand and impressive. Likes, 220,000. What good is being impressive if no one wants you in a party? Likes, 800,000. To be honest, the skill itself is excellent, but this price is ridiculous. Do you think it's 200 years ago? Likes, 175,000. The person above is talking nonsense. Likes, 120,000. The person below is just as foolish. Likes, 300,000. Zhao Yuan browsed a few more entries, discovering that legendary quality skills were not lacking in merit, with several reasonably priced options. Yet for Zhao Yuan, they remained too expensive, and he resolved to return when he had more funds. He glanced at the first entry, and unlike the others starting at millions, this one was priced at merely 2 million. Giant Horn Ant, type, summoning quality, legendary skill description. Summon 4 giant horn ants from the ant kingdom to besiege a target, with a certain chance to inflict paralysis on the target. At maximum level, 6 can be summoned. Opening the reviews revealed an abundance of trivial comments. However, one caught Zhao Yuan's eye and lit up his expression. I've used this, how should I put it? Its size is comparable to that of a domestic cat, boasting excellent durability and high attack power, though its attack speed is painfully slow, leaving onlookers in agony, wishing to step in and deal damage themselves. I do not recommend using it. I suggest summoners utilize the Abyss Bear instead, which is capable of taking hits and dealing damage, rampaging through groups of small monsters, and most importantly, can withstand boss attacks, making it a great aid for solo journeys. Likes, 880,000. Zhao Yuan searched for the Abyss Bear, but found none in the market. Finding a buyer, he sent a message instantly. Is it cheap? A quick reply came back. Get lost. Not a single extraneous punctuation mark. What a fiery character. Chapter 7. Skill combinations, alright. Zhao Yuan shrugged. There is nothing to be disappointed about. He couldn't afford it anyway. Yet soon, he received another message. Newbie? Clearly, the buyer had checked Zhao Yuan's profile and hadn't directly blocked him. Whether he was cute or not was questionable, but he was undeniably new. Hello, esteemed one. Zhao Yuan greeted politely. Poor little newbie, stepping into the deep pit of summoning. Haha, you must persevere. He could distinctly sense the buyer's tone had softened considerably. You're only level 5. Why seek legendary skills? Just buy a few survival skills. Go level up in the wild. And, if luck is on your side, you'll find plenty. The early stages of leveling up are quite swift for you all. The buyer kindly advised. I understand. I was just inquiring. When I have enough money, I will return a purchase. Zhao Yuan replied honestly. A few minutes later, he received another message. All right then, I'm currently in the wild. The lowest price I can reduce is 50. Go level up first, in half a month. When I return to the main city, I will take it down and send it to you as a gift. What good person? But Zhao Yuan felt too embarrassed. Thank you, but there is no need. It's too precious. He quickly replied. 200 years ago, legendary skills were regarded as exceedingly valuable. In the present day, while they still hold some worth in other professions, they're considered barely commendable in the realm of summoners, where they are deemed unworthy. The esteemed expert elucidated, and Zhao Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of malice. Being a summoner was indeed a daunting challenge. You're simply too low level. If you reach level 100 and unlock the entire channel, shouting a couple of times in the world channel might just earn you a few legendary skills. Summoners are exceedingly rare. Many players cannot endure the solitude of solo play in the later stages and often transition to logistical roles or life professions, he explained. I've seen several legendary skill books in the marketplace priced over 10 million. Zhao Yuan inquired with curiosity. Those are tricks to deceive the gullible. Posted only when new players log in, specifically to swindle wealthy second or third generation players. Do they truly believe that a few rich fools exist? The genuinely valuable ones are the legendary skills, the expert clarified. Of course, if you happen to acquire legendary skill books from other professions, you can sell them for a fair price, as the demand is quite high. However, if you uncover those from lesser professions, it's normal for them to languish in the marketplace for decades. Certain exceptionally powerful skills are an exception, he added. Thank you, esteemed expert. But there is no need for gifts. In a couple of days, once I have enough, I would be immensely grateful if you could lower the price for me. Zhao Yuan expressed his gratitude. Not a problem. I will adjust it now. I've had this item listed for 3 or 4 years with little interest, and the skill ISNT particularly powerful. However, I do recommend you peruse the Human Alliance career guide to find some practical skills, he advised. Thank you, esteemed expert. Zhao Yuan replied politely. You're welcome. Keep up the good work and level up. Closing the chat, Zhao Yuan indeed noticed the price of that skill adjusted to 600,000. Zhao Yuan sighed deeply. Although he had long known that being a summoner was challenging, he still harbored a flicker of hope, always contemplating the possibility of a breakthrough. This time, however, the marketplace had thoroughly shattered Zhao Yuan's optimism. The path of the summoner was arduous. After sitting for a while, Zhao Yuan stood up. He felt it wise to heed the advice of his senior to avoid unnecessary detours. He made his way to the front desk, where he spotted a substantial collection of books, seemingly no fewer than several thousand. After searching for a while, he finally located the Summoner's General Guide. Compared to other professions, Zhao Yuan's book was significantly thinner, measuring less than 1/20th of the thickest one. He casually picked up All Profession Monster Guide Volume 1 and returned to his room. These materials were freely provided by the Human Alliance, with numerous distributions in novice villages and various inns where people congregated. Within the Abyss game, the 4 major systems, tank and support, essentially lacked any lesser professions. A few skill books combined with talents could easily suffice, and they were quite sought after. In contrast, the summoner was relegated to a lesser status within the damage-dealing category. The others were merely differentiated by their output levels. While high-tier teams might overlook them, low-tier teams still required their presence. In control roles, the situation was dire. In the current version, those deemed inferior often transitioned to life professions, while the more competent could still manage to become esteemed guests. Although they might struggle with monster hunting, they reigned supreme in one-on-one encounters. A well-executed maneuver could render opponents powerless, as one could possess over 1 billion in output, yet one must first be capable of inflicting such damage. Typically, a standard team comprises a primary and secondary tank, 2 damage dealers, 1 support, and 1 control, forming a 6-member unit that offers the highest cost efficiency. In Abyss, dungeon experience is fixed. Whether 1 person or 100 participate, the experience remains unaffected. A 6-member setup ensures both efficiency and safety. Depending on their emphasis, some teams might substitute the control role with support or assassin roles, but lacking a control position complicates matters during outdoor PvP encounters. At such times, decisions must be made, which is why 7-member teams are becoming a trend, albeit at the cost of leveling efficiency. These strategies are the culmination of over 200 years of development, distilled into an optimal path by the senior. The remaining teams consist of ad hoc formations, which are considerably less secure. After all, a fixed team often evolves into a brotherhood or cherished companionship over time, fostering a bond of trust. The original intent behind forming teams was precisely to cultivate such relationships. Then there are the lone wolves, notably the summoners. Nevertheless, summoners are also well suited for solo play, possessing the capability to manage it, which is a distinct advantage. Other professions lack the safety net of a team, rendering them hesitant to venture deep into the wilderness. Summoners are among the few professions with minions, boasting the most subordinates. The notion of a 1-person army is not mere exaggeration. Similarly, beast tamers, card pet masters, dragon knights, and others enjoy far superior circumstances. Their subordinates can communicate, exhibit intelligence, and understand cooperation, thus eliminating positioning issues, and their teamwork surpasses that of summoners. Moreover, Zhao Yuan's talent exacerbated this shortcoming. The decline in rationality is a significant pitfall. With the dwindling wisdom, what little remains becomes increasingly uncontrollable. Zhao Yuan returned to his room and opened the Summoner's General Guide, diving into his research. He discovered that there are a total of 123 known summoner professions within the Human Alliance, including Necromancer, Spiritual Summoner, Hero Summoner, and Elemental Summoner, each with distinct specializations, focuses, and paths, broadly categorized into pure summoning and auxiliary summoning. Pure summoning relies entirely on summoned creatures for output, while auxiliary summoning depends on the summoner's output. Zhao Yuan's talent dictates that his innate output capacity is not exceptional. Thus, he is largely confined to the pure summoning path. However, this may change later when his stats improve, allowing for a potential shift to auxiliary summoning. Through his studies, Zhao Yuan began to comprehend his current objectives. In Abyss, players receive a skill slot every 5 levels, meaning by level 25, he could unlock all initial skill slots. The game imposes no restrictions on the number of skills players can possess, yet only provides 5 free skill slots. To acquire a 6th slot, one must use an item known as Skill Expansion Stone. The costs escalate with each additional slot. 1 for the 6th, 2 for the 7th, 4 for the 8th, 8 for the 9th, and a staggering 16 for the 10th, and so forth. The first 5 skills can be freely exchanged without restrictions. However, once the 6th skill slot is opened, each subsequent skill change necessitates 3 skill expansion stones. Zhao Yuan opened the marketplace and searched for Skill Expansion Stone, discovering that each one was priced at 80 million. He learned that these stones are randomly dropped in every dungeon, which ignited his motivation. Just one drop could yield 80 million. After considerable contemplation, Zhao Yuan resolved to follow the recommendations in the guide. He accessed the marketplace, sought out general skills, and first purchased Dash for swift escapes, followed by Blink for evading skills, a Shield for protection, and a Heal for survival, whisking away 400 gold coins. Each book, costing 100 gold, was still acceptable. Upon returning to the Summoner Profession section, he found the skill titled 3 Dogs priced at 500 gold coins, which was reasonable and within his budget. With a total expenditure of 900 gold coins, he had secured the essentials. The recommendations from the Human Alliance were indeed cost-effective and reliable for novices. Setting aside the Summoner's General Guide, he opened the All-Profession Monster Guide Volume 1, as it was now time to strategize his leveling route. The entire guide is divided into 3 sections: Wilderness, Dungeon, and World Boss. The first layer of the Abyss Wilderness features 10 levels of maps, categorized into the Ordinary Zone and the Divine Zone, with the Ordinary Zone housing only Level 1, while the Divine Zone contains 9 levels, perfectly corresponding to a 1-star, 9-level configuration. The article meticulously details the 9 fixed Divine Dungeons of the first layer of the Abyss. thoroughly elucidating the narrative, the number of monsters, the routes to traverse, and the potential loot. It provides a comprehensive account of the approximate number of minor enemies in each dungeon, their respective abilities, the location of bosses, their skills, the phases of the encounters, and crucial points to heed. Every detail is laid bare, including the optimal paths for farming, the locations of shortcuts, and spots where one can exploit minor enemies. In other words, these dungeons have been thoroughly exhausted over the course of 272 years, frequented by nearly 100 billion players. What secrets could possibly remain? Open your storage space and solemnly preserve this book. It may serve you well when you encounter uncertainties in the wilderness. In the Abyss game, each player possesses a storage space of 50 slots. If additional space is required later, one can unlock it for a cost in gold. As long as you have the funds, you could even acquire 100 million slots. The only concern is whether you can afford it. In this regard, the Abyss game truly embodies the essence of a game. After resting for the night, Zhao Yuan rose early the next morning. It was time to set off. Zhao Yuan encouraged himself, reminding himself to strive and persevere. From this day forth, he would either slay minor enemies all the way to the highest peak or be buried deep within the abyss, free of attachments. After checking out of his lodgings and pocketing the return deposit of 1 gold coin, Zhao Yuan ventured into the wilderness. Passing by a shop run by a fellow player where he purchased some necessities, 2 large barrels of water and 40 assorted stuffed buns, half meaty and half vegetarian. Upon exiting the novice village, he found a teleportation array and was just about to embark when a message arrived. Opening it, he discovered it was from Lin Peng. "What are you up to? Preparing to level up and find a team?" Zhao Yuan inquired. "Not yet, how about you?" Lin Peng replied. Zhao Yuan felt a twinge of envy at how quickly Lin Peng had found team. "I'll help you inquire. Summoners are not entirely unwanted," Lin Peng offered. "Thank you, Lin Peng." Zhao Yuan expressed his gratitude. However, he did not harbor high hopes. After much inquiry, Zhao Yuan learned that not all summoners had to play solo in the Abyss after 272 years. Some indeed had teams, but one had to consider who their teammates were. It was often a family affair. Fathers and sons, husbands and wives, uncles and nephews. Who was left for outsiders? Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as a summoner could rise in strength later, they would not need a team. Concluding their chat, Zhao Yuan stepped onto the teleportation array, which offered only 1 free opportunity each day. Chapter 8. The War of 272 Years. A flash of light enveloped him, and Zhao Yuan vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself in the wilderness, a common area with low danger. Initially, he believed he had arrived early, only to find the place teeming with players, most of whom traveled in groups, with only a handful alone. Zhao Yuan, now less rushed, opened the settings and switched to peace mode. As the Abyss game features only 2 modes in the wilderness, peace mode and kill mode. In peace mode, players cannot attack one another. Kill mode, as its name suggests, permits unrestricted aggression. However, activating kill mode causes a blood-red exclamation mark to appear above one's head, constantly reminding nearby players. If one activates kill mode in the wild and is spotted by others upon returning to a safe zone, they should prepare for an invitation from the Human Alliance's officials for AT. Whether one returns is uncertain. The game mines are perpetually understaffed. To not provide you with a decade or 2 would be an affront to your audacity in activating kill mode. Zhao Yuan also adjusted the pain mode to 0, as suffering from injuries, even in a game, would not diminish the discomfort. With everything in order, he set off towards a less populated area. As his divine level rose, his body continually evolved towards the extraordinary, gradually diminishing basic human needs like eating and drinking. The stronger his divinity, the more robust his physique became. Now, as Zhao Yuan ran, he moved like the wind, far swifter than in the real world. Furthermore, upon reaching level 1 of 2-star divinity, he could soar through the skies and traverse the earth, akin to the deities of ancient legends. The further he progressed, the more extraordinary he became. Upon reaching level 1 of 3-star divinity, even regrowing severed limbs would pose no challenge. Thus, while the Abyss brought calamity, it also fulfilled humanity's age-old desires for myth and immortality. After considerable effort, Zhao Yuan finally located a relatively secluded spot, halting approximately 400 to 500 meters from a nearby team. This location was ideal. The number of wild monsters was just right, and with others nearby. He could call for help in case of emergencies. Zhao Yuan glanced at the opposing team, which consisted of 3 men and 4 women, a perfect 7-member group. They noticed Zhao Yuan's gaze and nodded in acknowledgement, to which he responded in kind. In the Abyss game, mutual assistance among players is commonplace. As long as one does not go too far, others are often willing to lend a hand. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yuan felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. He waved his hand to summon his skill book and clicked to learn it. A flash of light illuminated his first skill slot, and all knowledge regarding the skill flooded into his mind, integrating seamlessly with his instincts. With a mere thought, 3 dogs materialized from the void. Wong Wong. They barked in unison, immediately charging towards a minor enemy. Zhao Yuan instinctively called out, "Come back." The 3 dogs paid no heed, and in that moment of realization, he understood. With a thought, the 3 dogs vanished. He had nearly forgotten that a summoner summons would autonomously attack all enemy targets within a 30-meter radius of the summoner. Beyond that distance, one must actively deploy them at the target's location, with the range increasing as one levels up. Stepping back slightly, he summoned the dogs again. This time, with no enemies around, the 3 dogs circled him playfully. Given that this was his first skill and its initial usage, how could he not take a commemorative photo? Finding an appropriate angle, he captured an image as if it were a screenshot, which then fell from the air into his hands. Zhao Yuan caught it, quickly accessing his personal space to share it. Commemorating my first time. Let's go. He set the space settings to friends only. With everything in place, he was ready to engage. Zhao Yuan reined in the dogs and approached a wild monster, brandishing his plain long sword and delivering a basic attack that swiftly retreated. The starlight, akin to the size of a stone, struck the wild monster with a radiant tail, inflicting over 1,000 damage. The wild monster, now agitated, charged at Zhao Yuan. Midway, the 3 dogs materialized from the void, lunging at the wild creature. With a few swift strikes, the creature, resembling a cross between a pig and a sheep, collapsed. Experience points automatically flew toward Zhao Yuan. Simultaneously, the system voice rang out. You have gained 30 experience points. Acknowledging your eligibility for the human race experience pool bonus, would you like to activate it? A window appeared, illuminating a circular icon inscribed with the word experience. Zhao Yuan clicked to view it, and the system voice resonated in his ears once again. The human race experience pool bonus has been activated. All your experience gains will be augmented. Zhao Yuan glanced at the interface introduction, and his eyes brightened. The human race experience pool was proposed by the Human Alliance, collectively approved by the high-ranking members, and widely supported by the powerful among humanity. With the introduction of the item rule stone and various changes within the Abyss game, humanity had made great strides. The human race experience pool is formed by each high-level human player voluntarily contributing 1% of their daily experience gains into the pool, which, after the Abyss game's cut, accumulates over time. Each advanced player accumulates vast experience daily, yet at the pinnacle of their levels, they only gain a mere 2 attribute points per rank. In the later stages, each advancement demands an immense amount of experience, rendering a daily increment of 1% relatively insignificant for them. After all, divine levels are paramount. Nevertheless, even that 1% represents the fruits of their relentless toil, willingly offered to aid their juniors, embodying heartfelt dedication and sacrifice. Currently, with an experience boost of 800, Zhao Yuan opened the enhancement effects for review. He marveled at the potential of the human race, envisioning a day when their collective efforts would ignite a conflagration powerful enough to pierce the abyss. Gazing at the desolate wilderness, Zhao Yuan understood that beneath lay countless ancestral remains. It would not be an exaggeration to say that every inch of soil was soaked in human blood. When the abyss first descended, billions of humans arrived without strategies, enhancements, or assistance, charging into this hell with bare hands to seek survival and progress. They defeated 10,000 elite monsters in this ordinary zone to unlock their divine levels. Each successful dungeon run witnessed countless lives lost, without strategies or superior equipment. Every completion was a testament to the sacrifices of innumerable individuals. Unlike Zhao Yuan and his companions who now possessed everything, they farmed divine levels and summoned world bosses, knowing full well how many had charged toward the bosses, overcoming significant disparities in divine levels. Each skill unleashed by the bosses resulted in the obliteration of entire swathes of lives. Yet countless individuals still surge forward, inflicting even the slightest damage. It is crucial to note that the Abyss game follows a main storyline, each segment bound by time constraints. Currently, Zhao Yuan and his team faced no such restrictions, as they had reached the 17th layer of the Abyss in their main quest. Within a mere year, humanity's numbers dwindled from billions to 20 million, with the death toll at the hands of the Layer 1 boss likely exceeding 70 to 80 billion. The indelible lesson of insurmountable divine levels began circulating during that time. Hence, it is no exaggeration to claim that the first completion of Layer 1 was built upon the corpses of nearly 100 billion humans. Just as the first champion of humanity, the initial bearer of mythical equipment, Shao, declared before confronting the world boss, "If I fall, do not mind me. Just pick up my gear and step over my body to defeat it." He led the charge toward the colossal figure radiating divine pressure, akin to ants challenging a dragon. Today, his figure is but a memory recorded in the annals of history, yet the spirit he left behind has inspired all for the remaining 271 years. What the gods? Let's face them. The boss was eventually vanquished, with the ants triumphing over the dragon, but in that moment, humanity rose anew. Among the surviving 2 million elite humans, lessons were learned, experiences were compiled, and power was consolidated to establish the human alliance. Though many continued to vanish in the years that followed, the catastrophic losses were never as severe again. Over 271 years, humanity rebounded from 2 million to 50 or 60 billion. The human race continues to persevere in this abyss, where former bosses are systematically slain by humanity, creating a cycle of retribution, past causes yielding present consequences. Shaking off his thoughts, Zhao Yuan resumed monster farming. With the same methodology, the first achievement leads to countless others. Although Zhao Yuan's damage output was minimal and his skills quite ordinary, a divine level of 1 remained between him and the monsters. Damage dealt increased by 99, while damage taken decreased by 99. Coupled with the support of 3 loyal companions, the process was effortless. In under 3 hours, Zhao Yuan reached level 30, mastering all purchasable skills. Equipping the level 30 whiteboard gear extracted from the growth fund, his efficiency surged. His companions grew stronger alongside him, allowing Zhao Yuan the freedom to focus solely on distance management, avoiding excessive confrontation with monsters. He also began studying the guidebook he had procured, discovering the creatures he faced were known as Yangzhou monsters, or alternatively, Zhuyang monsters, lacking any originality. Over the past 2 centuries, the human alliance dedicated a fraction of its resources to investigating the origins of the abyss, cataloging and naming the various monster species. Through relentless research and exploration of the remnants left behind, some hypothesized that each monster race within the abyss might have once been an intelligent species, with each dungeon potentially representing a fragment of their history. Layer 1 alone is densely populated with 9 fixed dungeons and sporadically appearing minor dungeons in the wilderness. Should this hypothesis prove true, it unveils a terrifying narrative. One cannot help but ponder the implications. If humanity were to fail one day, might the abyss spawn a legion of monstrous beings reminiscent of humans? Would there emerge a dungeon chronicling a segment of human history? Such thoughts sent shivers down one's spine. Yet the ultimate truth lies with the enigmatic Lan, who resides high amid the cosmic seas. It once promised that should humanity traverse the abyss within 300 years, it would answer 3 of their inquiries. How merciful a boon! With only 28 years remaining, all shall soon be revealed. Monster farming may become monotonous as the initial thrill gradually wanes. Following his loyal companions, Zhao Yuan automatically collected the equipment dropped by each defeated monster. Mostly unremarkable whiteboard gear. Only a few would emit a blue light, prompting Zhao Yuan to equip what he could use while dismantling the rest into universal materials, essential for enhancing equipment, a necessity that would become an insatiable void in the future. 10 hours passed, and Zhao Yuan reached level 45, but as he climbed higher, the pace of leveling slowed. The teams around him shifted repeatedly. Gradually, the sky lost its luster, and darkness enveloped the land. Zhao Yuan ascended to level 50. All right, time to wrap up. Chapter 9, Tears of the Angel, an experience boost of 800 is truly delightful. Rapidly claiming the growth fund and utilizing an interest-free loan, Zhao Yuan amassed 5 million gold coins. It was time to return, as the experience yield in the ordinary zone had diminished. Despite reaching level 50 in a single day, the gap in required experience for each subsequent level widened significantly. The ordinary zone had ceased to be lucrative. He quickly returned to Su Yuan town, and upon entering the safety zone, Zhao Yuan casually rented a room in a nearby inn. He began to summarize the day's gains. In truth, there was little to report, as he had equipped all usable gear and dismantled the rest. He had accumulated 899 universal materials. Nevertheless, seeing the 5 million gold coins brought him joy. Although 1 million of that was borrowed, Zhao Yuan felt no concern. As long as he could survive and continue leveling, such debt was trivial. In the event of an unforeseen incident, death would erase the debt, alleviating Zhao Yuan's worries. With a promising start, Zhao Yuan brimmed with confidence, plotting the plans for the following day. He had no intention of venturing into the wilderness again. The ordinary zone was merely a transitional phase. In an ideal scenario, starting tomorrow, one should embark on leveling up the divine rank to level 1 by hunting monsters, while simultaneously seeking elite creatures to gradually enhance their divine status. Ascending from level 1 to level 2 requires the defeat of 10,000 elite monsters of the same rank, which is an exceptionally time-consuming endeavor. In the wilderness, the monsters vary in rank, categorized as ordinary, elite, vassal, and race kings, commonly referred to as white, blue, gold, and orange monsters, respectively. 1 gold monster is equivalent to 100 elite monsters, while 1 orange monster equals 1,000 elite monsters. Thus, defeating merely 10 orange monsters allows one to elevate their divine rank by 1 level. However, such creatures are scarce, and one might not encounter even a single one in the wilderness for days or even weeks. Moreover, as race kings, orange monsters carry significant prestige, often accompanied by several gold monsters, a multitude of elite creatures, and a vast number of ordinary monsters. Should an orange monster perish, all surrounding creatures enter a frenzied state, leading to a chaotic and terrifying scenario. Typically, players form groups to tackle gold monsters due to the challenge they present. Nonetheless, Zhao Yuan does not intend to prioritize leveling his divine rank. He understands the principle that one must first sharpen their tools before undertaking a task. He plans to engage in dungeon runs starting tomorrow, aiming to elevate his level to 150 before contemplating the enhancement of his divine rank. This approach may not be optimal. At the first level, players will generally find themselves at a comparable level between 150 and 160, requiring the defeat of 80,000 elite monsters to elevate their divine rank to level 9, thus entering the second layer of the abyss. For novices, the key lies in leveling up swiftly to keep pace with a larger group. Early-stage equipment is of little concern as long as it suffices. In the mid to late stages, both gold farming capabilities and the quantity of superior equipment will experience a qualitative leap, at which point equipment attributes will warrant consideration. Zhao Yuan is aware of this. Yet the challenge lies in the fact that others possess teams, significantly outpacing his solo efforts in monster clearing speed. Particularly, with a frontline tank charging into a horde of monsters, a single taunt can gather a large number of foes, while crowd control can unleash powerful area attacks, allowing teammates to unleash their full damage potential and dispatch hundreds of monsters within minutes. Such efficiency is unattainable through solo endeavors. Consequently, Zhao Yuan plans to take an unconventional route, employing a bold strategy to acquire a full set of gear from the dungeon to fortify himself before concentrating on enhancing his divine rank. He turns to the dungeon guide and begins to meticulously study the content. The first layer of the abyss features only 9 fixed dungeons corresponding to each divine rank. There are no entry requirements. Even a 0-level player can access them, but that will be tantamount to a death sentence. Therefore, Zhao Yuan has no intention of tackling high-level dungeons at this juncture. The only dungeon suitable for him at present is the Silent Palace. Upon reviewing the storyline, it unfolds that one day, a rebellion erupts in the Khan's palace, with the queen plotting to poison the emperor and instigate a coup, only to be discovered by a clever captain of the guards. The player assumes the role of the guard, tasked with saving the emperor and eliminating the queen. Players must defeat 3 bosses to confront the queen, the deputy captain, the female official, and a mysterious figure. In reality, by the time the player reaches the final stage, the old emperor has already been poisoned. The narrative continues with extensive supplementary content, revolving around a power struggle interwoven with the loves and hatreds of several characters, resembling a grand drama. However, for players, aside from a select few who appreciate the plot, most are primarily concerned with defeating the queen and acquiring loot. Notably, the content includes an image of the queen, depicted as graceful and elegant, with long legs as white as jade, though adorned with a horn on her forehead, clearly indicating her non-human nature. This image is exceptionally well captured, and Zhao Yuan finds himself lingering on it for several minutes before reluctantly moving on. The potential loot consists of a fixed random drop of 1 green item, along with a chance of acquiring various types of gems, skill expansion stones, and other random equipment, with the most valuable being a legendary gem. The legendary gem is not one of legendary grade, but is rather named legendary gem. Unlike other gems that merely enhance attributes or resistances, the legendary gem possesses unique skills. The quantity of legendary gems is vast, with prices varying significantly. Some are virtually worthless, while others command exorbitant prices. This dungeon drops a gem known as Tears of the Angel. The guide attributes a value to this legendary gem with the phrase overnight wealth, and a probability described as the lucky one exists. Curious about such an extraordinary gem, Zhao Yuan checks the marketplace but finds nothing. He then visits the auction house, only to discover a similar absence. Such scarcity prompts him to inquire in the World Channel about who possesses the details of Tears of the Angel. The responses he receives are rife with sarcasm, suggesting that dreaming of acquiring such a gem is futile. However, soon after, Zhao Yuan receives an image containing a screenshot of Tears of the Angel along with some explanations. Tears of the Angel type, legendary gem level, 19 stars gem effect, Frost Angel's Tears effect description. 1. Survival in desperation. When a player suffers fatal damage, they will receive the protection of the angel. The Tears of the Angel will freeze the player, granting them immunity to damage and preventing them from being targeted or attacked, while also immobilizing them for 10 to 30 minutes. After 10 minutes, the player may choose to unfreeze, instantly recovering 20 of their maximum health and increasing their movement speed by 170, allowing them to bypass unit collisions for 2 minutes. If the player opts not to unfreeze, the effect will automatically dissipate after 30 minutes. 2. Unpredictable fate. If a player suffers lethal damage within 30 seconds after unfreezing, they will be immune to the damage and receive a random teleportation within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Zhao Yuan exclaims, "What a life-saving skill." He continues to read, noting that the drop rate of Tears of the Angel has historically been extremely low. Nevertheless, amidst a vast population and over 2 centuries, several gems have still dropped. The highest recorded auction price for a 7-star Tears of the Angel reached a staggering 72 billion gold coins, setting a record for the highest transaction price of a legendary gem, while the lowest 1-star version, with a cooldown of 12 days, sold for around 1.5 billion. The notion of overnight wealth is not mere fantasy. In the Abyss, any item, skill, equipment, or gem related to survival commands prices at least tenfold higher, if not hundreds of times more than other similar items. It's all up to you now, Zhao Yuan muses. Should fortune favor him, and he acquires a 9-star Tears of the Angel, it would be as if his ancestors' graves were ablaze with prosperity. Having resolved to pursue the dungeon, Zhao Yuan no longer hesitates and begins to thoroughly study the dungeon strategies and routes. After a considerable time, he feels a twinge of fatigue and decides to take a break. At that moment, he notices notifications in his personal space. Upon opening it, he finds that friends have been liking his post today on social media, many of whom are his classmates. Several have expressed sympathy and encouragement upon learning that Zhao Yuan has become a summoner. He expresses his gratitude to each of them. Regardless of whether it is genuine or feigned, we are all adults now, and as long as we maintain appearances, it suffices. After all, expressing gratitude costs nothing. Having settled these matters, Zhao Yuan casually browsed through his social circle and noticed that nearly everyone had leveled up to over 50 today, with some even soaring to level 62, akin to taking flight. Of course, there were those who did not level up, engaged in team-building activities instead, which is perfectly acceptable, considering they would soon become brothers in life and death, allowing for early bonding. If personalities clash, it is better to part amicably and avoid future conflicts within the team. Lo and behold, that rascal. Zhao Yuan stumbled upon Feng Zhi's social media update. He felt a pang of envy. A six-man team, 5 of whom were female. How could he possibly cope? As a pure support character, Feng Zhi found it easy to form a team. Yet Zhao Yuan never anticipated that this scoundrel would gather 5 girls. Initially, in the real world, they had sworn an oath of brotherhood, aspiring to be noble single nobles, unwilling to become mere breeding stock. Yet upon entering the abyss, he had betrayed that vow. What truly captures a girl's heart? Surely, it is the hero saving the damsel in distress. As a support character, is it not their role to provide aid? After a few encounters, would the girls not open their hearts? Although Zhao Yuan and his companions were only 15, in a time over 2 centuries ago, they would not have been considered adults. However, the situation has changed. In recent years, the human alliance seems to have developed an obsession with childbirth, indulging in procreation to an alarming degree. They do not concern themselves with how or with whom one reproduces. As long as a child is born, they will reward you, with each reward becoming increasingly substantial. It is said that if a person could give birth at the age of 1, the alliance government would nearly immortalize their image in a statue, erected in every human gathering place. Rumor has it that a human legislator proclaimed that if humans could reproduce asexually, they would not hesitate to have men bear children. If humanity numbered in the trillions, would they not breach the depths of hell within 3 centuries? This reflects the fervent desire among the human elite for a substantial population base, reaching a point of untenable urgency. Naturally, any action against a woman's will is strictly prohibited. The female powerhouses within the human alliance are not significantly fewer than their male counterparts. Mutual consent is the foundation of all. Zhao Yuan decisively left a comment, accompanied by a disdainful emoji. He proceeded to the marketplace to purchase the skill book he had previously negotiated. The Jujiao had been acquired. Time for a brief respite. Chapter 10. The Silent Palace. As dawn broke, Zhao Yuan rose early, swiftly tidying up before departing, checking out, and setting off. He headed straight for the teleportation point, once again availing himself of the free teleportation array. As long as he took advantage of it once daily, it would be a profitable day. Upon arriving at the dungeon, he found far fewer people than in the wild. Low-level equipment holds little value, with a short cycle for gear updates, compounded by the mandatory quantity requirements for divine levels. Most players were primarily engaged in hunting in the wild, resulting in fewer individuals tackling dungeons. Zhao Yuan looked ahead to see a vast luminous screen. With a thought, a force connected him to the dungeon. Lines of rune channels appear before him. Zhao Yuan randomly selected one and sent a request. The team settings restricted entry to fixed members only. It dawned on him that this was a limited room. He sought out an open room and clicked to enter. One person joined, and just as he was about to proceed, he heard a male voice, which was promptly followed by silence. "You have been kicked from the team." The system voice echoed. Could they not at least say something? How rude. Zhao Yuan grumbled. Undeterred, he attempted to enter another room, only to be expelled once more shortly after. Not one to be easily disheartened, he pressed on. Eventually, Zhao Yuan entered a room with only 2 members. This time, several minutes passed without any movement, indicating stability. Within moments, the team had swelled to 7 members. Sensing the opportunity, Zhao Yuan rubbed his hands together. It was his first foray into a dungeon, and he felt a surge of nerves. "You have received a team voice message," the system prompted. To his surprise, it was the team leader, and he chose to connect. "Hello, I apologize, but this is our first time in a dungeon, and we may not be able to accommodate a summoner. I'm truly sorry," a female voice expressed with regret before Zhao Yuan could respond. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I've been waiting so long." Zhao Yuan felt a twinge of frustration. "I'm sincerely sorry. I didn't realize you were a summoner. After all, summoners are quite rare. You know how awkward it is for summoners right now. This is our first dungeon run, and we are all solo players with no synergy. Adding a summoner could be perilous. I hope you can understand." The sweet-voiced girl continued, her tone unmistakably clear. "But what does it mean for summoners to be awkward? We have always been awkward." "All right, understood. Zhao Yuan was not one to be oblivious to social cues. Since the girl had expressed her stance, there was no need for him to linger. He chose to exit the team. Zhao Yuan did not feel much disappointment. Initially, he had not intended to form a team, planning instead to venture solo, fully aware of his own profession. However, standing before the dungeon, he felt a twinge of apprehension. No matter how thoroughly he researched the dungeon strategies, they could not replace actual experience. What if something unexpected occurred and led to his demise? A friend request came in. Zhao Yuan opened it to find it was from that very girl. Friend request accepted. I'm truly sorry for wasting your time. I sincerely apologize. Hopefully, we can run a dungeon together in the future. Zhang Shima sent a message. No waities. This girl is quite persistent, even adding him as a friend to apologize. Thank you. Zhao Yuan closed the message and smiled. He had gained a female friend. It was still early, so Zhao Yuan tried a few more rooms. Some of the better ones even offered apologies, while others simply expelled him, just as he was about to give up. He suddenly noticed a room labeled "Feel free to join." He added himself in, discovering that the team already comprised 15 members, making him the 16th. The experience from the dungeon is fixed, and with 16 participants, the rewards would be meager. Nevertheless, it was acceptable. He would treat this first experience as a learning opportunity. At that moment, another player joined, bringing the total to 17. All right, that's enough. We can enter now. The team leader opened the voice chat. Before we proceed, I'll say a few words. We are all newcomers, and this is our first dungeon run. I assume we have all studied the strategies, so there is not much to say. This dungeon is relatively simple, but once inside, please listen to commands and avoid acting recklessly. Zhao Yuan clicked on the leader's avatar, whose name was Zhao Tong. Do you wish to enter the Silent Palace? Yes. A flash of light swept by, and Zhao Yuan's figure vanished. Upon reappearing, he found himself within the dungeon, facing a grand and solemn palace hall. Now, with the queen in rebellion and the sovereign imprisoned, peril looms large. Some among us have forsaken their duties. The narrative voice, intoned as a heavily injured man clad in armor, spoke to Zhao Yuan and the others. They stood in a line, their identities as remnants of the palace guard, with the speaker being the astute captain of the guards as described in the strategy guide. The unfolding narrative was clear to Zhao Yuan. The strategy had thoroughly detailed each NPC's dialogue. Now, it is time for us to render our service. The captain of the guards was flung aside. Do not mind him, listen to me. Just as the captain was preparing to rally them, a figure emerged and kicked him away. This instance comprises 3 minor boss encounters. As we approach the palace gates, numerous lesser foes await. However, we need not confront them directly. We can exploit a glitch. There lies a dog hole behind the palace wall that allows us to bypass the oncoming adversaries. Zhao Tong, exuberant yet aware of the daunting task before him as the team leader on this inaugural dungeon run, felt a thrill of excitement. Typically, in a fixed party, it is advocated that a singular voice guides the group, a role usually assumed by the captain, who wields the authority to make critical decisions during combat. Conversely, in a pickup group, the individual who organizes the team often assumes leadership and, generally, everyone adheres to their directives. Consequently, those lacking in leadership skills seldom initiate the room, as they risk incurring the wrath of their peers. Such nuances are well documented in guides, though it remains a mystery who first discovered them. Once shared, the community quickly adopted these strategies, undoubtedly saving considerable time. Zhao Tong led the group along the castle walls for 5 minutes until they arrived at a corner where a singular dog hole permitted passage. Without hesitation, Zhao Tong slipped through, followed closely by the others, with Zhao Yuan being the last to crawl in. Sure enough, after navigating the dog hole and turning a corner, they found themselves at the entrance of the boss chamber, guarded by over 10 sentinels. Tanks, draw the aggro. Others, unleash your damage and eliminate these minor foes swiftly. With that command, from members advanced, taunting the enemies, and the 10 lesser creatures surged towards them in a frenzy. Initially, the 4 were somewhat flustered, but they quickly regained composure, separating the foes. Attack! With that order, ranged damage dealers struck first, followed by melee fighters charging in. Zhao Yuan summoned 4 giant horned ants, which immediately charged at the nearest enemy. The sight of the summoned creatures caused the melee damage dealer before Zhao Yuan to grow hesitant, his output slowing. A mere brush with the summoned beast could spell disaster for his fragile character. Even the tank, tasked with drawing aggro, appeared flustered, making efforts to avoid the four giant horned ants and casting an annoyed glance at Zhao Yuan. Fortunately, he only had 3 enemies to contend with. Through deft positioning, he managed to transfer the aggro of 1 creature onto the giant horned ants, leading the remaining 2 away from them, prompting the melee damage dealer to follow suit. Zhao Yuan shrugged helplessly. The giant horned ants, each no larger than a kitten, benefited from Zhao Yuan's class passive, which allowed all summoned creatures to share his attributes. Consequently, upon their summoning, the ants activated the iron-headed talent and the passive Fearless, instantly bestowing them with significant dual resistances. For any foe twice their size, they gained a 10 increase in attack speed and 5 lifesteal. These lesser creatures, slightly taller than an average person, were at least 10 times weaker. Thus, the ants received a formidable boost in attack speed, swiftly dispatching one of the lesser foes. Zhao Yuan's talent could enhance their resistances by up to 250, combined with damage reduction, rendering the lesser creatures utterly ineffective against them. In that moment, Zhao Yuan felt a sense of accomplishment. However, it was unfortunate that nearly everyone had instinctively distanced themselves from him. Alas, the road ahead seemed fraught with challenges. The swarm of lesser foes fell swiftly before Zhao Yuan and his 17 companions, failing to last a minute. With the minor adversaries dispatched, they now stood before the first boss. As they approached the entrance, Zhao Tong advised, "Be ready to auto-attack." His words were a generous understatement. Zhao Yuan nodded, feeling the discomfort of being an outcast among them. How had a summoner found their way into this party? He resolved to scrutinize the team composition more carefully next time. After all, surely 16 players could manage one summoner. Zhao Tong, equally perplexed, pondered how such a rare class had made an appearance. It seemed the drops in this dungeon would be lacking. Zhao Tong, a blade master, a hybrid warrior class, was not particularly fond of summoners, whose lack of synergy could disrupt positioning and complicate damage output. Observing the group gathering, Zhao Tong cast another glance at Zhao Yuan, who nodded in response. "Let us go. Open the boss encounter." With that command, the group surged forward. Upon entering, a colossal figure loomed, towering half a meter above them and twice as wide as Zhao Yuan, emanating an aura of intimidation, accentuated by the menacing horn upon its brow. "Tanks, engage and keep the boss's attention. You 4, ensure seamless coordination to maintain aggro. Damage dealers, unleash your full might, and crowd control. Be ready to interrupt the boss's skills and restrict its movement. Support, stay vigilant and protect the team." Zhao Tong orchestrated their strategy. There were no objections. However, the pressure fell heavily on the lone support player within their 17-member group. Yet, encountering a support class in a pickup party was already a rare stroke of fortune, given their tendency to stay with established teams. Fortunately, nearly everyone possessed life-saving skills, and with healing spells at the ready, they should be fine as long as they remain calm. Do not rush. Take it slow, watch your positioning, and let us avoid any casualties. Zhao Tong cautioned one last time. Engage. The 4 tanks advanced, one initiating the taunt while the other 3 supported. Chapter 11. Night Empress, you dare defy your superiors. The Sentinels, witnessing the players charging in with palpable hostility, initiated the scripted sequence. In this day and age, who truly cared for the narrative? One tank leaped forward, smashing a shield into the boss's face. The taunt was executed flawlessly. Instantly, the boss's attention was drawn, as it unsheathed a 3-meter-long blade, unleashing a chilling glint before delivering a devastating downward strike that sliced through the air with a deafening tear. The tank stood firm, raising their shield to absorb the impact, yet the immense force sent them staggering back. Undeterred, another player swiftly followed suit, smashing their shield once more against the boss's visage. For creatures of similar stature, such facial strikes seemed to carry a taunt bonus, a favored tactic among tank players. The 4 coordinated their movements, drawing the boss's ire while the rest of the party engaged in their damage output. Zhao Yuan, too, joined the fray, delivering basic attacks, meager contributions, yet every bit helped. Armed with a long sword, Zhao Yuan's attack range extended approximately 10 meters, slightly inferior to traditional range classes, yet still within a safe distance. With casual ease, he unleashed beams of starlight upon the boss, inflicting negligible damage. The first boss presented little challenge, devoid of any intricate mechanics. Relentless assault would suffice to bring it down. True to form, under the combined efforts of the team, the boss quickly succumbed, leaving behind a pile of inconsequential loot, mere trash that everyone casually collected. Following their successful kill, a surge of confidence flowed through the group as they pressed on towards the second boss. The next encounter required traversing 3 grand halls, surrounded by hundreds of lesser foes, marking a significant challenge within the dungeon, as the density of enemies could trigger a state of frenzy. Once enraged, these lesser foes would see their attack speed, health, and resistances dramatically enhanced, each one a formidable mini-boss. This segment necessitated careful coordination. Zhao Yuan had anticipated Zhao Tong would implement specific strategies here, yet to his surprise, Zhao Tong signaled for a direct approach without any distribution of roles. Wait, Zhao Yuan felt an ominous premonition. No one paid any attention to Zhao Yuan, with only a few hesitating briefly. Zhao Yuan was utterly perplexed. Not everyone possessed the patience to study strategies for half the night as he did. Even if they did glance at the guide, they would primarily focus on the boss strategies. In a fixed party, the leader typically scrutinizes the strategies personally and convenes a meeting to explain before setting off. Trust among party members ensures strict compliance, a level of cohesion that a random group simply cannot achieve. They had just defeated the boss, their confidence inflated, and since this was merely a low-level dungeon, they felt no trepidation deep down. Having vanquished the boss, they considered the few minions a trivial matter, believing that with their numbers, they could easily dispatch them. The initial challenges had momentarily disoriented them, and Zhao Yuan began to slow his pace. The 4 frontliners charged ahead without hesitation. One of them drew a portion of the monsters, but another inadvertently attracted too many and, struggling to cope, moved closer to a companion to share the burden. The others were focused on dealing damage, oblivious to this shift, and instead provided the frontliner with a speed boost. No! Zhao Yuan shouted in alarm. However, it was too late. The 2 clusters of bosses quickly converged. A flash of blue light erupted, and in an instant, all the minions went berserk. Quick, gather together. Zhao Tong was equally confused. How could they possibly cluster at this moment? In a panic, people sought safety, and what could feel safer than huddling together? Separate. Zhao Yuan was beside himself. Did these people lack common sense? If they spread out, the frenzy would subside gradually. Zhao Yuan's words fell on deaf ears. Several waves of monsters began to converge, and the situation grew increasingly dire. This is bad, Zhao Yuan exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Zhao Tong began frantically dealing damage, hoping to eliminate a few to alleviate the pressure, but his reckless output only attracted more monsters. In a moment of carelessness, a small creature wielding a hammer struck Zhao Tong, stunning him. Oh no, I'm stunned. Zhao Tong saw several gleaming blades aimed at him. This is it. Someone save him. Zhao Yuan shouted at the top of his lungs. Yet at that moment, nearly everyone was caught in unexpected events, and the healer was overwhelmed. Zhao Yuan hurriedly adjusted his position, attempting to rescue him. However, by the time the giant horned ant arrived, it was too late. Half of Zhao Tong's head was sent flying, with brain matter splattered everywhere. It was beyond salvation. Just then, another person dashed over, trying to save Zhao Tong. But they too failed, getting tripped by the giant horned ant and nearly falling out. They could not avoid a strike from a small monster, forced to use their healing abilities and dash out of the swarm. The giant horned ant was too small, akin to a kitten, and in their haste, they failed to notice it beneath their feet. Casting a glare at Zhao Yuan, they said little, focused solely on saving others. Zhao Yuan dodged a small monster and decided to retract the giant horned ant. He didn't want to create further chaos. Witnessing the casualties, the others grew even more frantic. As some realized the inevitable, they began to retreat. The group descended into utter disarray, a rabble of chaos. Zhao Yuan, feeling helpless, activated his sprint ability and ran without looking back. Finding a safe spot, he promptly exited the dungeon. This random party was utterly unreliable. He wondered how many would make it back safely this time. Death had become a commonplace occurrence in the abyss. He resolved to be more cautious in the future, avoiding recklessness and pride. After some deliberation, Zhao Yuan decided to take another look. If it proved too difficult, he would tackle it alone, taking his time. In the room list, he noticed another group forming and contemplated joining, but considering his status, he ultimately refrained. Upon entering, Zhao Yuan proactively checked the leader's information and was taken aback. Level 1280? Where did such a powerhouse come from? Astonished by the 4-digit level, he could hardly believe it. Is a big shot really here for this low-level dungeon? Zhao Yuan cautiously typed in the chat, too shy to speak. On leave, bored, and thought I'd try my luck. To his surprise, the big shot quickly responded. The Silent Palace, being the lowest level fixed dungeon in the Abyss, was typically a transitional space, yet due to the rarity of Tears of the Angel, experienced players often tried their luck during their leisure. As levels increased, the drops in lower-level dungeons became almost negligible, prompting them to bring along some newcomers, a practice colloquially known as farming goodwill points. The belief that good deeds would be rewarded is an ancient notion held by old Eastern philosophies, one that encourages benevolence when one has the capacity to help. After waiting for a while with no new arrivals, Zhao Yuan glanced at the World Channel, discovering that everyone was discussing a recent mishap in a random dungeon. He wondered if they were referring to his party. Contemplating, Zhao Yuan requested permission to modify the room name, which required the leader's approval. The leader quickly consented. Zhao Yuan decisively changed the room name to Big Shot Leading. Join now. Within a minute, 4 players joined. Observing that they now had 6 members, it seemed the Big Shot was eager to proceed and promptly closed the party applications. All right, we have enough people. I'll inform you in advance that I will assign the party permissions. I only want the Tears of the Angel and skill expansion stones. The rest are yours. If you have any objections, feel free to leave. The Big Shot stated plainly as he activated voice chat. After about 30 seconds of silence, the lack of dissent indicated unanimous consent. In that case, let us proceed. You won't need to lift a finger. Just follow my lead. A prompt appeared asking if they wished to enter the dungeon. No one selected no. The next moment, Zhao Yuan found himself re-entering the dungeon. As he stepped inside, an overwhelming sense of panic enveloped him, as if his body had received a tremendous shock, causing every hair to stand on end. An instinct urged Zhao Yuan to flee, yet his body remained paralyzed. It was akin to a mouse encountering a cat or a rabbit facing a lion. With great difficulty, Zhao Yuan turned his gaze toward the source of the threat, a man in white robes, adorned in ancient attire, with long hair cascading behind him and a long sword strapped to his back. His sharp brow and starry eyes gave Zhao Yuan the impression of encountering a divine being, igniting an impulse to kneel in reverence. This stark disparity stemmed from the immense divine presence, which instilled a terrifying sense of intimidation in lesser beings. What nuisance! The leader casually produced some item, enveloping himself in a cloud of white mist, rendering him invisible. With the appearance of the mist, Zhao Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, as though he had narrowly escaped disaster. The other 4 also reflected a similar sense of ease, their faces involuntarily brightening with smiles. Remember to move quickly and don't waste time. I'll only do this 10 times, as I have other matters to attend to, the Big Shot instructed. Zhao Yuan and the others nodded obediently. Let us go. The Big Shot led the way, with Zhao Yuan and the other 5 hurriedly following, albeit maintaining a distance of about 5 meters from the Big Shot, instinctively avoiding danger. The Big Shot, leading the group, naturally avoided any pitfalls. He confidently approached the palace gates. Along the way, small monsters, upon noticing the intrusion, charged at them in droves, numbering in the hundreds. A formidable sight indeed. Yet before they could close in within 10 meters, a single stroke of sword energy obliterated them, dropping numerous items and a small amount of gold. Zhao Yuan and the others swiftly rushed forward to collect the gold and equipment. The Big Shot paused to allow them to finish looting before continuing on. Several waves of small monsters fell in their wake. Zhao Yuan arrived once more at the first boss. Before the boss could utter a word, it collapsed. The esteemed leader stepped forward, continuing onward, while Zhao Yuan and his 4 companions joyfully collected the spoils. They returned to the place where Zhao Yuan and his team had previously faced defeat. The leader executed a series of swift movements, gathering all the minor foes together. In an instant, the familiar blue light flashed, and the minor foes went berserk. The next moment, a well-known sound of a drawn sword echoed. Everything returned to tranquility. The chaos was rendered meaningless in the presence of the leader, where all beings are equal. This exemplified the disparity Zhao Yuan mused. Does anyone know the divine level of this esteemed leader? A teammate queried softly. Zhao Yuan shook his head, as personal information only revealed names and peak levels, leaving divine levels unseen. With over 1,200 levels, the divine level must be around 16 or 17 stars. One teammate speculated uncertainly. Zhao Yuan and his companions were not particularly informed on this matter. Soon, the second and third bosses fell one after another. They reached the innermost chamber of the palace, the queen's quarters. There, Zhao Yuan beheld the final boss, the Night Queen, standing about half a meter taller than an average human. Aside from her singular horn on her forehead, which defied human aesthetic, she was truly magnificent, especially her long legs, which made Zhao Yuan wish to touch them. You insignificant insects, who gave you the audacity to enter here? Zhao Yuan had not yet satisfied his gaze when another sword sound rang out. What a pity! Zhao Yuan felt a twinge of regret. As the boss fell, a flash of green light appeared, and it dropped items. Chapter 12. Successful Solo Clear. Boring, utterly uninteresting. The leader murmured. He adjusted the loot to random distribution, and in an instant, the green light vanished before Zhao Yuan's eyes. What a shame! Zhao Yuan lamented internally. He then gleefully ran over to collect the remaining quality items, as even disassembling them would yield some currency. Zhao Yuan and his companions were mindful not to keep the leader waiting, swiftly tidying up and snapping a photo to share on their social network. The leader led the team, effortlessly securing victory. Accompanied by a small emoticon, the post exuded charm. As the leader exited the dungeon, Zhao Yuan noticed that they had completed the challenge in a mere 3 minutes and 25 seconds. It was astonishingly swift. With nothing more to say, the leader, busy as ever, quickly re-entered the dungeon. In less than 15 minutes, they finished the run 10 times, with the leader increasing the pace to such an extent that Zhao Yuan and the others had to sprint to keep up. Farewell, little newcomers, the leader declared before disbanding the team. Zhao Yuan opened his inventory to review his gains, disassembling the useless equipment. He was left with 2 pieces of green gear, a belt and a pair of shoes. Mountain Breeze green shoes, level requirement, 52 type, footwear attributes, agility, 12, strength, 11 set effect. When you possess 2 pieces of Mountain Breeze equipment, you gain a 7 movement speed bonus. With 4 pieces, your attacks will deal an additional 1 water elemental damage. With 6 pieces, your attacks have a 5 chance to summon a Mountain Breeze attack, dealing 75 of your current damage. Truly subpar. No wonder no one uses them, Zhao Yuan remarked. He then turned his attention to the belt. Clear Jade Dao belt, level requirement, 52 type, belt attributes, intelligence, 11, stamina, 11 set effect. When you possess 2 pieces of Clear Jade equipment, you gain a shield that absorbs 15 of current damage. With 4 pieces, your attacks deal an additional 1 water elemental damage. With 6 pieces, your attacks have a 5 chance to summon a water flow attack, dealing 75 of your current damage. This one is slightly better. At least it has spiritual properties. Zhao Yuan opted to equip it, as it was his first acquired set. Each dungeon yields different types of sets, and the Silent Palace dungeon only offers Mountain Breeze and Clear Jade sets. Although sets are not distinguished by quality, there are still varying degrees of worth. The best sets are referred to as 99, possessing 9 attribute bonuses and 9 sub-attributes. However, such attributes are exceedingly rare, hardly worth contemplating. The 2 pieces Zhao Yuan acquired, with only 2 attributes, are labeled as 20, classified as trash. Aside from those particularly suited to oneself, most players typically opt for set classified as 24 or 222. This time, under the leader's guidance, Zhao Yuan leveled up twice in mere minutes, an exceptionally rapid pace, yet such opportunities are rare. He would have to continue soloing in the future, as random teams are unreliable and often disdainful. Zhao Yuan opened his character panel. Name, Zhao Yuan. Class, Stellar Summoner. Age, 15. Talent, Iron-Headed Child. Damage, 1040 health. 13,100 attributes. Stamina, 131. Spiritual power, 104. Agility, 130. Defense attributes. Armor, 104. Magic resistance, 104 additional attributes. Critical hit bonus, 0. Armor penetration, 0. All anomaly resistances, 0 skills. Fixed skill, Starlight. You can freely switch your attack range. When ranged, You deal single target damage to distant foes with a range of 10 times the length of your weapon. When switching to melee, you deal area damage in a fan-shaped area in front of you with a range of 15 times the length of your weapon. Giant Horned Ant. Type: Summon quality. Legendary skill description: summons 4 giant horned ant from the ant kingdom to swarm the target, with a chance to inflict paralysis. At max level, can summon 6. Flash, heal, sprint, shield are all universal skills, with players typically able to equip only 2. Zhao Yuan, however, wielded 4. These 4 skills are highly efficient in the early game, but will need replacement later on, as acquiring a 6th skill and then respec NG would be a significant loss. Zhao Yuan examined the attributes of the giant horned ant. Giant horned ant. Health, 22,000, level, 52, damage, 1,500, attack speed, 17, magic resistance, 177, armor, 224. The attributes are commendable. No wonder it is a legendary skill, though the attack speed is somewhat low. However, it is not significant, as Zhao Yuan's talent provides a bonus. Taking a deep breath, he prepared a solo. He approached the dungeon entrance, opting not to create a room, but rather to enter directly. Familiar scenery and the familiar opening lines appeared once more. Zhao Yuan did not grant the captain of the guards an opportunity to speak, departing immediately. He had no intention of following the leader through the main entrance. Finding a hidden passage, he slipped inside. Such is life. No shivers here. After winding through the passage, he arrived at the door of the first boss. Scanning the area hastily, Zhao Yuan unleashed a starlight attack upon the guards. Originally intending to attract one, he was surprised when 5 approached instead. With a slight retreat, Zhao Yuan released the giant horned ant, which immediately charged forward, drawing the ire of enemies. Each attack from the giant horned ant inflicted a staggering 1,500 damage, compounded by the remarkable attack speed granted by Zhao Yuan's innate talents, swiftly vanquishing the lesser foes. Reflecting on his strategy, Zhao Yuan noted that luring 10 minor adversaries posed no challenge, as they were utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon the giant horned ant. With an impressive 177 armor points, enhanced by an additional 50 fixed damage resistance from Zhao Yuan's talents, the total armor reached 266, further augmented by a 1 point per second increment, culminating in 442 armor points. With a health pool of 22,000, over 400 armor, 50 life steal, and a 30 damage reduction, who could possibly contend with such might? The realization of the summoner's strength invigorated Zhao Yuan, and he decisively commanded the giant horned ant into the fray. Instantly, all minor foes surged forward, while Zhao Yuan maintained a safe distance, prepared to flee at the slightest hint of danger. As a damage dealer with a fragile constitution, even a single strike from the minor enemies could severely injure him, and 2 would spell his doom. With 3 strikes, even a healer's assistance would be insufficient. Understanding his role was paramount to survival. Fortunately, no mishaps occurred, and the minor foes fell like wheat before the scythe under the onslaught of the giant horned ant. Upon encountering the boss again, Zhao Yuan summoned the giant horned ant and positioned himself at the periphery, ensuring he remained no more than 10 meters away from the boss. In a fit of elation, he reveled in his newfound strength, questioning who would dare label the summoner as weak. Witnessing the boss's defeat, a wave of jubilation washed over him, liberating him from previous frustrations. As he approached the frenzied minor enemies, Zhao Yuan swiftly dispatched them, not granting them an opportunity for retaliation. After clearing a few waves, he arrived at the second boss, the lady officer at the throne. In comparison to the deputy guard captain, the lady officer was significantly more agile, yet utterly ineffective against the giant horned ant, which could not be slain without Zhao Yuan's intervention. Observing her nimbleness, Zhao Yuan wisely maintained a distance of 30 meters from her summons, ready to heal at a moment's notice, denying her any chance to retaliate. After overcoming the lady officer, he proceeded towards the enigmatic figure, encountering no resistance from minor foes along the way. However, Zhao Yuan discerned that while the giant horned ant was formidable, it struggled to clear minor enemies efficiently. It became apparent that he would need to consider an alternative for area damage output. After deliberating over his skills, Zhao Yuan decided to replace his shield ability, deeming it less beneficial for his current needs. Nevertheless, he remained patient, as his current capabilities sufficed. Arriving before the mysterious figure, Zhao Yuan noted the imposing presence of this masked individual, an unmistakable harbinger of trouble. As the leader, the boss had not yet made a move, unexpectedly revealing himself as a magician. Zhao Yuan deftly maintained his distance, summoning the giant horned ant. However, even as a magician, he stood no chance. For the giant horned ant's magical resistance surpassed its armor. Observing from the periphery, Zhao Yuan seized the opportunity during the boss's skill cooldown to land a few strikes with stellar light. Soon enough, the boss succumbed, and a radiant green light appeared, igniting Zhao Yuan's excitement. Each boss had the potential to drop green gear, with only the final boss guaranteeing a fixed drop, while others had a more random chance. His luck appeared to be favorable. Zhao Yuan approached to collect the loot, finding it akin to the legendary and above items that required manual collection, given their scarcity relative to other qualities. Yuqing Lanbo Ring, level requirement, 52 type, ring attributes, intelligence, 22 stamina, 11 agility, 18 sub-attributes, critical strike, 5 movement speed, 2 armor penetration, 16. Incredible, Zhao Yuan exclaimed, kissing the ring. The 3 sub-attributes were particularly valuable, as summoned creatures inherit the summoner's primary attributes proportionally, while fully inheriting the sub-attributes. Though the values were modest, having them was certainly better than not at all. As he traversed and eliminated minor enemies, Zhao Yuan arrived at the queen's chambers, once more laying eyes upon the Night Queen. "You lowly insects, who grants you the audacity to enter here?" The first sight that captivated him was her long, elegant legs. In the previous encounter, the powerful figure had dispatched foes too swiftly for Zhao Yuan to appreciate her fully. This time, he intended to relish the view. Employing his usual tactic, he sent the giant horned ant to the forefront while maintaining a vigilant stance at the edge, affording the final boss the respect she warranted. Zhao Yuan remained alert, acutely aware of the battlefield dynamics. The Night Queen, a rogue-type boss, possessed an astonishing burst damage capability, swiftly eliminating 2 giant horned ants, sending a jolt of fear through Zhao Yuan, who nearly considered fleeing. However, having reviewed strategies beforehand, he understood that such ferocity was fleeting. After dispatching 2 of his summoned creatures, the Night Queen entered a fatigue phase, her damage output significantly reduced, allowing the remaining 2 giant horned ants to hold their ground. Zhao Yuan summoned 2 more, aware that as long as the giant horned ants remain alive, he could continue to summon them, but upon their demise, he would face a 3-minute cooldown. Fortunately, the Night Queen's fatigue phase lasted approximately 5 minutes, presenting no immediate issues. Reflecting on future solo endeavors, Zhao Yuan recognized the necessity of a frontline capable of withstanding a boss's explosive damage, as relying solely on the giant horned ants would prove insufficient against progressively formidable foes. The Night Queen boasted around 1.2 million health points. Zhao Yuan engaged in battle for nearly 20 minutes before finally vanquishing the boss. The primary challenge lay in the Night Queen's overwhelming burst damage, which rendered him reliant on only 2 sources of output for an extended period, significantly hampering efficiency. As he surveyed the loot, disappointment washed over him. Aside from the predictable green gear and a trove of inferior items, only a modest amount of gold remained. He picked up an item, a mountain wind ring. Rubbish, he muttered, yet donned it regardless. The set allowed for 2 rings to be equipped, and fortuitously, he now possessed 2 mountain wind rings, triggering the set bonus that granted him a 7-point increase in movement speed. Chapter 13, A Night of Sudden Wealth. Having experienced success once, subsequent endeavors seemed less daunting. Zhao Yuan embarked on a journey of dungeon runs, while others continued their grind in the wild, occasionally venturing into dungeons for a change of pace. Each dungeon run consumed roughly 40 minutes, allowing for a maximum of 36 runs in a day, which was not particularly efficient. Zhao Yuan played late into the night, yet he still had not completed his 6-piece set and was feeling fatigued. Returning to his hotel, he lay down and opened his social media, intending to scroll through before sleep. After a brief perusal, his expression soured. He had spent the entire day in dungeons, reaching level 59, while his peers had soared to around level 65, and some had even reached the staggering height of level 70. Lin Peng stood at level 66, and Fang Ji at 68, both surpassing Zhao Yuan. Although he understood that a team would undoubtedly level faster than solo efforts, the thought of Fang Ji surrounded by admirers leisurely exploring the wilderness while he toiled away, left Zhao Yuan feeling discontented. As he extinguished the lights, the room was engulfed in darkness. 2 hours later, Zhao Yuan abruptly sat up in bed. How can you sleep? You're falling behind. He admonished himself. Imagine facing Feng Zhi, Lin Peng, and the others, only to be exposed as a lowly novice due to your inferior level. Can you accept that? The silence of the night weighed heavily in the room. No, I refuse to be a mere fish out of water. I will become a great fish in the vast ocean. Zhao Yuan roared with determination. Zhao Yuan abruptly rose from his slumber. From this day forth, he resolved to sleep merely 2 hours each day, dedicating the remainder of his time to grinding dungeons and leveling up. Once he attained the pinnacle of his level, he would then engage in slaying elite monsters. After preparing himself, Zhao Yuan headed straight for the dungeon, a time when nearly all the novices were taking a break. Days turned into weeks, and soon a week had swiftly passed. Zhao Yuan maintained his regimen of 2 hours of sleep daily, spending the rest of his time in dungeon raids. On this particular day, at noon, Feng Zhi had arranged to dine with a female member of their team. As she had yet to arrive, Feng Zhi idly scrolled through his social media feed, noting that today was their team's designated rest day. After nearly half a month of grinding, 2 days of rest seemed quite reasonable, did it not? Suddenly, he noticed that Zhao Yuan had reached level 75. How could it be so swift? Had he found a team? Feng Zhi furrowed his brow. He had led their team through half a month and was only at level 79. Initially, leveling had been relatively quick, yet around level 60, the pace had noticeably slowed, especially upon reaching level 70, where it sometimes took an entire day to gain a single level. Nonetheless, finding a team was indeed beneficial. Previously, Feng Zhi, Lin Peng, and Zhao Yuan shared a strong camaraderie, having grown up together. However, Feng Zhi's role as a pure support character had seemingly altered his mindset, leading to a subtle estrangement from Zhao Yuan. After some contemplation, Feng Zhi opened his friend's list and sent a message to Zhao Yuan, encouraging him to persevere. Zhao Yuan promptly replied, expressing gratitude and urging Feng Zhi to do the same. Just as Feng Zhi was about to engage Zhao Yuan in further conversation, a figure approached. Captain, I have arrived. A strikingly beautiful woman walked over. Come, Emo Shirong, is there anything you particularly enjoy eating? I shall order for you. Feng Zhi rose to greet her. Captain, just call me Shirong. No need for such formality. We are teammates, she responded with an endearing tone. The two soon engaged in lively conversation. Once the dishes had been served, Emo Shirong playfully remarked, Captain, I believe we have been grinding monsters for far too long. It is becoming unbearable. We can only manage 8 hours of sleep, and the rest of the time is spent grinding. It is simply too much. Feng Zhi considered this, realizing that even he had begun to struggle after half a month of continuous play, let alone the female players. What do you suggest we do? He pondered aloud. I think we should take 2 days off each week. Besides mealtimes, we should also rest for 2 hours during the day and retire early at night. This would certainly enhance our efficiency in grinding. Emo Shirong implored with a pleading tone. Seeing her earnestness, Feng Zhi began to contemplate her suggestion. Captain, other teams generally follow a similar schedule. Otherwise, we wouldn't have brought this up. Emo Shirong added quickly, sensing Feng Zhi's hesitation. Upon hearing her words, Feng Zhi nodded in agreement. Thank you, Captain. Shirong, do you have plans for this evening? I have heard that the night view in Zhao Yuan town is breathtaking. Would you care to join me for a stroll? Yes, that sounds wonderful. I have yet to truly experience the night sky of Zhao Yuan town since arriving. Emo Shirong readily agreed. Isn't it amusing? Have you not noticed the night sky while grinding monsters at night? They both shared a light-hearted laugh. In the Queen's palace, Zhao Yuan closed his friend's list, observing the beautiful queen, her health dwindling. He felt no stirrings of emotion, to be honest. He had initially felt anticipation when starting to grind, yet after an entire week, he had only encountered worthless green equipment, without even a single skill expansion stone to show for it. Even the queen's alluring form failed to pique his interest at this point. With a resounding thud, the queen collapsed as before, and a green light shot into the sky, swiftly followed by an orange light. Initially, Zhao Yuan paid little heed, moving toward the green item. But in the next moment, he abruptly halted, his heart racing. Could it be that fortune was on his side? His voice trembled as he approached the orange light and picked it up, a voice announcing, You have obtained the legendary gem, Tear of the Angel. Zhao Yuan seemed momentarily dazed, as though he were on the brink of sudden wealth. This was akin to winning the lottery in the real world, with a guaranteed sum of at least several billion gold coins. He grinned foolishly for a while, before clicking to examine the tier of the angel. Tier of the angel, type, legendary gem. Level, 4 stars gem effect, Frost Angel's tier. Effect description, 1. Survival and desperation. When the player receives fatal damage, they will be granted angelic protection. The tier of the angel will freeze the player, rendering them immune to damage and untargetable, although they cannot move. The effect lasts for 10 to 30 minutes. After 10 minutes, the player may choose to unfreeze, immediately recovering 20 of their maximum health and enhancing their movement speed by 170, ignoring unit collision. If the player opts not to unfreeze, the effect will automatically dissipate after 30 minutes. 2. Unforeseen fortune. If the player receives fatal damage within 30 seconds of unfreezing, the damage will be negated, and the player will be randomly teleported within 1,000 kilometers of their location. 3. Cooldown, 3 days. With each beat of his heart, Zhao Yuan felt as though it might leap from his chest. 4 stars. A 1-star gem is worth 1.5 billion. A 4-star gem must be worth at least 100 billion. After some time, Zhao Yuan slowly regained his composure and began to contemplate whether to keep it or sell it. Each option bore its own merits. Ultimately, he resolved to sell it. Indeed, while the tier of the angel was a divine skill for survival, retaining it would undeniably grant him an extra life. However, Zhao Yuan was in dire need of equipment and skills to rapidly level up, and the quickest means to achieve that was by accumulating wealth. This would save him a considerable amount of time. One could not have both fish and bear's paw. What to do? Sacrifice the fish for the bear's paw. Zhao Yuan made up his mind to prioritize his own advancement. Deep down, he still harbored a flicker of hope. What if another gem were to drop in the future? Having made his decision, Zhao Yuan wasted no time and exited the dungeon. He disregarded the worthless green equipment. With excitement coursing through him, Zhao Yuan hurried back to his room. Upon opening the auction house, he searched for the tier of the angel, only to find it absent from the listings. Dispelling the last remnants of hesitation, he opted to list it for auction. He initially set the price at 10 billion. Would that be too steep, deterring potential buyers? Zhao Yuan quickly retracted the listing. What if someone actually wanted to buy it? He relisted again, considering a price of 9.5 billion. It was of no concern to him if others could not afford it. He could always keep it for himself. He relisted it with a price of 12 billion, eager to observe the outcome. During this flurry of indecision, the 17th layer of the abyss was in turmoil. Countless players received notifications as Zhao Yuan listed the tier of the angel for auction. The tier of the angel you are following has been listed. The tier of the angel you are following has been retracted. Many players, still en route to the safety zone, received another notification. Damn it, who is so quick? Some players cursed under their breath, intending to return to the grind. The tier of the angel you are following has been listed. The tier of the angel you are following has been retracted. Who the hell is messing with me? In an instant, players erupted in frustration. The tier of the angel you are following has been listed. Everyone has been waiting for a long time without receiving any notifications about the removal of the item. It has been confirmed. Tianxi Lei has been listed. Who is so generous? A deity or a fool? In the abyssal game, what is the most crucial aspect? Life. Nothing is more important than life. True giants do not covet Tianxi Lei. They have superior alternatives. Perhaps only a genuine Joshing Tianxi Lei would captivate them. However, such titans are exceedingly rare among humanity. The vast majority, upon receiving the news, soared towards the safe zone, creating a chaotic scene reminiscent of a frenzied dance. A flash of sword light erupted, billions of sword energy soared, turning countless wild monsters to ashes, as an immeasurable torrent of sword energy coalesced into a river, with a figure striding upon this river of swords. Another figure rode a colossal beast, galloping past, crushing mountains beneath its feet. Some individuals even tore the fabric of the abyssal space, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind terrifying rifts. Others scattered golden light across the horizon, with countless golden lotuses appearing and disappearing, illuminating the vast mountains and seas in resplendent gold. Such unrestrained movements inevitably startled those who were oblivious to the situation, leaving them in profound astonishment. Instantly, A flurry of messages flashed. None of you old-timers warned me. Someone cursed. Do you think you can afford it? You're notoriously poor. Someone beside remarked. True. A moment of realization struck, and they sat down. I almost forgot. I have no money. That person patted their chest, prompting their teammate to roll their eyes in exasperation. What are you going to do? I'm going to borrow money. I'll join you. Deep within the 18th layer of the abyss, at the human front line, a multitude of figures soared, the residual divine power steaming around them. At the forefront, a figure suddenly appeared, observing the rapid departure of others from the resting area, furrowing their brow and inquiring, "What is happening?" Instantly, a figure appeared, bowing respectfully. Tiangshi Jilei has been listed. Those with savings and onlookers have returned to the safe zone. All right, send out emails urging them to return swiftly. We cannot afford to be short-handed at the front for too long to avoid unforeseen circumstances. Yes, speaker. The individual responded before vanishing in an instant. The figure known as the speaker then turned to gaze into the distance. Far away, a massive silhouette loomed, shrouding the sky. It seems we must wait a little longer, he murmured. Chapter 14. The dog-s broker deserves no mercy. Zhao Yuan hastily left the room after listing Tiangshi Jilei, with the auction lasting for 7 days. And results to follow. There was no time to waste. Zhao Yuan swiftly entered the dungeon again. Meanwhile, the entire channel buzzed with excitement. Another Tiangshi Jilei had emerged, this time a 4-star variant, but whether it was from a novice or a veteran remained unclear. Someone lamented in the World Channel, most likely a veteran. How many novices would even dare to challenge the Silent Palace? They only go there for a change of pace. Isn't the wild more appealing? Indeed, typically novices would use it themselves. Not necessarily. Novices need to level up quickly. Besides leveling, how can one acquire skills and equipment without money? True. Novices can indeed level up rapidly with sufficient funds. Would you agree? A veteran has placed a bid. Someone shouted in the World Channel. 15 billion. Wow. An immediate increase of 3 billion. A crowd of onlookers cheered. If only I had that much money, I wouldn't have to grind every day, someone else sighed enviously. You don't understand. A 4-star Tiangshi Jilei could reach around 40 billion. A low starting price of 12 billion is already quite reasonable. And to prevent any maniac from making a direct purchase, everyone will initially push the price up. Someone explained. The auction house has a rule for direct purchases, where one could buy instantly at 10 times the current price without waiting for bidding. Such formidable individuals have appeared historically, albeit rarely. Hence the initial price inflation to prevent immediate purchases. Zhao Yuan paid little attention to this. He was solely focused on leveling up. A week later, Zhao Yuan exited the dungeon, and upon doing so, he felt his stomach churn violently, rushing aside to vomit. For an entire week, Zhao Yuan had not rested, continuously grinding the dungeon. It turned out that dungeons could indeed make one feel nauseous. After drinking some water and rinsing his mouth, he felt relieved. Fortunately, his physical condition had significantly improved with the divine level, preventing him from fainting. Time to head back. Zhao Yuan straightened his posture. Over the week, he had maintained a consistent leveling speed of 1 level per day, now reaching level 82. The week in the dungeon yielded little, with only a skill expansion stone dropped, which he considered a profit. Upon returning to his room, Zhao Yuan collapsed onto his bed, intending to rest before anything else. Upon awakening, Zhao Yuan opened the auction house, only to discover that the auction had concluded. Goodness, 47 billion. I'm going to lose my mind. Ha ha ha. His heart raced. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yuan grinned foolishly for quite some time. Thankfully, the soundproofing of the room was effective. Otherwise, he would have been reported by now. After a while, he calmed down, yet a sense of regret lingered in his heart. A life for 47 billion. Was it a gain or a loss? Zhao Yuan sighed. Perhaps when he eventually meets death, he will understand. One becomes overly preoccupied with past losses and future anxieties. Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery. And today is a gift from the heavens. Cherish it as one would a precious present. Zhao Yuan silently recited this ancient verse, seeking solace within. Click to collect. You have received 47 billion gold coins. This was after tax. Thinking about the 8 tax made Zhao Yuan feel a pang of regret. It's time to equip myself. Zhao Yuan generously opened the auction house, focusing on skill auctions. At his current level, purchasing equipment was not cost-effective. Skills retained their value and could be utilized continuously. He decided to buy equipment later. Now, with confidence, Zhao Yuan perused the skills available for auction. Hundreds of millions? A trivial matter. Let us see the most expensive ones. Are they really this pricey? Zhao Yuan opened the legendary skills and was taken aback. 80 billion? Wasn't T Summoner supposed to be the cheapest? Upon checking the assassin's legendary skills, he found them starting at 135 billion. The Paladin began at 129 billion, the Swordsman at 140 billion, the Templar at 115 billion, and the Support class at 165 billion. Control skills were relatively reasonable, starting at 90 billion. Well, the Summoning class is already quite affordable. This price was indeed accessible, given the scarcity of mythical skills. Legendary skills represented the pinnacle. Abyssal games had been around for 272 years, and, in the beginning, legendary skills were not sold but exchanged. Only legendary skills could be traded for another legendary skill. Over time, as the output of legendary skills gradually increased, they began to appear in the auction house. Even so, they remained unattainable for many. Today, possessing one or two legendary skills was enough to be considered a deity. Hundreds of millions, even billions, without decades of accumulation. It was unattainable for an ordinary team, except for the brokers. Zhao Yuan felt a sense of balance within himself. Let me see. What skills are worth 80 billion? Sky Exploding Bear. Type. Summoning quality. Legendary skill introduction. Summons a Sky Exploding Bear from the Land of Legends, with an initial height of 10 meters, which can increase up to 500 meters as the Summoner's divine level rises. Upon its appearance, the Sky Exploding Bear pounds its chest, inflicting a taunt effect on targets within range, while donning a suit of armor that significantly enhances its defenses and deals magical retaliation damage to the targets. The bear has a chance to inflict real damage equal to 10 of the target's current maximum health when it suffers a certain amount of damage. The cooldown time is 30 minutes. When the bear's health drops to 15, it will restore health equal to 20 of its maximum health and gain a damage reduction of 10, with a cooldown time of 30 minutes. Upon its demise, the Sky Exploding Bear gathers 50 of all damage it has taken, resulting in an explosion with a radius of 150 meters, increasing with divine level, applying a healing reduction effect to all targets affected by the explosion. Skill cooldown, 15 minutes. Incredible. Truly impressive, as expected of a legendary skill. Zhao Yuan was utterly astonished. A perfect frontline tank. Zhao Yuan no longer needed to worry about the Great Horned Ant sustaining damage. There were only 7 copies of the Summoner's legendary skill in the entire auction house. After a thorough examination, Zhao Yuan found only 2 that suited his needs. I'll buy it. 8 billion, I'll add 1 gold coin. Zhao Yuan increased his bid by 1 gold coin and joined the auction. He still needed 1 more skill for clearing small monsters in long range, and this time he could acquire both. Space Rending Butterfly. Type. Summoning quality. Legendary skill introduction. Summons 3 Space Rending Butterflies from the Land of Butterflies, which will create spatial tremors in the target's front area, dealing continuous damage and reducing the target's magic resistance. After 3 seconds, all affected targets will suffer a spatial tear, resulting in significant damage. Actively sacrificing 1 space-rending butterfly allows the summoner to cast spatial banishment on a single target within a radius of 10 kilometers, increasing with divine level. Skill cooldown, 12 minutes. This is the one. Zhao Yuan gritted his teeth and clicked a bid. Meanwhile, in the Abyss Layer 17, at a wilderness resting area for players. Sister. A girl rushed out a makeshift room, kicking the door of the adjacent room wide open as she stormed inside. At the same moment, a woman sprang up from the bed, having been startled awake, her long hair flying wildly. She swiftly grasped 2 long knives behind her, and in an instant, the room transformed into a powdery haze, the blades shimmering and poised for action. The commotion jolted the rest of the team awake, even startling the lookout girl in the distance, her figure flickering as she rushed over. Had someone slipped in under her watch? Suddenly, a group of 5 beautiful girls appeared before the long-haired girl, filling the air with their fragrant presence. Captain, what's going on? Why are you yelling? The lookout, seeing no immediate danger, spoke with annoyance. Sold. 8 billion. The excited girl, Chong Wu, flushed with exhilaration. What 8 billion? Speak clearly. The long-haired captain sheathed her knives. glancing at the wrecked room, rubbing her forehead as she sat back on the bed and propped her long legs up, exasperated. The sky exploding bare. Someone bid 8 billion. Chang Wu suddenly grabbed the captain's legs and began shaking them vigorously. Is that true? Amazing, we're going to be rich. Another girl finally reacted. Who is this? A foolish rich person. One of the girls lamented. Really? The captain pondered, recalling that 2 years ago they had slain a race king, which dropped a legendary skill book, causing the entire team to erupt with excitement. Chang Wu had run the fastest to pick it up, but regrettably, it was a summoner's skill, much to her dismay, as she had been relentlessly teased by the others. In the end, they had decided to sell it or exchange it for a skill book usable by someone in their team. That was 2 years ago, and no one had even inquired about it since. They had nearly forgotten about it. 8 billion. After taxes, that's still 7 billion. Each of us gets 1 billion, and will be on the path to becoming wealthy. Chang Wu began to giggle foolishly. 7 billion would be enough for their team to accumulate wealth for 20 or 30 years in the wilderness. I heard someone recently sold the tears of the angel. It might have been a novice. One girl recalled, her voice shy despite knowing them for decades. So, this novice could be a summoner? The captain mused. I will not share the same fate as the dog coil. A dagger-wielding girl twirled her knife, sending a cold gleam flying, slicing a large section off the headboard. A flicker of pain crossed the captain's eyes. That bet cost me 20,000 gold coins. As the assassin spoke, the other girls joined in their shared outrage. They had struggled in this abyss for nearly a century, and the most valuable item they had lost was that legendary skill book. Now, it might be effortlessly purchased by some novice, without any pressure at all. It's infuriating. Damn the dog go. May it suffer a miserable fate. I envy it. I want to be a dog doa too. The girls glanced at Chang Wu, their expressions turning mischievous. No, please don't. Don't touch me. Chang Wu protested as she was tackled onto the bed. The long-haired captain struggled to extricate her legs from Chang Wu's grip. She descended. Summoners are intriguing. She had always believed that the abyss was filled with worthless players, but not worthless professions. Perhaps soon, a brilliant human summoner would step into the 17th layer of the abyss. All right, enough play. Aren't you all going to split the money? The captain called out over the playful noise behind her. Yes, let us hurry and split the money. I want to be a rich lady, one girl exclaimed excitedly. Instantly, 5 of them hoisted Chang Wu towards the safe zone, raising a cloud of dust. I haven't gathered my things yet. Chang Wu cried out. We're going to be rich. Who cares about that? Someone retorted. Put me down. Captain, help. With her cries, the group vanished from sight. The captain sighed deeply. What a calamity. Gathering the belongings of the girls, she soared into the air, drawing her long knife, erasing every trace of their presence below with countless blade gleams. She then turned and pursued them. Chapter 15. The Grinding Emperor. 16 billion is gone. Zhao Yuan felt a pang of regret. 2 legendary skills had consumed half of his funds. Although the money came quickly, it also departed swiftly. Now Zhao Yuan possessed skills including Blink, Sprint, Shield, Heal, and Great Horned Ant. After acquiring 2 more books, he had to replace Healing and Shield. While these skills seemed useless, he had hardly utilized them recently. However, in times of danger, who would despise having fewer life-saving skills? Having discarded these 2 skills, he resolved to play cautiously, avoiding greed for output and decisively fleeing from danger. He could not afford to harbor the illusion of a counterattack. Having come this far, he was not afraid of spending more. He clicked on the universal skills for all professions. It was time to replace Blink and Sprint. Since he had the funds, it was best not to take them underground. Yiling Gibu, type. Universal for all professions quality. Legendary skill description. Increases movement speed by 300 and enters a state of invisibility, ignoring unit collisions, lasting for 5 minutes. Cooldown time, 6 minutes. Indeed, it is straightforward and brutal. The fastest way to escape hatred in the Abyss game is to become invisible. Universal skills are significantly less expensive compared to professional skills. However, even a lower cost, it still requires 4 billion. Purchased. I can afford this. Huan Ingji Wu. Type. Universal for all professions quality. Legendary skill description. Instantly traverses a distance of 80 meters, ignoring obstacles, while simultaneously summoning 3 phantom duplicates that move in all directions. Cooldown time, 2 minutes. 5 billion. For this 2-minute cooldown, it truly deserves its legendary status. Purchased. In just half an hour, I have spent 25 billion. With 4 legendary skills out of 5, Zhao Yuan has already surpassed the contemporary 99 novices. However, he must remain humble. Should there be prominent players this season, it could be a different story. As for equipment, that can wait. Zhao Yuan desires to acquire gear, yet he is hindered by his low level. The auction house requires a minimum level of 3 digits for most equipment, with some reaching 4 digits. He could not find any suitable gear for his level in the auction house. The lowest summoner equipment is around level 490. The marketplace is even worse, filled with worthless items. Of course, the Abyss game offers more than just these 2 trading methods. Once Zhao Yuan reaches level 100 and unlocks the world channel, he can inquire globally. Free trading is also an option. Assessing his readiness, Zhao Yuan sets off once more. He continues to grind through dungeons, determined to reach level 150. After a week of dungeon runs, he is exhausted but persists. Finally, the auction concludes, and fortunately, no one else bid. Zhao Yuan, at the hefty price of 25 billion, purchased 4 legendary skill books. Without resting, he directly enters a dungeon. Upon entering, he summons the sky exploding bear. Bang! With a thunderous roar, a colossal figure descends from the void. The earth trembles, dust billows, and a great pit forms as a massive bear emerges, its imposing presence radiating power. Its fluffy white fur sways without wind, and its sharp claws slice through the ground like mere tofu. Roar! With a resounding bellow, the bear pounds its chest, revealing a flowing dark red armor that resembles molten lava covered in sharp spikes. Enormous bone wings extend from its back, enhancing its ferocity. Absolutely magnificent. Zhao Yuan quickly examines the sky exploding bear's attributes. Sky exploding bear. Health, 420,000 level. 83 damage. 20,000 attack speed. 20 magic resistance. 12,000 armor. 9,999. Such attributes are quite exaggerated. With a health pool of 420,000 and magic resistance of 12,000, is indeed more formidable than a typical boss, even more so than the giant horn ant. However, the giant horn ant synergizes better with Zhao Yuan's talents. In later stages, encountering massive creatures like the giant horn ant, which can fully benefit from Zhao Yuan's passive talent, will yield an astonishing attack speed enhancement of 1,000. With 6 fully leveled giant horn ants, the damage output would be unimaginable. Zhao Yuan then summons the rift butterfly. 3 half-meter-sized black and white rift butterflies appear before him. These rift butterflies are not vastly different from ordinary butterflies, except that as they flap their wings, a visible spatial ripple forms between their wings. Rift butterfly. Health, 80,000 level. 83 damage. 72,000 attribute. Space magic resistance. 320 armor. 240 critical hit. 15 armor penetration. 16. Remarkably, they possess an innate critical hit bonus of 10, which is delightful. Zhao Yuan is overjoyed. Summoned creatures inherit the player's main attributes proportionally, but fully inherit secondary attributes. With this critical hit and armor penetration, what creature could withstand such damage? The attributes may not be fully apparent. Zhao Yuan traverses through a dog hole, arriving once more at the boss door. The sky exploding bear charges into the mass of minions, while the 3 rift butterflies launch their assault. Waves of spatial shockwaves emerge, and damage numbers appear above the minions' heads as they stagger under the spatial disturbance, significantly slowing their movement. After 3 seconds, the sound of ordinary paper being torn fills the air, and in an instant, all the minions collapse. There is no need for the giant horn ant to deal finishing blows, as the damage exceeds expectations. Perfect. It was worth the 8 billion spent on the legendary skill. Zhao Yuan smiles. He swiftly approaches the first boss. A day of dungeon grinding begins. Meanwhile, during Zhao Yuan's dungeon runs, discussions abound in the yet-to-be-unlocked world channel. The 4 legendary skill books have been auctioned off, and it is evident they originated from a single player. While universal skills are acceptable, those willing to invest in legendary universal skills are rare, as they are typically sufficient for an ordinary person's lifetime. However, the simultaneous auction of 2 legendary skill books belonging to a summoner is intriguing, as few consider such an investment in an underappreciated profession. It appears a summoner is determined to rise against the odds. Nonetheless, some express skepticism, noting that without team synergy, most summoners are relegated to solo play. To keep pace with the larger groups, they must exert even greater effort and endure more hardship, day in and day out. Who can bear it? After all, humans are inherently social beings. Soloing for a day or two is manageable, but after a month or two, it becomes tedious. After a year of solitary grinding, witnessing others in groups, who could endure it? One day, Zhao Yuan receives a message from Lin Peng while in the dungeon. Has your divine rank reached level 2 yet? Not yet. What about you? Zhao Yuan inquires. Almost. Within a week. And you? Lin Peng sends a cheerful emoji. I'm still quite far behind. Zhao Yuan responds self-deprecatingly. Oh, their SA class reunion next week, organized by our vice class leader. Are you going? Lin Peng asks again. Zhao Yuan's vice class leader, Yi Jisheng, is an assassin. Before entering the abyss, they were merely acquaintances, seeing each other daily, but having no deep connections. They only exchanged greetings when necessary. I'll see closer to the date. Perhaps. Zhao Yuan deflects. He has no intention of attending. A week later, everyone will likely reach 1-star level 2, while he remains at 1-star level 1, facing the pressure of divine rank among his peers. How uncomfortable would that be? As for showcasing his 4 legendary skills, only to be ridiculed for being foolish with money? There's a saying, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Let's wait 10 years and see. Zhao Yuan immerses himself in the dungeon, grinding day and night. Days turn into weeks, and weeks into months. Fangji also extends an invitation, which Zhao Yuan politely declines, stating he is too busy. Fangji expresses regret, wanting to introduce Zhao Yuan to some teammates. Zhao Yuan thanks him, asserting he is currently content. After some light conversation, Fangji remarks on Zhao Yuan's impressive leveling speed. Zhao Yuan responds with a smile. After chatting with an old friend, Zhao Yuan feels uplifted and dives back into the dungeon. Time flows by, and a year passes. As the new year approaches, fresh faces are set to embark on their journey into the Abyss game. 300 years have passed, and only 27 years remain. Zhao Yuan and his contemporaries are now all around level 150, gradually nearing the pinnacle of 1-star level 9. Stepping out of the dungeon once more, a year has swiftly passed, and Zhao Yuan has matured, both physically more robust than a year prior and displaying a touch of sophistication that diminishes his youthful naivety. In this era, nearly everyone possesses exceptional genes, with few who could be deemed unattractive, regardless of gender. At that moment, the sky erupted with a dazzling array of colors, accompanied by a thunderous sound that resonated throughout the abyss. Player Zhao Yuan, having completed the dungeon a staggering 431 times over the course of a year, achieved the I am a Gaming Emperor accomplishment, earning him the novice title of Gaming Emperor. In an instant, nearly all players, except those in dungeons, lifted their gazes skyward. The announcement echoed again and again, igniting fervor across the abyss. The title's rarity rivaled that of mythical equipment. In the 273 years of the abyss, only 246 titles have been awarded, averaging less than 1 per year. The sheer volume of 431 runs, averaging every 13 minutes, left many astounded. How could one possibly dedicate such time? Did he not sleep, eat, or spend time with his girlfriend? This intensity seemed unfathomable, casting a shadow over the rest of the players who toiled daily. The Alliance would soon herald Zhao Yuan as a model for all, urging everyone to emulate his relentless pursuit. Was it truly necessary to exert oneself to such extremes? The struggle of the average player was palpable, with many questioning the humanity of such dedication. Those who knew Zhao Yuan on the first level of the abyss looked up, captivated by the grand announcement. A mix of emotions swept through the crowd. Lin Peng, filled with excitement, shouted to his teammates, "That's my brother. We grew up together." Simultaneously, he hastily sent Zhao Yuan a message. "Is it you? Is it really you?" In an instant, every Zhao Yuan in the abyss was inundated with frantic calls from friends and family. "You're with me every day. How could it possibly be me? I can't possibly exert myself to that extent." Zhao Yuan, the team captain, exclaimed in exasperation. Even he was taken aback. Was this moment being broadcasted? Before Zhao Yuan, a golden speck of light appeared, floating in the void, seemingly forging the unreal into the real amidst an endless illusion. Instinctively, Zhao Yuan reached out to grasp it. Gaming Emperor, type, title level, novice quality, none attribute. Luck, 10 experience boost, 15 evaluation. Possessing it may grant you a glimpse of a true miracle, a marvel beyond the reach of countless races. Chapter 16. Rewards. Meanwhile, the Minister of Education and Propaganda for the Human Alliance was engrossed in a report. Among known individuals, there were 893 named Zhao Yuan, with approximately 120 having perished in the last year, leaving 773 remaining. Of these, 452 were confirmed as unlikely to achieve such an accomplishment, as they were on the 17th level, with little time for extensive dungeon runs. A staff member read from the records. Focus on the essential points, the minister urged, furrowing his brow. All right. In fact, 6 individuals meet the criteria, but the think tank leans towards this one. The staff member presented a dossier. Zhao Yuan, a summoner, level 152, 1-star divine level. Intriguing. The minister chuckled. Indeed, only a novice coupled with the summoner profession could potentially grind through a dungeon so diligently. The staff member smiled in agreement. Newbies are often stubborn. Titles are exceptional and may very well be linked to that particular existence. We cannot afford to be careless. The minister pondered for a few moments, then gazed skyward, penetrating the vast void of the universe, where an existence loomed, surveying all realms. Yes, personnel have been dispatched to conduct undercover investigations on the first level. With such frequent dungeon runs over the year, identifying the subject should be straightforward. The staff member nodded. The Slaughter Alliance has been somewhat active lately. We must ensure the enforcement department remains vigilant to prevent them from reaching the lower levels and endangering newbies. The disparity in divine levels is too vast for any rescue to be effective. Suddenly, the minister recalled something and spoke solemnly. Even in times of peace, there are terrorists, anti-human organizations, and cults, let alone in this apocalyptic age. The Slaughter Alliance is currently the largest anti-human organization. They claim that Lan is the one true deity, asserting that humanity should not resist, but rather dedicate themselves to the divine, merging with the abyss. Although they are but insignificant pests to the Human Alliance, their actions are repugnant, often extinguishing the hopes of humanity. We have already formally engaged with the enforcement department, which has assigned personnel to monitor the arrival of high-level players in the lower tiers. Should any unidentified individuals appear without notification, they are to be eliminated immediately. The staff member replied, monitoring the growth of newbies has always been a priority for the enforcement department. The entrance of high-level players into the lower levels poses a far greater threat to newbies than any world boss, resulting in widespread devastation. The Human Alliance cannot accept such occurrences. Any incident would entangle countless lives, and the perpetrators, regardless of their identity, will be captured by the true peak powers of humanity, displayed prominently on the banners of the Human Alliance, leaving them with no hope for survival or escape. Killing is merely a last resort. Prevention is paramount. Thus, the enforcement department remains vigilant. Minister, we have confirmed that it is indeed that summoner newbie, the staff member reported. Let me think. I recall that the Human Memorial has a complete set of low-grade summoner legendary equipment, correct? The minister suddenly remembered and inquired. Yes, a set left by the esteemed Feng Wujin. The staff member affirmed. Retrieve it, and reward him in the name of the Human Alliance. The minister commanded. However, during the previous meeting, many expressed a desire to preserve this equipment in the memorial to honor Feng Wujin's contributions. The staff member hesitated. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. I vehemently opposed such a foolish proposal. Humanity has not yet achieved victory. Who grants them the audacity to establish a memorial? The minister erupted in anger, his divine power surging, leaving the staff member feeling unnerved. I will inform the speaker. The minister promptly dialed the second speaker's voice call. Xiao Su, speak. The speaker's voice came through. The education minister recounted the situation, detailing his outrage regarding the memorial. After a lengthy pause, the speaker's weary voice responded, Xiao Su, I understand your point, but we have lost so many over the years, and perhaps we will lose even more. They deserve to hold onto some semblance of hope. After 273 years, we are struggling to endure. Hearing the speaker's fatigued tone, the minister felt remorseful for disturbing him. As for the summoner youth, I concur. Grant it to him. I will handle the rest. Understood. One must also take heed of the promising talents among the youth, for they shall become the backbone of the future. Some resources should not be squandered, as they have little utility for us now. I understand, Speaker. Little Sue, we are indeed exhausted, thoroughly fatigued. Yes, Speaker, I apologize for the interruption. After ending the voice call, he glanced at the staff and spoke in a low voice. Proceed with your tasks. A long sigh echoed, and silence enveloped the entire office. Zhao Yuan gazed in astonishment at the title attributes before him. The attribute of luck had never before manifested in the abyss. It could actually generate attributes. The experience bonus was equally unprecedented. No equipment or gemstones had ever possessed such an attribute, at least none that Zhao Yuan had heard of. These are indeed rare attributes. No wonder it is said that the scarcity of titles rivals that of mythic gear. Observing the incessant flurry of friend requests, he anticipated their inquiries. Is it you? After some contemplation, Zhao Yuan decided against revealing the truth. No, it is merely a coincidence. I have been out in the wild recently, although there are some covert achievements. For safety's sake, it is better to refrain for now until I can safeguard myself. What a pity, I thought it was you. Lin Peng's disappointed tone reached his ears. Zhao Yuan felt a pang of sympathy, but ultimately remained silent. The wilderness is fraught with peril, and becoming too famous without the means to protect oneself can lead to an untimely demise. Zhao Yuan hurried back to his room and let out a sigh of relief. After an entire year of grinding dungeons, he had become somewhat numb to the process. Nevertheless, the year bore fruit. He opened his backpack to find 12 skill expansion stones, 1 Tear of the Angel, and countless worthless sets. Tear of the Angel, type, legendary gem. Level, 6 stars. Gem effect, Frost Angel's Tear. Effect introduction, 1. Survival in desperation. When a player receives fatal damage, they will gain the protection of an angel. The Tear of the Angel will freeze the player, granting them damage immunity and rendering them unselectable and unattackable. However, the player will also be immobilized for a duration of 10 to 30 minutes. After 10 minutes, the player may choose to break free from the freeze, instantly restoring 20 of maximum health and increasing movement speed by 170, while ignoring unit collision. If the player does not choose to break free, the effect will automatically end after 30 minutes. 2. The unpredictable fortune. If the player receives fatal damage within 30 seconds of breaking free from a freeze, they will be immune to damage and randomly teleported within a range of 1,000 kilometers from their current location. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Fortunately, 1 gem was indeed obtained. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yuan chuckled as he gazed at the Tear of the Angel, realizing it was for personal use and could not be sold. Who sent me an email? Zhao Yuan noticed the email notification light up. Zhao Yuan, greetings. Due to your outstanding performance, you have gained unanimous recognition from the Human Alliance, and we hope you will continue to excel and reach the 17th level of the Abyss soon. For you at this moment, repeatedly grinding dungeons is not a wise choice. In the Abyss game, divine levels are paramount. However, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. To better assist your growth, we have specially prepared a gift for you, hoping you will mature swiftly. Light of humanity, may the flame be passed on. Keep it up, young one. Indeed, the Human Alliance knew it was me right away. Zhao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. You have received the Thunder Staff. You have received the Sage's Reflection. You have received the Thunder Nightshade. Zhao Yuan stared at the 7 gleaming pieces of equipment, utterly stunned. Gold signifies legend. Low-level legendary equipment is certainly cheaper than skill books, while high-level gear is the opposite. Yet even low-level legends are still legends. Zhao Yuan had never encountered a single piece of legendary equipment until now, and suddenly he had obtained 7 at once. Thunderstaff, type, weapon, main hand, quality, legendary level, 150 main attributes, spirit, 86 stamina, 109 agility, 99 spell critical, 17 spell penetration, 15 spell attack bonus, 22 magical property, increases summoned creature damage by 10. Elemental property, all damage from your attacks will carry lightning attributes. Sage's Reflection type, offhand quality, legendary level, 150 attributes, spirit, 99 stamina, 82 health, 354 magic resistance, 322 freeze resistance, 7 slow resistance, 12 magical property, All skill levels 2 elemental property. Lightning element 52 with these attributes. I am invincible. Zhao Yuan burst into laughter, finding it difficult to contain his joy. Regular equipment at the legendary level possesses an additional magical property, whereas the legendary level grants an extra elemental property. Zhao Yuan was well aware of this. In the Abyss game, elemental properties are the undisputed choice for damage enhancement. The more elemental attributes one possesses, the more terrifying the damage becomes, especially against monsters that are susceptible to elemental weaknesses. 4 damage-dealing professions. Assembling a complete set of equipment with the same elemental attributes is nearly an insurmountable challenge. The summoner profession, however, does not impose stringent requirements for elemental attributes. Unlike elemental mages, where a fire mage clad in water attribute gear is virtually rendered ineffective. Presently, Zhao Yuan had approximately 23 billion gold coins. After some consideration, he opened the marketplace and spent around 10 billion purchasing a plethora of various gemstones, which he immediately embedded into all his equipment and upgraded them. These items are essential and will remain useful. Even if the equipment is replaced, the gemstones can be removed and transferred to new gear. In the later stages, the enhancement from gemstones is not inferior to that of equipment. Zhao Yuan felt no remorse in spending this money. He no longer lacked funds. However, he refrained from selling the 12 skill expansion stones, as they are necessities that do not depreciate like equipment with level. It is best to keep them for personal use. Zhao Yuan browsed the marketplace again, swapping out his entire set of gear, as the influx of new players had slightly increased the availability of low-level equipment. He also listed some of the gear he no longer needed. Over the past year, through dungeon grinding, Zhao Yuan had nearly earned 70 to 80 million. Though the prices of low-level equipment were disappointingly low, he opened his attributes. Chapter 17. The Wind Rises Name. Zhao Yuan. Profession. Star Summoner. Level. 152. Talent. Iron Head Damage. 7288 Health. 24080 Attributes. Stamina. 680 Spirit. 954 Agility. 1209 Defensive Attributes. Armor. 800 Magic Resistance. 978 Additional Attributes. Critical Damage Bonus. 42 Armor Penetration. 37 All Abnormal Resistances. 8 Skills. Light of the Stars. Phantom Dance. Ghostly Steps. Giant Horn Ant. Sky Exploding Bear. Tearing Butterfly. Zhao Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He felt he had surpassed 90% of his peers. Even with the presence of formidable players in this period, Zhao Yuan believed he could stand chance. However, these elite players might not invest in newcomers initially, as the cost-performance ratio may seem low, especially since the survival pressure for new players is now minimal. The primary focus remains on leveling up. Zhao Yuan rested for an entire night, and at the crack of dawn the next day, he meticulously prepared his essential supplies, leaving behind the comforts of home without a hint of hesitation as he ventured into the wilderness. The previous night, before retiring, he had discreetly observed his friends' statuses on social media, noting that their divine levels were nearing the impressive ranks of 1 star, 7 or 8 levels. It was rumored that some had already descended to the second layer of the Abyss, an achievement that could only be described as remarkably swift. Initially, to set foot in the lower layers of the Abyss, one had to vanquish all the world bosses of their current layer to earn the right, a task that formed part of the main quest. According to the data from the Human Alliance, a novice would typically require 3 to 4 decades to catch up with the main force. However, in the past 20 years, due to enhancements in the experience pool, progress had accelerated significantly. Recent statistics indicated that a novice could reach the 17th layer in an average of 17 years, with the record being 15 years and 7 months. Achieved by the Lightning Frenzy team 3 years ago. It was said that the upper echelons of the Human Alliance had even met with them. The Human Alliance held high hopes for Zhao Yuan and his contemporaries, aiming for a completion time of 12 years. The reasoning behind this expectation remained a mystery to Zhao Yuan. Now, with a year already passed, only 11 years remained, and doubts lingered in Zhao Yuan's mind about whether they could meet the lofty expectations set by the Alliance. Yet, this was of little concern to him. As a lone wolf, he was already striving not to hinder others. The divine map of the first layer of the Abyss was known as the War Wilderness. As the teleportation array illuminated, Zhao Yuan stepped into this desolate expanse. A faint divine radiance flickered, revealing that this map, in contrast to the ordinary ones, was indeed the true abyss. The sky was shrouded in a perpetual gray, unchanged since time immemorial, while the ground was littered with crumbling ruins and the scattered bones of the fallen, exuding a terrifying atmosphere. With a crunch, Zhao Yuan stepped on an unidentified bone fragment and made his way northward. According to the monster spawning guide, there was a valley to the north where numerous wild creatures tended to gather. He summoned his minions, mindful of the dangers lurking in the wild. Their unique traits were adept at detecting enemy targets. Within a 30-meter radius, his summoned creatures would aggressively engage any foes, even the smallest of insects, reducing them to mere pulp. As he traversed the area, ordinary wild creatures fell before him, often dispatched before he could even arrive. Thanks to the swift actions of the rift butterfly, the efficiency with which the rift butterfly eliminated these minor adversaries was astonishing. It required no spatial rifts, merely a wave of spatial disturbance that sent foes vanishing in rows. With over 1,200 agility, Zhao Yuan moved like the wind, and after a mere half-day, he finally reached his destination, the Five Elements altar. Towering like a colossal sacrificial platform, it dominated the valley, teeming with countless skeletal monsters. Zhao Yuan navigated the shattered stone bricks as he entered the valley. The area was devoid of other humans. It seemed that everyone had already departed, and soon the next wave of novices would likely arrive. Releasing his summoned beasts, the sky-breaking bear descended upon the monster horde like a small mountain, while 6 giant horned ants charged in swiftly, with the rift butterfly elegantly harvesting foes from behind. The vastness of the valley was overwhelming, and before long, several elite monsters had spawned, their deep blue forms standing out amidst the throng of lesser creatures. However, facing the current Zhao Yuan posed no challenge. A single wave of his summoned creature's abilities required no input from him. With his hands in his pockets, he strolled through the valley, finding that as long as he kept the lesser monsters at bay, his summoner duties remained quite manageable. As he walked, Zhao Yuan paused beneath a fractured wall, observing the disarray of stones that suggested this place had seen countless visitors over the years. The wall was crumbling, yet faint outlines on the remaining surface hinted at what must have once been murals. Carefully stepping over the cracks, he climbed up with ease, reaching a height of 2 to 3 meters without difficulty. His summoned creatures remained below him, with the sky-breaking bear towering above like a small mountain, even as Zhao Yuan stood on the nearly 3-meter-high wall. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the absence of danger, he noted that the lesser monsters could not breach the 30-meter radius around him, even with elite creatures spawning. Zhao Yuan took a seat, pulling out his guide to study the Five Elements altar. Unfortunately, his efforts yielded little. 200 years prior, when humanity first entered this realm, it had already been in a state of disrepair, leaving only vague outlines to suggest its sacrificial nature. The murals on the walls had long been obscured, and although some had attempted to reconstruct their meaning, such efforts had been of little value. After circling the city walls a few times, a flash of blinding light caught his eye from a gap in the corner of the wall. Curiosity piqued. He reached into the crevice and retrieved a smooth stone. Wiping away the dust, he realized it was an ordinary rock, seemingly unremarkable. Yet, something felt off. The stone was unusually smooth, almost as if it had developed a patina over time. Holding the pebble before his eyes, he gazed up at the overcast sky. Suddenly, a gasp escaped his lips as he hurled the stone away, tumbling down from the wall. How could this be? A chill ran down Zhao Yuan's spine. He had not heard of any horror elements within the Abyss game. Just moments ago, while holding the stone aloft, he had seen a gaping maw rushing toward him, sending tremors of fear through his body. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up the stone once more, carefully placing it before his eyes again to gaze at the sky. The tranquility returned, and nothing happened. Was it merely a side effect of the dungeon he was in? Zhao Yuan pondered. Determined to investigate further, he examined both sides, yet found nothing amiss. It seemed that the earlier experience had been nothing more than an illusion. Bored, he prepared to toss the stone aside, but suddenly halted. Could it be that he was frightening himself? With a self-deprecating smile, he began to toss the stone in his hand. The tactile sensation was pleasant, akin to that of a jade stone. As the stone danced between his fingers, Zhao Yuan resumed his focus on the guide, delving into its contents. Below, The sky-breaking bear tirelessly crushed wave after wave of lesser monsters, while the rift butterfly fluttered gracefully within half a meter of Zhao Yuan, its black and white wings creating ripples that radiated outward, decimating nearby foes, while the giant horned ants wreaked havoc all around. As one group of lesser monsters fell, another surged forth from the distance, accompanied by a handful of elite creatures in an endless cycle. In the distance, a cluster of dry bones trembled, followed by another bone that quivered in response. An inexplicable wind began to stir from an unknown source. The long, quiet war wilderness suddenly found itself swept up in a tempest. A boundless gale surged forth, carrying with it a flurry of bones. Figures emerged abruptly from the human novice village, standing suspended in mid-air, gazing at the ever-growing storm in the war wilderness. What is happening? Why has the wind suddenly picked up? A man inquired. I have no idea. But it seems that this scene has not been witnessed in the war wilderness for over 200 years, came the reply. When something unusual occurs, there's often something sinister behind it. It's best to remain cautious, though thankfully, this is only a level 1 map, which is nearly devoid of novices, another added. It appears that Zhao Yuan just departed today, one person suddenly remarked. The man at the forefront changed his expression. Have any high-level players entered this map today? No, Captain. Someone quickly replied. You should check it out. The higher-ups have just instructed us to keep an eye on Zhao Yuan. If anything goes awry, we will certainly face criticism. It's better to take a look. The captain pondered for a moment and then said, All right, I'll go. A team member nodded and instantly made his way toward the level 1 war wilderness. Half an hour later, that team member returned. Everything is fine, Captain. Zhao Yuan is still grinding monsters at the Wuxing Tai, which is located in the valley. The wind isn't strong there. I wandered around a few times in the wind, but it's just pure wind. Nothing unusual, he reported honestly. Well then, let us not focus on him. The first level isn't particularly dangerous. As long as no high-level players show up, there won't be any problems, the captain nodded. The others were indifferent as well. What major incidents could possibly happen at level 1? If there were any issues, they would likely be caused by players, and those capable of creating such a scene wouldn't escape their team's notice. Zhao Bo, report the situation to the higher-ups. The captain suddenly instructed, gazing into the distance. Captain, did you notice something? Some others perked up. While level 1 is indeed safe, it is rather dull. Nothing. The captain shook his head. He genuinely hadn't discovered anything. However, the sudden gust of wind, especially of such magnitude, certainly indicated that something was amiss. Although it remained unclear whether it was good or bad. The captain is just cautious. Zhao Bo chuckled. No kidding. The captain is famously timid. Haven't you heard? Someone laughed. Instantly, a lively discussion erupted among the group. Though they joked about the captain's timidity, no one ever opposed him, as following such a leader often meant survival. Soon, news from above trickled down. Captain, we receive a response from above. The disaster assessment report indicates that everything is fine. Zhao Bo announced. That's good to hear. The captain agreed, nodding. It's best if nothing is wrong. Chapter 18. Hidden Side Quest. Countless bones fluttered through the air, and endless wild monsters roamed, seemingly indifferent to one another, making the entire space feel as if it existed in 2 dimensions. Within the Wuxing Tai, Zhao Yuan furrowed his brow as he gazed at the valley's exit, feeling a surge of wind akin to a flood rushing in. Zhao Yuan glanced at the nearby monsters, who seemed entirely unaffected, and felt puzzled. Why has the wind suddenly picked up? He picked up the monster grinding guide, but found no mention of such a phenomenon. Something is awry. It's better to be cautious, Zhao Yuan mused, staring at the text. At that moment, he did not notice the stone in his pocket emanating a faint glow. With a few quick movements, he arrived at a mountain wall, sheltered from the wind. Climbing atop a pile of rubble, he concentrated, summoning 6 giant horned ants before him. To his surprise, when he transmitted the thought of digging to the ants, they immediately began to burrow into the mountain wall, their powerful limbs easily penetrating the surface. The 6 ants worked in unison, driven by instinct, and within 20 minutes, they had created a hole. Zhao Yuan ventured inside, finding it satisfactory. Meanwhile, the wind in the valley had intensified significantly, blowing even small stones about. The bones on the ground had already been lifted, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an impending storm. Logically, such strong winds should have swept away the skeletal monsters, Yet they continued to attack the sky as exploding bears or wandered about, as if oblivious to the tempest. This scene was both surreal and tangible. Zhao Yuan directed the giant horned ants to pile the debris at the entrance, leaving only a head-sized opening for observation. He also arranged a few stones inside, selecting a flat one to sit upon, releasing the giant horned ants to a distance of 30 meters. He found that the taunting of the sky as exploding bears did not hinder his monster grinding, although elite monsters had notably diminished. Fewer monsters are fine. It may take longer, but I'll wait and see. Something about this wind feels off. Zhao Yuan contemplated, checking his friend's list for inquiries. After consulting several individuals, he learned they were in maps of levels 7, 8, and 9, and all seemed normal with no changes. So, why has the wind suddenly picked up? Zhao Yuan found himself perplexed. Suddenly, he remembered the glowing stone and quickly felt for it. Oh no, this can't be. Zhao Yuan gasped at the stone, emitting a glow in his hand, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. Surely, there must be a connection between the two. What on earth is this? He stared at the stone, feeling overwhelmed. The unknown signifies danger, and Zhao Yuan had always kept a respectful distance from it. What should I do now? What has been triggered? Time passed, and the wind continued to grow stronger. Yet aside from that, there was no other movement. What good is merely blowing wind? Can it even sweep the valley away? Zhao Yuan attempted to hold the stone closer to his eyes or adjust its position, but it continued to emit the same glow without any change. Perhaps I'm overthinking this. After all, there are countless peculiar stones in the world, especially in the abyss. What does it matter if it glows? Am I just being overly curious? Eventually, Zhao Yuan calmed himself. Perhaps he was merely scaring himself. He casually tossed the stone away. The ritual had been initiated. The ancient token returned to the earth. The prophecies of old resurfaced, and the light of a lost civilization had ignited. Congratulations, Zhao Yuan. You have activated the hidden side quest. Lost civilization. The system's long-standing voice echoed again, though the content was utterly incomprehensible. Zhao Yuan looked at the stone on the ground. As a small whirlwind lifted it, causing the entire stone to fluctuate in the wind, spreading waves of light in all directions. At that moment, Zhao Yuan remained inside the hole he had dug, unaware that the entire Wuxing Tai was radiating light, with lines covering the entire valley. It seemed as if the Wuxing Tai had truly transformed into an altar. Ancient hymns resonated, as if countless maidens were singing, sacred and magnificent. All the minor monsters in the valley became ethereal shadows, fading into nothingness, while only those lines, incomprehensible to Zhao Yuan, twisted into characters. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan was frantically flipping through the monster grinding guide. A side quest? A minor task yielding a small reward? It's something to do if encountered, but it doesn't matter if not. Why is there no mention of hidden side quests? And what exactly is the lost civilization? Why is there nothing at all? Is it not meant to be publicized, or has it simply never been encountered? Zhao Yuan mumbled to himself as he scrutinized the guide edited by the Human Alliance. After thoroughly searching through the entire book, he found no explanation regarding hidden side quests or the lost civilization. Putting the book away, Zhao Yuan approached the stone. As he drew near, the system's voice rang out once more. Detected a large relic dungeon. Would you like to enter? The system's voice announced, and a dungeon icon appeared. Zhao Yuan pondered for a moment. A random dungeon should not be too difficult. Yes, entering, matching you with faction players 10, 9, 8. A countdown began. Wait a moment. Isn't a random dungeon supposed to be solo or direct entry? Why is there faction matching? Zhao Yuan was taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to be a wild random dungeon? Hadn't it just mentioned a large relic dungeon? 3, 2, 1. As the final tone sounded, a rift appeared, instantly swallowing Zhao Yuan whole. At that moment, a voice echoed in the ears of all players who were not engaged in battles throughout the abyss. A message appeared. A player from this faction has activated a large relic dungeon and is currently matching randomly. Would you like to enter? 10, 9, 8. Instantly, the expressions of nearly everyone changed, followed by a wave of exhilaration. Fingers danced across screens, fervently tapping yes. Choose me. Quickly select me. The random matching was complete. The large relic dungeon, the beginning of god-slaying, had been opened with the current faction, human race, totaling 20,000 members. God-slaying? This dungeon is no trivial matter. Some faces changed. Almost instantly, a flurry of messages was dispatched. Subsequently, all those selected vanished in an instant. At the same time, at the front line of the human race, a figure soared from afar, landing at the edge of a cliff, surrounded by radiant rings of light. Her long hair danced in the wind, while a petite staff twirled in front of her. "Captain, you weren't selected?" The newcomer inquired curiously. "I declined. The front line still needs me. I cannot leave." Jin Yimeng replied. She was indeed the foremost support of the human race, having become one of its pillars since before the apocalypse. "You wouldn't seek me out for such a trivial matter. I have many responsibilities to attend to," Jin Yimeng asserted. A relic dungeon, though somewhat valuable, was not enough to sway her. The human race's focus remained on the distant world boss and its minions. The name of this relic dungeon is the beginning of god-slaying, the newcomer stated directly. The term god-slaying carries a distinct connotation among the upper echelons of the human race. Upon hearing this name, Jin Yimeng's expression shifted. "God-slaying? The mortal attempt to slay deities is regarded as such," Jin Yimeng murmured. "How easy it is for an ant to shake a tree. Ultimately, it is merely a futile endeavor. This abyss, how many civilizations' graves does it hold?" A gust of mountain wind lifted a fallen leaf. No one had the answer. In a dark, dank tunnel, Zhao Yuan's figure emerged. Water dripped intermittently from the moist walls, a foul stench wafting through the air. "Prophet, you have arrived." A voice broke the silence as Zhao Yuan cautiously surveyed his surroundings. "Who are you?" Zhao Yuan summoned his familiar, and in an instant, the figure of a skyburst bear filled the tunnel, with the skyburst bear in front. "Let us see who dares to harm me. I have waited countless years. Prophet, you have finally come." As the voice spoke, lights began to twinkle in the tunnel. Zhao Yuan looked up, rays of light cascading from above like scattered stars. It seemed quite spacious above, yet these stars appeared distant. After several minutes, without any sign of danger, Zhao Yuan directed the skyburst bear to cautiously advance. As they moved forward, an open scene unfolded. A figure was nailed to a towering stone tablet, limbs splayed apart. She had a humanoid appearance, yet her ears were entirely different from those of humans, resembling the elven ears found in contemporary science fiction. Her body was bare, pierced by stone nails through her limbs and forehead, affixed to the stone tablet. Her entire form was as white as jade, her skin translucent, and her exquisite features were beyond reproach, even by human standards. "After all this time, you have finally come. Prophet." A familiar voice resonated. "Who are you? Show yourself." Zhao Yuan called out, moving decisively closer to the skyburst bear's leg. "This figure, haven't you been gazing for quite some time? Still unaware of my identity?" The voice tinged with annoyance. "Is it you?" Zhao Yuan realized, gazing at the body on the stone tablet. "It is I. Stop staring." The voice replied helplessly, encountering a lecherous individual. "Oh, who are you? What do you want from me?" Zhao Yuan shifted his gaze, though his peripheral vision still caught sight of her. "My name is Kasha Duna. You may call me Kasha," Kasha declared, "but you are supposed to be dead." Zhao Yuan curiously scanned the surroundings, veiled in obscurity, making it impossible to see far. "Indeed, I have perished. Yet the one speaking has not." Kasha replied. "What do you mean? Where are you?" Zhao Yuan asked, perplexed, struggling to comprehend. "At the moment of my death, my soul, or consciousness, was extracted, adrift in that fleeting moment of demise," Kasha explained. "That moment? Do you mean there is a temporal gap between us?" Zhao Yuan countered. "It would not be inaccurate to say so." After a brief silence, Kasha responded. "This is impossible." Zhao Yuan directly refuted. "Conversing across time? You would be better off saying I cannot see you, which would be more convincing. Mortals are not omnipotent, yet deities are." Kasha's voice suddenly rose. Chapter 19, Faith. Meanwhile, 20,000 players had already materialized within the dungeon. Upon arrival, they instantly entered a state of combat. Those with teams quickly applied shields, the front lines initiated taunts, and damage dealers adjusted their positions to avert immediate demise. Solo players hastily sought refuge behind cover. Countless experiences rendered them cautious as they stepped into unfamiliar territory. Status cleared. All safe. The front line surveyed their surroundings, retracting their skills. "Sister, is this the large relic dungeon?" "It's my first time here," Tang Shuangju whispered to Tang Yinping. "Yes, it's my first time too, but I know a little," Large relic dungeons are known as leveling sanctuaries, the best place for rapid advancement. Tang Yinping replied. Then we are about to soar. Tang Shuangju's eyes brightened. Do not get too confident. While that may be true, each large relic dungeon is not as simple as a random small dungeon in the wild. They do not reappear. So each relic dungeon is virtually an expedition. Fraught with peril, Tang Yinping said, her expression grave. Don't worry, we can handle it. Being overly cautious will not lead to great achievements. Tang Shuangju declared boldly. Tang Yinping shook her head. The team had not entered together. Today was initially meant to be a day of rest. But her little sister had suddenly come to find her, and she had anticipated this situation. Such an opportunity as a relic dungeon could not be declined. It was the best path to catch up with the top tier, a rare chance indeed, yet the only downside was bringing her little sister along. Too dangerous. Sister. It's fine. Father always said, danger accompanies opportunity. Our human race has endured hardships, and the future is bleak. We cannot forsake opportunity due to fear. What will happen to the human race then? What about future generations? Tang Shuangju noticed Tang Yinping's concerns and echoed her father's tone. Uncle is always like that. All right, let us follow them. Tang Yinping smiled. Ahead, a colossal city floated in midair, resembling a gigantic beast. What is a god? Zhao Yuan looked up at Kasha's body. Stop staring. What is there to see in a mere shell? Kasha replied, exasperated. It is merely a shell. What harm is there in a glance? Zhao Yuan retorted. You. All right, what do you define as a god? A god is everything, the master of all existence. Kasha's tone rose notably at the mention of gods. Prophet, allow me to introduce you to the origin of the world. The master of all things, Kasha began her incessant praise of the divine. Enough with the introduction. Have you heard the Abyss game? Zhao Yuan interjected, unceremoniously interrupting Kasha's speech. This promotional tone, I have seen countless times on television in the present world. The human race no longer believes in gods. The Abyss game? Are you referring to that type of holographic online game? Kaisha inquired with a hint of confusion. Have you ever heard the name Lon? Zhao Yuan did not respond, but instead continued to probe. Lon? I have not heard of it. Ouch, it hurts. A mortal must not directly invoke the name of a deity. I was wrong. Suddenly, Kaisha seemed to have been struck by some revelation and began to wail loudly. Zhao Yuan ignored her cries, lost in contemplation. A mortal must not directly invoke the name of a deity. What exactly is a deity? Is the lawn that hangs amidst the starry sea truly a deity? Damn it, are you deceiving me? After a long while, Kaisha regained her composure and shouted in anger. No, I didn't know. Look, I said it. There's absolutely no issue. Zhao Yuan replied innocently. You blasphemer. Do you not believe in the divine? Are you a blasphemer? Only a blasphemer would invoke a deity's name without consequence. Kaisha suddenly began to question. Zhao Yuan refrained from answering, hoping to extract further information. But wait, how could a blasphemer possess the tear of dust wind? How could a blasphemer become a prophet? Kaisha began to doubt her own existence. Everything seemed to deviate from her expectations. Young man, have you heard of the Hashvina Empire? Kaisha asked with an interrogative tone. No. Have you heard of the Mother of Earth, the origin of the world? The sovereign of all beings, the great and selfless deity? No. Young man, are you deceiving me? How dare you lie to me? Kaisha suddenly cried out again, initially referring to him as a prophet. Now realizing the truth, she quickly reverted to calling him young man. Oh, woman, you are so realistic. Sister, I truly did not deceive you. Could you please stop wailing? My ears cannot endure it. Zhao Yuan said, digging into his ears, exasperated. Your voice resembles that of a madwoman. No wonder you were nailed to a steel. Zhao Yuan began to contemplate an escape route, fearing that if she went truly mad, he would have to flee. How many years have passed? Great Mother, can you hear my call? Have they succeeded? Damn those traitors. Why do mortals defy the divine? No, no, no. This cannot be true. I do not believe it. Kaisha was completely trapped in her own mental realm. Fortunately, Zhao Yuan could not see her, or he would surely think her mad. Zhao Yuan chose to disregard Kaisha and started walking toward the distant mist. Ahead lay the sky, exploding bare, surrounded by 6 giant horned ants, with a rift butterfly flitting about on either side. Should a monster appear, it would surely be reduced to ashes in an instant. The mist seemed endless. Upon entering, it was evident it was a tunnel, Yet now he could not even find the tunnel. No matter which direction Zhao Yuan advanced, he would invariably return to the steel. Kaisha continued to wail, as if countless years of hope were shattering, and her worldview was collapsing. As time passed, Zhao Yuan's irritation began to rise. Sky Exploding Bear, smash it! Zhao Yuan exclaimed in frustration. He summoned the Sky Exploding Bear, directing it to strike above the steel, and it plummeted downwards. The 10-meter-tall Sky Exploding Bear was akin to a small mountain. It could easily crush a steel. However, no one anticipated that when the Sky Exploding Bear made contact with the steel, a flash of light erupted from it, sending the bear flying. Yet, the Sky Exploding Bear shared Zhao Yuan's talents and ignored the repulsion, allowing it to continue its assault without effect. Boom! 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 With each strike of the Sky Exploding Bear's paws against the steel, the force rebounded, but the bear remained unfazed, creating a tremendous noise, yet achieving nothing against the steel. Fine, it's merely producing noise. Let us see who gives in first. Zhao Yuan covered his ears and hid in a corner, unable to endure any longer. Boom, boom, boom. The entire space echoed like a duet. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. I give up, sister, please spare me. Zhao Yuan put away the Sky Exploding Bear. This was pure self-inflicted torment. Zhao Yuan's face turned pale. Damn it. Damn it. Zhao Yuan was on the brink of madness. Life is devoid of meaning. Come at me, I dare you. Zhao Yuan found a clean spot on the floor and lay down, surrendering completely. Whether it be life or death, he pleaded for a reprieve from this torment. Zhao Yuan opened his mouth. Zhao Yuan stuck out his tongue. Zhao Yuan pinched his backside. Zhao Yuan let out a fart. Kaisha's defenses crumbled. Zhao Yuan excitedly exclaimed, Sister, you are back to normal. Kaisha abruptly covered her mouth. You vulgar mortal. Indeed, I am but a mortal. Zhao Yuan quickly nodded. The space fell into silence. Sister, please continue. Zhao Yuan urged, desperate for her to refrain from wailing. Forget it. We are known as the Vina clan. It is an ancient belief that we are the offspring of the Mother of Earth, who created us and guides us. Thus, our clan has worshipped the Mother for generations. As time passed, we gradually evolved from ignorance to civilization, stepping from our ancestral star into the vastness of the cosmos, conquering one feeble civilization after another until our clan's voice echoed alone across the starry expanse. At that time, the entire universe reverberated with the name of Vina. Yet with continual victories came a gradual arrogance. When Vina's great cannons could vaporize stars, when Vina's colossal ships could rend the starry sea, they dared to cast their gaze upon the Mother. Why should deities reside high above, receiving everything without sacrifice, while we are deemed mere mortals, and she is divine? Kaisha's voice began to lower, tinged with anger. In the end, they betrayed the Mother, aiming countless weapons at her. This is utterly unforgivable. Kaisha's tone began to reflect a hint of madness. How did you end up nailed here, and in such a state? Zhao Yuan quickly interrupted, eager to avoid further wailing. This girl must have gone mad from prolonged solitude. I am a princess of the Hashvina Empire and also a saintess of the Mother of Earth, the most devout follower of the Mother. The ruler of the Hashvina Empire is my brother. He is also the greatest traitor among the followers of the Mother. Kaisha's voice dripped with hatred when she mentioned her brother. Oh, in your Vina clan, which is more important, faith or kinship? Zhao Yuan inquired with curiosity. Naturally, faith. The deity is our everything. Kaisha answered without hesitation. Zhao Yuan nodded. She is a fanatic. Is he the one who nailed you to the steel? Zhao Yuan continued to question. I stood before the army, stripped of my garments, attempting to thwart his actions. He called me mad and ultimately nailed me before the Mother's inscription, forcing me to witness their victory. Kaisha shouted hoarsely. A princess stripped bare, attempting to stop her brother. This was not an act of prevention, but a humiliation. Her worldview was about to shatter. Is this the tear of Dustwind you mentioned? Zhao Yuan produced the stone. Indeed, the tear of Dustwind is the token left by the Mother for her followers and the key to the Mother of Earth's palace. Blasphemer, cast aside the tear of Dustwind. You are desecrating the divine. Kaisha exclaimed, her sanity appearing to fray again. Have you truly never heard of the abyssal game? Zhao Yuan ignored Kaisha and asked again. Vile mortal, cast down the Mother S token. Are you seeking death? Zhao Yuan gazed at the stone, realizing he had discovered a means of departure. Was this merely a historical event, or a fabrication of the game Shen Yuan? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yuan picked up the stone and strode toward a certain direction, the tears of dust and wind beginning to emanate a radiant glow, revealing a passage amidst the fog. Kasha, I forgot to mention, our human race harbors no belief in deities. Zhao Yuan proclaimed as he advanced with purpose. Come back, you are the prophet. How can you forsake the divine? The echoes of anguished cries resonated, gradually swallowed by the mist. Chapter 20. Technology and the extraordinary as the passage within the mist extended. A luminous screen materialized. Zhao Yuan approached it. Heavens! A sky teeming with warplanes, towering mechs, and colossal ships dominating the sky, unleashing their firepower with abandon. Countless skyscrapers succumbed under the barrage of artillery. Waves of magical energy coalesced, obliterating innumerable aircraft, while figures soared through the air, tearing apart mechs. The realms of the extraordinary and technology interwove in a dazzling display. The flames of war and the acrid scent of smoke enveloped everything. The large-scale relic dungeon, the beginning of the Godslayer, had commenced. Please select your faction. Empire Faction, 13027 Earth Mother Faction, 6973 Remarkably, 20,000 individuals have matched. Zhao Yuan murmured to himself as he scrutinized the interface. You have joined the Empire Faction. The faction channel is now open, and faction missions have begun. Zhao Yuan clicked on the faction tasks. Destroy the Palace of the Earth Mother. Zhao Yuan slapped his forehead, realizing he had just emerged from there. Reluctantly, he opened the faction channel. Hurry, the Zealots are gathering. They plan to launch a surprise attack. Don't worry, we are inside as well. Let them clash first, and we shall reap the rewards. Damn, this mech is hard to maneuver. Did you see that? I'm piloting the Falcon fighter jet. Isn't it cool? Fool! Stay away from us. You just swept through my area. Zhao Yuan was left speechless. This group was overly enthusiastic. Private, what are you doing standing there? Suddenly, an officer rushed to Zhao Yuan, unleashing a torrent of reprimands. Only then did Zhao Yuan realize he was clad in a combat suit. Get into the mech and join the battle. The officer shouted at Zhao Yuan. Yes. Zhao Yuan snapped to attention, regardless of the correctness of his response, and shouted back, inadvertently spraying the officer with saliva. Turning around, Zhao Yuan spotted a mech distinct from the others, entirely black, glimmering with metallic luster under the sunlight. He dashed forward, noticing the cockpit door ajar, and leaped inside. The cockpit door shut instantaneously. That mech belongs to me. Officer, where did this guy come from? Get him out of there. Upon seeing Zhao Yuan board his mech, the officer seemed to lose his mind, grabbing the intercom and roaring. You have logged into the combat mech. The main quest has commenced, and mech operations have been uploaded. Do you accept? Yes. In an instant, a surge of memories flooded Zhao Yuan's mind, akin to repeatedly practicing how to operate the mech. Moments later, Zhao Yuan opened his eyes, experiencing an instinctive familiarity within the cockpit. The mech shot skyward like a bolt of lightning. The combat route has been announced. Please swiftly eliminate the followers of the Earth Mother faction along the designated path. A map appeared before Zhao Yuan, a red line indicating the endpoint. The mech surged forward rapidly. Zhao Yuan glanced around, noting that other mechs were advancing in the same direction. It seemed the situation ahead was uncertain. Caution was warranted. Zhao Yuan gradually reduced his speed, opting for a less conspicuous approach while elevating his altitude. Despite his efforts to decelerate, the mech maintained its swift pace, reaching the destination in no time. A floating city emerged, with countless figures engaged in combat amidst the air, explosions reverberating throughout the city. Zhao Yuan adjusted his position, his gaze fixated on a tall building at the city's center, a spark igniting within him. This was it. He yearned to experience the allure of technology. Zhao Yuan swiftly maneuvered the mech, a series of clanking sounds resonating as an aperture appeared in the mech's chest, a surge of azure energy beginning to accumulate. He sought a suitable position, evading the attacks from below. Fortunately, as reinforcements arrived, the Empire faction began to dominate the aerial space. Zhao Yuan observed the energy gauge, somewhat perplexed by the slow progress. It had only reached 80% after a considerable wait. Unbeknownst to him, as his energy continued to gather, the entire mech began to emit a blue glow. Simultaneously, other Empire mechs coordinated with Zhao Yuan, persistently thwarting any approaching threats. A flurry of question marks flooded towards Zhao Yuan's mech. Regrettably, Zhao Yuan had not activated communications. All messages fell into oblivion. He remained oblivious to his actions. Sister, it seems everyone's formation has shifted. Look, there's a black mech radiating blue light. Tang Yinping's voice was heard through the comms, accompanied by Tang Xuangju's response. Yes, be cautious and avoid being affected. That is a high-tier mech exclusive to Empire officers. The black ones are said to excel in space combat. Is it really starting this early for such a level? This is curious, Tang Yinping mused. All right, sister, you stay safe too. I've already accumulated 300 relic points. This is indeed swift, Tang Xuangju exclaimed. In a large-scale relic dungeon, each enemy unit slain awarded 1 relic point, which corresponded to 1 elite monster. Thus, amassing 10,000 relic points would directly elevate one's divine rank. This was the reason the relic dungeon attracted so many participants. Finally, as the energy gauge reached its limit, Zhao Yuan aimed at the tall building in the city center. Fire! Zhao Yuan exclaimed with excitement. In an instant, the mech erupted with a blue radiance akin to the sun. Run! Tang Yinping's expression changed drastically as she shouted to Tang Xuangju. A tremendous surge of energy exploded forth, heading towards the city's center, while figures below abandoned their battles, fleeing in panic. How dare you? You actually used planet-destroying weaponry on our ancestral star. Are you insane? How dare the Empire? The furious shouts from the city below echoed with disbelief. Although they were embroiled in a civil war, they had never intended to obliterate their ancestral star. The Empire had gone mad, seemingly bent on erasing their home planet. At that moment, the high command of the Empire was in turmoil. They detected that high-tier mechs were employing planet-destroying attacks. They had never deployed high-tier mechs in this battle. Only officers possessed such machines. Which officer would dare to utilize such an attack on their ancestral star? Did he not fear a military tribunal? Did he not fear being torn apart by the Empire's populace? This would create a public relations crisis even the Emperor could not withstand. Quickly, stop him. Who is he? Has he gone mad? A chorus of Imperial elites on their ancestral star roared in unison. Their objective was to suppress the followers and the influence of the palace of the Earth Mother, not to obliterate this star. While they had previously destroyed countless stars, one star held little significance for the Empire. Yet this one was different. It was the ancestral home of the Wayne clan. You have obliterated the ancestral homes of countless individuals. How could they possibly allow you to survive? The entire command center descended into chaos as Zhao Yuan activated the energy. They detected it, for such occurrences transpire daily. After all, the ancient beings within the Mother God Palace were exceedingly terrifying, having previously unleashed even more dreadful weapons than Zhao Yuan's. Yet, that was merely intimidation. Everyone understood that engaging in combat here, resulting in death or injury, was inconsequential. However, to destroy the ancestral star would render them enemies of the entire Vina clan. No one possessed the courage to launch an attack. Today, a weapon of planetary annihilation was deployed. Was the sky collapsing? The command center knew that even if they survived, they would face a military tribunal. Chapter 21. Believers cannot become gods. At this moment, the true master of the mech felt beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like raindrops. Commander, we have not detected any information on that soldier. The voice in his ear plunged him into despair. It was over for him. Surviving the military tribunal would likely condemn him to a lifetime in prison. Neither faction anticipated that a reckless youth, who had not undergone a single day of training, would strike with such ferocity. 20,000 players in the two factions were akin to mere droplets in the ocean, unaware that they were the true masters of this game. The majority of human players, sensing something amiss, had already fled. What? The annihilation weapon has been activated? Are we all doomed? This instance is a certain death. We regret it. Had we known, we would not have entered. Among these 20,000, few players could withstand the destruction of stars. Zhao Yuan never imagined that his casual intention would instill such terror in all three parties. Countless capable individuals began piloting various aircraft, pushing their engines to the limit, cursing as they surged toward the cosmos. The protective shields of numerous colossal ships beyond the stars had already been deployed. Those who could observe the battlefield felt their hearts race. Hope was placed upon the Mother Earth Goddess Palace's faction. They must hold the line. The ancestral star must not explode. In contrast to the Empire's urgency, the Mother Goddess was even more anxious. For the Empire's upper echelons, the loss of a single ancestral star would merely result in a wave of public outcry, necessitating the sacrifice of a few scapegoats. But it would not affect the Empire's strength. Some might even secretly rejoice at shedding a burden. However, the Mother Goddess Palace's faction viewed matters differently. The ancestral star was the site of the Mother Goddess's past descent. It was their sacred ground. If it were to be obliterated, could the believers accept it? It had been far too long since the Mother Goddess had descended. What if the sacred site vanished? The implications were unfathomable. Just as the attack was about to descend, a middle-aged man, adorned in opulent attire and wielding a scepter, materialized from a void. He cast a cold glance at Zhao Yuan, and in that instant, Zhao Yuan felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. A golden rune appeared, and a massive surge of energy erupted from the scepter. A golden and blue beam of energy collided with a resounding impact. Simultaneously, dozens of figures, clad similarly to the man, raised their scepters. A colossal energy shield enveloped the entire city. A blinding light, reminiscent of a solar explosion, flashed. Zhao Yuan's expression shifted. This was dire. A mushroom-shaped cloud materialized in the air. Subsequently, all sound vanished. Countless silhouettes emerged from every direction surrounding the city as protective barriers were repeatedly raised, shattered, and re-established. They must hold firm. Do not let it reach the ground. Time lost meaning as tranquility returned. The legs of the believers within the protective barrier began to weaken. Drained of strength. Within the shield, the energy calmed, and the entire floating city had been eradicated, leaving not a single stone intact, only emptiness. At the center of what was once the city stood the middle-aged man with the scepter, now tattered and in disarray, his scepter devoid of brilliance. He swayed, on the verge of collapse, when a believer swiftly flew over to support the archbishop. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, mechs soared from a distance, and rows of warplanes unleashed a torrent of firepower. The terrifying onslaught instantly reduced several bishops on the periphery to mere fragments. Countless soldiers of the Empire began to encircle the area. A large red mech emerged from the ranks. Gildona, how despicable you are to employ a planet-destroying weapon on the ancestral star. Are you not afraid of being remembered as a historical villain? The archbishop gazed at the fallen bishops, sorrow evident in his eyes. They were the finest children of the Mother Goddess. Villains? For your Mother Goddess Palace. Have we not long since been labeled as such? Gildona replied with a smile. With victory in hand, the head of the archbishop would surely quell this turmoil. However, the use of a planet-destroying weapon was unauthorized. I cannot bear the blame for the destruction of the ancestral star. Gildona felt compelled to clarify. He had no choice but to explain. Bearing the blame would necessitate caution in his future dealings. Gildona extended his hand, poised to strike. Gildona, you lack martial virtue. Devoid of royal dignity. Bullying an archbishop who is gravely injured. You shame your lineage. The bishop supporting the archbishop hurled accusations at Gildona. Martial virtue? My apologies. But martial virtue is a concept you extraordinary beings uphold. We, on the technological side, do not concern ourselves with it. We only seek results. And the process is of little importance. Gildona remained unfazed. He was always forgiving towards the deceased. Enough. The archbishop halted the rebukes and turned to Gildona. Under the gaze of the Mother Goddess, all sins will eventually be reckoned. Indeed, I understand. Farewell. Gildona waved his hand, unleashing torrents of energy upon the two. Had it been earlier, they would not have been able to subdue the archbishop. Now, however, their strength was depleted, rendering them helpless. Countless stray bullets and energy surged forth, tearing the two apart within mere breaths. The extraordinary could not compete with technology in terms of numbers. Gildona casually brushed away non-existent dust from the air and approached. The scepter in midair remained intact. He reached out, and it fell into the mech's grasp. Believers cannot ascend to divinity. Why bother? Gildona shook his head, seemingly lamenting for the two. He then departed without lingering, ascending with his army toward the stars. You have obtained 100,000 relic points. The system's voice echoed in Zhao Yuan's ears, igniting a sense of urgency within him. He had narrowly escaped disaster. Such power was terrifying. 100,000 points implied that nearly 100,000 individuals from the Mother Goddess Palace had perished at his hands. Each unit killed within the enemy faction yielded 1 relic point, with variations based on rank and status. This meant that with this single act, he could directly ascend to a 2-star, level 1 status. Zhao Yuan smiled. This upgrade was exhilarating. Large-scale relic instances were indeed formidable, just as the mech's energy surged forth. Zhao Yuan sensed something was amiss. The power was overwhelming, beyond imagination. Without hesitation, he summoned the tier of dust and teleported away. Zhao Yuan also gleaned from the faction channel what he had just accomplished, a planet-destroying weapon. That mech was equipped with a planet-destroying energy weapon. No wonder others are clad in white, while I am draped in black. How could the officer permit me to pilot such a sophisticated mech? What a pity. I wonder if that mech has sustained any damage. Zhao Yuan remained oblivious to the fact that for a formidable empire that dominates the known universe, star-destroying weaponry is mass-produced. The truly advanced weaponry and military forces of the empire lie deep within the cosmos. The military and armaments on our ancestral planet are akin to a mere township police station before the cataclysm. In the vast universe, no faction or race dares to wreak havoc on the ancestral planet of the Wei Na Empire. Chapter 22. The best way to infuriate you. Zhao Yuan excitedly counted the points accrued from the ruins, and in less than a day, it appeared he had caught up with everyone. If he could engage in a few more large-scale ruin instances, why would he need 12 years to catch up with the main force of the human race? If the outside world were to discover Zhao Yuan's thoughts, they would surely condemn him. The human race has been around for nearly 3 centuries, and the occurrence of large-scale ruin instances has been scant, with the maximum number of participants never exceeding 50,000. Merely entering one is considered a stroke of fortune. Even the Human Alliance has not meticulously recorded the circumstances surrounding these large-scale ruins. Some individuals have navigated the Abyss game for over 200 years without ever entering a large-scale instance. To think one could continue to grind? Such a notion is but a dream. Zhao Yuan has yet to realize the immense value of the 10 points of luck associated with the title of Gamer Emperor. That attribute is something the billions of powerful beings within the human race have never encountered. Everyone's luck ebbs and flows. Where there is good, there is inevitably bad. No one remains perpetually fortunate. Yet those 10 fixed points of luck already surpass the overwhelming majority of existence. Countless coincidences you deem fortuitous are, in truth, predestined. To the unknown, the myriad beings are but birds and fish. Yet there are fish that leap over the dragon gate, and birds that transform into great eagles. Once again, Qinfeng Esters transported Zhao Yuan into the Mother Goddess Palace. He skillfully approached the stone tablet once more, gazing at the jade form inscribed upon it. Can we converse appropriately now? If not, I shall take my leave. Zhao Yuan said with a cheerful smile. Why would the Mother Goddess choose you? Kasha's demeanor calmed, though her tone brimmed with disdain. Are you questioning your deity? Zhao Yuan's tone turned cold. A god is the sovereign of all. No one may question the divine. Kasha stated without hesitation. Zhao Yuan produced Qinfeng Esters, tossing in his hand, remaining silent while directing his gaze toward Kasha. Her faith was in turmoil, and a tinge of confusion emerged within her. Deep down, she was reluctant to believe certain truths. After countless years of waiting and endless anticipation, the divine oracle had never graced her. No matter how steadfast one's faith, the passage of time and the lack of response have inevitably left deep fissures. Self-deception is a common trait among the weak. You must believe that everything is for the best. The divine observes all. Zhao Yuan coaxed. Silence enveloped the empty space, devoid of sound. Indeed, the divine observes all, and everything is for the best. Kasha finally spoke. What is a prophet? Zhao Yuan inquired. Long ago, a believer received a divine oracle, which foretold that when calamity descends, a being bearing Qinfeng Esters would once again tread upon the Wei Na tribe. and the like of the divine would reappear. This time, she did not intend to conceal the truth. Perhaps he was right. All of this is the divine's arrangement, requiring no skepticism, merely acceptance of fate. Are you not a saint? Why have you not received the divine oracle? Zhao Yuan countered. Being a saint is not a position within the divine palace. More accurately, it is a product of compromise between the royal family and the divine palace. A messenger for communication between the two, bestowed with the title of saint to signify honor, with each generation selecting a princess from the royal family to serve. Kasha elucidated. It seems the royal family's indoctrination has not reached the divine palace. Religion has its own unique methods in this regard. What calamity does the oracle refer to? Zhao Yuan pressed further. Initially, no one understood what the calamity was. The empire is so powerful, what could possibly threaten it? Yet, no one anticipated that the calamity would stem from the empire itself. The empire's strength could seemingly accomplish anything. They turned their gaze towards the divine. They were mad and terrifying, boldly proclaiming in public their intention to dissect the divine, to reveal to the world what a god truly is. Something the divine palace could not accept. Kasha recalled with a touch of melancholy. Divine slaying? Yes, it was the royal family's idea. The royal family did not oppose it, with the greatest centers of power offering no resistance. Is that not the greatest support? Zhao Yuan queried, curious. Have you ever seen your mother goddess? Zhao Yuan asked, intrigued. What is a god? The Grand Palace Master should have worshipped one. If you have never seen a god, how can you be certain of their existence? Zhao Yuan pondered. Are you foolish? If there were no gods, how could extraordinary power arise? All that is extraordinary emanates from the divine. Kasha retorted sharply. Zhao Yuan was taken aback, pondering the implications. All that is extraordinary emanates from the divine. Is the game also the same? We believe in gods, not because they require our faith, but because we need them. The extraordinary is the sole pathway to immortality. Kasha continued. Technology could achieve that as well. Zhao Yuan countered. Considering that with the might of the Wei Na Empire, achieving longevity should be simple. Technology can grant longevity, but not immortality. Moreover, if technology cannot continue to innovate, then longevity has its limits. The end of the extraordinary is the sight of the divine. As long as the divine exists, immortality is assured. How can you be so sure that the divine guarantees immortality? Are you a contrarian? What? Zhao Yuan was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Casting an annoyed glance at the stone tablet bearing Kasha's image. Where have I contradicted? As a short-lived species, what right do you have to question the divine? Kasha's tone turned fierce. What is a short-lived species? Once again, I encounter unfamiliar knowledge. Such information is absent in the records of the human race. The Wei Na tribe naturally boasts a lifespan of 10,000 years, far exceeding that of most races in the universe. Hence those with natural lifespans under 1/10 of our tribes are deemed short-lived species. Kasha dutifully explained with clarity. And what of those with lifespans of less than a century? Zhao Yuan's voice lowered significantly. 10,000 years? Does the history of the human race span 10,000 years? That is but a mayfly, mere dust. It is possible that entire races have perished before their names were ever known. Kasha replied without hesitation. What a blatant display of contempt. What race are you? Are you dust? A mayfly? Kaska retorted. Civilization is not defined by the length of its lifespan. Zhao Yuan declared loudly. Oh, then you are of the dust and mayfly species. What? Do you look down upon my human race? Give us time, and we shall surely surpass your Wei Na tribe. Zhao Yuan was confident on this matter. Grant you time to catch up, and my Wei Na tribe shall ensure your kind remains unreachable. Kasha proclaimed with pride. In terms of racial confidence, the Wei Na tribe dominates the universe. That is now a thing of the past. Perhaps you have already transformed into the very mayflies and dust you so disdain. Zhao Yuan scoffed. A dead man. Were you proud of? This remark undoubtedly pierced Kasha's heart. You, Kaskafumet, were it not for the fact that she currently existed only as consciousness, she would have certainly made Zhao Yuan understand why flowers bloom so vividly. A mere child, not even as old as her previous break, how audacious. How is your consciousness preserved? Zhao Yuan bypassed this topic and continued his inquiry. Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Short-lived species. Ha! Kaisha scoffed. How could they allow your consciousness to remain? Zhao Yuan disregarded Kaisha's provocation. I am a princess known throughout the empire. Kaisha proclaimed with pride. Oh, a princess shamelessly displayed here. This time, Zhao Yuan did not hold back. Your teeth are grinding in fury. He is my elder brother, as an emperor of the empire. Sometimes mercy is not a virtue. Zhao Yuan chuckled. It would be best to infuriate you directly. Chapter 23. The Temple of the Earth Mother. If you were not a prophet, I would not exchange a single word with you. Kaisha retorted angrily. There is no room for buts or ifs. I ask you, what is the divine light within the oracle? Zhao Yuan recalled something. I do not know. I am a prophet. Do you not believe in your God? I truly do not know. Kaisha replied tersely. Zhao Yuan seemed somewhat incredulous. An oracle is an oracle. It requires no explanation. Deities do not elucidate the meaning of their oracles to their followers. Do you understand? Kaisha's patience was waning. Zhao Yuan nodded. Deities do not require followers. Believe it or not. Where is the Temple of the Earth Mother? Zhao Yuan inquired again. This is it. I am referring to the genuine Temple of the Earth Mother. Zhao Yuan gestured around. He could not fathom that a stronghold of divine beings could be so meager. Up there, use the tears of dust and wind to sense it. It will guide you. However, I do not advise you to go. The main hall of the Temple of the Earth Mother is always guarded by the High Priest. And as a non-believer, you would perish upon entering. Kaisha warned. Can you see outside? Zhao Yuan was taken aback and quickly realized. Outside is the replica. The Vina tribe has long been extinguished. Yes, before your arrival, the outside was a wasteland. After your arrival, it has come to life, or rather, the time that once existed there has revived. Kaisha spoke softly. Zhao Yuan began to comprehend. Isn't this akin to watching television? Is this the abyssal game you mentioned earlier? Thus, this must be the so-called replica. Kaisha seemed to grasp everything as well. No wonder she had not gone mad. Transforming the history of my clan into a replica for your destruction. Does that entity not fear igniting a divine war? Kaisha was perplexed. They too were children of the Earth Mother. Despite the countless wayward children among them, it should not be within the purview of another deity to interfere, should it? Perhaps you have overestimated your clan, or perhaps you have overestimated your Earth Mother. A flicker of contemplation crossed Zhao Yuan's eyes. To be enveloped by the abyssal game. The outcome is self-evident. Lan must be far more formidable than the so-called Earth Mother. The Vina tribe, despite their immense strength, failed against the Earth Mother. What significance does Lan's control over humanity hold? Is it merely to amuse oneself by teasing ants beneath one's feet? Surely, a deity would not be so trivial. The thoughts and intentions of a deity are laden with profound meaning. Even if they seem inconsequential to you, this is articulated by a grand priestess. Kaisha seemed to perceive Zhao Yuan's confusion. The grand priestess you mentioned? What the high priest? Zhao Yuan asked, somewhat unclear about the structure of the Temple of the Earth Mother. The Temple of the Earth Mother comprises 10 grand priests, the mightiest being the grand priestess. Each grand priest commands 10 high bishops, a high priest, and countless bishops, alongside a vast multitude of followers. The high priest is a servant to the deity. The 10 grand priests are mostly absent from the ancestral star, which hosts only one high priest and one high bishop, these two high-ranking officials. However, the high priest never leaves the main hall of the temple, and few have witnessed him act, as it is typically the high bishops who take action. Kaisha elucidated. With so many powerful beings within your divine temple, how can you be at such a disadvantage against the empire? How could the Temple of the Earth Mother, brimming with strength, be oppressed by the empire? Long ago, the temple indeed held a position superior to that of the empire. But the empire has advanced at an astonishing pace. You should understand that for an extended duration, the extraordinary were exalted. At that time, there were entirely two classes, the mundane and the empire, which merely served as a tool for the extraordinary. Although the ordinary lacked power, they turned towards technology. As technology evolved, the extraordinary gradually descended from their lofty heights. The mundane remained mundane, while the extraordinary remained extraordinary, becoming the primary consciousness recognized by both sides. However, you must understand that extraordinary individuals require innate talent, a fact that stymied many. The growth of an extraordinary being takes an extensive period. Meanwhile, the Empire's colossal ships, in the face of virtually limitless cosmic resources, can be produced incessantly. In fact, when the Empire's massive vessels can effortlessly obliterate a star system, the age of the extraordinary has already begun its decline. The Empire, wary of the deities, refrained from striking against the divine temple. However, as time passed, this trepidation diminished, ultimately culminating in the god-slaying plan. It is unrealistic for the Empire to obliterate the divine temple. The entire Empire and the Vina tribe possess countless followers of the many mothers, and even if the majority are superficial believers, that alone is sufficient to undermine the foundation of the Empire. Thus, this is destined to be a protracted war. Kaisha broadly explained the relationship between the Empire and the Divine Temple. It is no wonder that they are a cosmic hegemonic force. The turmoil of a single planet can only be deemed a minor skirmish. Zhao Yuan gradually grasped the current situation, leaving only one final question. How can you destroy your ancestral star, the Temple of the Earth Mother? How dare you? This question indeed incensed Kaisha. This is merely a replica. The Temple of the Earth Mother has long been obliterated. Zhao Yuan asserted forcefully. A wandering soul, who would fear you? A fallen phoenix is inferior to a chicken. Moreover, you are even less than a chicken. I do not know. The ancestral star's temple was annihilated because everyone withdrew. Kaisha's resolve waned. Zhao Yuan nodded, tacitly acknowledging Kaisha's assertion. In truth, he was powerless against Kaisha. A fragment of consciousness was beyond his reach. As for the corpse, the sky-exploding bear could not possibly shake the monument. Zhao Yuan exited the Temple of the Earth Mother once more, choosing not to enter the main hall using the tears of dust and wind. After all, heeding advice ensures one is well-fed. The High Priest was evidently one of the final bosses of this replica, and without his main forces, would he not be courting death alone? Finding a suitable city, Zhao Yuan teleported there. It was a tumultuous city, where the Empire's foot soldiers clashed relentlessly with the minor followers of the Earth Mother on the streets. This was indeed the kind of place where someone of Zhao Yuan's caliber ought to be mingling. Initially, he had clearly strayed into the wrong territory. Regrettably, he had no knowledge of whether his previous imperial identity could still be utilized. Zhao Yuan sought a relatively safe corner to step out. The few civilians hurriedly fleeing in the distance remained oblivious to Zhao Yuan's presence. In the confrontation between the two great forces, the most pitiable were still the common folk below. However, this was of little concern to Zhao Yuan. He particularly resonated with two phrases from the Abyssal game. In the apocalypse, slaying the saintly mother may not be right, but it is certainly not wrong. And those not of my kind will surely have different intentions. Anyone who obstructs my path may be slain. Zhao Yuan set his sights on a group of followers of the Earth Mother and stealthily followed them. Although the group of devotees was cautious, they were evidently inexperienced. Suddenly, a sky-exploding bear crashed down from the heavens. Watch out above. A sudden alert rang out, prompting a swift retreat from the crowd. At that moment, Zhao Yuan smiled, activating the skill of Laikong Dai. The ensuing spatial turbulence, accompanied by deceleration and damage, caused them to slow down drastically. Then, the sky exploded with the impact of the bear. Although the wild monsters in the relic dungeon differed from those outside, they were still mere minor adversaries. 13 relic points were secured. While it wasn't as exhilarating as before, it was merely an unexpected incident. Now, he could finally regard this as his genuine harvest. Chapter 24. Consultation. It seemed that someone in the distance had sensed the commotion, prompting Zhao Yuan to swiftly tidy the battlefield and vanish from the location. Moments later, several devotees of the Mother God Palace arrived at the scene, casting a glance at the corpses on the ground without a flicker of emotion. Such occurrences appeared to have become commonplace. Let us go, the leader declared after surveying the area, and they departed. From within a shattered building in the distance, Zhao Yuan observed a group of 6 through a narrow gap. It should be manageable, he muttered to himself. He then trailed behind them. Utilizing the same tactic, the sky exploded with the bear's impact to draw attention, while Laikong Dai had already activated its skill. Who? The leader shouted, issuing a warning. However, it was too late. The spatial shockwave from Laikong Dai had already manifested, rendering the space unstable, making movement exceedingly difficult for them. With a mighty roar, the sky bear unleashed its taunt to full effect. Numerous spatial rifts emerged, and the 6 were instantly torn apart. They perished without ever realizing where the enemy lay. The extraordinary skills of the abyssal game contrasted starkly with the power of the devotees, representing two entirely different styles. The devotees were nearly oblivious to the threat. 30 meters away, Zhao Yuan turned and departed, finding the layers of shattered high-rise buildings to be the perfect concealment. While Zhao Yuan was busy accumulating relic points, hundreds of prominent figures from the human faction congregated together. Beneath a mound of rubble, a vast underground space had been cleared. You should all understand the main quest. The Empire needs to annihilate the Mother God Palace, while the Mother God Palace must thwart the Empire's schemes. How can we maximize our benefits? Let us discuss. Lu Jian remarked, surveying everyone. Those present were mostly individuals whose divine levels had reached their peak, around 17 stars at level 9. Relic points held little significance for them, as accumulation had become futile. Only by completing all primary quests in the Abyss's 17th layer and entering the 18th layer could they ascend to 18 stars. To say why you gathered us here. I still need to level up with my little sister. Tang Yinping interjected. The others shared similar sentiments. Entering the relic dungeon held little intrinsic value for them. Large-scale relic dungeons were rare, and the likelihood of matching was exceedingly low, leading most to adopt a trial-and-error attitude. They treated their entry as a casual excursion, but upon encountering a devastating weapon, they found themselves with little space to evade. Thus, they had generally evaded combat, planning to endure until the dungeon's conclusion, yet they had not anticipated receiving a summons from a prominent figure. Most players at the 17th layer of the human faction had achieved maximum divine levels, but reaching the peak merely indicated that they would not be crushed by divine level differences. The disparities among them were significant. Lu Jian, however, was a member of the top 100 teams within the human faction, his reputation dwarfing that of anyone present. In the abyssal game, joining a top-tier team meant that no one among them was mediocre. Mediocrity could not survive. You may not know, but relic dungeons do not only yield relic points. Our team has previously entered a relic dungeon, and compared to other dungeons, large relic dungeons contain a relic merchant. Lu Jian revealed a substantial piece of information. A relic merchant? The others exclaimed, taken aback, as they had not heard of such a thing. They were familiar with mysterious merchants occasionally encountered in the abyssal game, who would exchange certain tasks for enigmatic items of varying worth, some highly coveted, while others were worthless. As for how to unlock the relic shop, the specifics remained a mystery, but it likely involved completing a certain level of the dungeon. As long as their completion rate was adequate, it should not pose a problem, Lu Jian added. What does the relic merchant offer that warrants gathering us all here? Someone inquired. Common items would hardly attract someone as skilled as Lu Jian. The relic shop contains numerous extraordinary items, and there have even been instances of mythical equipment appearing. Lu Jian dropped another bombshell. Mythical equipment. The crowd gasped in unison. Such an item, passed down through generations, would elevate its possessor to the status of a major figure in society. However, even if such equipment were obtained, it would be unaffordable. Lu Jian hastily doused their enthusiasm with cold water. The focus is on the extraordinary items, an abundance of them for you to choose from. Lu Jian's excitement became palpable. Indeed, the prospect of mythical equipment was too distant for them. Extraordinary items, however, were never unwelcome and certainly warranted collective effort. Tang Yinping concurred. Indeed, it holds great allure. With equipment, gems, skills, mounts, and pets already established, extraordinary items are indeed enticing. Now that everyone is in agreement, let's discuss our course of action. Should we align with the Empire or the Divine Palace? Lu Jian inquired directly, avoiding circumlocution. Certainly the Divine Palace. You may not realize the strength of the Divine Palace. It is said that the Grand Master of the Divine Palace is a being of near-divine caliber. A member of the Divine Palace faction asserted. No. You all witnessed the world-ending battle a couple of days ago. One mecha can annihilate a star. Do you know how many of those mechas exist? Even a mere officer can request one. They're likely becoming commonplace. A player from the Empire faction countered. Instantly, voices clashed as everyone expressed their opinions. Transitioning factions required the expenditure of half of their current relic points, and with the knowledge of a relic shop, no one was keen on wasting them. After a prolonged deliberation, everyone turned their gaze toward Lu Jian, recognizing that he, as the instigator, likely held a conclusion. Based on my recent research into the Empire's data and intelligence during the dungeon, I suggest we shift our allegiance to the Divine Palace, Lu Jian declared. The others did not immediately contest this suggestion, as Lu Jian was ostensibly the strongest player in the Relic Dungeon, and his status within the Empire faction was likely superior to the rest, granting him greater authority and knowledge. Firstly, we can confirm that there is a high priest within the Divine Palace, whose strength remains uncertain. It is this individual who has deterred the Empire from launching a direct assault on the Divine Palace's stronghold. Secondly, it is evident that the Empire's main forces are not stationed on this planet. Their military presence here is limited, and the Empire does not permit the use of high-grade weaponry on this planet. Even following the previous incident, many have already stepped down. As for the reasons, I am currently unsure, and the information I can access is scant. Lastly, and most importantly, the Empire will not reinforce this location, and they have issued orders to seal all star-destroying weapons and above. After finishing, he turned to the others, awaiting their responses. If Zhao Yuan were present, he would undoubtedly be at a loss for words. The Empire's restriction on star-destroying weapons stemmed from no one daring to bear the blame for obliterating their ancestral star. Not out of fear of the High Priest. The war here was merely a skirmish. The Grand Archbishop of the Divine Palace had already fallen, and with the High Priest confined within the temple, how could they withstand the Empire's firepower? How could they thwart the Empire's schemes? How could they possibly do so? The disparity between the extraordinary and technology is inherently unequal. With the limited number of a human race, how can we withstand the relentless assault of the Empire? Chapter 25. The Resolution. If the direction is misguided, all efforts are in vain. Given this, it appears that matters at the Divine Palace are indeed simpler. Tang Yinping nodded in agreement. So shall we change course? Someone inquired. I support this. Another responded. Perhaps we should gather more intelligence. There may be information we are unaware of. A voice of skepticism emerged. While we are here hiding, the others have not advanced in levels, and their usefulness is limited. What intelligence can we possibly acquire? Someone countered immediately. Let us at least inquire within the channel. We are all comrades. And although they may not have caught up in levels, luck is unpredictable, another suggested. That makes sense. I believe it is entirely unnecessary. What could a bunch of newcomers possibly know? Dissent was voiced, considering it a waste of time. Lu Jian glanced at Tang Yinping, recognizing her as a true powerhouse of the human race. What is your opinion? He asked. I think we should inform everyone. The human race is united. There is no notion of betrayal. Our interests align, and if someone possesses information we lack, it could help us avert issues without consuming much time. We must remain united. Tang Yinping considered before speaking. In any case, we cannot isolate the newcomers. Arrogance is the greatest obstacle to survival, and we must not look down on the inexperienced. Someone asserted decisively. When have I been arrogant? I merely spoke of possibilities. Are you accusing me of undermining the unity of the human race? The earlier speaker became incensed, feeling unjustly blamed for arrogance. Is it not true? Your disdain for the lower-ranked members of our race is palpable. Do you think that your higher level grants you the right to scorn others? Do not forget, you too ascended from lower ranks. You dare to label me? The individual retorted angrily. The thought of being perceived as condescending to newcomers in the current climate of the human race was alarming. Label? No. I suspect you might be a member of the Slaughter Alliance. With this accusation, all eyes turned toward him. Nonsense. I'm not a member of the Slaughter Alliance. The gods are but nonsense, he shouted, becoming increasingly agitated as the blame grew. Indeed, upon his insult of the deities, others turned their attention to his accuser. When you cast suspicion, you must also prove your innocence. Some statements should not be made lightly. He had proven his point, and now it was his turn. The deities are but wretched creatures, he exclaimed defiantly. Followers cannot insult the deities. Following mutual justifications, tempers began to cool. Well then, let us inquire in the faction channel. Lu Jian concurred. Disagreement was not an option. The discussion had reached this point, and to oppose it would merely isolate the newcomers, a burden he could not bear. Everyone unanimously began to disseminate this information within the Empire and the Divine Palace faction, sharing Lu Jian's rationale. In an instant, discussions erupted in the group. However, for many, the significance of the relic shop was minimal, as they would prioritize using relic points for upgrades. While extraordinary items are precious, upgrades are more crucial. Such items may not withstand the overwhelming pressure of divine levels. This opportunity held little relevance for them. Of course, not everyone shared this perspective. Some always chose to stand apart. Nevertheless, the majority agreed with Lu Jian. They had no access to such intelligence, and the enemy faction would engage them on sight, while their own faction chose to ignore them. There were virtually no dissenting opinions. Whatever the big shots decreed was accepted, as they were solely concerned with acquiring relic points. Seeing little progress, the fully leveled veterans began to consider switching factions. Those contemplating the change appeared conflicted, while they understood the necessity of transferring to the relic shop. The value of each relic point had suddenly escalated. What if they encountered a remarkable item and lost out due to hesitation? Fortunately, this was merely the beginning, not the point of greatest loss. Everyone wait, look at the messages. Tang Yinping suddenly interrupted, her expression one of surprise. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the faction channel or the message channels of others, as each could only view their own faction's chat. They observed a newcomer named Zhao Yuan rapidly sending messages. Don't transfer. If you do, it will ruin everything. This is the home planet of the Empire, where no one dares to deploy devastating weapons. However, the Empire possesses a vast number of mech troops and intelligent armed machinery here, which are exceedingly inexpensive for the Empire and can be produced in countless numbers at any moment. The Empire's military has already surrounded this star tightly. More importantly, the high-ranking officials of the Divine Palace consist of only one archbishop and one high priest. The archbishop has already fallen. Only the high priest remains, who will not leave the temple. How will we accomplish our tasks if we join the Divine Palace faction? To confront the Empire's unending assault? Zhao Yuan exclaimed breathlessly. If the majority of the human force joins the Divine Palace, how will we clear this instance? Will they even survive? Upon hearing Zhao Yuan's words, everyone fell into astonishment. How do you know this? Tang Yinping asked. Zhao Yuan decisively replied. Why do you care how I know? Instantly, he clicked on the opponent's avatar, level 1600. Zhao Yuan has retracted the message. My apologies, esteemed one. That was not my message, and I cannot reveal how I know, but the content is absolutely accurate. Zhao Yuan followed up with a string of smiling emojis. Dang Dan being, heh. Lu Jian, are you certain? Zhao Yuan clicked on the avatar, level 1679. Esteemed one, I am quite certain, he added with a coy expression. In the underground space, Lu Jian and Tang Yinping exchanged glances, both understanding implicitly. Could such information be possessed by a mere newcomer? Unless this instance was initiated by him, others soon realized as well. The clumsy efforts of the little newcomer had revealed the truth. They had initially assumed the instance's initiator was someone among them, only to discover it was a low-level newcomer, barely over 100. What extraordinary fortune to open a large relic instance at such a low level. Even if he gains nothing, it will save him years of effort in leveling up. Well, since he possesses more and more accurate information than we do, it seems joining the Divine Palace is a path to ruin. Lu Jian sighed deeply. To shatter the Empire's schemes? With merely 20,000 of us? Thankfully we inquired. Otherwise, will I have led this group to certain doom? He felt a surge of gratitude towards Zhao Yuan. Indeed, it now appears that the key to clearing lies in joining the Empire faction. Tang Yinping nodded in agreement. If the difficulty of clearing the Empire faction is classified as hard, then the Divine Palace is a nightmare level. Others concurred. Currently, the Divine Palace faction seems to be a pitfall, an impossible challenge. Anyone who ventures there is destined for demise. All right, the difficulty of the Empire faction is evidently much lower. We shall join the Empire and hasten our progression. Lu Jian stood up, delivering the final decision. Let me add one last thing. Should I discover anyone covertly undermining newcomers, I assure you, there will be no refuge for you among the human race. At that moment, Tang Yinping also spoke, her gaze coldly surveying all present. I too, in the name of the Zhanfu squad, vow that anyone daring to harm newcomers in this instance, or who resorts to underhanded tactics, is showing me a lack of respect. You can expect the Zhanfu squad to pursue your annihilation. Lu Jian spoke coldly. The Zhanfu squad ranks 67th among the human factions. Chapter 26. Rescue I2. This is only natural. Very well. Some matters must be placed openly on the table. The others echoed in agreement. As there was little choice, The vast disparity in divine levels meant that any one of them could easily dispatch the rest in an instant. Thus, keeping pace with the main Force-S divine levels is of utmost importance. Empire Faction 19877 Mother Earth Divine Palace Faction 123 upon glancing at the panel before him. Zhao Yuan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He had almost failed this instance due to a momentary lapse in attention. If everyone had retreated to the Divine Palace faction, what could he possibly do? In a relic instance, one could only exit upon completion. Failing to clear the instance would result in being trapped until the predetermined historical trajectory reached its conclusion. Zhao Yuan concealed himself beside a stone block in the ruins, settling on a relatively flat stone. After taking a sip of water and resting for a brief moment, he resumed his activities. Such a splendid instance should not be wasted without acquiring more relic points. Fortunately, this city was rife with small-scale skirmishes, allowing Zhao Yuan, as a lone wolf, to navigate successfully. Generally, he would retreat if he encountered more than 15 opponents. How wonderful it would be to possess a mech. I could simply obliterate this city. Zhao Yuan mused. He leaped swiftly through the layers of corridors, keenly observing his surroundings. The architecture of the Wayne clan was magnificently colossal. Even the buildings inhabited by ordinary people were remarkably sturdy, with some still standing despite the ravages of war. Zhao Yuan noticed a group of devotees entering a large building and decided to follow them, hoping to seize an opportunity to eliminate them. Tang Shuangju gasped for breath, hiding behind a thick column. The fierce explosions had placed her in a precarious situation. Prior to her sister's departure, she had been brought to this lower-level area, instructed to wait here while her sister attended to matters. Initially, there seemed to be no cause for concern. Dispatching a few minor members of the Divine Palace faction alone was no trouble. As an assassin, as long as she found the right opportunity, a single burst of attacks would be sufficient to overwhelm anyone. However, once surrounded, her chances of survival as an assassin dwindled significantly. What should have been a straightforward task turned complicated when a seemingly insignificant foe had cast a curse upon her before dying, nearly frightening her to death. However, it was not insurmountable. As long as she could find a supportive player, a purification spell would suffice. To her dismay, the curse possessed tracking and locating effects. Despite her repeated attempts to escape the encirclement, the number of pursuers only increased. Had she known, she would have simply awaited her sister's return. Being without a team was far too disadvantageous. If only her own squad could join. Would these minor Karami have been able to pursue her so relentlessly? Taking a sip of the potion, she gradually regained her composure. As she sensed her surroundings, she sighed once more. They were coming again. The silence around her was terrifying. Tang Shuangju grasped her dagger, inhaled deeply, and dashed toward the left exit. A burst of emerald energy surged toward her, prompting Tang Shuangju to halt abruptly and evade swiftly. Shadows materialized from all directions, surrounding her. This was troublesome. The risk of soloing as a damage dealer was too high. For now, she had to swiftly tear through a defensive line and escape until her sister returned. Without hesitation, as her skills were nearly off cooldown, she charged in a specific direction, her dagger leaving behind a beautiful afterimage as she moved with incredible speed. Almost instantaneously, several adversaries fell, and Tang Shuangju tore a gap in the encircling formation. However, as soon as she broke free, several more emerged, and a barrage of attacks forced her back. This was problematic. Tang Shuangju pressed her forehead. Did she have to resort to her trump card? What would she do after using it? She surveyed her surroundings as the indifferent faces of the devotees drew closer. An assassin's burst of damage, if not managed properly, became weak afterward, and she had yet to escape the encirclement. The outcome was all too predictable. The devotees gathered, their energies coalescing rapidly. They were no longer inclined to close in, realizing the danger posed by this melee attacker. A scroll appeared in Tang Shuangju's hand. Failing to use it meant certain doom. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed, and a snow-white shadow emerged in midair. Subsequently, a forced taunt compelled all the devotees to attack the shadow involuntarily. The sky bore down with a ferocious bear, sending debris flying. Before the devotees could recover from the control, ripples appeared in the void, rendering movement difficult. A wave of agony surged from their hearts, and wounds appeared across their bodies. 3 seconds later, with a resounding crash, a group of devotees was torn apart. What terrifying damage! Tang Xuangju gasped in astonishment. Such high damage must indicate the presence of a high-level player in the area. The remaining devotees quickly retreated, nervously scanning their surroundings. The sky bear paid them no heed, continuing its charge toward the cluster of devotees. As it approached, another taunt resounded, followed by an unknown spatial disturbance that hindered their movement, leaving them to helplessly watch as the bear neared, slamming them away with a single swipe. Their attacks barely even scratched the creature's hide. What manner of beast is this? Before they could comprehend, waves of intense pain surged through their bodies, and they beheld their own dismembered forms. As if that were not enough, 6 diminutive creatures emerged from the shadows. Too small to be noticed at first, they inflicted severe pain upon the devotees' feet, resembling ants with massive horns. Their forelimbs created afterimages, introducing a paralyzing effect. Before they could register the pain, their thighs were shredded, followed by their bodies. In less than 2 minutes, 2/3 of the devotees had already fallen, and none had discerned the source of the attack. Without hesitation, Tang Xuangju targeted a solitary devotee, even though her skills had not fully cooled down. The situation was no longer dire. An assassin's basic attack damage was still formidable. Once all the devotees lay defeated, the sky bear and the horned ants hastened toward a particular direction, prompting Tang Xuangju to follow suit. A youthful figure emerged from a pile of rubble approximately 20 to 30 meters away. Tang Xuangju raised an eyebrow. This individual displayed remarkable output, appearing cautious. Zhao Yuan rose, gazing toward Tang Xuangju, who donned a striking crimson outfit. Whether it was due to the equipment or the fabric, her face was exceptionally beautiful. Yet, in the current human society, where genetics were not lacking, beauty had lost its significance. She was a woman, a true beauty even by pre-apocalyptic standards. Standing at around 1.70 meters, she was relatively short compared to Zhao Yuan, who was nearing 1.90 meters. Her legs were long and slender, the attire fitting perfectly to reveal just enough to be visually appealing. However, the most striking feature was the ponytail cascading behind her, creating an overall captivating appearance. Chapter 27. The Annoying Woman, a Summoner? Tang Xuangju feigned ignorance, knowing full well the answer. Zhao Yuan approached Tang Xuangju, stopping decisively about a meter away. Retreating a few steps, his body exhibiting a hint of reluctance. The divine level was higher than his own. An assassin? Zhao Yuan glanced at Tang Xuangju's dagger, feigning ignorance. Ah, so it turns out to be a little brother. Tang Xuangju noticed Zhao Yuan's unease. The pressure from her divine level was overwhelming, a path that every newcomer had once traversed. Zhao Yuan, he introduced himself, but he felt a pang of regret for venturing out. Given the disparity in divine levels, his opponent could eliminate him in less than a second. He still lacked caution. One must never let down their guard. Tang Xuangju felt somewhat helpless as well. The gap in life levels made it akin to a tiger standing before a rabbit. The methods to conceal one's life energy could only be employed by high-level players, leaving her with no options. Moreover, few players around her were of a lower level. Such encounters only occurred in large relic dungeons, where players commonly met. As a special dungeon, the characters within would not inflict divine damage on players. Essentially, every large relic dungeon had once been a high civilization, with life levels inherently surpassing those of all human players. If divine damage were to occur, there would be no need to open the dungeon. Players would be crushed upon entry. Such circumstances could only arise in these unique dungeons. Tang Xuangju looked at Zhao Yuan once more, her eyes brightening. Without a team, a summoner's survival conditions were far superior to those of an assassin. In such dungeons, a summoner could, under certain circumstances, function as an entire army, comparable to a small team, naturally suited for solo play. Thank you for saving me. Let's add each other as friends. Tang Xuangju smiled brightly at Zhao Yuan, but did not move, fearing that if she did, this overly cautious little brother would flee. Tang Xuangju sent a friend request. The system's voice echoed. Zhao Yuan glanced at her. Tang Xuangju was level 324. Accepted. Seeing Zhao Yuan's acceptance brought immense joy to Tang Xuangju, despite his low level. His damage was remarkably high. Quite impressive. Zhao Yuan? Had he heard that name before? Rest assured, we humans have always been allies. No one would harm their own in the dungeon. Tang Xuangju reassured Zhao Yuan, who nodded expressionlessly, aware of the truth. Yet the feeling of having his life in someone else's hands was unbearable. A casual strike from her could lead to an instant demise. In such a scenario, it was impossible for Zhao Yuan to feel at ease. How about we form a temporary team? Tang Xuangju suggested. Zhao Yuan was reluctant. He preferred the comfort of solo play. Staying near her was too uncomfortable. Yet, he felt unable to abandon his kin in their time of need. It was against his nature to forsake others when he had the capacity to assist. He regretted not retreating immediately after saving her. In an instant, Tang Xuangju appeared before Zhao Yuan. Her skill cooldown had already reset. What? Are you unwilling? Tang Xuangju playfully placed her hand on Zhao Yuan's shoulder, her eyes glinting with mischief. So swift, Zhao Yuan began to tremble, his legs weakening, cold sweat cascading down his forehead, every hair standing on end as he yearned to flee. However, Tang Xuangju's hand seemed to possess immense weight, rendering him completely immobile. An assassin closing in on a fragile output character. Regardless of the divine level disparity, he dared not move. Was not the very essence of the assassin class to eliminate fragile outputs in an instant? Of course, it was a privilege. Zhao Yuan's teeth chattered. He was utterly unable to control his fear, his instincts screaming in terror. This wretched woman was bullying the weak. Watch me embarrass myself. Zhao Yuan raged internally. Tang Xuangju invited you to join the temporary team. The system's voice remained monotonous. Zhao Yuan hesitantly clicked to accept, his worries alleviated. Within a team, players could not harm one another. Now he need not fear being eliminated outright. Oh dear, little brother, why are you only over 100 levels? You need to work harder, Tang Xuangju said loudly, feigning concern while gently patting Zhao Yuan's shoulder. It nearly caused him to collapse within the life energy field. He felt as though countless needles were pricking him, rendering him powerless. I must elevate my level. Zhao Yuan felt a surge of humiliation. This sense of inequality was terrifying. Sensing Zhao Yuan's anger, Tang Xuangju retreated a few meters. In an instant, the oppressive weight above him vanished, a wave of involuntary joy washing over him. I survived. All right, don't be angry. I was just teasing you. Tang Xuangju felt a twinge of embarrassment. Due to her parents' influence, few dared to treat her this way, leaving her unaware of the terror that such divine pressure could instill in others. Little brother, how old are you? Tang Xuangju continued to inquire. 16, Zhao Yuan replied. Taking a step back. I'm 22. The age difference isn't significant. Call me sister. Tang Xuangju exclaimed excitedly. Gazing at the vivacious Tang Xuangju, Zhao Yuan only saw a colossal, terrifying beast looming behind her. Sister, Zhao Yuan obediently called out. This wicked woman, one day I shall repay you. Zhao Yuan's inner thoughts roared. Such a good boy. Little brother, quickly purify me. I've been marked. Dan Suan Du Sudeli et Galim. Purification? No. Zhao Yuan shook his head. With his talent, did he require purification? Impossible. Don't summoners always carry purification skills when they venture out? Don't be stingy. Tang Xuangju expressed disbelief. As a summoner, was it not standard to carry purification in the absence of support? I truly don't. Zhao Yuan insisted earnestly, swearing to convince her. The psychological impact was considerable. Tang Xuangju pondered. Not carrying purification, yet daring to venture out suggested that he possessed an immunity skill. All right, if you don't have it, then forget it. Little brother, do you have a partner? Do you need me to introduce you to someone? Tang Xuangju's thoughts wandered again. His high output indicated quality equipment and skills, and his survival ability was commendable. Being able to enter this dungeon at such a low level suggested good fortune. It was a pity he was a summoner. Nonetheless, finding a control-type partner would be advantageous. Misfits complement misfits, negatives yield positives. A prime candidate. Zhao Yuan felt overwhelmed. How many men in this world would dare pursue someone with a higher divine level? Was he dissatisfied with his comfortable life? A masochist? No thanks. The plight of humanity is daunting. As men, we must strive for glory and fight for our kind. Personal matters are inconsequential. Zhao Yuan vigorously shook his head. The continuation of the human race is a pressing matter. Tang Xuangju countered. Chapter 28. Ambush. Zhao Yuan smiled quietly, choosing silence. Had it not been for her superior level, he would have already scolded her. Zhao Yuan did not possess the fortitude to confront a woman with a higher divine level daily. Tang Shuangju seemed to discern Zhao Yuan's concerns and explained, "You need not worry about the divine rank. Although our levels are low, we progress swiftly. Moreover, the individuals I intend to introduce to you are not exceptionally high-ranked. They are merely on par with me, around 3 stars, level 4. Besides, where are we? In a large relic dungeon, the optimal map for leveling up. Once we emerge, you might find yourself at a similar level." Zhao Yuan shook his head, still unwilling. "There is a control-type girl, exceptionally beautiful, who would complement your team without conflict. A combination of control and summoning is quite harmonious." Tang Shuangju continued, mentioning a good friend of hers who had excelled in the game. But unfortunately, her talents constrained her path to the control class, and despite switching several teams, none were suitable. Seeing Zhao Yuan still reluctant, Tang Shuangju grew slightly irritated and said, "She stands at 1 meter 82, with long legs, an alluring figure, fair skin, an exquisite beauty, a petite, wealthy lady. Ahem, perhaps we could gather sometime." Zhao Yuan replied earnestly. "Oh man," Tang Shuangju scoffed. "You mentioned you were marked?" Zhao Yuan shifted the topic. "Yes, it's rather troublesome. It has diminished some of my attributes, and no matter how I evade, they always seem to find me." Tang Shuangju's demeanor turned serious. "What should we do then?" Zhao Yuan felt helpless. He was not a support character and could not handle such issues. Had it been earlier, it would indeed have posed a problem, but now you are here, Tang Shuangju smiled. "What can I do?" Zhao Yuan retorted. "You are a summoner in solo situations. You lack no damage output. As an assassin, my melee capabilities may not perfectly align with yours, yet it is still manageable. This is a splendid opportunity to farm relic points." They were merely 2 to 3 meters apart, and Zhao Yuan could feel the heat of her gaze. "Are you suggesting I act as bait?" Zhao Yuan quickly grasped her implication. "It has seemed that way, and it spares me the trouble of searching." Tang Shuangju laughed. "You better protect me well, then," she added playfully. "Your entire family is a bunch of little brothers." Zhao Yuan countered. "Aren't you afraid of attracting a great white shark?" He asked in response. "That is precisely why we must be cautious. Being overly timid would squander this opportunity," Tang Shuangju acknowledged. "To avoid attracting a large shark, we should find a secure location." Zhao Yuan concurred. "In the Abyss game, one cannot grow rapidly without taking some risks. I may know of a place." Zhao Yuan's eyes brightened. "Let us go," he said, quickly moving in a particular direction. "Here?" Tang Shuangju queried, gazing at Zhao Yuan a short distance away. "Are you going to eat me from so far away?" Zhao Yuan nodded. They arrived at a street flanked by 2 towering buildings, still colossal despite some collapse. A massive structure at either end had completely crumbled, blocking the rear exit and leaving only one route ahead. "You have effectively blocked our escape," Tang Shuangju remarked as she surveyed the area. "You are still rather young." Zhao Yuan dismissed her critique, believing the location to be excellent. He had previously soloed past this area and found these buildings sturdier than any he had encountered before. The exit, completely obstructed, extended approximately 2,000 meters. If they could not run 2,000 meters, other areas would likely be similar. More importantly, these buildings would serve as excellent cover against aerial assaults. Zhao Yuan shared his plan with Tang Shuangju, who expressed skepticism. "What alternative do you propose?" Zhao Yuan countered. "None." Tang Shuangju shook her head. "Then why express doubt?" Zhao Yuan refrained from voicing his thoughts directly. He knew Tang Shuangju could easily handle her own affairs. "Then follow my lead," Zhao Yuan decisively proclaimed. "How intriguing, little brother." Tang Shuangju chuckled, having just contacted her sister, who would arrive shortly. As a high-level player of the human race, her sister was invincible in this low-level area, even as a support character. Besides, she had her own backup plan. It puzzled her why Zhao Yuan was so confident. "All right, I will follow you," Tang Shuangju said, leaping into the nearest high-rise through a window. Zhao Yuan watched her ascend with a flicker of envy in his eyes. "Flight. Soon, once I complete this dungeon, I too shall be a 2-star and capable of flight." He dashed into a building, quickly making his way towards the exit. Finally reaching a floor, Zhao Yuan summoned his Sky Burst Bear, positioning it appropriately. He cleared away surrounding debris to ensure a clear escape route. Finding a vantage point, he laid down to remain concealed. In a high-tech civilization, this method would be utterly ineffective. Their instruments could detect him clearly. Unfortunately, their adversaries were devotees, entirely severed from the empire, relying solely on their own extraordinary powers. The empire's years of isolation from the devotees, coupled with the devotees' animosity towards the empire, meant they were too wary to use technology from the empire. Who would dare use such tools? That would be akin to flaunting one's inadequacies. They placed their faith in themselves and the Earth Mother. Have you always been so sneaky? Came Tang Xuangju's voice, imbued with an indescribable feeling. At such a low level, one must be cautious. Do not act rashly. Zhao Yuan whispered through the team voice channel. You are exceedingly sneaky. From earlier interactions, it was evident that Zhao Yuan's summons produced high damage output. In direct combat with the front line, explosive potential, and the resilient giant horn ant, coupled with her assassin's harvesting abilities, even a small boss could be confronted head-on. You must remain silent and keep an eye on the surroundings. If anyone approaches, alert me, Zhao Yuan instructed seriously. At that moment, Tang Xuangju had reached the rooftop, securing a position from which she could observe the area. Understood, she replied, stroking her head, initially expecting a direct confrontation, but now relegated to an observer's role. Was she truly being underestimated as an assassin? In truth, Zhao Yuan's arrangement aimed to keep a safe distance from Tang Xuangju. It appeared she had indeed eliminated a formidable opponent. Within mere minutes of Zhao Yuan's concealment, a group of devotees approached. Do you have any idea of the identity of the person you killed? Zhao Yuan inquired curiously in a hushed tone. I didn't pay attention. I encountered them by chance. A horde of minor foes. I cared not for their identity. I dispatched them in a single combo, and just before their demise, they struck me with a spell that I could not evade. Tang Xuangju replied nonchalantly, observing the devotees drawing near. Had her team been present, she would not have found herself in such a precarious situation. As a harvesting unit, engaging in direct combat was manageable with fewer foes, but when faced with larger numbers, it became a challenge, leading to her current plight. Chapter 29. I only handle the surveillance. The approaching group numbered around 30, while within acceptable limits. Zhao Yuan remained motionless, patiently awaiting the perfect opportunity. The devotees, led by their captain, descended at the exit, surveying their surroundings before stepping inside without hesitation. As they all entered the street, Zhao Yuan realized that the moment to act had arrived. Utilizing familiar tactics, the sky-exploding bear unleashed its taunt midair at a height of 10 meters, compelling everyone to direct their attacks towards it. At the same instant, 3 rift butterflies positioned themselves before them and activated their skills. The spatial tremors they created were almost unbearable, and as the sky-exploding bear crashed into the crowd, several individuals were grievously injured and sent flying. The sky-exploding bear rampaged through the throng, lightning crackling across its white fur. Zhao Yuan had donned a set of legendary equipment. Mere seconds later, spatial rifts appeared, and numerous bodies were shattered, their broken forms flickering with arcs of electricity, crackling audibly. In the street, their numbers were too densely packed, entirely vulnerable to the rift butterfly's assault. In a mere 3 seconds, the battle was over. In the distance, Tang Xuangju's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, I underestimated this fellow. Elemental damage combined with legendary gear yields devastating effects. The immense spatial damage, coupled with lightning elemental damage, render the rift butterfly's attacks explosively potent. Zhao Yuan, your equipment seems superior to mine. Are you pursuing extreme output? Zhao Yuan, looking at the 15 relic points he had accrued, felt a bit exasperated, as the relic points were evenly distributed among the team. No, as a summoner, why would I pursue extreme output? Zhao Yuan retorted somewhat irritably. That makes sense. Your class inherently limits the utility of extreme output. Truly, it is rather foolish. Summons only inherit a fraction of the summoner's primary attributes. How could one achieve extreme output? The cost effectiveness is far too low. Little brother, your method seems quite effective. Observing the effortless acquisition of 15 relic points, Tang Xuangju began to appreciate Zhao Yuan's approach. In this terrain, the rift butterfly's damage was maximized. Keep an eye on the surroundings. If the enemy numbers swell, alert me promptly. We must flee. Your task is critical. Do not be careless, Zhao Yuan advised, wary of being encircled without awareness. Rest assured, I know what to do. Tan Suan Ju deeply confident. From her elevated position, she had a comprehensive view of the battlefield, regardless of the enemy's approach. Indeed, to elaborate on how your equipment is so exceptional. It is notoriously difficult to assemble a full set of low-level gear. As an assassin, I struggle to find suitable equipment, yet you, a summoner, possess a complete set of legendary gear? Tang Xuangju was intensely curious, as only the initial wave of human players, driven to explore, would diligently gather a full set of equipment. Later players primarily utilized whatever they had, focusing on leveling up and relying on sheer divine power until they caught up with the main force before considering gear acquisition. Even her father, renowned among the human race, had not provided her with a complete set of legendary equipment. For a summoner at such a low level to possess an entire set of legendary gear is quite remarkable. Gifted by others, Zhao Yuan replied, focusing intently on the entrance, unwilling to place all his trust in others. He preferred to rely on himself, as teaming up with Tang Xuangju was not entirely his choice. Who gifted it to you? Someone is approaching. Not many, about 10. Tang Xuangju warned. Why do you concern yourself with such matters? It was not your gift. Zhao Yuan kept his gaze fixed on the entrance. 3 minutes later, people appeared. Zhao Yuan summoned his companion once more, and the battle concluded in 3 seconds. Watching the bodies on the ground gradually fade away, Zhao Yuan casually asked, "Do you think there is something amiss with our actions? Why do they continue to throw themselves into danger?" Although large relic dungeons may appear as a normal society with sentient beings, they are fundamentally still dungeons. You must have read the Monster Farming Guide. The essence of a dungeon is to capture a segment of the past. They have a predetermined trajectory. Do not assume they think like us. Tang Xuangju explained. Moreover, this is a faction battle. Countless battlefields are scattered across the planet. In our area, only a few have been slain. It will not attract any significant figures. The lesser monsters in large relic dungeons seem quite different from those outside. Their intelligence is notably high. Zhao Yuan remarked casually. Indeed, it is different. I have heard from my sister that as the levels of the abyss increase, the intelligence of wild monsters greatly enhances. At the first level, wild monsters are rather simple-minded, easy to defeat, but by the 17th level, their intelligence is comparable to ours, complete with their own societal structures. Furthermore, large relic dungeons are entirely distinct from abyss dungeons. It is said that large relic dungeons do not belong to the abyss game. If the abyss game pertains to LoN, then relic dungeons resemble collected artifacts. You see, relic dungeons never drop equipment or skill books from the abyss game. They only yield relic points, which indicates something significant. Tang Xuangju's voice resonated. Not belonging to the abyss game, Zhao Yuan mused. Of course, all of this is speculation. There are no definitive conclusions. It is merely hearsay. Tang Xuangju quickly clarified. Kasha had never heard of the abyss game, while the Vina tribe were devotees of the Earth Mother Goddess. From Kasha, it could be inferred that LoN was indeed the so-called deity. Can LoN obtain artifacts belonging to the Earth Mother Goddess? Could it be that deities exist in varying degrees? What exactly is the nature of a deity? Is it of a higher dimension? Zhao Yuan fell into deep contemplation. What are you pondering? Be alert. Someone is approaching. Tang Xuangju noticed Zhao Yuan's silence and reminded him. Zhao Yuan glanced over. About 20 individuals were approaching, easily manageable. After swiftly dispatching them, Zhao Yuan resumed his conversation with Tang Xuangju, exchanging idle remarks. Time passed in this manner as Zhao Yuan and Tang Xuangju happily farmed relic points. Whether Zhao Yuan was joyful, Tang Xuangju could not ascertain. She was simply delighted to be effortlessly accumulating relic points. Meanwhile, Tang Xuangju received a message from her sister. Tang Yimping, little sister, how are things? Is there any danger? Tang Xuangju, no, everything is fine, sister. Tang Xuangju, when will you return? Did you not say it would be soon? Tang Yimping, now, most have transitioned into the Empire faction. We few have decided to orchestrate a major move to intensify the conflict between the Empire and the faithful, enabling the Empire to swiftly assault the Earth Mother Goddess's palace, allowing us to enter the boss battle. The progress of merely farming monsters is too slow. Tang Xuangju, please be cautious. Do not falter. Tang Yimping, fear not. It is merely a waste of some relatively precious items. The danger is minimal. Little sister, I apologize. I had intended to take you along to farm monsters. But I am the only high-level support on the human side, and they require my assistance. Tang Shuangju, no problem, sister. I have someone to guide me. My speed is not inferior to yours. Tang Yinping, what level are you? Tang Shuangju, currently, I am at level 191. Tang Yinping, are you certain you are not the one leading him? Tang Shuangju, no, I only handle the scouting. Chapter 30. The plan. Just as Zhao Yuan was engrossed in monster farming, human players have begun to stir. Mo was the head guard of the Earth Mother Goddess's Momi heir, Reniki Bishop. Rising from humble origins to reach this level is truly remarkable. After decades of effort, he had now become the foremost confidant of the Momi heir Reniki Bishop. His faith in the Earth Mother Goddess was akin to that of a zealot, earning him the bishop's unwavering trust. In recent years, as the Empire's oppression of the Earth Mother Goddess's palace intensified, the conflict had grown increasingly fierce, and the power of the Divine Palace had suffered significant losses. As a guard, his previous role merely involved protecting the bishop and performing simple tasks. For the bishop's strength rendered the need for protection unnecessary. Now, however, he serves as the protector of young Master Kamier Reniki, the only son of Bishop Momier Reniki. And in the current circumstances, safety is of utmost importance. In a distant dormitory, only a few members of the human race from the Shungong faction remain. Gazing from afar at Mofala, Captain, when do we strike? Liu Hongbing inquired. Patience. Such matters cannot be rushed. Tan Jinshan replied with a smile, shaking his head. If we fail, the cost will be too great. Liu Hongbing frowned. Shall we not attempt it simply because it is difficult? Do you not find this quite intriguing? Tan Jinshan's gaze burned with intensity as he looked at Mofala. As an extraordinary individual, Mofala felt an unusual sensitivity and turned sharply in response to the gaze. Even from a distance, he could sense the chill emanating from Tan Jinshan's eyes. Unfazed, Tan Jinshan performed a gesture customary to the great Mother Earth Palace before Mofala. Mofala nodded in acknowledgement, diverting his gaze, while subtly signaling with his fingers, prompting two figures to swiftly approach. Tan Jinshan remained unperturbed. Their identities were completely secure, as they were indeed part of the great Mother Earth Palace faction, making their presence here entirely normal, so long as they did not change factions. In the eyes of the great Mother Earth Palace's followers, they were considered believers, and no one would harbor doubts. The abyssal game would render all their actions justifiable. Shortly, someone approached. Jing Hongbing calmly opened the door, and the two followers entered, performed a brief scan, found nothing amiss, and departed without further explanation. Followers possess ranks, and human players are merely the most common type. Higher-level inspections required no justification. Observing the two leave, Tan Jinshan ceased standing at the window and seated himself in a chair. This is an opportunity. If seized, we shall acquire a substantial number of relic points, along with a promised legendary skill book from high-level players within the instance, with professions available for selection. Of course, it is fraught with danger. We can refuse. What are your thoughts? Tan Jinshan turned to his companions. As a team entering the relic instance together, they held a considerable advantage over solo players. While everyone else was shifting factions, Tan Jinshan chose to remain observant. He was a wise individual. Often, fewer numbers equate to greater value. No matter how robust a fortress, it is typically the interior that falters first. After merely half a day of observation, he was contacted, advised not to switch factions just yet, but to wait. This waiting extended to a week, and he experienced no urgency. As anticipated, news arrived today. Others were also deep in thought, weighing the pros and cons, as the danger level had escalated. Within this group, Zheng Hongbing's character was somewhat impatient and unable to conceal his thoughts, directly questioning, Captain, I do not quite understand. Our goal is to join the Empire faction and assist in breaching the great Mother Earth Palace, is it not? Why must we now kill Mofala? I find it lacking in significance. Indeed, Captain, we could simply switch factions, join the Empire, and farm relic points. Such a splendid opportunity could save us years of effort. While you're here, another teammate echoed his confusion. They had all entered the relic instance to swiftly acquire relic points to elevate their divine ranks, as elite monsters outside required hunting one by one, whereas any enemy unit here equated to an elite monster. What a marvelous opportunity. They had already reached peak levels exceeding 900, and their divine rank was 13 stars, with adequate time spent here. Reaching 17 stars was not beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, confusion reigned among them. Yet the long-standing bond forged through shared life and death experiences prevented them from questioning their captain, instead choosing to wait quietly. They did not quite grasp what the captain was awaiting. I understand that everyone wishes to farm relic points and level up swiftly, but have you considered what it means for us to reach level 9 at 17 stars, without high-tier equipment or advanced skills? Even if we match the level of the main force, we will still be mere cannon fodder. Tan Jinshan spoke softly, followed by a sigh. You are aware that the current pinnacle for the human race is level 9 at 17 stars, with numbers in the billions and high-level resources are scarce. If we charge in, we will be but a drop of water in the ocean, destined to make no ripple. Are you content with that? Remember, our team is the foremost of this cohort. We are among the most exceptional of that year. Do you wish to fade into obscurity? Tan Jinshan expressed his pride. He did not initially form this team merely for survival. He aspired to become a powerhouse, one that the entire human race could not overlook. His ambition was to ascend to the heights attained by the legendary pioneers of humanity. Beautiful faces and withered bones are all in vain. Only longevity is eternal. He aimed to ascend step by step, even to the point of becoming a deity. He sought power and influence. So why? Zheng Hongbing queried, gazing at Tan Jinshan with a look of bewilderment. Observing the confusion in Zheng Hongbing's eyes, along with the apparent distraction of others, Tan Jinshan felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over his fervor. Thus, we require that legendary skill book. Tan Jinshan closed his eyes, lamenting the burdens of leadership. To say it plainly, why all the roundabout talk? Zheng Hongbing replied, exasperated. Tan Jinshan chose to ignore the brash individual as a frontliner. He was suitable, but as a strategist, there were no expectations. Tan Jinshan shifted his gaze to the control-type female member and then to a male teammate who had been keeping his head down, seemingly asleep, saying, Han Shan, this task is yours. We will create the opportunity for you. You must ensure a decisive strike. This time, should they succeed, he would choose a legendary skill book for an assassin profession. Do you have any objections? He looked at the others as he spoke. Upon hearing Tan Jinshan's words, Han Shan suddenly raised his head, a flash of cold light crossing his eyes, and the killing intent instantly chilled the surroundings. The control-type female member's eyes brightened, and she eagerly pulled her chair closer, cheerfully exclaiming, with Han Shan around, this chilling effect is superb. As a controller, she feared nothing more than damage dealers. Before a control-type professional, damage dealers had virtually no opportunity to unleash their output. The title of King of Duels was not mere boasting. Chapter 31. Assassination. Han Shan coldly regarded the female member, but before he could speak, she pinched his cheeks. Han Shan, don't be so cold all the time. You hardly ever speak. Suen Yin playfully squeezed Han Shan's cheeks while tugging at them. Feeling the distortion of his face, Han Shan grabbed Suen Yin's hands and pulled them away. Addressing Tan Jinshan, rest assured, Captain, I will accomplish this. This time is perilous. We have but one chance. If we mishandle it, we may perish here. We must proceed with caution and seize the moment. Tan Jinshan stated seriously. They had cooperated for 10 years, and their synergy was sufficient. Seeing Han Shan nod, Tan Jinshan turned his gaze back to the others, saying, although I too wish to farm extensively in this instance, the top-tier players do not share this sentiment. They no longer require leveling and prioritize the relic shop. The duration of instance completion significantly influences the instance rating, which could ultimately prevent the emergence of the relic shop. They will not accept that. Just ignore them. Zheng Hongbing replied nonchalantly. Are you out of your mind? When low-level players and high-level players find themselves in the same dungeon, it is the responsibility and duty of the high-level players to protect and guide the low-level players. Concurrently, the low-level players must obey the commands of the high-level players and assist them in completing tasks. Have you forgotten the rules of the human race? Before Tan Jinshan could speak, Sun Yin began to address Zheng Hongbing. What does that mean? Zheng Hongbing was taken aback by this multitude of responsibilities and obligations. It means that as long as they do not send us to our deaths, we cannot refuse. Moreover, They are offering us generous rewards. Sun Yan scratched his head and said helplessly, "What if I choose not to?" Zheng Hongbing replied with a grin, "Then prepare to endure a lifetime of disdain and ridicule." Sun Yan retorted coldly, "I have thick skin. I am not afraid." Zheng Hongbing shrugged indifferently. "Zheng Hongbing, are you deliberately trying to provoke me?" Sun Yan fumed. Just as she was about to get up and confront him, she was pulled back by Han Shan. "Don't go. You can't do anything to him." Han Shan looked at Sun Yan with a silent expression. As a control-type character, you can only bully those fragile damage dealers if you confront a tank. Will you just tickle him? Your damage is far less than his healing. If damage-dealing professions fear control-type players the most, then control-type players find themselves most troubled by support and tank professions. Support classes possess numerous skills to dispel debuffs and enhance abilities, relying heavily on personal skill. It's a delicate balance, yet when faced with tank classes, it becomes exceedingly difficult. Immense health, high defenses, and resistance to debuffs. Crowd control lasts but a moment, and damage is ineffective. It is truly frustrating. Thus, the only one capable of restraining Sun Yan and the team is Zheng Hongbing. Are you two simply going to watch him bully me? Sun Yan glared at the two damage dealers seated across from her. Zheng Hongbing hurriedly interjected, "Don't meddle. This is between us. A clumsy tank facing agile damage dealers can only accept the blows. Enough. Stop the commotion. It's giving me a headache." Tan Jinshan rubbed his temples, speaking with resignation. After 10 years together, they had become like family, often disregarding him as the team leader in less important matters. Han Shan quickly pulled Sun Yan back in her seat, while the three others exchanged glances to silence Zheng Hongbing. Gao Yu pondered for a moment and then spoke up. "Planning an escape afterward is also a major hassle, so we need to consider our retreat. What are your thoughts?" Tan Jinshan looked at her. As the deputy tank, Gao Yu was far more astute than Zheng Hongbing. Gao Yu retrieved an item from her backpack. Xiao Hong's game maze, type, item quality, excellent usage count. Once item description, this is Xiao Hong's favorite amusement park. As a child, she loved to play hide and seek with her friends here. However, as she grew older, her presence in the maze faded away. Using this item will create a maze visible only to our side and the enemy, lasting for 120 minutes. This is simpler than what I envisioned. Tan Jinshan exclaimed with delight, unable to resist picking up the item for closer examination. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes as he tucked the item away. Gao Yu glanced out the window and continued. "We can trap Camel Reniki with this item. After resolving that, we will retreat immediately. However, that captain is no simple foe. He might cause us a lot of trouble. Leave that to Sun Yan. Just let her deal with him." Tan Jinshan asserted. Gao Yu refrained from elaborating on the plan and instead questioned, "Captain, I truly don't understand the significance of eliminating Camel Reniki. He is merely the son of a bishop. What conflict could arise from that? Would it prompt the Empire to hasten their assault on the Divine Palace?" Tan Jinshan shook his head and replied, "I too find it perplexing, but I know we are just one link in a larger chain. Many others are also in motion. You need not worry. Those top-tier players have traversed more dungeons than we have traveled. They are all too savvy to engage in futile endeavors. After all, this is merely a dungeon." Gao Yu nodded in agreement, deciding to let it go as long as there was a conclusion. "When will we act?" "Tomorrow. Isn't this young master heading to a classmate's home? We shall accompany him. It is only fitting for good classmates to be together." Tan Jinshan lifted a cup of water from the table and took a sip. In this smoke-filled world, the 20,000 humans are insignificant. Yet no one realizes that it is these seemingly inconspicuous individuals who are gradually inserting a fuse into the Empire's vast powder keg. The next day, Camel Reniki departed from the base, heading to his classmate's home, never to return. With a loud crash, Mofala's body was hurled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Bishop Momi Reniki coldly gazed at him and said, "Is this how you protect him? He dies while you are asleep?" Mofala scrambled to his feet and knelt once more before the bishop. He understood that he had been sabotaged, yet he could not fathom how someone could render him defenselessly asleep. Even if such a method existed, he would awaken at the slightest disturbance. However, when he finally roused, only 10 minutes had passed, and he saw the corpses of the young master and his classmates' family. The bishop's rage was immeasurable. Preserving the bloodline for someone of his caliber was incredibly challenging. Outside, they called it an iron tree blooming. This was his hope, and now it was gone. Looking at Mo Fala kneeling before him, the bishop placed a hand on his head, bending down to whisper, "Go to the Mother Goddess's realm and take good care of the young master for me." Mo Fala's face turned pale with fear. In an instant, Mo Fala's body was reduced to ashes. A gust of wind blew through the window, leaving no trace behind. "Empire, do you mean to drive me to my death?" "Very well. If that is the case, I shall not let you have it easy either." "Death? Who is afraid of whom?" Momi Raniki's expression twisted with fury. He could only reach the rank of bishop in his lifetime, and his son was his only hope. Now, he was bereft of hope. Chapter 32. Assassination. Within a few days, important family members of the bishops were frequently attacked. Some succeeded, while others naturally failed. Undoubtedly, this unethical approach enraged the divine palace. Countless followers began to assault imperial family members, and simultaneously, a high-ranking official of the empire, arriving from the Star Sea to inspect work, was struck by a massive spell upon entering his residence that very day. Lu Jian hovered in the air, watching the endless wave of soldiers rushing toward him, and shouted fervently, "You traitors of the Mother Goddess! Returning to her is your greatest honor. Long live the Earth Mother Goddess!" Lu Jian spread his arms wide, calling out as waves of attacks bombarded the surroundings. Buildings shattered into pieces as extraordinary power swept through. "Earth Mother Goddess Palace, have you gone mad?" The supreme officer of the ancestral star roared. He was the official sent by the empire to oversee his work. His career was now over. "Die, you blasphemers!" Lu Jian continued to bellow. "Eliminate him!" The officer's roaring voice echoed in everyone's ears. One mech after another powered up. Countless energy waves instantly obliterated Lu Jian's figure. Among the soldiers, within one mech, Lu Jian wore a smile. Perfect. A magical substitute card transformed him from a physical warrior into a mage, albeit only in appearance. However, it perfectly resolved all issues, as long as they avoided the Empire's technological detection. The Empire's people, lacking extraordinary beings, were easily dispatched. As the situation calmed, Lu Jian returned to the military to continue executing the Empire's tasks, simultaneously sending messages to others. On the same day, the Supreme Commander of the Ancestral Star, weary, prepared to return home after being thoroughly berated. Upon reaching his doorstep, he saw his wife and daughter waiting for him. Watching his daughter wave joyfully, he felt a significant portion of his fatigue dissipate. Just as he was about to open the car door, his smile abruptly froze. "No!" He gasped in terror. A dark figure had appeared behind his wife and daughter. A long sword flashed with a cold gleam, and two bewildered heads flew into the air, blood spraying upwards. "Be careful! A follower is attacking!" The surrounding guards shouted, and an alarm was triggered. Tang Yinping quickly organized the others to encircle the area. "Damn the blasphemers!" The shadow hissed, the voice indistinguishable in gender. With that, it charged towards the commander. Exposed extraordinary beings stood defenseless against the Empire's weaponry, instantly turning to ash. At that moment, a group of people rushed over from a distance. "Sir, are you all right?" The leader, dripping with sweat, rushed forward. The commander, staring at the bodies of his wife and daughter, numbly turned to the leader and asked, "Is this how you protect my home?" The area surrounding the commander was filled with various detection devices. The slightest hint of extraordinary power would be annihilated from 10 miles away. The leader, catching sight of the two bodies, felt a chill in his heart. Naturally, there were no surveillance devices in the commander's home. All dangers were meant to be intercepted outside. Today, all instruments remained silent. No followers could have approached within 10 miles. "So this is your protection of my home?" The commander's gaze was vacant, yet his tone dripped with icy malice. "I will ensure you are given an explanation." The leader realized he was finished, utterly finished. The commander stepped towards the bodies of his wife and daughter, with Tang Yinping and the other guards closely following to protect him. He picked up his wife's head, cradling it in his arms, murmuring, "I will eradicate all of you." His voice was chilling, akin to a demon rising from the depths of hell. Tang Yinping vigilantly scanned the surroundings, embodying a truly qualified guard, sending messages to various friends. The devices of the Vina Empire could not detect the transmission of messages from the Abyssal Game friends. Action. On this day, the high-ranking officials of the Ancestral Star Empire suffered inhumane attacks. Ordinary people, without technological weaponry, stood no chance against the player's betrayal. Late at night, a spacecraft, escorted by numerous others, flew out of the starry skies. Outside the stars, colossal starships filled the cosmos, resembling immense beasts lurking in the darkness of space. The spacecraft smoothly entered a deep crimson giant ship. "Commander, this way, please. The general is waiting for you." A soldier guided him. Gildona, observing the supreme commander of the ancestral star, felt somewhat surprised but calmly inquired, "What brings you to find me at this late hour?" "I wish to completely annihilate the mother goddess palace of the ancestral star," the commander replied through gritted teeth. Gildona smiled calmly. "There is no need to report this to me. Internal affairs of the ancestral star are your prerogative. Just ensure it doesn't end up like last time, where the ancestral star was blown up. Beyond that, you need not inform me. Military and administration are two separate systems. They do not overlap. No one should meddle with the other. I do not wish for any undeserving individuals to return from the cosmos." The commander stood, declaring, "No need to see you off." Gildona replied nonchalantly. As he watched the departing figure, Gildona asked, "What is happening?" Instantly, the previously ordinary reception room transformed into a series of screens displaying events occurring on the ancestral star. Interesting, the Empire attacks the families of bishops. Followers eliminate the relatives of imperial officials. How audacious! Gildona shook his head, bemused, smiling. Were it not for the certainty that only these two factions existed on the ancestral star, he might suspect external forces were involved. As the two largest factions of the Vina clan, no other forces dared to interfere, especially in a place like the ancestral star. Unless the Vina clan faced total annihilation. Issue a notification. Anyone from the Mother Goddess Palace who dares to step foot on the ancestral star will be eliminated, Gildona commanded. Previously, he could turn a blind eye, but now that the highest commander of the ancestral star was openly defying the situation, he felt compelled to assist. "When can I return? This place is unbearably dull. Every day is mere skirmishes. I long to wage war against foreign races, to set off fireworks in the depths of the universe, rather than languish here." Gildona gazed out at the ancestral star, exclaiming in frustration, "General, guarding the home star is also a matter of great significance." A voice from an artificial intelligence chimed in. "Be quiet." Understood. A mere month passed, and Zhao Yuan and Tang Xuangju had already changed locations multiple times. Now, Zhao Yuan possessed 120,000 relic points. In just a month, accumulating over 20,000 relic points was indeed somewhat exaggerated. "Aren't you going to take a break?" Tang Xuangju asked, tying her ponytail. "I'm not tired," Zhao Yuan replied curtly. "But I am. I'm the one doing all the work. You've mostly just been idling. How can you be tired?" "Then disband the team and find a place to rest," Zhao Yuan said, feeling a pang of sympathy. If he were alone, he would likely have 140,000 relic points by now. "Are you dismissing me?" Tang Xuangju exclaimed, standing abruptly. "Yes," Zhao Yuan stated calmly, having long grasped her temperament over the month. "Then I want to introduce you to any girls," Tang Xuangju threatened. "No need for that. Your introductions come at too high a cost." Zhao Yuan shrugged. "Don't. Without me, how could you level up so quickly on your own?" "Then I truly thank you," Zhao Yuan replied with a straight face. "By the way, why do I feel like there are fewer followers lately?" Zhao Yuan pondered. "You don't know?" Tang Xuangju asked, puzzled. "What do I know?" Zhao Yuan replied, confused. "The Empire has begun a full-scale assault on the Mother Goddess Palace. It's being discussed daily in the channels." "What? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zhao Yuan slapped his forehead, utterly speechless. "Didn't you see everyone chatting? I'm not that free." Zhao Yuan opened the faction channel and found that indeed, everyone was discussing this matter. During this time, he had been focused on grinding monsters, leaving no time to care about such issues. Scrolling through the chat messages, Zhao Yuan was astonished by the level of brutality displayed. The ruthlessness of their tactics was unimaginable, resorting to any means necessary to achieve their goals. Though this was a dungeon, the opponents were still living beings. "Isn't this a bit too harsh?" Zhao Yuan muttered to himself. "What did you say?" Tang Xuangju suddenly leaned closer to Zhao Yuan. Startled, Zhao Yuan's hair stood on end. "Stay away from me. Don't you know our divine essence overwhelms?" Zhao Yuan retreated quickly, speaking irritably. "Don't be too soft-hearted, acting like a saint." Tan Xuan du vis auses stili. What? Zhao Yuan failed to comprehend. Do not dismiss this as merely a copy. Regardless of its nature, those who are not of our kin will inevitably harbor different intentions. Any force impeding the advancement of the human race may justifiably be eliminated. Tang Shuangju spoke earnestly. Zhao Yuan felt a surge of apprehension. Was this the prevailing sentiment among most of humanity? We are fighting for survival, and the very existence of our kind over the next 3 centuries remains uncertain. We cannot afford to be compassionate at this juncture, Tang Shuangju whispered, recalling her father's earnest teachings from every video he had sent her. Zhao Yuan nodded, gradually accepting her perspective. Humanity was still in the throes of survival, and a soft heart would not save them. How could one be tender-hearted when countless members of humanity lay lost in the abyss? They had sacrificed themselves, braving countless dangers, and none had ever shown them compassion. Zhao Yuan inhaled deeply and turned to Tang Shuangju, saying, "Let us not linger and rest. We must continue our efforts. Time is of the essence, and if we are not careful, this instance may come to a swift conclusion. Do not rush. My sister shall arrive shortly to escort us. She will expedite our progress." Tang Shuangju replied, "Your sister is also in this instance? You never mentioned this before." Zhao Yuan retorted, slightly exasperated. "You have a sister, and yet you cling to me. Look at you, wearing that pitiful expression as if you have suffered a great injustice. Countless men vie for my attention, yet you seem to disdain it, destined to remain a solitary soul." Tang Shuangju scoffed, her discontent evident. "If it weren't for my inability to defeat you, I would have relished the opportunity to silence you with a single strike." Zhao Yuan found a rock and sat down, disregarding Tang Shuangju's grievances, and countered, "How long will this take?" Soon. Hurry and have your sister take you away. I am quite weary of this." Zhao Yuan thought to himself, filled with disdain. Being in the presence of someone with a higher divine rank was perpetually nerve-wracking and exceedingly uncomfortable. Noticing Zhao Yuan's unwillingness to converse, Tang Shuangju crossed her arms defiantly, turning her back on him. "I have accompanied you for a month, and yet I am met with this attitude. What a dense man." Before long, a figure swiftly approached from a distance. "Sister," Tang Shuangju called out warmly. Zhao Yuan instinctively surveyed the surroundings for any unexpected developments. "Why shout so loudly? Are you not concerned about being exposed?" Zhao Yuan turned to see a woman descending gracefully. Her figure was striking, with cascading golden waves of hair shining brilliantly. She wore a short, pale yellow miniskirt that accentuated her curves, showcasing her exquisite form and captivating allure. Zhao Yuan was left in awe, pondering what kind of equipment manifested such a stunning appearance. In an instant, Tang Yinping landed gracefully, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Tang Shuangju, who clearly appeared weary after a month apart. "Little sister, are you all right?" she inquired, enveloping Tang Shuangju in a warm embrace. "Yem mifine. What could possibly be wrong?" Tang Shuangju replied dismissively. Tang Yinping extended her hand, casting a purification spell, followed by several supportive abilities. "Ah, that feels wonderful." Tang Shuangju closed her eyes, sighing in relief as her negative status dissipated and her attributes were restored. Now she no longer had to worry about being marked and exposed. Although there was nothing truly terrifying, the discomfort lingered in her heart. "Sister, please purify him as well. He has been battling monsters for a month without rest." Tang Shuangju pointed at Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan quickly shook his head. "What do you mean by not resting? Whenever there were no monsters, I would take short breaks, accumulating to nearly 2 hours. Is this even coherent?" Tang Yinping raised her hand and cast another purification spell. Instantly, a wave of comfort enveloped Zhao Yuan, reminiscent of waking up naturally each day. The fatigue vanished, and he understood why the support role was held in such high esteem. It was no mere coincidence. "Thank you, esteemed one." Zhao Yuan offered a polite greeting. Another esteemed individual capable of effortlessly erasing his existence. He felt no trace of divine oppression, something Tang Shuangju could not replicate. How high was her rank? "Sister, this is Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan, this is my sister, Tang Yinping." Tang Shuangju introduced them. "Zhao Yuan?" Tang Yinping's expression shifted to one of intrigue. "What a coincidence. Tang Yinping, level 1600? Zhao Yuan recalled the esteemed individual he had encountered in the channel. Greetings, young novice. I never anticipated encountering you here. Tang Yinping smiled at Zhao Yuan. This young novice is quite remarkable. Esteemed one, it is an honor to meet you. Zhao Yuan responded earnestly. She was the highest-ranked player among the human race, the most powerful he had ever encountered. In the pre-apocalyptic world, she would have been akin to a human nuclear weapon, capable of effortlessly demolishing cities and nations. Even as a support character, her immense divine superiority could lead to the demise of ordinary people merely through her presence. Do not be modest. You are the recipient of the title Human Race Liver Emperor. In a few years, you may very well become a prominent figure among our kind, Tang Yinping said graciously. What? Title recipient? That one from a while back? Zhao Yuan. How'd I not connect the dots? Tang Shuangju exclaimed. I had no idea. No. It's merely a coincidence. There are countless Zhao Yuans among the human race. Zhao Yuan quickly clarified. The equipment of Senior Feng Wujin, a summoner renowned among our kind, has been preserved within the human alliance. It was recently awarded to exceptional individuals, such as Tang Yinping, she said with a knowing smile. Glancing at Zhao Yuan's manifested equipment, the lightning effects were unmistakable. Any veteran player could identify them. A complete set of legendary equipment of the same element was a rarity. Even lower-tier legendary gear was exceptionally luxurious. Zhao Yuan felt a chill of realization. He had let his guard down and become somewhat complacent. With a thought, he retracted the effect of his equipment manifestation and donned the Yuqing set instead. This way, he would not attract undue attention. All right, let us set forth. We may miss our opportunity if we delay further, Tang Yinping said, admiration flickering in her eyes. Although the atmosphere among the human race was generally one of positivity and care for the weak, there were always those who harbored imbalances in their hearts. During times of vulnerability, it was wise to conceal oneself. Never trust humanity, yet never doubt it. The path to strength is the eternal truth. Chapter 34. Shall we make a pact? Where are we headed? Zhao Yuan instinctively inquired. He had no intention of mingling with them. It was best to keep a distance from high-level players. The boss is about to be summoned, Tang Yinping stated. It has been nearly a month, and the Empire is finally unleashing its true power. As technological weaponry comes into play, the extraordinary becomes increasingly impotent, especially when there is a severe shortage of high-end combat power. In desperate times, tactical maneuvers are employed. In times of abundance, firepower prevails. When the distance is vast and the followers remain unaware, they are already engulfed by relentless bombardment. The endless mechs and aircraft lay down a curtain of fire, rendering the extraordinary woefully inadequate. When the Empire is determined to eradicate you, even the bishops must flee in haste. Currently, the Empire has eliminated the majority of the Ancestral Star followers and is now advancing towards the Earth Mother Palace. May I join? Zhao Yuan felt a sense of reluctance. He doubted his usefulness in a boss battle, as his level likely rendered him ineffective against the boss. Come along. There are hardly any followers remaining at the periphery, and those that remain are gathering towards the Earth Mother Palace. Staying here is futile, Tang Yinping urged. Is it truly coming to an end so soon? I wish to grind a bit longer. Such opportunities are exceedingly rare. Tan Suangju lamented. Staying here for 4 to 5 years. I estimate I will be able to catch up with the main force. However, I will have to endure the hardships of battling elite monsters in the wilderness. There is no need for lamentation. The minor creatures are merely an appetizer, while the boss is the main course. Tang Yinping remarked with a smile. Our current level is like a mere scratch to the boss, of little consequence. Zhao Yuan inquired. It's quite all right. Large relic dungeons differ from others. The boss 1T possessed divine oppression, so even if you merely scratch it, you will ultimately receive a score, which will be based on a combination of level and contribution. The higher the score, the more relic points you will acquire. Danjianping et Lai. This is the uniqueness of large relic dungeons, which are friendly to all, unlike abyss dungeons where the boss, with its divine level, makes it difficult to inflict significant damage, resulting in no contribution and ultimately nothing to gain. Well then, let us discuss this on the way. Tang Yinping, feeling somewhat urgent, as the highest level support for this dungeon, would likely be the commander in the boss battle, carrying immense pressure and many matters to handle. After saying this, Tang Yinping soared into the air, followed closely by Tang Xuanju. Zhao Yuan could only watch helplessly. He was unable to fly yet and would have to wait until he reached 2 stars to soar. I almost forgot. You can't fly yet. My apologies for being accustomed to it. Dan Danping Duke. What are you doing? Zhao Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Without hesitation, Tang Yinping scooped Zhao Yuan into a princess carry, leaving him utterly stunned. Don't move, Tang Yinping said as she held Zhao Yuan, observing him squirm in her grasp. Instantly, she dashed into the sky. Put me down. I can run. Zhao Yuan's face flushed crimson, his body stiffening. Even the biting cold wind of high-speed flight could not diminish his warmth. Run? How long do you intend to run? Dan Danping Zima Amut. As she looked down at the awkward Zhao Yuan. There's a difference between men and women. Zhao Yuan muttered quietly. You little rascal, are you still a virgin? How old are you now? Tang Yinping asked, somewhat astonished. For such an outstanding young man, does humanity's hope in genetic engineering not consider pairing you? Although it is inhumane, that is the current situation of humanity. 16. That is not too young. Zhao Yuan retorted loudly. 16? That is quite young. I remember when I was 16, I was still in the mortal world. Who would have thought 100 years have passed so swiftly? Dan Danping sighed, realizing that she had unwittingly spent nearly a century in this abyss. Grandma, it seems you have revealed something. You don't appear to be over 100 years old. Zhao Yuan inquired curiously. Wasn't he said that a woman's age is a secret? How easily she divulged it to him. Although the Abyss game has brought calamity, it has also granted longevity. I no longer know how long I can live, but I feel that as long as I do not die, I should be able to live for a very long time. Tang Yinping said, blessing and misfortune coexist. I wonder if this is a good or bad thing. As they flew, Zhao Yuan's stiff body gradually relaxed, although the position remained uncomfortable, prompting him to shift slightly. Oh, it seems I have touched something I shouldn't have. It feels rather soft. In an instant, Zhao Yuan's face turned red again, his body frozen in place. How embarrassing. Little one, would you like to go out after the dungeon? Tang Yinping looked down at Zhao Yuan, teasingly. She had noticed the earlier anomaly in Zhao Yuan's physical response. Go out for what? Zhao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Of course, to engage in activities exclusive to men and women. Dan Danping Laoget. The intense survival pressure of the Abyss game compels nearly everyone to indulge their desires. Coupled with the encouragement from the higher-ups to procreate, the higher the player's level, the less they conceal it. However, as life evolves, the demand in this regard diminishes significantly. It does not disappear, and interest is not rejected. Sister, he is still young. Tang Xuangju's voice chimed in, somewhat annoyed, as she had overheard. Is my little sister upset? No worries. We can all join in. Tang Yinping chuckled. After all these years of restraint, encountering such an interesting young novice, especially one who is still a virgin, could lead to something delightful. Sister, Tang Xuangju, being young, found such words difficult to bear. So, what do you say? Shall we? Tang Yinping inquired with a lowered gaze. Zhao Yuan quickly shook his head, exclaiming, Isn't this bullying? Big sister, I have no such intentions at the moment. Although the current atmosphere among humanity is such, it is still too direct. He is still young. Your level is still low. The chances of having children are quite high. I believe you should consider trying. After a few years, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to have children. Tang Yinping expressed with some regret. Sister, please don't say that. We are both still young. Tang Xuangju, being a maiden, could hardly withstand such bold words. Her face flushed bright red. Alas, you are both too young. Little sister, do you know how long it took your parents to conceive you? A full 20 years. This is already quite rare. Some individuals strive for decades without any success. Tang Yinping shook her head, realizing that these two were far too naive to comprehend. In truth, the higher-ups among humanity are deeply concerned. If humanity were to evolve to a certain degree, would they risk extinction? This is a significant issue. Longevity and procreation seem to be at odds. However, that is a matter for the future. If we cannot survive these 300 years, it will all be meaningless. Noting the two's embarrassment, Tang Yinping decided not to press further. There would be plenty of opportunities ahead, and this young novice would be easy to win over. Indeed, boys must learn to protect themselves. The flight was remarkably swift, and soon Zhao Yuan beheld a colossal aerial city, embodying the architectural style of the Wayne clan. With cities built high in the sky, from a distance, he spotted an immense statue, resembling a female figure, with a gigantic body and a serpent-like lower half. Its golden scales glimmering. The statue had 4 limbs, 2 arms outstretched as if embracing something, while the other 2 cradled an infant, whose appearance resembled that of the Wayne clan. Strangely, the statue's face was entirely blank, devoid of any features. In an instant, Zhao Yuan comprehended. This must be the Earth Mother Goddess. The statue was monumental, with half of its body already shrouded in clouds, making the entire city appear diminutive in comparison. As they drew closer, Zhao Yuan noticed the area teeming with countless warplanes and mechas, stretching as far as the eye could see. Gradually descending, Tang Yinping lowered their altitude, weaving through the imperial army, and landed within the city. Countless worshippers, armed with various weapons, gazed coldly at the sky, an invisible murderous intent rendering the atmosphere particularly serene. During the descent, Zhao Yuan observed a grand palace at the city's center. If there were no surprises, it would be the palace of the Earth Mother Goddess. In a vast square, 20,000 humans had gathered, possibly due to the dungeon's influence. As neither the palace of the Earth Mother Goddess nor the Empire seemed to acknowledge this area, almost instinctively overlooking it. Even though the humans and the Wayne clan appeared vastly different, they completely ignored one another. As Tang Yinping landed, numerous gazes turned towards them, and Zhao Yuan, feeling embarrassed, quickly turned his head, burying his face into 2 soft areas. I must have made a mistake. However, this feeling all right, let us get down. How long will I have to carry you? Tang Yinping, unfazed by the surrounding stares, said with a smile to Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan hastily jumped down, ignoring the distant gazes, and looked up at the sky. Stay here for now. Do not approach. Some individuals have yet to temper their presence. Their divine aura may overwhelm you, Tang Yinping advised. Zhao Yuan nodded earnestly, not wishing to experience the sensation of a rabbit plunging into a den of lions. Although Tang Xuangju appeared somewhat indifferent, she too understood the gravity of the situation and followed suit in nodding. As Tang Yinping soared away, the surrounding gazes retracted, returning to normalcy. Was it comfortable just now? Tang Xuangju's voice drifted over. Zhao Yuan leaned against an enigmatic sculpture, ignoring her inquiry. Observing the crowd in the distance, he noted that while they appeared to be gathered, there remained considerable space between groups, with no conversation occurring. Instead, the faction channels buzzed with activity. It was simply uncomfortable to converse face-to-face with those of different ranks. Yet the channels resolved this issue seamlessly. Are you ignoring me? Tang Xuangdu Kulim, tossing a stone in his direction. No, I'm not that kind of person, Zhao Yuan declared with righteous indignation. Hee, I warn you not to act recklessly. Your evolutionary levels differ vastly. Be careful not to be drained. Don't say I didn't warn you, Tang Xuangju cautioned, feeling an inexplicable discomfort at the thought of Zhao Yuan engaging in such activities with her sister. You're overthinking it, Zhao Yuan retorted crossly. Rest assured, I promise to introduce you. There's no need to rush. Young men can be quite fervent. It's understandable, but moderation is key. For reasons unknown, Tang Xuangju felt an unaccountable sense of relief. Chapter 35. Engaging the boss. Lu Jian invited you to join the team. Will you accept? Not long after, Zhao Yuan received the invitation and joined the team, soon followed by Tang Xuangju. Observing the continuous influx of members, Zhao Yuan closed the interface. As he gazed up at the dense formation of the Imperial Army, a sense of confusion washed over him. What were they waiting for? Having arrived at this point, were they merely going to stand idle? In the Imperial faction, at the Supreme Command Post of the Mother Star, the Supreme Commander's countenance was grim. Throughout the morning, he had taken countless calls, each one cloaked in the guise of concern for the Mother Star, yet subtly applying pressure upon him. The Divine Palace had existed for millennia. It was the original faith of the Wayne clan and had a vast popular foundation within the Empire. To tamper with it was akin to stepping on a landmine. While he could endure this pressure, the haunting images of his wife and daughter filled him with a burning rage. Open fire. Reduce this place to rubble. Commander, please hold. The director of the Imperial Guard interjected. He commanded the armed forces within the Mother Star. What do you wish to convey? The Supreme Commander glared at him. Commander, The Temple of the Earth Mother is a symbolic edifice of the Mother Star. Its existence is as ancient as our clan has history. The cost of its destruction would be too great. The director replied with a bitter smile. You understand. Annihilating the Temple of the Earth Mother would indeed obliterate all followers of the Mother Star. Yet it would also deliver a profound blow to the common populace. Future generations, regardless of how they delve into history, will be unable to bypass the Temple of the Earth Mother and the Mother Star. And the temple itself is an undeniable cornerstone of our clan's origin and history. Once we destroy it, not only will we face eternal condemnation in the annals of history, but even the present populace could tear us apart. Everyone understood that this was a conflict between the Empire and the Divine Palace, not a war against the Wayne clan, and they could not bear the repercussions. The director of the Imperial Guard spoke solemnly. While he too wished to eradicate the Temple of the Earth Mother, he was aware that its destruction was simply not feasible. At least, he would not take the blame for it. No one wished to inscribe such a mark upon history, neither the high-ranking officials of the Empire nor himself. Others began to rise, urging caution, recognizing that if today's actions were executed, they might gain the favor of the Empire's high officials. Yet the pressure from society and their families sent shivers down their spines. A flicker of anger flashed in the Supreme Commander's eyes, quickly morphing into resignation. This was the very reason the Empire had been unable to extinguish the Divine Palace. The threat did not solely stem from the terrifying Palace Master, but also from societal expectations and internal dissent. So what do you propose we do? The commander bellowed. The director of the Imperial Guard's expression turned icy as he replied, The Temple of the Earth Mother cannot be destroyed, but the followers can be eliminated. We shall eradicate all followers and then seal this place. Since it serves as a symbol, let it remain a silent one. Agreed. Let it be so. Others concurred, recognizing that this way, they would not bear the weight of history's burdens while effectively curtailing the followers, a most prudent course of action. Following this, all eyes turned toward the Supreme Commander. After a prolonged silence, he slumped into his seat, murmuring, Let it be done as you suggest. Yes, Commander. Rest assured, I will ensure that not a single follower escapes. The director of the Imperial Guard proclaimed loudly. Dark clouds loomed as the fires of war erupted, and countless energies began to annihilate the followers. Massive war machines unleashed energy beams that swept through the streets, erasing throngs of followers in an instant. Some followers ascended, unleashing furious roars, their extraordinary powers erupting as they shattered a war machine, triggering explosions that caused surrounding aircraft to detonate as well. The Empire coldly observed the followers' resistance before extinguishing the flames of destruction. Several mechs surged forward, casting a colossal net from their grasp, ensnaring the followers before contracting, sending chunks of flesh plummeting from the skies, dismembered. Warplanes unleashed aerial bombardments, while low-flying vehicles rained down fire, saturating the surroundings with blood. Some followers, seeing no hope, cried out the name of the Earth Mother as they charged into the war machines. An explosion erupted, akin to fireworks scattering across the expanse. Subsequently, more followers relinquished their guerrilla tactics, throwing themselves into the fray, embracing destruction. Among them were the elderly, women, men, and even young children. In this battle of faith, there was no retreat. The glory of the Mother could not be sullied. The warplanes unleashed a relentless barrage lasting 10 minutes, showering the skies with blood and flesh. The cold machinery, upon receiving commands, exhibited no hesitation, even against their kin. After what felt like an eternity, the chaos began to subside. The war machines and mechs descended to conduct final checks and deliver the finishing blows. All right, the cut scene is over. It's our turn. Lu Jian's voice rang out. Let us proceed. The 2,000 human warriors marched resolutely toward the Temple of the Earth Mother. Everyone, listen to my commands. The frontline classes will engage the boss, with the secondary tank assisting. Damage dealers, position yourselves wisely, and control classes must be vigilant in interrupting the boss's abilities to maximize damage output. Support roles. Ensure everyone's safety. Newcomers, linger at the periphery. If you can reach, do so, but if not, keep your distance. Support must also protect the newcomers adequately to prevent them from being eliminated instantly. Tang Yinping's voice resonated, organizing the teams. As her voice echoed, The members adjusted their formations. Frontline together, damage dealers united, and support roles grouped, each forming distinct teams. They communicated seamlessly, swiftly exchanging skills and distributing responsibilities. Zhao Yuan, Tang Shuangju, and a few others lacking even level 800 congregated at the team's outskirts. Everyone, please be cautious. Do not be greedy for damage. If you can deal damage, do so. If not, evade. Do not rush forward. Tang Yinping continued to remind them. In frontline, ensure coordination. Do not lose aggro. Do not skimp on skills. Once the boss initiates a wide area attack, be sure to activate area damage reduction skills. Fragile classes cannot withstand the damage. The situation is as follows. There is no need for undue anxiety regarding the large relic dungeon, for it is relatively straightforward and not excessively challenging. As the commander's voice resonated, the group moved in an orderly fashion towards the central hall. It was inevitable that some would perish, yet no one faltered. Just as the saying goes, we, the human race, fear not death. In the battle of life and death, we shall not retreat. Outside the grand hall, towering steps ascended one after another. The players did not resort to flight, but rather ascended step by step. Various equipment manifested as the front line led the charge, closely followed by the off-tank, with a plethora of damage dealers in the midst, exuding an aura of lethal intent, while support and crowd control lingered behind, with a cluster of novices trailing at the rear, brandishing flags and cheering. As the massive doors of the hall swung open, 20,000 players entered in a slow and orderly manner. Chapter 36. The High Priest, though it was called a hall, the interior was astonishingly vast, resembling a grand plaza. At the center stood a colossal statue of the Earth Mother, with sunlight cascading down, imparting a profound sense of history. The surroundings seemed to resonate with the passage of time, tranquil and harmonious. The formidable force of the players advanced without hindrance. Beneath the statue of the Earth Mother in the hall's center, a figure sat cross-legged, facing away from the crowd. "Stop!" exclaimed Tang Yinping. Instantly, all halted, gripping their weapons tightly as they gazed upon the final boss. Unbelievers, who grants you the audacity to tread upon the sacred soil of the divine? The high priest rose slowly, turning to face everyone. "Ah, the Empire! How heartless you are! How many millennia ago did the Dona royal family kneel in this temple, beseeching blessings from the Mother Goddess? And now, after so many years, you seek to extinguish us? How laughable!" His robust physique emanated a terrifying aura as he laughed heartily, an echo of despair or madness. After a moment, he ceased his laughter, summoning a weapon that resembled an iron rod, which he brought crashing down upon the ground. A shock wave surged towards the players as the high priest coldly declared, "Come forth. Today, let your blood cleanse the pollution you have brought upon this land." Instantly, a health bar appeared above his head. 2 billion health. Not bad. Frontline engage. With that, a player in the front row threw a shield that spiraled towards the high priest, while another leapt up, raising an axe high to strike at the high priest's head. The battle has begun. The high priest swatted the shield away with a single motion, then swept his weapon to send the axe wielder flying. Before he could retract his weapon, another shield came crashing down, causing the high priest's expression to darken with fury. A barrier of energy appeared to shield his face. Such lack of martial ethics. How dare you strike my visage? Soon, several shields were hurled at him in succession. An overwhelming rage surged within him. "You seek death," he bellowed, charging at the assailants. The enmity was established, and the damage dealers commenced their assault. At Tang Yinping's command, all damage dealers took to the air. What followed was a torrential onslaught of attacks, with countless fireballs cascading down, followed by an array of ice projectiles, arrows, and various magical spells raining destruction upon the ground. Each support player unleashed a torrent of beneficial buffs upon the attackers. With 20,000 participants engaging, the scene was grand, and although it began in chaos, it quickly fell into order under Tang Yinping's guidance. "The boss's health is dwindling at a snail's pace," Zhao Yuan remarked from the outskirts. "That's to be expected. The levels among us vary widely. We must proceed methodically," Tang Shuangju replied, her excitement palpable as her eyes sparkled. "This boss battle is the perfect stage for assassins to shine. I feel an irresistible urge to unleash a devastating combo. How long will this take? Zhao Yuan inquired curiously, as this was his first true boss battle, discounting the initial foray into the abyss. This is just the beginning. It will take at least 2 or 3 days. Dang Suan Yu Mu said, 2 or 3 days. That's an eternity. Zhao Yuan inhaled deeply. What is that in comparison? The level 16 Guardian boss had hundreds of trillions of health, and it took tens of billions of players 6 entire years to conquer it. Tang Xuangji regarded Zhao Yuan with a look of disbelief. That must have been an extraordinary spectacle. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Zhao Yuan summoned 3 rift butterflies to engage at range. The sky-exploding bear and giant horn ant were ill-suited for such a crowded boss encounter. A single misstep could lead to disastrous outcomes. So it was best not to create further chaos. In fact, I believe you should prepare more ranged summons, especially those with high single-target burst potential. Otherwise, you may find yourself in an awkward position during the boss fight. Tang Xuangju chuckled as she observed Zhao Yuan's feeble attempts at ranged attacks with the rift butterflies. Oh, is it embarrassing for you? Zhao Yuan retorted, glancing at Tang Xuangju, who seemed to lack any offensive capability. At least I can chip away at the boss. And what about you? Tang Xuangju's irritation flared as she snapped back. Isn't it typical for assassins to wait for the right moment? Oh, Zhao Yuan scoffed. Tang Xuangju, now visibly upset, prepared to advance. Wait, I was just joking, Zhao Yuan exclaimed, realizing he may have overstepped. Isn't that tantamount to courting death? Are you foolish? Tang Xuangju took a couple of steps forward and began to dance, ignoring Zhao Yuan's remarks. What are you doing? He questioned, surprised to see her not charging recklessly, but rather performing a dance. Look at the picture, Tang Xuangju replied, disinterested in explaining further, sending Zhao Yuan an image. Dragon Dance Skill Description. Complete the specified actions in sequence. Each completed action increases damage by 1, grants a 0, 1 attack speed bonus, and 1 armor penetration. Additionally, it grants a layer of Dragon Blood Mark for 10 seconds, stacking up to 1,000 layers. When damage is dealt after 3 seconds, the Dragon Blood Mark will explode on the current target within 1 second, dealing 7 of the total damage dealt in the previous 3 seconds per layer. Goodness, that's incredible, Zhao Yuan exclaimed, astonished. 3 seconds is ample time for a high-level assassin to unleash their full output. Thus, you must be cautious in the wild. If you encounter strangers performing odd movements, you should either flee swiftly or strike first to interrupt them. Dan Suan du Atvis. Thank you, this skill is simply unbeatable. Zhao Yuan expressed gratitude towards Tang Xuangju, marveling at its potential. If that damage erupts, I doubt anyone could withstand it. With armor penetration, attack speed boosts, and increased damage, coupled with critical hits, I can't fathom who could endure 4 seconds of that. Unbeatable, you say? Who would allow an assassin to stack buffs right before their eyes? Given an assassin's frail nature, by the time you stack your buffs, you would have already been dispatched. Tang Xuangju countered. If you encounter a crowd control specialist, they would confine you, causing you to helplessly watch your buff layers dwindle, which would be utterly infuriating. That makes sense. How many assassins would dare to stack buffs in front of others? Only during a boss fight is this skill truly formidable. Tang Xuangju concluded. Disrupt his control. Suddenly, Tang Yinping's voice rang out. The high priest, battered by aerial attacks, was unable to escape the clutches of the front line. Each time he considered shifting his focus, he was met with a slap to the face, and soon his fury ignited, fixated on annihilating the one before him. With a swift motion, he hurled his staff toward the airborne crowd. The staff wielded immense power, capable of devastating fragile output classes. A mere touch would render them useless. A direct hit would spell death, and its speed was so swift that some individuals could hardly evade it. Disarm, blind, paralyze, slow, freeze, constrain. In an instant, a flurry of control effects descended, and the staff fell from midair. The high priest was abruptly interrupted by an array of debuffs. Assassins advance. The front lines and melee fighters swiftly retreated, and a throng of assassins surged forward, unleashing an explosive combination of physical and magical attacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Retreat. Front lines continue. Before Tang Yinping could count to 5, the retreat was completed, and the front lines surged forward once more. Even the assassins had already withdrawn, yet the boss continued to be bombarded with damage at alarming rates. As soon as the high priest freed himself from control and attempted to assess the situation, a shield once again smashed towards his face. Enraged. Following this, an onslaught of sustained damage rained down. Could one imagine such coordination emerging from a group of strangers? This was the culmination of countless sacrifices made by the human race. Chapter 37. Ruthless Kill. Tang Xuangju swiftly blinked back from afar, her face alight with excitement as she looked at Zhao Yuan and exclaimed, "How was it? Impressive, right?" In less than 5 seconds of output, the results were exceptionally gratifying, as they could clearly see the high priest health bar waver. "I didn't notice you earlier," Zhao Yuan replied with an awkward chuckle. He had been too focused on the boss's health bar, entirely oblivious to Tang Xuangju's presence. Never mind. Let's see the output contribution." Tang Xuangju expressed her frustration and immediately opened the team contribution chart. After scrolling down, she finally spotted her effective damage at the bottom. 31,000. So low. "I dealt all that damage." Tang Xuangju expressed her dissatisfaction. Curious, Zhao Yuan opened his own interface and also found himself at the bottom with 29,000. Oh, that's low. Although he had only the Lai Kong die contributing to his output, he had been fighting for quite some time, yet it was still less than Tang Xuangju's 3 seconds. Wow, the highest output is actually a greatsword warrior, an off-tank? Truly, when the tiger is away, the monkeys rule the mountain. Tang Xuangju exclaimed before realizing her mistake and quickly covering her mouth, as someone high above cast a glance toward Zhao Yuan's direction. Zhao Yuan hurriedly scrolled to the top and discovered that the highest output belonged to someone named Lu Jian, whose output reached an astonishing 470,000. With the profession of greatsword warrior, he was undoubtedly an off-tank, surpassing a multitude of damage dealers. Truly an eye-opener. The second highest was an output class called Shadow Hunter, with an output of 430,000. Without a doubt, such a player was a formidable force as a warrior-type profession. His damage output exceeding that of dedicated damage dealers indicated that his gear and skills were far superior to those of the other output classes present. It appeared this dungeon lacked formidable damage dealers, suggesting that this run would be prolonged. Dan Suan Yu Sai, as a damage dealer. Witnessing a warrior's output capabilities being so dominant was disheartening. What a hassle. Zhao Yuan closed the interface, realizing that one could not expect a random match dungeon to be filled with top-tier players. As the front lines regained their aggro, the high priest fell completely into the player's rhythm. The group began to cooperate with precision. The boss fight appeared to simplify. A full day and night passed, with relentless bombardment continuing unabated. No one showed signs of fatigue. They remained committed to outputting damage, as a team dedicated to defeating the boss. They had not anticipated a swift victory and were fully prepared for prolonged combat. Such scenarios were commonplace in the abyss, where divine levels were heightened, and the evolution of life tiers rendered these battles not overly exhausting. Finally, as the boss's health bar reached 50%, the high priest forcefully repelled the surrounding attacks and bellowed, golden light emanating from his form, his health visibly rising at an alarming rate, increasing to 60 in a mere second and continuing to recover. Quick, unleash heavy wounds, poison, and healing reduction, Tang Yinping calmly commanded, as boss health regeneration was hardly unexpected. Following her call, those with skills that could inflict such effects quickly retaliated. Eventually, the boss's health stabilized at 75. Zhao Yuan observed this and contemplated the necessity of acquiring such attributes in the future. Otherwise, encountering a rapid health regenerator would prove quite awkward. Seeing the high priest cease healing, everyone reverted to their previous strategy, continuing to chip away at the boss's health bar. After spending the better part of half a day, they managed to bring the high priest's health down to nearly 50 once more. This time, without Tang Yinping's prompting, everyone swiftly employed skills or equipment effects capable of restraining healing. With prior preparation, their efforts yielded significantly better results. However, the high priest still managed to recover to 70, which was 5 less than before. It seemed that as long as the health bar remained above 50, the boss would continuously heal. Tang Yinping remained composed and calmly instructed. Continue. After several back-and-forth exchanges, once the boss's health fell to 60, the effect of healing reduction became negligible, with each attempt only lowering it by 1, and at times, there was no reaction whatsoever. A full day passed without any progress. The high priest's health remained stubbornly above 50. If the healing reduction lagged behind, the boss's recovery surged. This back-and-forth approach was not sustainable, and some players began to show signs of anxiety. However, the high-level players at the front remained unfazed, continuing their steady output. This was merely a minor setback, particularly Lu Jian, who wielded a colossal sword the size of a door, effortlessly absorbing the high priest's damage while dealing substantial harm in return, earning the admiration of surrounding frontline warriors and other tank classes. As a fellow off-tank, the disparity was stark. Lu Jian's expression remained calm. He was not the least bit worried about the situation. He had encountered bosses that healed rapidly, and those that seemed impervious to damage. Prepare for a strong kill. Suddenly, Tang Yinping's voice rang out again. Everyone's hearts tightened as they began to conserve their control skills and manage their cooldowns, readying for the damage-dealing assassins to step back and accumulate various states. The support classes also began to gather their various buffs and debuffs. The output slowed momentarily. With this withdrawal, the pressure shifted entirely onto the frontline professions, as the High Priest no longer needed to withstand widespread damage and focused all attacks on the frontline players. In an instant, almost every frontline player's face contorted in pain, yet not a single one retreated. As tank classes, their value lay in enduring blows. Should they falter, the entire formation would collapse. In that moment, nearly all frontline players consumed potions, and if the High Priest showed any signs of moving away from them, they charged forward without hesitation, drawing the boss's aggro. One by one, they were struck by the High Priest, spewing blood and being thrown aside, while others swiftly filled the gaps. Down players fervently consumed potions to recover and awaited skill cooldowns. In this chaotic scene, they rose again, remarkably valiant, resolutely maintaining the boss's rhythm. Fearless and unyielding, they epitomized the bravery of the human race. The tank classes would always serve as the most formidable bastions for other players, with the front line unbroken. It would be their greatest shame for the boss to break through. Their tenacity represented their will, and their indomitable spirit embodied their belief. Those who chose the path of the tank were fully prepared to face death. You and I are the same, stepping onto the path of the abyss. There is no retreat for anyone. Humanity has never relied on a single individual, but rather on the collective. This period is always one of torment. A frontliner, due to a momentary lapse, activated their skill too slowly and was instantly obliterated by the High Priest's fist, blood and brain matter splattering across those nearby. Disgusted, a group hastily expelled the remnants. While one amongst them caught the lifeless body and gently cast it aside, others continued to engage in battle. Some managed to take the corpse and place it at a distance. The scene was eerily calm. No one lamented or grieved, their gazes fixed upon the High Priest. The fight would not cease for the departure of one individual. Having embarked upon this treacherous path, everyone was prepared to meet their end in the abyss. He simply took the lead in this grim fate. Chapter 38. Dominant state at last. The High Priest's health drew perilously close to 50. Attack! Dan Dan Bing Gong Man. In an instant, all control specialists struck first, unleashing a myriad of control skills that enveloped the High Priest. While he could evade 1 or 10, he could not escape them all. Simultaneously, the support classes unleashed shields and buffs upon the damage dealers, amplifying their output to unprecedented heights. As the High Priest succumbed to control, all damage dealers unleashed their full arsenal without reserve. In a heartbeat, the High Priest's health began to plummet dramatically. The assassins' contributions were particularly evident. Their meticulously stacked states, combined with the support buffs, saw the High Priest's health drop below 50 almost instantaneously. After the assassins retreated, the melee fighters surged forward to maintain the assault, while the ranged units had not ceased their barrage since the onset. The great hall of the Divine Palace was saturated with various skills, transcendent power, filling every nook. A concentrated explosion from the 2,000 players reduced the High Priest's health to 45, leaving him utterly bewildered. Rage followed as he bellowed, "Desecrators, perish!" Golden beams of light erupted from him, a subtle divinity emanating forth. Golden glimmers danced in his eyes as he summoned the weapon previously disarmed by the players back into his grasp. Attention! The boss is about to unleash a powerful attack. Evade. Frontline. Activate damage reduction. Support, shield, and heal. Those who cannot escape, quickly close in, Tang Yinping shouted. A golden light converged ominously. A colossal boss skill alert appeared over Zhao Yuan as position. Run. Zhao Yuan activated his ghostly steps and blinked beyond the skill's reach. Tang Shuangju, not to be outdone, flew forth with her own blink and flight. Just as they exited the skill's coverage, a tremendous wave swept through the battlefield. The massive force nearly toppled Zhao Yuan, even at a distance from the skill's range. Thankfully, his Ironhead talent rendered him impervious to being thrown, unlike Tang Shuangju, who was tossed into the air. Seizing the moment, Zhao Yuan surveyed the battlefield. The frontliners activated their area skills, shields raised high, enveloping groups in damage-reducing abilities, while various damage dealers and control specialists carefully sheltered behind them. Frantically consuming potions as support continued to dispense shields and healing without pause. Those unable to find refuge, or who had simply been careless, found themselves exposed to the golden light. The overwhelming damage obliterated them instantly, leaving no remnants. Others could only watch in despair, too fearful to move. With only a handful triggering life-saving skills that granted invincibility, akin to tears of angels. The rest were not so fortunate. Their fragile forms turned to ash. Even the support shields proving futile. The frontliners were equally helpless. Once they activated group damage reduction, they had to exit the skill's range, rendering the ability ineffective and leaving others vulnerable. In a mere 30 seconds, hundreds had vanished entirely. Zhao Yuan, at a safe distance, was spared from the upheaval. Yet he bore witness to the grim fate of humanity as players. Suddenly, he was struck by a realization. Within the hall, wherever the high priest's skills had struck, every structure lay in ruin, save for the statue of the Earth Mother, which remained unscathed. As the high priest's ultimate attack concluded, the frontliners surged forward, while damage dealers repositioned themselves for optimal output. Careful, the boss is in a dominant state, impervious to control effects. A frontliner shouted. Even after unleashing his ultimate, the high priest continued to radiate golden light, significantly diminishing the taunt effect. Hold him back. Tang Yinping's voice was icy. Instantly, a cadre of meat shield players charged forward, braving the onslaught. The high priest's damage was terrifying. What once could withstand several hits now found their health nearly depleted with a single strike. If it were any other class, they would have been instantly slain. Let me take over, cried one frontliner. The next blow from the high priest was imminent. Another player dashed forward, taking the hit head-on, and was flung away. Take the hit, don't let him break free. Dan Jianping Uget. One by one, frontliners threw themselves into the fray, absorbing the blows. Some managed to withstand the assault, while others were sent flying, some losing consciousness, and others simply obliterated. Output everything. Don't hold back, Tang Yinping commanded, simultaneously covering the frontliners in various shields. As the high priest proved immune to control effects, he shifted his focus from the resilient frontliners to the damage dealers. His speed was breathtaking. A single strike seemed to summon a tidal wave towards them. Quick, block him. Damage dealers, evade. Dan Jianping shouted. The damage dealers hastened, but the high priest was relentless. Some could not escape his wrath. A thunderous explosion followed as dozens were annihilated. The rear frontliners rushed forward, shields repeatedly crashing against the high priest's head and face. Yet, he remained unfazed, the dominance effect suppressing his rage. He advanced toward others with unyielding ferocity. How long will this dominance effect last? Someone anxiously inquired. Uncertain, it should last about 5 minutes. 5 minutes is an eternity. The team began to descend into chaos. Remain calm. Frontliners, continue to engage. Damage dealers focus on evasion. Don't be greedy for damage. Support. Assist the frontliners and rescue the fallen. Tang Yinping's voice remained steady, instilling confidence in others, allowing them to regain composure and circle around the high priest. At this moment, control specialists found themselves rendered ineffective. They could only keep their distance, waiting for the boss to exit the dominance phase. Players endured the grueling 5 minutes, frequently witnessing those who failed to evade being obliterated, blood splattered, staining the surroundings crimson. Amidst this chaos, no one noticed a figure stealthily approaching. Zhao Yuan edged closer to the center. While everyone else was preoccupied with dodging or aiding others, few noticed his presence. And even those who did had no opportunity to speak. At a distance of 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters, and finally 30 meters, Zhao Yuan stealthily approached. He realized that the high priest was utterly oblivious to his presence. After all, Zhao Yuan was too weak, and even if noticed, he would not be deemed a threat. However, he underestimated Zhao Yuan, for the latter had no intention of ambushing him. With a mere thought, Zhao Yuan conjured a colossal 10-meter bear, hurling it towards the statue of the Earth Mother. I shall not ambush you. Instead, I will strike at that. Chapter 39, Weakness. Indeed, at the moment the sky-shattering bear descended upon the statue, the high priest abruptly turned around. Without hesitation, he appeared behind the bear and seized it by the scruff. Yanking it away, the bear failed to strike the statue. With a resounding thud, the bear was instantly obliterated. Goodness, how ruthless! Terrified, Zhao Yuan promptly fled. Blasphemer! You dare defile my deity, die! Roared the high priest in fury, casually tossing his staff towards Zhao Yuan. The immense force accompanying the staff seemed to rend the very air apart. In an instant, Zhao Yuan's heart sank. What was he thinking? Was this truly a battlefield he could engage in? He was doomed. The overwhelming force of the staff spiraled towards him, and it was evident that such might would leave no trace of him should it make contact. Just as despair washed over Zhao Yuan, a gigantic sword descended before him, wide as a door, effectively shielding him and embedding itself into the ground. A figure emerged before Zhao Yuan. Lu Jian, wielding the massive sword with a reverse grip, collided with the staff. The tremendous impact propelled Lu Jian backward, yet he grasped Zhao Yuan, pulling them both back 10 meters, carving a vast trench into the earth. Zhao Yuan exhaled in relief. He had survived. This great sword was incredibly useful, serving both as a weapon and shield. The high priest, irked by Zhao Yuan's survival, charged once more. Though it felt like an eternity, merely 2 seconds had passed, and others had followed suit. Just as the high priest advanced, a man jumped out behind Zhao Yuan and Lu Jian, raising a large shield. "Brat, your grandfather is here," bellowed Zheng Hongbing. With a loud crash, Zheng Hongbing was sent spinning 360 degrees, shield and all. In that fleeting moment, Lu Jian had already pulled Zhao Yuan backward, observing that others had encircled them. Without uttering a word, Lu Jian hurled Zhao Yuan to a safer location. "Attack the statue." "Ugh!" Zhao Yuan shouted in midair, only to land face first into the dirt. His voice had been loud enough for Lu Jian to instantly grasp the meaning, and he charged toward the statue, wielding the great sword. With a resounding strike against the statue, it felt as though the very earth trembled. The high priest, consumed by madness, disregarded everyone around him and lunged at Lu Jian. In his berserk state, the high priest was impervious to control skills, like a wild stallion unleashed. Zhao Yuan, who had just risen, erupted into laughter at the sight. "Everyone, attack the statue." Tang Yinping, not foolish, quickly took charge, glancing at Zhao Yuan. Simultaneously, all others shifted their firepower toward the statue. Zhao Yuan brushed the dirt off himself and retreated. Realizing he had been overly impulsive, he must exercise restraint in the future. Who was the high priest? A servant of the divine, a fervent believer who would never step outside the temple. His faith was his everything. What could possibly hold more significance than his life? Naturally, it was the statue of the Earth Mother, since he was immune to control, posing a grave threat from the rear. Zhao Yuan decided to strike the statue and uncover what truly mattered. As anticipated, with the collective assault directed at the statue, the high priest panicked, rushing to shield it with his own body against the onslaught. In the subterranean realm, as Zhao Yuan's bear struck the statue, Kasha's rage knew no bounds. "No!" she screamed desperately, wishing she could leap out and intercept the blow. As the sky-shattering bear was destroyed, Kasha, still reeling, witnessed everyone attacking the statue, exclaiming, "Despicable! Base mortals! Stop!" Yet her cries fell on deaf ears. The high priest moved with remarkable speed, absorbing all incoming skills, arms outstretched before the statue. Before the towering effigy, his body appeared diminutive, yet his faith was undeniably immense. "Prioritize attacking the statue," commanded Tang Yinping, her voice calm, yet merciless, devoid of any compassion. Other players became invigorated. The high priest's weakness had been fully revealed. All attacks were once again directed at the statue, a torrential wave of assaults. "No!" The high priest's expression turned frantic as he struggled to defend against the relentless barrage. At times, when he could not deflect the strikes in time, he unflinchingly took the blows with his own body. Huh, let us see how arrogant you remain. A frontline player laughed heartily, charging towards the statue. Melee and ranged attacks converged, leaving the high priest overwhelmed, with some strikes landing on the statue. No, do not harm my deity. The high priest appeared utterly flustered. His earlier domineering presence now vanished. As 5 minutes elapsed, his state of invulnerability faded, and control skills began to take effect, rendering the high priest increasingly vulnerable. Please, strike me, but spare my deity. His voice was filled with anguish. He was entirely consumed with defending the statue, even as his own hair ignited from fire magic. He paid no heed to his own suffering, wholly devoted to protecting the statue. I beg you, do not strike it. Harm me instead. The high priest yelled, his voice hoarse and desperate, still moving swiftly to withstand all attacks he could. The scene appeared pitiful indeed. Some players showed signs of reluctance, yet dare not pause their onslaught. There was no right or wrong in this. Survival was paramount. Others remained indifferent, viewing it as mere gameplay, albeit with a touch of dramatic flair. The sorrows and joys of the multitude were not interconnected. Only one's own survival mattered. Humanity must endure, and all obstacles must fall. The statue of the Earth Mother, constructed of unknown materials, showed no signs of damage from the players' relentless attacks. Observing the high priest's increasing distress, Tang Yinping continued to direct. Some of you attack the statue to draw the high priest's attention. The rest focus on him to diminish his health. As the strategy was implemented, players redirected their assaults, landing more strikes on the high priest. Yes, strike me, but spare my deity. In that moment, the onslaught on the statue diminished significantly. The high priest, now exhilarated, hastily shielded the statue from harm, entirely neglecting his own health. Consequently, he absorbed even greater damage. What are you doing rushing in? Are you seeking death? Tang Xuanju, standing nearby, spoke to Zhao Yuan with a conflicted expression. Having been flung away earlier, she had not noticed Zhao Yuan's advance until it was too late to intervene. One must at least try. Otherwise, the high priest's invulnerability is insurmountable, and too many lives will be lost. Zhao Yuan replied calmly. Zhao Yuan felt torn. He wished to save others, yet feared for his own life. Nevertheless, in that critical moment, he charged forward, even though he would later regret his impulsiveness. Tang Xuanju chose not to say more. Had she the chance, she too would have surged ahead. Humans are never lacking in courage. Beneath each formidable boss in the abyss lies a multitude of human bones. If these bones require me, I too can become one of them. Chapter 40, The Final Confrontation. As the group focused their attacks, the high priest's health plummeted to 30. Despite the high priest's defensive stance, his formidable defenses and substantial health pool remained daunting for the 20,000 players of varying skill levels. The damage inflicted was limited. However, victory was now within reach. Time passed swiftly. Half a day had gone by, and it had been 2.5 days since the boss encounter commenced. With collective effort, the boss's health dwindled to 10. Elation surged among the players as victory appeared imminent. The high priest's garments were tattered, his hair singed, and his face marred with bruises, no longer exuding the regal aura of his former self. Please, I beg you, cease your attacks. The high priest pleaded, blood streaming from his orifices. Yet he continued to shield the statue of the Earth Mother Goddess from the players' assaults. To everyone's astonishment, the high priest did not fall. Instead, the statue of the Earth Mother Goddess shattered first. With a resounding crack, a significant fissure formed at the junction of the human and serpent forms of the statue. A frontline player, having climbed up unbeknownst to anyone, excitedly brandished an axe, relentlessly striking the statue's midsection, exclaiming, "There's a crack. Watch me topple it." Such disregard for martial ethics. I shall join you. Upon hearing his shout, others rallied, quickly rushing forward to hack at the statue's crevice. No, step back. The high priest, enraged, charged toward them. Upon seeing his approach, they fled without hesitation. Gazing at the fracture in the statue, the high priest was in a state of panic, wishing to touch it yet hesitating. A cacophony of strikes resumed as the players relocated to continue their assault, prompting the high priest to rush toward them again. As time passed and health diminished, the high priest's speed significantly waned. Countless skills rained down from above, and the high priest began to struggle. Nevertheless, He steadfastly continued to defend against all attacks. The high priest's health finally dropped to 5, and many players' eyes gleamed with anticipation. A boss was about to be vanquished. Just then, the colossal statue of the Earth Mother Goddess could no longer withstand the onslaught. The massive figure swayed, and with a thunderous crack, the statue split in two. The enormous upper half plummeted towards the ground. No! The high priest cried out in anguish. A golden light erupted from within him, toppling numerous players around him as he ascended into the sky. In a display of Herculean strength, he lifted the statue, akin to an ant raising a mountain. Blood seeped from his mouth as he carefully elevated the statue, attempting to remove it to a safe distance. "Must you be so melodramatic?" a player on the statue remarked, observing the high priest's cautious demeanor with disbelief. Soon, more players climbed atop the statue, trampling it recklessly. "No, do not step on it. Please," the high priest bellowed, fury overwhelming him, causing him to spew blood that splattered onto the statue. In haste, he reached to wipe it away, only to remember he was still supporting the statue. Loosening his grip, the statue began to descend, prompting him to raise it with one hand while tearing a piece of cloth from his attire to gently clean the bloodied area, treating it with utmost reverence. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as a player struck him in the face with a shield. Enraged, the high priest lost his composure. The taunting provocation triggered an immediate reaction, and he charged at the offender. "I fell. What the hell? That fool is taunting at such a critical moment? Is he out his mind? Quick dodge. Don't get crushed." The gargantuan statue, released from the high priest's grasp, plummeted to the ground, its immense form crashing down like a small mountain. Below, the crowd began to scatter amidst curses. "That idiot is still taunting at this time?" With a resounding crash, the statue obliterated the grand palace beneath it. The scene was visible for miles around. In an instant, the aerial hunting machines and mechs throughout the city halted their pursuit of stray believers. Inside the controlled machinery, some stared wide-eyed, gasping in shock. Simultaneously, they instinctively retreated. The Imperial faction oddly began to withdraw from the city, whether from guilt or due to the instance's mechanics. None dared to approach. In the starry sky, Zhao Yuan gazed in astonishment at the fallen statue, his heart tumultuous. Before him, a throng of Imperial soldiers relentlessly attacked the statue, the human race's extraordinary power transforming into weapons for the Empire in his sight. Alas, how tragic! Zhao Yuan sighed deeply. The statue's collapse signified not just the faith of the believers, but the history of the Empire. This statue embodied millions of years of the Hashwina clan's legacy, now reduced to ruins. A wave of conflicting emotions washed over him. If only you could turn a blind eye, it would be so much better. Why must you confront the Empire with such animosity? Zhao Yuan muttered to himself. If the Earth Mother Goddess's temple could forge an alliance with the Empire, it would bolster the strength of the Wayne clan, allowing the Empire to conquer the universe entirely. In Zhao Yuan's worldview, the Empire's stance towards the Earth Mother Goddess was not erroneous. To oppose one's own race for the sake of a so-called deity was deserving of elimination. We are born free. Why should deities reign above us? What should we overthrow if not them? Yet, in the eyes of the Earth Mother Goddess's followers, the Empire proclaimed it would send their god to the dissection room, wielding the power of life and death over them, demanding their submission. As former paragons, could they accept such a fate? Better dead than unfree. They never perceived their rebellion as wrong. No, in a moment of taunting release, the high priest dashed toward the falling statue, but alas, it was too late. He leaped forward, yet the statue had already struck the ground, its colossal head breaking off and crashing mere inches from the prostrate high priest's hands. Just that inch felt like the chasm between heaven and hell to him. In an instant, the high priest, with only 3 health points remaining, saw his health bar completely deplete. Simultaneously, the players heard the system's announcement. The large-scale relic dungeon, the beginning of the God Slayer, has been cleared. Is that it? There was still 3% health left? I was just about to unleash my full buffs. The opportunity vanished. This must be what is referred to as a shattered resolve. It makes sense. After all, the deity in our hearts has been defeated. We appear as the villains. This dungeon, I must say, has been overly melodramatic. Could there have been a similar scene in history? A chorus of players engaged in fervent discussion. Chapter 41. Let us proceed. How did he stand up? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Do not worry, it must be a cut scene. Still be cautious. The high priest, witnessing the empty health bar, gradually rose to his feet and staggered toward the head of the Earth Mother-S statue, gently cradling it as he made his way to the center of the grand hall. Players instinctively parted to clear the path for him. He placed the statue's head delicately at the foot of the incomplete statue in the center of the hall. Bowing down reverently, he lowered his forehead beneath the statue's head. "Mother, I have arrived," he proclaimed, having completely lost his vitality, tears of blood streaming down his face. A group of players prepared to approach, but at that moment, Lu Jian took over as the team leader and activated the team voice chat. "Do not disturb him. Though he is our enemy, he is already dead. Do not demean him further." The players immediately retreated, begrudgingly. "Now, let us proceed with the farewell," Lu Jian said solemnly. "Yes," the others replied, their expressions serious. They began to collect the bodies of the fallen players, some of whom had been obliterated, scattered across the ground, while others were decapitated, and some were left with only their heads. They gently gathered the remains, offering purification and healing to each lifeless form, restoring the once grotesque faces to tranquility. In silence, they collected all the bodies they could find, arranging them together. The once 20,000-strong force had dwindled to 14,000. After a long silence, Lu Jian spoke again. "In the apocalyptic realm of Blue Star, the abyss has descended. Today, our human sons sacrifice themselves for righteousness, laying their bones in this place for our kind. We shall forever remember and remain ever ready for our descendants, paving the way with our bones, never to retreat, as one generation after another. Friends, let us proceed." Lu Jian bowed deeply. "Friends, let us proceed." The 14,000 echoed solemnly. All bowed their heads. "This is the initial promise of the abyssal human race. You shall go first, we will follow." At that moment, a fire mage stepped forward, conjuring a massive flame in his hand. With a wave, the flames engulfed all the bodies, igniting them. "Farewell." After the send-off concluded, a figure appeared before everyone. "Greetings, everyone. I am the relic merchant. You may call me Kasha. Congratulations on completing the relic dungeon. I have prepared a plethora of items for you all to peruse. Of course, I will need your relic points in exchange. Those without relic points are not welcome." A woman from the Vina clan appeared, her face adorned with a professional smile. "Please." Kasha gestured invitingly. A portal materialized before them. Zhao Yuan, with a perplexed expression, gazed at the woman who resembled Kasha, though she was clad differently. In the dungeon, Kasha stared at her doppelganger in astonishment. "Who is this? Why is she impersonating me?" Kasha was engulfed in deep suspicion. Simultaneously, Zhao Yuan felt the surroundings darkening rapidly. The environment began to fade like a photograph, plunging into darkness. "Where is Zhao Yuan?" Tang Shuangjiu turned to inquire about Zhao Yuan's relic points, only to find he had vanished. Hearing the commotion, Tang Yinping glanced at Zhao Yuan's previous position, smiled slightly, and remarked, "He must have gone to claim his reward." "What reward? Why didn't I get one?" Tang Shuangjiu asked in confusion. Tang Yinping chuckled without responding, instead playfully tugging Tang Shuangjiu's ponytail. "Little sister, you should head out first. Use the relic points for upgrades. Don't waste them." "Sister, aren't you coming out?" "Hee hee, relic points are of no use to me. I'll check out the relic shop." "All right." As Zhao Yuan was once again greeted by light, he discovered he was still in the Earth Mother-S palace, now restored to its former glory. "Congratulations, player, for completing the Hidden Side Quest Law Civilization I, the beginning of God slaying. Rewards have been distributed. Please collect them manually," the system announced. An arrow appeared beneath his feet, guiding him directly to the base of the Earth Mother-S statue, which still stood firm. "Is this cruelist?" Zhao Yuan mused as he approached, looking up to see a ray of sunlight streaming down from the clouds, illuminating him. Beneath the sunlight, 3 items floated before him. As he reached out, a burst of light enveloped him once more. The system's voice echoed again. "Congratulations. As the initiator of the dungeon, you have received a fixed reward, a random discount coupon for the relic shop." The coupon split into 4 pieces, appearing before Zhao Yuan. "Please select." "This feels like a game," Zhao Yuan remarked, exasperated. He casually grabbed one, and the other 3 vanished instantly. "You have obtained a 10 discount coupon. Wow, am I really this lucky?" Zhao Yuan exclaimed in surprise. He had thought a discount of 8 or 9% would be the maximum. Yet here, he was with a mere 10. Was the relic merchant truly that generous? Elated, he tucked it away. Initially, he had no intention of visiting the relic shop to avoid temptation, but with a 10 discount, it would be a disservice to ignore such fortune. Zhao Yuan hastily picked up the second item. A flash of light, tinted faintly red, momentarily dazzled him. Red? Zhao Yuan stammered. Isn't red the exclusive color of myth? Congratulations! You have obtained the faith of the divine crystal high priest. Divine crystal? What is this? Isn't this supposed to be a myth? Zhao Yuan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had hoped to acquire mythical equipment, or even a mythical skill book. You dreamed too beautifully, he thought. As he examined the divine crystal, eager to discover its attributes, he found the following. Faith of the divine crystal high priest. Category: item quality, none attribute. Exclusive effect: collect 3 different divine crystals to synthesize exclusive mythical equipment. The divine crystal will automatically generate a property with the suffix faith of the high priest. Evaluation: this was once the brightest star among countless others. Source: obtained from completing the relic dungeon with an extremely low probability. A profound joy erupted from within him. Have I just acquired 1/3 of a mythical piece of equipment? Zhao Yuan muttered to himself. Is this a dream? Upon waking, I have indeed realized 1/3 of my dreams. He quickly stowed it away, instinctively scanning his surroundings to ensure no one was watching. After a moment of paranoid glances, he realized there was no one around. This was a dedicated task space. After all, how foolish. After chuckling at his own naivety, Zhao Yuan turned his attention to the third item. He reached out to grasp it. Congratulations! You have obtained a task item. The Lost Chapter of the Lost Civilization. A task appeared before Zhao Yuan. Wait, there are rewards for tasks too? He wondered, intrigued. He clicked to reveal. You have obtained the token The Lost Chapter. Please proceed to the task location to activate. Zhao Yuan unfolded the details. Please head to Lu Yu Valley to activate. Lu Valley? I don't recall hearing about that before. Zhao Yuan rummaged through the monster guide, but could not find any mention of the location. It seemed it was not in the first layer of the abyss. Looks like this guide is nearing its expiration. It can't keep up with my pace. Yet another lost civilization? Just how many lost civilizations lie within the abyss? Zhao Yuan stroked his chin, pondering for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion. He gazed at the 3 items before him, lost in thought. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he opened his titles. Gandhi. Type: title level, beginner quality, none attribute. Luck: 10 experience bonus, 15 evaluation. Possessing it may grant you a glimpse of a genuine miracle. A miracle unattainable by countless races. 10 points of luck seemed rather impressive. Zhao Yuan chuckled. As he claimed all the rewards, the surroundings began to fade, much like before, and he withdrew. Upon returning to the dungeon, Zhao Yuan discovered that he was alone. The merchant, Kasha, still wore her professional smile as he approached her. Are you the real Kasha? He inquired, scanning the relic merchant from head to toe with curiosity. Welcome, please come in. Kasha gestured with a smile, inviting Zhao Yuan inside. Is this genuine? Zhao Yuan shook his head in disbelief. He stepped through the portal, arriving in a separate space where an interface materialized before him. I expected something grander. You have a portal, yet present this interface. What is its significance? He shook his head and focused on the display. The interface displayed numerous pages filled with various wondrous items, which could refresh endlessly. At the top, it indicated that Zhao Yuan currently possessed 470,000 relic points. The final boss had directly rewarded him with 350,000 relic points. Zhao Yuan had also achieved the first place in contributions at his current level. The first place would grant an additional reward of 20 relic points. Haha, I'm the only one at this level. There's absolutely no competition. The items were diverse and intriguing, and Zhao Yuan discovered a particularly formidable artifact, though it was regrettably of no use to him. Qian Kuan Yin. Type: artifact quality, none effect. After using a spell or magical skill to attack, there's a probability of duplicating the same skill attack 1 or 2 additional times, sharing all player attributes without any cost. If Zhao Yuan were a mage, he would undoubtedly purchase this artifact, transforming one attack into 2 One ultimate skill into two would be terrifying in terms of output. Unfortunately, it was useless for a summoner. Several other artifacts piqued Zhao Yuan's interest, yet they were exorbitantly priced, often exceeding 1,000,000 relic points, which was beyond his means. Eventually, something caught his eye. Yuluo Zhu. Type, artifact quality, none effect. Each time damage is taken, there is a probability of negating that damage, though the effect was succinct upon reflection. It seems somewhat lacking. Probability is a fickle thing. It could be a matter of life or death, or one might never trigger it until the end. Nonetheless, Zhao Yuan did not hesitate, primarily due to its affordability, 200,000 relic points, which after discount was merely 20,000, granting him a potential life-saving item. Will you buy it? Yes. He immediately utilized a discount coupon, and 20,000 relic points vanished, revealing a pearl before Zhao Yuan. As an artifact, it could be stored in his backpack or carried without affecting its activation, a key reason many favored artifacts, as equipment and gems had quantity limitations, while artifacts did not. Grasping the Yuluo Zhu, Zhao Yuan hurriedly departed, fearing that if he lingered, he might be tempted to purchase more. There were simply too many good items. Exiting the relic shop, the surroundings froze in an instant, presenting an option to leave the dungeon. Zhao Yuan did not hesitate to click leave. Instead, he took out Shenfeng Ji Lei and tested it, surprisingly finding it still usable. With a thought, Zhao Yuan teleported out of the frozen scene. Once again in the underground palace, he wished to converse with Kasha more thoroughly. "Ah, I thought you wouldn't return." Kasha's voice was unexpectedly calm. "Oh, what makes you say that?" Zhao Yuan inquired with curiosity. "You have shown me the despicable nature of your race," Kasha said coldly. "Well, I suppose I overthought it." Zhao Yuan retorted with a smirk. "Your race is hardly any better, engaging in mutual slaughter." Zhao Yuan replied with a cold laugh. "There are so many of you, bullying a high priest, and you resorted to such despicable means. Do you not feel ashamed?" Casca cuestioned loudly. "Not at all." Zhao Yuan's voice rose in response. "Unashamed," Kasha exclaimed in anger. "Shamelessness has never been an obstacle to survival. Rather, it is your arrogance that is. If the survival of my race requires bearing endless sins, let all the consequences fall upon us. We can endure it," Zhao Yuan declared resolutely. While I may not comprehend the high priest's faith, I respect his purity. The greatest respect for an enemy is to employ every means to defeat him." Zhao Yuan smiled faintly. "Now, I did not come to argue with you before my departure. I came to inquire about your perspective on the prophesied light of the gods." Zhao Yuan asked, "Did I not tell you before?" "I do not know." Casca replied joyfully. "Are you certain? You must understand that whether I return here again after this departure is uncertain. Are you truly unwilling to offer me, the so-called prophet, any hints?" Zhao Yuan produced Shenfeng Ji Lei. "No, a prophecy is merely a prophecy. There are no hints." Kasha continued. Zhao Yuan gazed deeply at Kasha on the stone tablet and softly said, "I hope you will not regret this." With that, he teleported away. Watching Zhao Yuan leave, Kasha fell into silence. After a long while, her voice echoed in the great hall. "Mother God, are you still there? Shall we allow them to tarnish our history and simply let them go?" A sigh resonated, and a figure emerged from the layers of space. "I am sorry, my child. I am powerless, but you must believe in the prophecy. The light of the gods will ultimately shine forth. I have seen a glimpse of the future." The Earth Mother Goddess spoke softly. Her gaze turned skyward, where an infinitely vast wave occupied all. Everything, even concepts. As a deity born with the universe, in her perception, she was the singular one. Regrettably, when the wave descended, everything changed. She too attempted to resist, yet the wave transcended all. Whether traversing time to the origins of the universe or crossing the infinite future, the wave perpetually loomed above her, overshadowing all time and fate, all concepts. Even if she opened the tributaries of fate, the wave would still exist, manifesting within that tributary, transforming it into the sole mainstream. It was as if she were the eternal singularity. Her thoughts, visions, and perceptions would all become the one and only. All her functions, divine authority, even her very concept, would be mercilessly crushed by the wave. In both narrow and broad senses, the existence of the wave utterly surpassed her, transcending her universe. This was unfathomable for her. The singular deity born with the universe. Once, she believed herself to be the only god. The arrival of the wave shattered that illusion. The wave perpetually loomed over all concepts, surveying all it enveloped. None could escape, even if one were a deity. Only a god could truly comprehend the nature of the wave. All resistance was utterly futile. Chapter 43. You are under arrest. Are you still here? Zhao Yuan returned to the original cave, casting a glance around and noticing that there was little difference from his surroundings. As he exited the instance, the relic points began to transform into divine points, and an extraordinary sensation erupted from within his body. It felt as though invisible shackles were being broken. How delightful! Is this what evolution feels like? Zhao Yuan murmured with his eyes closed, experiencing a comprehensive enhancement of his physical attributes. Name: Zhao Yuan. Occupation: Star Summoner. Peak level: 245. Divine level: for star level 6. Talent: Iron Head Kid. Zhao Yuan gazed at his status panel, noting that his divine level had significantly surpassed his peak level. Typically, a common individual reaches a peak level of around 400 when attaining 4-star. However, the peak level holds little value, as each level only adds 2 points to the basic main attributes, which is not particularly meaningful. Of course, this accumulation does add up over time and becomes quite substantial in the later stages. Zhao Yuan pushed aside the stones at the cave entrance and stepped out. The winds of the 5 Elements platform had calmed, revealing a vast expanse of people. Countless young men and women were enthusiastically battling monsters. Zhao Yuan stood in a daze, remembering that just over a month ago, this place was almost deserted, inhabited solely by endless wild monsters, whereas now the crowd outnumbered them significantly. Hey, how did someone come out? A robust youth remarked in confusion, recalling that he had observed the cave entrance, made of piled stones, not long ago, and there had been no one there. As Zhao Yuan emerged, those nearby noticed the fallen stones and the scene of his exit. Hello, I noticed this morning that there was no one inside. Where did you go in? Zhao Zhuang scratched his head and approached Zhao Yuan. Suddenly, with a thud, Zhao Zhuang dropped to his knees, sweat pouring down his forehead, his legs weak and unable to support him as a wave of dread washed over him. The life force field was overwhelming. He was too close to Zhao Yuan. Big brother, please don't kill me, Zhao Zhuang trembled. What's wrong, Zhao Zhuang? His teammates noticed something was amiss and rushed over. One after another, they fell to the ground, their wills wavering. Those with stronger resolve managed to suppress their reactions, while the weaker ones found it difficult to breathe. Other nearby individuals, witnessing the commotion, also rushed over. Helping one another in the wild was a tradition, and even new players were aware of this. Zhao Yuan was taken aback, but quickly reacted, retreating decisively while loudly proclaiming, "Don't come over. Are you foolish?" It's a divine pressure. As Zhao Yuan stepped back, the others instantly broke free from the life force field, gasping for air. With Zhao Yuan's warning, the rest halted, their faces lighting up with excitement. It's a big shot. We've encountered a big shot. What level is he? Don't push me. If I step closer, I'll be crushed by the divine pressure. Don't pull me. I want to take a picture and report this. A high-level player appearing in a level 1 area is suspicious. I'll have the Human Alliance invite him for tea. One enthusiastic young man declared. This had precedent. The disparity between high-level and low-level players was too great to be allowed, and if discovered, it could be reported, with the Human Alliance offering rewards for such reports. Big brother, he asked, looking at you. Someone beside him helplessly tugged at him. What's wrong? I'm not afraid. If he can, let him kill me. He asked the one breaking the rules. The young man defiantly stared back at Zhao Yuan, locking eyes with him. Have you always been this brave? Zhao Yuan glanced at the youth, bemused by his boldness. With so many watching, I won to yield. The young man was indeed stubborn. You're even more like Iron Head Kid than I am. Zhao Yuan chuckled, suddenly soaring into the sky, finally able to fly. With the enhancement of his life level, flying came as naturally as breathing. Zhao Yuan looked down at the young men and women below, marveling at the passage of time. Another year had passed, and a new generation of human youth was embarking on their journeys. Zhao Yuan joyfully flew through the air, experimenting with various poses, exhilarated by the experience. Flying had always been a dream for humanity. The sensation was utterly delightful. He ascended and descended, accelerated and swayed, reveling in the freedom of the skies. Suddenly, a hand grasped the back of Zhao Yuan's neck. Startled, he instantly utilized Phantom Dance to teleport, creating 3 illusions of himself that darted in different directions. The assailant, taken aback, instinctively released his grip, and Zhao Yuan bolted in one direction. However, just as he dashed out, another hand seized the back of his neck. "Don't move. You're under arrest," a male voice commanded. What? Zhao Yuan was momentarily stunned. What had he done to warrant arrest? Turning to see a man in the Human Alliance uniform gripping him tightly, he exclaimed, "On what grounds are you arresting me? You were showing off in a level 1 map, almost flying off the charts. Do you have any idea how many people have reported you?" The man lifted Zhao Yuan, pointing below where countless individuals had activated their cameras, capturing him in a frenzy. "Big brother, it's a misunderstanding. Let me explain." Zhao Yuan quickly protested. "No, I want to listen." The man shook his head, lifting Zhao Yuan into the air. "Who are you?" Zhao Yuan shouted. "The Human Alliance Newbie Guard Enforcement Team." The man replied coolly. "Why are you arresting me?" Zhao Yuan pleaded. "As a high-level player, you're in a low-level map? What else would you expect me to do? It's a misunderstanding. Please, it's a misunderstanding. Don't worry. Once we reach the enforcement team, you can explain yourself. Don't attempt to escape. Or I might accidentally activate the life force field and eliminate you. Don't say I didn't warn you." Before long, Zhao Yuan arrived at a town in the distance, where 6 others in similar uniforms stood in the high sky. "Captain, this is the guy. Did you see how freely he was flying in the level 1 map?" The man shouted to the foremost figure, shaking Zhao Yuan by the neck. "Stop shaking him. Put him down," Zhu Hai instructed firmly, recognizing Zhao Yuan despite this being their first encounter. He was a designated individual for protection by the Human Alliance's higher-ups. This guy has leveled up so quickly. Just last shift, he was only a 1-star level 1, and now, just over a month later, he has reached 4-star level 6. As part of the enforcement team, they possessed specialized tools to assess a player's level. "Stop shaking him and let him down," Zhu Hai said, seeing the man jostling Zhao Yuan as if he were a captured mouse. "Huh? Are we not punishing him this time?" the man asked in confusion. Is the captain suddenly feeling merciful? "He is Zhao Yuan. Let him go," Zhu Hai ordered angrily. "Why are you still shaking him?" Zhao Yuan was nearly sick from the jerking motion. Chapter 44. The 4th layer of the abyss. Zhao Yuan? The man suddenly recalled, realizing this was the individual they were instructed to take special care of. "My apologies, brother. I didn't recognize you. How did you suddenly reach 4-star? The man quickly released Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan nearly lost his balance, almost falling from the sky. Zhu Hai reached out to steady him, and Zhao Yuan quickly regained his footing, standing firmly in midair. "This is merely a misunderstanding," Zhao Yuan exclaimed, visibly agitated. "You refuse to listen, despite my attempts to explain. Apologies, it seems we have indeed become acquainted through our quarrel. Do not take offense," Feng Bao chuckled merrily. "How did you suddenly ascend to 4 stars, level 6? Zhu Hai inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. "How do you know my name is Zhao Yuan?" Zhao Yuan questioned, perplexed. "We weren't even in a party. How could you know my name?" Zhu Hai simply smiled and pointed to his uniform. "Ren Su Lian Meng." In an instant, Zhao Yuan comprehended the situation. "I happened to enter a large relic dungeon," he elucidated. "Is it that beginning of God-slaying dungeon from a while back?" Zhu Hai's eyes lit up. As a randomly matched dungeon for the entire human race, he had seen it before, but had not been matched himself. The probability of matching 2,000 people from billions was exceedingly low. Zhao Yuan nodded. "It is not a secret. There is nothing to conceal." Zhu Hai and several others could not help but exhibit expressions of envy. Their fortunes were indeed remarkable. Even though they had reached level 17, star 9, they had never participated in a large relic dungeon. "You are truly fortunate. The time you save in just over a month could equate to years of effort," Zhu Hai remarked with a smile. "Well, it's acceptable," Zhao Yuan replied, nodding. "I suspect you are merely boasting," Zhu Hai continued, growing serious. "Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I must advise you that you are no longer suited to remain on the 1st level of the abyss. Please proceed to the 4th level promptly. This was a misunderstanding, but should you linger any longer, I will have no choice but to escort you to my enforcement office for AT session." Zhao Yuan quickly agreed, sensing the protective measures the Runzu Lianmeng had in place for newcomers. Remaining on the 1st level, he could not suppress his life force field, rendering him a potential hazard to the novices. "Yes, go quickly. Head straight to the 4th level. If you wander to the second or third levels, you will still be apprehended. Zhu Hai cautioned. All right, I am off. Zhao Yuan acknowledged, before swiftly flying towards a nearby teleportation array. As Zhao Yuan vanished into the teleportation array, Feng Bao expressed his envy, saying, that guy is incredibly lucky. I have never entered a large relic dungeon. Enough with the envy, send the information up the chain. It is better he has left. If anything were to happen to him on the first level, we would bear the blame. Zuhai Instu, what could possibly happen on the first level? Fang Bao Zipli Nun Tialen. While simultaneously transmitting Zhao Yuan's departure from the first level to the fourth. On the fourth level of the abyss, a colossal peach tree towered majestically, its thick branches as wide as several meters, resembling a broad thoroughfare, with countless limbs extending wildly, covering an immeasurable expanse. Petal-sized blossoms drifted gently down, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial realm. Who could have imagined this was the abyss? Such a sight was likely unattainable even in the mortal realm. Amidst the great peach tree, throngs of people moved about, with numerous buildings perched atop the vast leaves. This was indeed the fourth level of the abyss, the human capital. Tao Huacheng, constructed upon mountains and beside waters, is commonplace. Yet living among trees is rare, indicating how the extraordinary has gradually distanced itself from the mortal realm. Zhao Yuan took to the skies, seeking a place to stay, intending to familiarize himself with the fourth level of the abyss before making further plans. He arrived at an unnamed Tao Hua Wu, a three-story establishment occupying an entire leaf. Upon entering, the space expanded several-fold, resembling a grand palace, leaving one to ponder whether it was a result of extraordinary skills or advanced technology. At the front desk, a young woman lounged with her feet on the counter, engrossed in a nameless book. I like a room, Zhao Yuan stated directly. 5 gold coins per day, a deposit of 20, she replied without looking up. Good heavens, that's 5 times more expensive than the first level. Zhao Yuan thought to himself, but I suppose I can afford it. Typically, establishments in the abyss were run by lifestyle players, whose lackluster professions compelled them to pursue life skills and earn a modest income. Though their advancement was slow, it was still a means of survival. Zhao Yuan placed 25 gold coins on the counter, and the woman retrieved a card from a pile, tossing it to him. He caught it, glancing at the number, 306. Having secured his accommodation, Zhao Yuan surveyed the lobby, noting the array of books on a nearby shelf. He approached and, as expected, found the tome titled Monster Spawn Guide 4. Grabbing it, he flew up to the 3rd floor, as there were no stairs. Upon finding room 306, he entered and sat on the bed, preparing to open the guide when a video call suddenly popped up. It was Tang Shuangju. Zhao Yuan answered, and her large face filled the screen. What are you doing? Zhao Yuan exclaimed, startled by her close-up visage. Which floor are you on? Tang Shuangju asked directly. The 4th level, Zhao Yuan admitted without hesitation. 4th level? So soon? I'm also at the 4th level. You have over 400,000 relic points. Tang Shuangju exclaimed incredulously. I barely have 200,000. Do not envy me, what do you want? Zhao Yuan inquired. To arrange a blind date. I am a woman of my word, and I want to go back on my promise. She declared, hands on her hips. Forget it. I have no interest. Zhao Yuan replied, disinterestedly. He had initially been intrigued, but now found himself lacking any enthusiasm. Is it possible my sister contacted you? Tang Shuangju asked suspiciously. No. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Yuan retorted, exasperated. Then hurry out. Are you in Tao Hua, Cheng? Tang Shuangju asked, noticing the petals fluttering outside Zhao Yuan's window. Zhao Yuan turned and, realizing he had been exposed, nodded. Indeed, the 4th level of the abyss was home to 3 human capitals. As the vastness of the abyss meant it was impossible for everyone to be crammed into a single city. We are also in Tao Hua Cheng. Set your location to Tao Hua Xianren Hotel, and we will meet in 2 hours. Dan Suan Du Institute. Forget it. I was planning to farm monsters to level up. Zhao Yuan protested, focused solely on his advancement. Enough chatter. If I do not see you in 2 hours, prepare to be hunted down. Dan Suan Du Wana Fai Soli. Brandishing a dagger towards the screen. With that, she abruptly ended the call, leaving Zhao Yuan speechless. In this post-apocalyptic world, a blind date seemed absurd, and he slapped his forehead in disbelief. unbeknownst to Zhao Yuan, as he rapidly ascended through 3 divine levels and evolved in life essence. Certain desires began to fade, the primal urge for procreation. Chapter 45. Foreign Beings Reluctantly. Zhao Yuan exited his room and opened the map to locate the Taohua Xianren Hotel. He intended to clarify matters with Tang Shuangju to prevent any future occurrences. Though he had initially consented, he had changed his mind. A blind date? No, thank you. Zhao Yuan flew towards his destination, realizing it was not far. Had he known, he would have set out earlier. However, now that he was already out, he would proceed. Upon arriving at the Taohua Xianren Hotel, his eyes widened at the sight. The entire hotel was situated atop a peach blossom stamen, exuding unparalleled luxury. As he walked through, he noticed that most buildings were perched on leaves, making it rare to see constructions directly on blossoms. While aesthetically pleasing, the short lifespan of the petals rendered it a less viable option. Zhao Yuan stepped inside, observing the sparsely populated hall where couples were seated, and no one seemed to greet him. He ascended directly to the 3rd floor, where the crowd was significantly diminished, leaving only a single table occupied. Choosing a spot away from them, he settled by the window. A menu interface emerged on the table, displaying an array of delectable dishes. Zhao Yuan casually ordered a cup of tea, specifically the shop's recommendation, the peach blossom tea. Soon, the table trembled as a teapot and cup materialized before him. Curiosity piqued. He lifted the lid of the teapot to discover why this tea cost him 15 gold coins. Inside, several peach blossoms floated in the boiling water. Just then, a gentle breeze from outside sent a few peach petals drifting onto Zhao Yuan's table. He picked up one petal and compared it to those in the teapot, left speechless. The petals from the teapot were outnumbered by those blown onto his table. This gold seemed far too easy to earn. Hello, a voice suddenly emerged. Zhao Yuan looked up to find a man seated directly opposite him, who settled in with a calm demeanor. Who are you? Zhao Yuan inquired, puzzled, as the man appeared vaguely familiar, as if he had seen him before. A fleeting memory flashed in his mind. During the battle with the boss and the Mother of Earth Palace, he was one of the adversaries. Zhao Yuan immediately grew wary. The individuals in the relic dungeon were randomly matched from the depths of the abyss's 17th layer. How'd he find me? There's no need to be anxious, human. The man chuckled suddenly. At that moment, Zhao Yuan sensed something was amiss. Human? Was this how one species referred to another? Alien? Panic surged within Zhao Yuan. This was merely the 4th layer of the abyss, where the intelligence and autonomy of wild creatures could not possibly be so advanced. Furthermore, he had never heard of wild creatures wandering freely in the human capital. As he attempted to rise, he found himself completely immobilized. Frantically, he glanced around, realizing that apart from his table, everything else had transformed into a vast expanse of white. Where am I? Wasn't I in the Peach Blossom Immortal Hotel? Have you calmed down? The man poured tea from the teapot. As the tea cascaded, a cup materialized from thin air, catching the liquid flawlessly. Who are you? What do you want? This is the human capital. Zhao Yuan eyed the stranger warily, discreetly activating video recording and swiftly sending a message to Tang Shuangju. Help! 3 seconds passed with no response. He knew that even in the relic dungeon, the Vina clan could not intercept messages within the Abyss game. The man across from him noticed Zhao Yuan's actions, and the large recording symbol hovering above his head made it evident he was not blind. Greetings! The man raised his cup to his lips, grimacing slightly at the taste. He swirled the cup, and an intoxicating aroma wafted from it. Who are you? Zhao Yuan remained on guard, prepared to summon the sky-exploding bear at any moment. You may refer to my kin as Tian. However, we are more commonly known in the game as the Tianren clan. The man sniffed his cup with delight. This is much better. The tea you humans have invented lacks the richness of alcohol. He set the cup down with a smile directed at Zhao Yuan. What do you intend to do? I have traveled far and wide, passing through your game, which piqued my curiosity, the man replied. Your game? What do you mean? Zhao Yuan was perplexed. Is there even a distinction between yours and mine? Well, I hail from the Winda game, and upon passing through, I discovered you, thus wishing to engage in conversation. The man continued. Winda game? Abyss game? It seemed to touch upon a blind spot for humanity. We completed our game long ago, if you calculate in your terms. It took us approximately 150 years to conquer the Winda game. It dawned on Zhao Yuan that this was not a mere alien from the abyss, but rather a being from another realm. Lan governs everything, creating countless games across all timelines, planes, worlds, and even universes. Game and Abyss Game are merely two among many. I have also encountered others, such as the Insect Sea Game, Beast Game, and Cultivation Game, the man candidly revealed. Such a plethora of games? Zhao Yuan was utterly astonished. Was this the so-called notion that humanity was not alone? Did they conquer them? He asked in a hushed tone. Most did not. Some have perished, and those who remain are largely at their final stages. Zhao Yuan inquired further. So there are already numerous races that have succeeded? How many? I cannot say for certain, as there are many games I have yet to visit, but to my knowledge, around 10 races have completed their quests. The man poured himself another cup of tea, which transformed into wine with a gentle shake. Would you care for a drink? He asked Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan shook his head in refusal. He dared not partake. Once they conquer, can they access other games? Zhao Yuan queried. Not necessarily, the man replied, diverting the topic. Do you know why I entered your game? He asked Zhao Yuan. How would I know? Zhao Yuan replied. Actually, in the vastness of time and endless planes, your civilization possesses no inherent advantages. You are innately feeble, lacking transcendence and technological advancement, though technology is of little importance. Lan seems to inherently disdain technology, as long as their own technological prowess does not surpass Lan's concepts. Entering games only serves to fortify the enemy. Thus, many technological civilizations face dire fates unless they alter their paths. For you, this is a blessing. As long as you conquer the game and progress through this version, you will surpass countless civilizations. The lower the starting point, the greater the advancement. Zhao Yuan was bewildered. He was still young, and in his understanding, humanity's enemies were solely the abyss wild creatures and boss, the endless races. This revelation had begun to shatter his worldview. Before the apocalypse, humanity could not find extraterrestrials. After the apocalypse, humanity's understanding of aliens was limited to mere wild creatures. Observing Zhao Yuan's confusion, the man chuckled, recognizing that imparting such knowledge to a short-lived species was indeed beyond their grasp. You completed the game in 150 years. Is your race particularly strong? Zhao Yuan asked, slowly beginning to comprehend. Our races are incomparable. We Tianren clan are born of the earth, destined to be the dominators of the world, revered as gods by myriad races. Alas, upon Lan's arrival, we realized our worthiness to be called gods. The man expressed with a hint of self-deprecation. Is your population large? Zhao Yuan asked, astonished, for being born of the earth seemed akin to the deities of legends before the apocalypse. Not many, just above 3 digits. Before the game arrived, I had no idea there were so many of my kin. The man lamented. He had thought their numbers would not exceed 10, yet after the apocalypse, so many had emerged. I have answered your questions extensively. Now it is my turn to inquire. The man turned his gaze to Zhao Yuan. I am but a minor figure among humans. Asking me would yield little value. Zhao Yuan declined. That's inconsequential. It's quite simple. The man smiled. Very well. Ask away, but I cannot guarantee my willingness to answer. Zhao Yuan hesitated, yet eventually acquiesced. During the prior dungeon, why did you charge forward to expose the boss's weakness? I distinctly sense that, regardless of the past or the future, you are utterly terrified, even as your subconscious continually reminds you that if the situation turns dire, you should flee. Yet, in a fleeting moment, you defy your inner self. Why is that? The man inquired with curiosity. You seem perpetually prepared to evade, yet you audaciously charge forward. I have been educated to believe that I cannot simply survive when I possess the ability to save countless lives. Zhao Yuan candidly confessed. Oh, the man expressed some astonishment. The struggle for power and profit is a common trait among sentient beings. Many life forms, when faced with threats to their existence or interests, choose to preserve themselves at the expense of others. Unless the opposing party holds a value in their heart that surpasses their own, it is not surprising that a few individuals are willing to sacrifice themselves for others. But the fact that so many can do so simultaneously piques my curiosity. We forsake our lives for the sake of unity, striving solely for a better tomorrow. Zhao Yuan was at a loss for words when suddenly, a phrase from a textbook he once read sprang to mind, and he uttered it. Ha ha, how intriguing. The higher-ups have indoctrinated the young from an early age, shaping your values. How fascinating. The man, having sensed Zhao Yuan's thoughts, chuckled. No, it is not indoctrination. Our ancestors acted thus, and there is nothing wrong with our learning. Our forebears shed blood in the abyss, paving the way with their stark white bones. Without them, how could we exist? If we do not act in this manner, what will become of future humanity? We cannot only think of ourselves, Zhao Yuan retorted. Such words are utterly disheartening. I observe other games where different races slaughter one another. Survival of the fittest, barbaric growth, leading to the emergence of the strongest. Some have even conquered the abyss. Do you not find your methods flawed? The man continued. Chaos cannot create miracles. Only unity can, Zhao Yuan asserted with certainty. Is that so? The man remained non-committal. I have studied your history, and the events preceding your apocalypse were far from this. The slaughter among your kin far exceeded that against other species, even more relentless. The man countered. The evolution of civilization is indeed barbaric, yet it cannot remain so indefinitely. This time, Zhao Yuan did not object, for the man spoke the truth. Is your race similar? Zhao Yuan inquired. Haha, I have stated that there is no basis for comparison when we look down upon other beings. Your ancestors were still busy searching for lice on their bodies. The man cast a glance at Zhao Yuan. Such blatant contempt. How lofty a position he occupies. Then what brings you to our game? Zhao Yuan scoffed, feeling irritated by such disdain. Do not be angry. For you, the truth is indeed harsh. But it is what it is. The man was not offended by Zhao Yuan's disrespect. In his world, anyone daring to scoff at him would have their bones ground to dust. In reality, here, he could not even harm a blade of grass or a flower. He could merely pass through other games as an observer, unable to interfere. As for why he entered your game, it is purely out of curiosity. I have witnessed countless games, familiar with the extinction of species. Each race has its own fortunes, whether they gather or disperse. Some being immensely powerful, while others are weak and pitiful. There is nothing surprising about it. However, your fortune is notably different. While your race's fortune is not vast, belonging to the ordinary, it is remarkably solid and resilient. I see your race's vessel of fortune shining brightly amidst the towering waves, boldly charging forward with unwavering courage. Even at the crest of the waves, it remains unoverturned. Thus, out of curiosity, I stepped in, the man casually explained. Then why seek me out? Zhao Yuan remained puzzled. Upon entering, I noticed a realm of secrets had opened, which you refer to as a large relic dungeon. Hence I mingled in. I immediately spotted you. The man gazed into Zhao Yuan's eyes. What do you wish to see? What is there to behold in an ordinary human, not a great figure among the human race? There are numerous top-tier experts within. Zhao Yuan averted his gaze, posing the question instead. In your game, fortunes are not discussed, and your race does not even recognize the concept of luck. Thus you remain unaware of your uniqueness. What uniqueness? Just an ordinary person, right? Zhao Yuan felt a sense of confusion. He had always blended in since birth, even unfortunate enough to acquire the profession of a summoner. What is so special about that? Haha, it seems you are unaware. In my eyes, you radiate with fortune, soaring like the newborn sun, invaluable beyond measure. And the entire collective fortune of your race subtly converges upon you, weaving a grand momentum behind you. In the terms of our world, you have come for calamity, born to face trials, destined for fortune. You are the culmination of your race's fate, the child of fortune, the child of hope. Though, of course, such concepts do not exist in your world. Impossible? How can I not feel it? Zhao Yuan was skeptical. According to him, he should have been the center of attention from a young age, dazzling and radiant. Yet, in reality, he felt nothing of the sort. Indeed, that alone is not sufficient for me to seek you out. Every race, before extinction, gives rise to such beings as fortune returns to shine upon them, attempting to save themselves. Although rare, it is merely that for me. Zhao Yuan was utterly flabbergasted. If it were that remarkable, how could it be merely that? What kind of perspective must one possess? Chapter 47. I want to report what else do I have? Zhao Yuan was genuinely curious. What has been discussed thus far is hardly worthy of your attention. What remains? Zhao Yuan was truly intrigued, especially given the vigor with which the man spoke. You need not believe me, nor do I care. Time will reveal all. a mere child of a race's fortune in this endless expanse of time and space. Among countless races, there are infinitely many. In the ebb and flow of eras, even a child of fortune shall face moments of decline. Your distinction lies in the fact that you possess an object of suppression against fortune, which is the crux of my desire to meet you. The man spoke earnestly. What object? Suppression of fortune? Zhao Yuan did not comprehend. A title. Your title. Every game has a fixed number of titles, and they are the most crucial aspect of this game. The man elucidated. A title? A hard worker? You possess fortune and a title, which already places you above many. Thus, cherish your title well. A glimmer of envy flashed in the man's eyes. Having fortune is one thing, possessing a title is another. But having both is an entirely different matter. Is a title truly that significant? Zhao Yuan was also quite astonished. The amount of information he was absorbing today was overwhelming. Having a title signifies that the exalted Lan has cast a glance upon you. The man lifted his gaze towards the void. Oh, the glance. Zhao Yuan found it perplexing. Do they not gaze upon them daily? Gazing at their desperate struggles, no less? Gaze upon you daily? You are mistaken. This endless world combined is hardly worth a single glance from her. The man scoffed outright. What manner of being is Lan? Zhao Yuan attempted to probe for more information. This time, the man fell silent, appearing quite suppressed. After a long while, he said, I do not know. Goodness, you do not know, yet you remain silent. I expected you to reveal some truths. Zhao Yuan rolled his eyes. Do not discuss her. Do not contemplate her. The moment we do, we are already mistaken. She surpasses our imagination. The moment we attempt to understand her, we have already begun to err. The man bowed his head and lifted his cup once more. Zhao Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. How could this be possible? Well, I have one more matter to discuss with you. I invite you to join us. The man looked at Zhao Yuan with a smile. Apologies, I cannot betray my race. Such acts of treachery are beyond my capacity. Zhao Yuan felt a tightening in his heart, realizing that the other party was indeed serious. You misunderstand. It is not about betraying your race, but rather joining the organization I have established as an individual. The man produced a badge, slowly sliding it across the table toward Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan glanced down, observing that the badge was merely the size of a small palm, its material indiscernible, adorned with a character that danced elegantly across its surface. This character differed from human script, one that Zhao Yuan did not recognize. Yet upon sight, its meaning instantly resonated within him, as if it translated itself within his mind. Heaven. In human terms, it translates to Tian. What organization? Zhao Yuan did not reach for the badge. Instead, he continued to inquire. The name has yet to be decided. Perhaps you will know by our next meeting. The man chuckled lightly as he rose to his feet. I have already invited 8 others. You shall be the 9th. Each of you belongs to a different race, and I eagerly anticipate the day you all meet. The man savored the last sip of his drink. There is no need for haste in your response. Ponder it after you clear the game. If you do not succeed, it will hold no significance. The man's figure gradually waned, and the surrounding mist began to dissipate. I must take my leave, heading towards the next game. Time is of the essence, and I hope to encounter more intriguing individuals. I look forward to our next opportunity to meet. Lastly, let us add each other as friends. The man smiled. Tian Shang Tian requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? The system's voice chimed. The man's form vanished completely. Everything around remained unchanged, as if no one had noticed the presence of an outsider. Only the peach blossom tea was now empty. Zhao Yuan hesitated for a moment before clicking accept. You have added Tian Shang Tian as a friend. Zhao Yuan opened his friend list, where Tian Shang Tian appeared at the very top, while the names of his other friends were in white. Only Tian Shang Tian's name shimmered in resplendent purple and gold, a glimmer passing over it at every moment. Reminiscent of game-enhanced effects, Zhao Yuan clicked on his name and sent a question mark in response. You have not cleared the current version of the game, unable to communicate with friends from other worlds. The system promptly displayed a notification. It is real, Zhao Yuan murmured. Tian Shang Tian may have been deceiving him, but the Abyss game does not lie. He is truly a being from another world. Zhao Yuan sat down, lost in thought. After a moment, he opened the previous recording, only to find that Tian Shang Tian was absent, with only Zhao Yuan speaking to himself. This is quite significant. An outsider has intruded. Suddenly, a video call notification appeared, and Zhao Yuan assumed it was Tang Yinping, only to discover it was Lin Peng. Hey, Zhao Yuan, how long until you reach the second level? Lin Peng appeared in the video. What? The second level? Zhao Yuan was still in a daze and inadvertently asked. The second level of the abyss. What have you been up to? I haven't seen you post anything lately. How long until you reach the second level? We should gather. You missed the last class reunion. Lin Peng expressed concern. The second level? I haven't gone to the second level. I've reached the fourth level. Zhao Yuan hurriedly replied. What? Are you kidding? The fourth level? Why not just fly to the sky? Lin Peng laughed, expressing disbelief. You, a summoner without a team. How could you level up so quickly? I'm serious. I'm not lying. Zhao Yuan turned the camera to the window, where a flurry of peach blossoms danced, resembling a fairyland. Wow, how did you level up so fast? This is unscientific, Lin Peng exclaimed in disbelief. Recently, there was a large-scale relic dungeon. I entered it. It's a fast track to leveling up, Zhao Yuan explained. Well, you're quite lucky. Stay safe. I'll hang up now. Lin Peng's expression shifted multiple times before he finally fell silent for a moment and said, without waiting for Zhao Yuan to respond, he abruptly ended the call. This is perhaps the fear of a brother facing hardship, coupled with the dread of another brother's success. At this moment, Zhao Yuan's thoughts were entirely consumed by the earlier encounter, oblivious to Lin Peng's unusual demeanor. After a moment, Zhao Yuan resolved that as a mere novice of the human race, why should he fret so much? He opened his emails, locating the official correspondence from the Human Alliance. He directly typed, "What should I do if I encounter an outsider?" to avoid being labeled as a troublemaker. Zhao Yuan also sent a screenshot of his friend list featuring Tian's name. I wish to report. In an unknown space, Tian suddenly halted, glancing back at the Abyss game. He shook his head with a smile before continuing on his way. There is no rush, my friend, when time is measured in millennia. What race? What bonds? All are but fleeting illusions. The path is singular. Only I hold the truth. Only true companions are the allies on this journey. Race is utterly meaningless, merely a burden. Chapter 48. The Grand Speaker at this moment, Tang Xuanju's video call finally arrived. What is wrong? Why did you send me a distress signal? Is there danger even in the human capital? When did you see the message? Zhao Yuan's expression remained stoic. It was less than 3 minutes ago. What is up? I just sent you a message indicating you were on another call. Have you set off? Tang Yinping glanced at the message. Zhao Yuan paused, casually placing his hand on the teapot, which still radiated warmth. Even though the boiling water had long been consumed, the pot's temperature had hardly diminished. How could it have only been such a short time? Did time flow differently? Speak up. Don't think of skipping out. I've gathered everyone. Tang Xuanju's voice rose sharply as Zhao Yuan remained silent, sounding fierce. I've already arrived. Hurry up, I'm busy. Zhao Yuan replied. Okay, wait a moment. We still need some time. Why did you rush off so early? Didn't I say 2 hours later? In such a hurry? You're so contradictory. Man, contradictory. Hurry up. Zhao Yuan hung up the call. Are you Zhao Yuan? A sudden female voice interrupted. Zhao Yuan looked up to see a woman in the official uniform of the Human Alliance. Zhao Yuan's heart skipped a beat. That was quick. I am. Zhao Yuan quickly stood up. Come with me. Someone wishes to see you. The woman spoke in a relatively calm tone. I have an appointment. Zhao Yuan hesitated. Tell them not to come. The woman looked at Zhao Yuan and said, the person you are to meet holds a high status. I believe you understand the significance of this meeting. The woman stated, very well, I will inform them. Zhao Yuan opened the chat and sent a message to Tang Xuanju. Don't come. I have matters to attend to. I must leave. He closed the message. After contemplating for a moment, Zhao Yuan opened the camera and took a photo of himself with the woman, sending it to Tang Xuanju. Seeing Zhao Yuan take the photo, the woman did not object. All done. After completing everything, Zhao Yuan said. The woman approached and grasped Zhao Yuan's shoulder, causing him to tense. Do not move, the woman commanded. Suddenly, a rift appeared before them, and the woman pulled Zhao Yuan through it. What? A tear in space? Who is this powerful figure? The two individuals chatting in the distance exclaimed in surprise at the sight. At the same time, upon receiving the message, Tang Xuanju was filled with rage. This guy's going to stand me up? Just as she prepared to threaten Zhao Yuan, She saw the photo he sent. A woman clad in a uniform of the Human Alliance appeared in the image. This is not right. Zhao Yuan was taken away by the official alliance of the human race. How could this be possible? Tang Shuangju felt incredulous. She quickly sent the photo to her father and inquired, "Dad, which department is this from? How do you have her photo?" Her father responded promptly, accompanied by a surprised expression. Tang Shuangju hurriedly explained Zhao Yuan's situation. "Do not worry, everything is fine. That being would not trouble a child. You need not concern yourself." Moments later, Tang Shuangju received a message from her father. "Who is she?" Tang Shuangju asked curiously. "You need not bother about that. All right, if everything is fine, that is good." Tang Shuangju did not press further, knowing her father's position was unlikely to deceive her. But how should she explain this? Her blind date has stood her up? This is so difficult. Yet, why does it bring her a bit of joy? When Zhao Yuan reappeared, he found himself atop a mountain peak, with a biting wind causing his clothes to rustle. "Where's this?" Zhao Yuan scanned his surroundings. "Follow me," a woman said in a low voice. Soon, Zhao Yuan was led to the edge of a cliff, where a tall figure sat on a small stool, holding a fishing rod. "Come sit." The man spoke, and a small stool appeared beside him, prompting Zhao Yuan to approach. The woman behind him had already vanished. "Who are you?" Zhao Yuan asked as he settled down, turning to face the fishing man. "Do not rush. The fish will bite soon." The man replied softly. "Who fishes at the mountain peak? What can be caught here?" Zhao Yuan was utterly perplexed. Suddenly, the man exerted force, causing the fishing rod to bend dramatically. An overwhelming divine pressure descended upon Zhao Yuan, as if a great mountain were pressing down on him, causing his entire body to tremble. With the air around him seemingly filled with countless spears aimed at him, Zhao Yuan shook uncontrollably, beads of sweat falling like rain. He gritted his teeth against his fear, remaining motionless. With a single hand, the man summoned forth a small yellow creature. It was a wild creature of the fiefdom level, stronger than elite monsters. This creature, resembling a spider, frantically tore at the fishing line with its numerous legs, emitting eerie cries. The man casually picked up a long knife beside him, unleashing a terrifying blade aura that instantly dismembered the wild creature. A legendary piece of equipment dropped, and the man smiled, saying to Zhao Yuan, "Today, my luck is good. I caught something worthwhile. So this is how you fish." As the wild creature perished, the divine pressure dissipated, and Zhao Yuan managed a strained smile. "You did well. To withstand such immense divine pressure is a feat surpassing many." The man praised. Over the years, he had met many exceptional young humans here, and many had knelt in fear or fled at the first sign of pressure, with only a few remaining steadfast. Zhao Yuan promptly stood, convinced he was in no danger. This was evidently a powerful being, and in the presence of such a figure, fleeing would likely be futile. "I am Wang Sun. You have probably heard of me at your age," the man said with a smile. A very ordinary name. A thunderbolt struck Zhao Yuan's mind. Wang Sun. Goodness. That name resonates. He had met the Grand Speaker. Zhao Yuan respectfully bowed, carefully eyeing the long knife in the man's hand. Indeed, the Grand Speaker of the highest council of the human race. The entire human alliance is a product of this council, the most powerful authority of humanity, consisting of only 13 speakers. They are the strongest 13 individuals of the human race, existing since before the apocalypse. The Grand Speaker is the most formidable existence among them, the pillar of humanity. His legendary status is unmatched, having led the human race through countless calamities and over numerous abysses, marking him as one of the greatest figures after the apocalypse. His power is indisputable, known in whispers as the Blade Emperor, a warrior type who ranks among the top 10 in offensive capability. In 273 years of the abyss, only 32 pieces of mythical equipment have emerged, with a meager 6 being weapons. Yet he obtained 2 mythical items, the Bloodcry Moon Blade and the Sorrowful Heart Mirror. He alone possesses 2 mythical items, a singular achievement in the abyssal game. If anyone embodies the concept of a child of fortune within humanity, it is undoubtedly him. This was undoubtedly the highest-ranking individual Zhao Yuan had ever encountered, both in status and strength. However, he had not involved himself in human affairs for many years, believing that professional matters should be handled by professionals. "I am Zhao Yuan." Zhao Yuan quickly replied, once again turning his gaze to the Grand Speaker's knife. Could it truly be the legendary blood-cry Moonblade? Zhao Yuan's curiosity did not escape the Grand Speaker's notice. Young man, always so inquisitive. Suddenly, he felt a spark of inspiration and asked, "Would you like to take a look?" May I?" Zhao Yuan was taken aback, momentarily doubting his own ears. Mythical equipment was known throughout the abyss, yet few had seen it, and not a single image had circulated in the world channel. "Will you really let me see it?" Zhao Yuan's voice trembled with excitement. The Grand Speaker smiled and handed the long knife to Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan, exhilarated, wiped the sweat from his palms on his clothing and carefully accepted it, his heart racing. Bloodcry Moonblade, type, weapon, one-handed quality, mythical, non-deprivable, level, self-upgrading to match the user's level main attributes, strength, 5365 stamina, 3658 agility, 4355 physical critical, 70 physical penetration, 42 physical attack bonus, 55 attack speed bonus, 66 exclusive magical attribute. Bloodcry. Each of your attacks inflicts a 55 heavy injury effect on the target, restoring 35 of the damage dealt as health. Exclusive elemental attribute. Moonlight. Your inflicted damage autonomously converts to counter the target's elemental attributes, adjusting accordingly. If the target possesses no elemental attributes, damage increases by 40. Inherent mythical attribute. All field damage increase, 698. Zhao Yuan gazed at the panel displaying the attributes, nearly rendered speechless. Setting aside the terrifying bonuses from the other attributes, the mythical attribute of an all-field damage increase of 698 meant that every bit of damage dealt was enhanced by 698. Such an increase could surpass divine levels. No wonder Mulan Feng had said that with mythical equipment, one could attempt to surpass divine levels. This was indeed an eye-opening experience. Zhao Yuan respectfully returned the long knife. The Grand Speaker accepted it, smiling as he said, "You mentioned encountering foreign beings. Please elaborate." The Grand Speaker resumed his seat. Zhao Yuan recounted his encounter with Tian Shang Tian, presenting the token left behind, though he omitted the part about Tian Shang Tian claiming to be a child of fortune. It felt too much like boasting. Calling himself a child of fortune only made Zhao Yuan feel that the man before him was the true child of fortune, having risen from the apocalypse to possess two mythical items, a singular achievement among billions. As Zhao Yuan recounted his tale, the expression on the Grand Speaker's face grew increasingly grim. This was beginning to transcend the current understanding of humanity. An infinite game, with humanity merely being one among many? How could one possibly come to terms with such a reality? Everyone had their minds set on bringing Lan down, only to discover that Lan existed on such a formidable level. It would be an understatement to call it mere delusion. The Grand Speaker lowered his gaze to the command token in his hand, the veins in his hand bulging, yet the token remained utterly still. "Show me your friends," the Grand Speaker said in a low voice. Zhao Yuan opened his friend interface, the effect of the name Tian Shang Tian shining brilliantly. He glanced at the Grand Speaker before sending a message to Tian Shang Tian. The Grand Speaker observed the notification that this friend was not in this realm, thus confirming his suspicions. Being overly suspicious was not his nature, but it was his responsibility. The Grand Speaker suddenly stood up and addressed Zhao Yuan. "You have achieved great merit this time. Humanity will remember your contribution. You should return and focus on leveling up. You are not yet equipped to assist." "Understood." Zhao Yuan nodded, acknowledging his own limitations. "Li Qin, see him back safely," the Grand Speaker commanded. Instantly, the woman who had brought Zhao Yuan appeared, so swiftly that he could barely comprehend it, as if she had materialized directly. No, I can return by myself. No need to escort me," Zhao Yuan hastily insisted. "Return by yourself? Do you even know where this is?" "The front line of Layer 17 of the Abyss." "Can you make it back alone?" Li Qin spoke softly. I dare not. A single monster could annihilate me in an instant," Zhao Yuan exclaimed. "Let us go." Li Qin stepped forward, placing her hand on Zhao Yuan's shoulder. "Goodbye, Grand Speaker." Zhao Yuan waved farewell to the Grand Speaker. The Grand Speaker was momentarily taken aback, then waved back. It was a gesture he had not performed in many years. "Come, Zhao Yuan, add me as a friend. It will facilitate our future communications," the Grand Speaker suddenly remarked. Li Qin's hand, resting on Zhao Yuan's shoulder, trembled with envy. She herself did not possess a friend slot for the Grand Speaker. Aside from old comrades and other leaders of humanity, the Grand Speaker had not added anyone as a friend in many years. Of course, Zhao Yuan eagerly nodded and accepted the request. After all, this was the Grand Speaker, the foremost figure of power and strength within humanity. Having him as a friend would be a significant boast. Once approved, the Grand Speaker's name appeared as the second entry in Zhao Yuan's friend list, right beneath Tian Shang Tian, and in the same white color as the others. Now off you go. The Grand Speaker waved his hand. Li Qi nodded quickly, and a rift appeared, taking Zhao Yuan away. Watching them depart, the Grand Speaker's calm facade creased with a frown. Others had already cleared the game, yet there were still so many left. We are far too slow. The Grand Speaker muttered to himself. After a while, he opened his friend list and addressed everyone in the top group chat. Hurry. Meeting urgent matter. He then turned and flew towards the main city of Layer 17. At that very moment, nearly all the high-ranking members of humanity received the message in the group chat, leaving them momentarily stunned. It had been almost 20 years since the Grand Speaker had spoken in this group. Typically, it was the second speaker who presided over matters. Soon, everyone began to respond. Received. Instantly, whether from the front lines or the rear, all began to mobilize, a myriad of figures soaring into the sky. What is happening? At such a critical juncture, why are the higher-ups returning to the city? Someone questioned, observing the multitude of departing figures. It seems something significant is about to unfold, murmured another, recalling a similar scene from years past. In the human council chamber, the Grand Speaker had arrived, standing before the window, watching countless individuals approach. The conference room contained 13 chairs, while the hall outside accommodated thousands of seats, frequently occupied by individuals who were either council members or heads of departments within the Human Alliance. The council members quickly filled the seats, with only a few unable to attend. Following them were the various speakers, who held the highest positions and bore the most critical responsibilities, ensuring proper handovers before departure. As the door to the meeting room swung open, a robust man entered, glancing at Wang Sun, who had his back turned and chose not to speak, instead taking a seat. Seventh speaker. Soon, more speakers arrived, each the foremost in their respective professions, representing the pinnacle of humanity's combat strength. Chapter 50. The call to action at last. All were present, and the meeting room fell into a profound silence. No one dared to speak. This was the highest council of humanity, where every decision influenced the entirety of the race. The Grand Speaker turned to face the assembly, taking his place at the forefront. I bear some troubling news, the Grand Speaker stated solemnly. Everyone turned their attention toward him. Today, an alien race has entered the Abyss game and obtained some information regarding Lon. The Grand Speaker continued. Alien race? You mean a foreign race? The seventh speaker inquired, perplexed. Indeed, a foreign race, but more so an alien race, a race beyond the Blue Star, outside the Abyss game. The Grand Speaker's expression was grave. What? The others were immediately astonished. The Abyss had existed for over 200 years, and an alien race had emerged? They had previously speculated about the existence of such a race, yet none had appeared for a full 2 centuries, and now one had surfaced. The Grand Speaker reiterated the events recounted by Tian Shang Tian and handed the command token to the second speaker. The room fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere thick with tension as everyone stared at the token in hand. Should we consider collaborating with them? Inquired the fifth speaker, Jean Yimeng. Collaborate? How is that even possible? Did you not hear how they spoke of us? While they look down upon other races, our ancestors are still searching for lice on their bodies. Do you truly believe they would collaborate with us? The irascible third speaker scoffed, barely able to contain his fury at such disdain. Now, so many races have cleared the game? It is simply unbelievable. The 10th speaker remarked softly. He was not angered by others' contempt, but rather astonished that such a multitude of races had succeeded. After all this time, the difficulty of the Abyss game was known to all present, and now that others had cleared it, it compelled contemplation. Humanity remains too weak. This could be considered good news. We previously feared that even if humanity cleared the game in 300 years, we would still face extinction. Now, that concern is alleviated. The 9th speaker remained relatively optimistic. Since Tian Shang Tian has brought us this news, he must have ulterior motives. Can we not leverage this to seek their assistance? The 2nd speaker suggested. He seems to be interested solely in Zhao Yuan, not in us. As for the reasons, Zhao Yuan did not disclose them, the Grand Speaker replied. Should we summon him for further inquiries? Such matters cannot be concealed. The third speaker, somewhat irate, insisted that matters of the race's survival should not be hidden. Silence. The Grand Speaker, suddenly incensed, reprimanded them sharply. It is already remarkable that the youth reported this matter. There are some things we need not probe too deeply. From this situation, I suspect someone has already made contact with the alien race without reporting it. And we must not harm the young man's spirit by killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. The Grand Speaker declared sternly, fully aware of the thoughts of others. They merely wished to clarify why Tian Shang specifically sought out Zhao Yuan. There is merit in that, since one has appeared. I do not believe there is only one. Often, where one occurrence exists, many follow. Jin Yimeng nodded in agreement. Alas, the hardships of the human race are profound. Yet there are always those who doubt our kind. Had we known this information earlier, we would not find ourselves in such a passive position now. With only 27 years remaining, the sixth speaker sighed. The complexities of human emotions are indeed vast. To have united the human race to this extent, they have truly exerted their utmost efforts. Had we been aware of such circumstances sooner, they would undoubtedly have spared no effort to overcome the challenges. However, the cost in lives would have been exorbitant, leaving our numbers drastically diminished in the end, which is precisely the reason for our gradual approach in recent years. By allowing more individuals to participate, we can effectively reduce the mortality rate. After all, the outcome of a battle against a boss differs greatly when fought by 10,000 versus 100,000 participants. It seems that many other races have begun preparations for the next version, while we humans have lagged behind. The fourth speaker tapped their forehead, feeling overwhelmed. What shall we do? Should we expedite our efforts? Inquired the third speaker. However, if we accelerate our pace, many individuals will remain unprepared and perish in large numbers. Our population has only just begun to recover to a viable number, and I believe that speeding up our efforts would be counterproductive. The 10th speaker firmly opposed. Currently, our numbers are insufficient, and if we accelerate, we will inevitably require those of lesser divine ranks, those who have yet to grow, to engage in battle, leading to an even more alarming casualty rate. Yet, if we do not expedite, we risk falling further behind. I have a strong intuition that in the next version, we may encounter other races, and the principle of lagging behind, leading to defeat, needs no elaboration, stated the sixth speaker. However, even if we expedite, the inevitable loss of lives will result in a decline in our population, leaving us no better off than before, remarked the eighth speaker. This won't do, that won't do. What do you propose? The third speaker lamented. The fundamental issue remains that there are simply too few of us, asserted the second speaker. With a larger population base, the number of strong individuals will naturally increase, thereby resolving all issues. Given this, we must endure some hardship and continue to enhance our population cultivation, sparing no effort, declared the second speaker solemnly. How shall we endure this hardship? The third speaker, still bewildered, observed the sudden change in expression among the other speakers. We require a greater population to prepare for the future. Thus, we must impose some difficulties on the current populace. Therefore, I propose once again to call upon the human race to contribute offspring, amplifying the Human Gene Hope Project. Many individuals now possess genes far superior to those of earlier generations, and we cannot afford to waste this potential, stated the second speaker. While the rationale is sound, you are well aware of the prevailing attitudes. Many perceive us as treating them like breeding stock, and there is considerable resistance. The sixth speaker responded helplessly. Indeed, the opposition is overwhelming, and this approach shows a lack of respect towards women. How many are willing to bear children nowadays? Calls for action? Have we not made enough appeals over the years? The effectiveness of such calls is diminishing. We must enforce compliance. We cannot refrain from action simply due to opposition. Enduring some hardship now is far preferable to the tears we may shed in the future. The Grand Speaker, who had remained silent for a long time, finally spoke. Instantly, all fell silent. Then we shall enforce compliance. Since we are demanding this of others, we must lead by example. Each of us will unconditionally contribute 10 offspring, and the government officials must contribute no less than 10 each, stated the second speaker. 10? Are you jesting? Is this not tantamount to demanding our very lives? This is not merely hardship. It is a demand for our demise. You know how exhausted and busy we are. How is this feasible? The third speaker exclaimed, mouth agape. As the 13 strongest individuals of the human race, they had previously provided one contribution, which had already resulted in a proliferation of descendants through the Human Genome Project. Now they're being asked for 10, and it is not a simple matter to produce such contributions. Do you understand the difficulty involved in generating even one at their level of evolutionary advancement? Not to mention the toll on one's health. Only the 5th speaker and the 12th speaker remained indifferent. As they were women, their hearts full yet their capacities limited. Moreover, given their status, it would be impossible for anyone to coerce them into childbearing. You all understand the importance of this matter. As leaders of the human race, we bear an undeniable responsibility. The second speaker declared. The others remained hesitant, their interest in such matters waning. With their own time running short, they were reluctant to rely on others, finding this undertaking far more exhausting than battling a boss. I shall personally provide 15 contributions. The second speaker interjected, visibly taken aback. How harshly can one be on oneself? Who among you is willing to provide 10 contributions in exchange for 5 rare life-preserving artifacts? Jean Yimeng proposed, though no one would be forced to comply. As a leader of the human race, she felt compelled to make a gesture. 5 life-preserving artifacts are still quite precious to her. I will do the same, added the 10th speaker. The second speaker regarded the two with approval. However, their expressions soon darkened as they turned to the others, asking, what about you? I too shall provide 15 contributions, declared the grand speaker. Very well, the top 2 are serious. The others reluctantly nodded in agreement, with only the third speaker remaining silent. All eyes turned to the third speaker, who stroked their chin and hesitantly remarked, 30 contributions would be an immense burden for me. This individual even desires 10 artifacts? How ruthless! The fourth speaker, frightened, quickly distanced themselves from this character. Very well, it is settled. The second speaker shot a glare at the third speaker. What shall we do about the women of the present? We cannot simply make decisions without considering the ultimate burden placed upon them, observed the 12th speaker, expressing sympathy for their plight as they have become mere breeding machines, which is utterly inhumane. The others remained silent, with their thoughts concealed. The strong inherently exploit the weak. Indeed, we have been excessively demanding of them. The contributions of women to our progress cannot be overlooked. While we have spared them from the perils of the abyss and provided them with significant advantages, this treatment is undeniably harsh, remarked the 5th speaker, Jean Yimeng. The men voice their grievances, yet it is the women of the present who bear the burden of pregnancy. The others remain silent, and ultimately, the 5th speaker and the 12th speaker look towards the grand speaker. We must increase all rewards for them, as long as it is not excessive. We will grant them whatever they desire, and we must ensure that even if the human race overcomes this crisis, we will guarantee them enduring prosperity and bestow certain privileges upon them, declared the grand speaker. The 5th speaker and the 12th speaker remained silent, still hoping to negotiate for more, for they were the only 2 women present, and if they did not speak up, no one would advocate for the women of the present. I, as the highest representative of the human race, pledge that for the 10 most outstanding contributors among the present women, the Human Council will promise each of them 3 conditions. As long as they are not morally reprehensible, we shall agree, and as long as the human race endures and the Human Council does not fall, this promise shall remain in effect forever, continued the grand speaker. This must be inscribed in the highest council's charter, stated the 5th speaker. The charter of the highest human council is akin to the supreme constitution of the pre-apocalyptic era. This is assured, nodded the grand speaker. Do any of you object? The 5th speaker inquired of the others. The second speaker raised a hand, followed by others doing the same. Jean Yimeng smiled. This was already the best outcome they could achieve. Seeing that everyone had reached a consensus, the grand speaker continued. I have decided to award the mythic-level summoner skill book from the human treasury to Zhao Yuan. A sudden silence enveloped the room as the others exchanged surprised glances at the grand speaker's unexpected endorsement of the novice. Old 8, do you have any objections? The grand speaker inquired, turning to the 8th speaker, whose donation had facilitated the acquisition of this mythic skill book, making his opinion crucial. No, it is of no use to me. I donated it for the sake of our race. It can be given to anyone. The eighth speaker responded nonchalantly. Isn't that a bit too extravagant? The second speaker frowned. Only 192 mythic skill books have surfaced in the entire abyss, and while summoners are rare, there are indeed max-level summoners among the human ranks, albeit scarce. They have previously applied to the Supreme Council, but their requests were denied due to insufficient contributions. I see no issue with this. If it draws the attention of foreign races, it must possess exceptional qualities, and Zhao Yuan has indeed made significant contributions. Nurturing his talents is a prudent course of action, the 10th speaker asserted. This news is indeed momentous. However, is it not more beneficial to award it to a max-level summoner? The Grand Speaker suggested, as per our usual practice, let us put it to a vote. 6 members were in favor, 3 opposed, and 4 abstained. Very well, it is thus approved, announced the Grand Speaker. The second speaker, 6th speaker, and 9th speaker voiced their dissent, but seeing the outcome, they had nothing further to say. Rules were rules, and they had established them. After discussing some other matters, the assembly came to a halt, for they had many pressing issues to attend to at the front lines. Who will preside over the external council? The second speaker inquired. The 9th speaker rose with a wry smile. Why is it always me when such matters arise? He could already envision the uproar that would ensue once he revealed this decision. Let us all attend. We cannot place all the pressure on old 9, proposed the Grand Speaker. Very well. At least we can express our stance. The second speaker concurred. Should we inform them about the foreign races? The 9th speaker suddenly asked. Let us refrain from disclosing this at the assembly. Afterward, convene a few high-ranking officials and discreetly share the information. We are uncertain how many are currently in contact with foreign races. It is best to observe for now. However, at least prior to the clearance, our interests align. The second speaker contemplated. Understood, nodded the 9th speaker. Do you believe any among us have already made contact with foreign races? The 11th speaker interjected. Instantly, a hush fell over the assembly. This topic had been deliberately avoided until now, and no one anticipated it would eventually be brought up. Over the years, we have all made immense contributions for the sake of humanity. I hope to continue advancing together with all of you and trust that none of you will let us down. The first speaker addressed the assembly, observing their exchanged glances. We are all part of the human race and will never betray it. I share this hope. Engaging with foreign races is akin to courting peril. I believe not. We have shared nearly 3 centuries of camaraderie. It cannot be so. The Grand Speaker surveyed the room before exiting, followed by the others. As for the truth of the matter, only they themselves would know. Chapter 52, Bamboo Sea. With the conclusion of the Grand Assembly, a flurry of perplexing maneuvers from the upper echelons of humanity left everyone astounded. They mandated that all individuals contribute their descendants. The uproar was immediate, with widespread resistance. Several prominent figures publicly opposed this decree, deeming it akin to being made breeding stock. Yet by the following day, they emerged with bruised faces, expressing strong support for the decision, each pledging additional contributions. Quickly, an announcement from the Human Alliance was disseminated. The leaders had each donated 10 contributions, with the first and second speakers contributing 15, while the third speaker astonishingly donated 30, leaving everyone in awe. With such fervor displayed by the leaders, the council members and governmental officials had no choice but to contribute, and they could not donate less than the leaders. This was indeed an extraordinary era, where power dictated status. Once the top-tier leaders capitulated, any dissent from others was swiftly suppressed. The Human Alliance welcomed the emergence of dissenters, as they ultimately served as a cautionary example. Following the lead of the upper echelons, a throng of individuals converged upon the Human Alliance's administrative office in the main city. Zhao Yuan, bewildered, stood in line, and soon it was his turn. Here, he hesitantly submitted his descendants, which he had painstakingly arranged that morning at the inn. The staff received it expressionlessly, placing it in a designated box, and asked, "Are they fresh?" "Yes," Zhao Yuan stammered, not lying. On the table, a lie detection device resembling a toad confirmed his basic information, suggesting that when the time came, his offspring could locate him based on this data. The staff smiled as a user interface appeared before Zhao Yuan. His expression stiffened as he began to comprehend the unease that old Wang must have felt. Sensing Zhao Yuan's reluctance, the staff reassured him, "Do not worry. Priority will be given to the genes of max-level players, so yours may not even be utilized." "Let's hope so." Zhao Yuan searched for his name in the interface, finding numerous matches. After selecting a profession, he was left with only his own. He glanced at the code. While names may overlap, unique codes do not err. He clicked confirm. Under the Abyss game's scrutiny, this detail would not be mistaken. Impersonation was impossible. Exiting the donation site, Zhao Yuan sighed deeply. He wondered if, years later, someone might approach him, calling him father. The thought was terrifying. He quickly shook off that image and sped against the flow of people toward the city outskirts, ready to embark on another day of monster hunting. This time, Zhao Yuan opted not to engage in dungeons. He had had enough of them and aimed to swiftly elevate his divine level. Ascending his divine level was paramount to truly establishing himself within the Abyss. The pressure of levels had become unbearable, and quickly aligning his divine level with the main force was crucial for his standing in the Abyss. While in flight, a video from Tang Xuangju came through once more. Zhao Yuan, exasperated, chose to hang up directly. Outside the city, he located the 6-star map teleportation array and stepped inside. The 6th-level map of the Abyss, known as the Bamboo Sea, was indeed, as its name suggested, formed by countless bamboos. Unlike the bamboo of the present world, the bamboo here was predominantly purple and remarkably robust, towering like trees, which led some to refer to this map as the Purple Bamboo Forest. The wild creatures of the Bamboo Sea consisted solely of one type, the iron-eating beast, a panda from the present world, once a national treasure before the apocalypse. However, they were distinctly different from the pandas of the present. Their eye rings were purple rather than black, and they were massive, fiercely wild, and incredibly ferocious. Soaring above the Bamboo Sea, gazing at the towering bamboo forest, Zhao Yuan headed southeast, where, according to the Monster Hunting Guide, elite creatures were more abundant. However, the expanse of the southeast left him uncertain. He looked down, seeking a suitable place to land and investigate, for the dense bamboo leaves obscured visibility of the wild creatures. As he was peering down, Zhao Yuan suddenly heard a whistling sound through the air. He swiftly dodged as a bamboo stalk whizzed past him, flying at high velocity with a chilling force, soaring skyward. Zhao Yuan's expression turned cold. Had he not dodged swiftly moments ago, he might have been pierced by the bamboo. A shadow of black and white dashed through the gaps in the bamboo forest below. Seeking death, I have not troubled you, yet you dare to provoke me? Zhao Yuan soared downwards, extending his hand to strike a colossal bear towards it. The bear fell from the sky like a small mountain, startling the Iron-Eater beast into a hasty evasion, while 6 giant ants charged forth, swiftly climbing onto its body. In a brief moment, the Iron-Eater beast was brutally torn apart. Zhao Yuan approached and kicked the corpse of the Iron-Eater beast a few times. "Dare you to ambush me again?" Zhao Yuan shouted in fury. "It's settled. I shall commence my hunting here." Before long, the corpse of the Iron-Eater beast began to vanish. Zhao Yuan started hunting monsters, and soon, another Iron-Eater beast appeared, only to meet a swift demise. "The numbers are rather sparse," Zhao Yuan murmured to himself. "The quantity here is so low that even the Liekong Dia need not intervene, as the giant ants handled them with ease." At that moment, a video call notification popped up. Zhao Yuan glanced to see it was Tang Xuangju again. With a sigh, he accepted the call. "Why did you hang up on me earlier?" Tang Xuangju asked angrily. "I was about to enter the teleportation array," Zhao Yuan explained. "Then why didn't you call me back?" Tang Xuangju questioned. "I had no desire to." Zhao Yuan's tone grew icy. Are you hunting monsters in the Bamboo Sea?" Tang Xuangju's tone softened. "Yes." Zhao Yuan nodded. "How about I join you? My team hasn't leveled up yet, and I still have to wait a few months. Shall we team up?" Tang Xuangju inquired. "No, I prefer to hunt alone." Zhao Yuan replied without a second thought. He no longer wished to remain near someone of a higher divine rank than himself. Zhao Yuan, you are too much. I care for you so much." Tang Xuangju shouted in anger. "Fine, I need to level up. We could talk later." Zhao Yuan reached out and ended the call. In Taohua City, Tang Xuangju kicked and snapped a tinderbud from a peach tree. "What is Zhao Yuan treating me this way? Just wait until I deal with you," she exclaimed, flying towards the city's outskirts with the intent to confront Zhao Yuan. Yet, just as she was about to leave the city, she suddenly halted, her expression filled with despair. "He is neither kin nor friend. It is only natural for him to refuse me. What reason do I have to confront him?" Tang Xuangju muttered to herself. "Forget it. If he is unwilling, why should I be so sentimental? Tang Xuangju felt a profound ache in her heart. A flurry of peach blossom petals drifted by. With a wave of her hand, a cold glimmer passed through, and a dagger sliced the petals in two. In ancient times, one severed ties for righteousness. Today, I, Tang Xuangju, sever my feelings for flowers, and shall never contact Zhao Yuan again. Tang Xuangju vowed fiercely, her eyes slightly moist. No one had ever treated her this way from childhood to adulthood. She turned and flew back to Taohua City. Chapter 53. Let him lead us. In the Zizhu Lin, Iron Eater Beast fell beneath Zhao Yuan's blade. Initially, the thrill of slaying a few was gratifying, but as the numbers increased, the excitement waned. Yet, who is Zhao Yuan? He is a diligent warrior. He would not cease merely due to boredom. Zhao Yuan pressed forward towards the southeast, gradually encountering elite-level Iron Eater beasts, which were significantly stronger than their ordinary counterparts. As dusk fell, Zhao Yuan had no intention of returning to the city. Having evolved his life to this extent, night and day held no distinction. Ding! Zhao Yuan opened his email, curious to find a message from Tang Xuangju. To his surprise, it contained 10 dungeon entry tickets, accompanied by a message of gratitude for her assistance in the large relic dungeon. These 10 tickets were her way of expressing thanks, hoping for a clean break and mutual well-being henceforth. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yuan understood Tang Xuangju's intent. Thus, it is for the best. We are not suited for one another. With curiosity, Zhao Yuan examined the tickets, discovering they were for a pet dungeon. In the Abyss game, pets are also a means of enhancing one's power. However, nurturing them requires considerable resources. If well cultivated, they can serve as formidable allies. If poorly managed, they merely become pets akin to those in the real world, playthings. Similarly, mounts have seen diminished utility since the establishment of teleportation arrays, gradually becoming non-essential. Both pets and mounts are considerations only after reaching maximum level. For now, it is premature. Zhao Yuan tucked away the pet dungeon entry tickets and approached the corpse of an elite Iron Eater beast, seizing the opportunity to snap a photo before it vanished. A commemoration for returning to the wild to hunt monsters. He opened his social media, posting the picture with a caption, "Target of 10,000, current count 65. Let us keep pushing." After posting, Zhao Yuan continued onward, vowing not to rest until he had slain 10,000. Under the leadership of the explosive bear, the giant ants and Liekong Jie were unstoppable. Being a summoner is splendid. No need to get one's hands dirty. This is quite enjoyable. While others toiled away hunting monsters, Zhao Yuan strolled leisurely through the Zizhu Lin with his hands in his pockets. If one day I possess 100,000 summoned beings, where can I not venture? A surge of ambition welled up within Zhao Yuan. Unbeknownst to him, his disdain for the summoner profession had entirely dissipated, replaced by an indomitable fighting spirit. There are no worthless professions in this world, only those unworthy of their profession. I no longer require a team. I shall become a team in my own right. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan's social media was bustling. Most were currently on the second level, having a general understanding of the wild monsters there, while the creatures Zhao Yuan had slain were entirely unfamiliar to them and had not appeared in their monster hunting guide too. One after another, they inquired beneath Zhao Yuan's post. Where's this place? How come I haven't encountered it? What level is Zhao Yuan? Has Zhao Yuan found a team? Zhao Yuan has already reached the 4th level. Lin Peng replied, "What? How is that possible? How could he possibly advance faster than me?" Some expressed disbelief. Has anyone reached the 4th level this quarter? This cannot be true. How could it be Zhao Yuan? He a summoner? A profession deemed inferior. How could he level up so quickly? Many could not accept this. In an instant, both those familiar and unfamiliar with Zhao Yuan were taken aback. Their peers who had entered the abyss with them had been left behind by 2 entire levels. And he is a summoner? Fang Ji observed Zhao Yuan's social media with a grim expression. He had previously declined Zhao Yuan's invitation to form a team, underestimating him, and now, not long after, Zhao Yuan had surged ahead of everyone. Pushing aside the girl in his arms, he approached the window, his expression shifting between gloom and hope. Fang Ji, have you seen the social media? They say someone has reached the 4th level of the abyss, around our age, and is a summoner? The output-focused girl on the bed was scrolling through social media when she suddenly spoke. What? Someone of our age has reached the 4th level? How is that possible? A girl from under the covers exclaimed in shock. Yes, it's my friend. We grew up together at Hope School. Fang Ji replied. Having rested sufficiently, let us convene and embark on monster hunting, for we are lagging behind. Fang Ji expressed his urgency. He felt considerably slower, having only reached the second star at level 3, while the majority of the group had advanced to levels 5 or 6. Although he and T felt it before, the realization struck him too late. Oh no, we've only just had 2 days of rest. It's merely the first day. Why the rush? I have no desire to venture into the wilderness. Mo Xiaorong replied, visibly displeased, as the arduous task of monster hunting weighed heavily upon her. Indeed, we must balance work and rest. We cannot continuously hunt monsters. If you wish to exercise, there are other ways than hunting monsters. Let's continue here. With that, she rose to her feet, embracing the moment's vitality. It has nearly been a day. Allow me to rest for a while. While Fang Ji spoke of resting, his feet moved involuntarily towards the task. After a while, he paused, his mind a blank slate. Feeling the softness in his hands, he sighed, entering a state of tranquility. Ah, the gentle embrace of warmth, the resting place of heroes. This excruciating blade truly takes its toll. Tomorrow, we shall not rest. We must level up. We have fallen behind significantly, and even Lin Peng has surpassed us in levels. Fang Ji declared. Please no, everyone is weary, and our team is well equipped for rapid leveling. There is no need to rush. Let's take our time. Mo Xiaorong protested, shifting her body. Fang Ji hesitated. Alas, did Mo Jie mention that Zhao Yuan is your friend? Why not reach out to him and ask him to join us? Another girl suggested. Indeed, having a summoner grow alongside us would be comparable to having a whole team. He could help us level up swiftly. Montak Xuong chimed in Agadi. Fang Ji furrowed his brow, deep down reluctant to seek Zhao Yuan's assistance. No, we shall level up on our own. Our team is not lacking in damage. There is no need to seek help. Fang Ji resolutely declined. Very well, the two girls replied, somewhat disappointed. Fang Ji gazed at the ceiling, inexplicably opening his social media, where he observed Zhao Yuan's posts. Suddenly, he typed, Zhao Yuan, if you have time, come to the second floor and help me out. We grew up together. Don't forget us when you become successful. After posting this comment, he noticed a reply above his own. Wang Sun, if you dare to slay so many iron-eating beasts before the apocalypse, you would likely spend the rest of your life in prison. Who is this? Such audacity. He retorted, you pig's nose stuck in a scallion. What are you pretending to be? What era are we in? Have you even seen what the world was like before the apocalypse? He attached a disdainful emoji. Since only friends could see his social media posts, he did not consider the implications of the name. There are too many with the same name, and he failed to recognize whom he had just insulted. Wang Sun. Chapter 54. The Flame Law God. The Grand Speaker observed Zhao Yuan's social media, momentarily taken aback as he was immediately criticized after posting. Previously, whatever he shared was met with praise, for he was revered as the Grand Speaker. Ever since he revealed the blood-weeping radiant moonblade, no one had dared to speak ill of him. It had been nearly 2 centuries, and no one had ever called him a pig's nose stuck in a scallion. Are the youth of today so bold? The Grand Speaker mused, shaking his head as he closed the social media app. In the Zizhu forest, while hunting monsters, Zhao Yuan heard the notification of an incoming email. Who is sending me packages every day? Zhao Yuan opened it to find it was from Wang Sun. Congratulations. You have received a mythical skill book. The system voice announced unexpectedly. Zhao Yuan's body trembled with excitement, hardly able to believe it. A mythical skill book. Is this a dream? He never imagined he would possess such a treasure. Flame Law God. Type. Summoning quality. Mythical skill description. Born from the void. The flames forge a myth. Summon the flame god from the infinite flames. Evaluation. If I were to say it was once a deity, would you believe it? Zhao Yuan quickly opened his friend's list and sent a message to the Grand Speaker. Is this truly for me? Even now it felt surreal. The Grand Speaker soon replied, we shall not neglect anyone who contributes significantly to our race. You can always trust your kin. Zhao Yuan felt a wave of gratitude. Thank you, Grand Speaker, he expressed. A skill of mythical quality is a treasure for any race. Being granted such a boon as a mere individual speaks volumes of the human council's might. Your friend Fang Ji possesses great courage. Tell him I look forward to meeting him someday. Encourage him to level up. The Grand Speaker sent another message, accompanied by a smirk emoji. Zhao Yuan. Moments later, looking at his social media, Zhao Yuan felt as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. Pig's nose stuck in a scallion. You have certainly learned this phrase from the pre-apocalypse. With a sigh, Zhao Yuan initiated a video call with Feng Zhi. Soon, Feng Zhi appeared on the screen. Where are you? Zhao Yuan inquired, observing the misty surroundings enveloping Feng Zhi. I was just bathing. Feng Zhi replied awkwardly. Curiously, he asked Zhao Yuan, is this the fourth layer of the abyss? Zhao Yuan nodded, panning the camera to reveal his summoned creatures diligently hunting the approaching iron-eating beasts. Are you planning to come back and assist me? Feng Zhi inquired with a smile. Zhao Yuan shook his head, explaining, that's not feasible. The level difference is too great. I need to report to the Human Alliance's main city before I can even go to the second layer of the abyss. The excuse of leveling you up would not suffice. A moment of embarrassment crossed Feng Zhi's face as he adjusted the camera, seemingly reluctant for those nearby to see. Very well, then I shall strive on my own. Feng Zhi replied flatly. Feng Zhi, did you insult someone on my social media? Zhao Yuan hesitated, unsure how to approach the topic. What's wrong? Now that your level has increased, I'm not allowed to speak in your social media? Feng Zhi's face flushed with anger. He felt as if Zhao Yuan was mocking him. When their statuses were equal, they could joke freely, but now, with the disparity in their levels, Feng Zhi sensed Zhao Yuan's words carried a hidden meaning. Unbeknownst to them, their relationship had become both sensitive and fragile. Perhaps it was when Feng Zhi rejected Zhao Yuan's offer to enter the abyss that things changed. Zhao Yuan might not have been resentful, but Feng Zhi remembered. He began to suspect that Zhao Yuan was retaliating against his earlier refusal. Zhao Yuan, sensing Feng Zhi's unusual mood, understood that 15 years of friendship could not be easily extinguished by a few words. He chuckled softly. Do you not recognize who he is? Is that name unfamiliar to you? Who is he? Always talking about the pre-apocalypse. Does he think he is the great Wang Sun? Suddenly, Feng Zhi seemed to have an epiphany. Wang Sun? Isn't he the greatest leader of the human race? The Grand Speaker? No way. How could I be in Wang Sun's social media? These are completely unrelated individuals. No way. How do you have him as a friend? Feng Zhi stammered. Zhao Yuan nodded helplessly. Why didn't you say so earlier? Feng Zhi exclaimed in a panic. At that moment, Zhao Yuan heard two female voices behind Feng Zhi gasping in surprise. Evidently, they too were listening. You are truly extravagant in your endeavors. Well, he asked me to convey to you that he anticipates meeting you upon your ascension. Zhao Yuan remarked. What shall I do? Have I caused a calamity? Feng Zhi felt a surge of anxiety. It is nothing. He was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Focus on your advancement. Zhao Yuan reassured him several times before terminating the video call. As time passed, certain relationships seemed irretrievable. Zhao Yuan sighed, his gaze resolute. Only by enhancing one's own strength can everything else improve. Zhao Yuan utilized a skill-enhancing stone to acquire a mythic skill tome. Arise, flame deity. Zhao Yuan brandished his staff. A tremendous wave of searing heat surged forth, and from within a conflagration, a dark figure emerged. Under the blaze, all living beings shall face obliteration. A commanding voice resonated. Goodness, indeed worthy of a mythic skill, it possesses a unique voice. Zhao Yuan marveled at the entity known as the Flame Sorcerer. What in the world is this? It was engulfed in flames, its form entirely dark, resembling a humanoid yet devoid of any human features, composed entirely of fire, and with its arrival, the ground beneath it began to transform into magma. The sound of crackling echoed as explosions erupted, and the surrounding bamboo ignited. A terrifying heat enveloped the area. At that moment, the iron-eating beast, which had been previously vanquished by other summons, respawned. Before the other summons could act, a black claw emerged from the flames. And as it extended, torrents of magma surged forth from beneath, sweeping in all directions. Everything in its path was melted by the lava, and the iron-eating beast let out a wail as it sank into the molten rock. Just as Zhao Yuan thought it was about to conclude, he witnessed the claw suddenly clenching tightly. Instantly, the sky above Zhao Yuan darkened, prompting him to raise his head. My goodness! The sky was obscured by a sea of flames, followed by a rain of fire. Lava stones the size of a head ablaze, rained down in torrents. In an instant, Zhao Yuan heard countless cries of the iron-eating beasts. Patches of bamboo forest vanished in the inferno, and the beast that provoked this wrath was reduced to ashes. This is akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Chapter 55. Someone is setting fires. Zhao Yuan stood atop the magma, surveying the apocalyptic scene around him, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Mythic skills are indeed unparalleled. Yet, it seems they do not quite align with my talents. Never mind. What more could one desire? The flame sorcerer radiated intense heat, akin to a divine spirit amidst the flames. Fortuitously, this is my summoned entity. Otherwise, standing near, it would surely incinerate me. Zhao Yuan soared into the air, gazing at the endless expanse of bamboo forest filled with bravado. Let's annihilate this bamboo sea. Ha ha ha! Zhao Yuan laughed heartily. As he ascended, the flame sorcerer followed suit, and Zhao Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Even in midair, magma began to manifest in the void. Zhao Yuan felt inspired and attempted to direct the flame sorcerer. Bombard that area. He casually pointed in a direction, and in an instant, the flame sorcerer extended its claw towards Zhao Yuan's indication, conjuring countless magma flows that covered thousands of meters. In the area where the magma spread, numerous purple bamboos collapsed. Following this, a fiery sea emerged above the magma, and countless fireballs rained down. The iron-eating beasts were utterly annihilated. Impressive. Zhao Yuan directed the flame sorcerer in a relentless barrage, leading to devastation throughout the bamboo sea, leaving behind swathes of desolation. As Zhao Yuan advanced, a vast inferno carved a divide through the southeastern bamboo forest, as if plowing a central furrow. Meanwhile, others began to suffer. A 6-member squad was engaged in monster hunting within the bamboo sea, with the front line rapidly attracting distant iron-eating beasts, gathering them together to inflict damage, while the support occasionally shielded the front line and enhanced their status, all the while sharing laughter as they leveled up. Today, there are quite a few elite monsters. I estimate that in another half a month, we shall be able to venture into the 7th level map. The captain took a sip from a flask of red wine. I say, Captain, what does this taste? Drinking wine from a flask? What is the meaning of this? The support, catching a whiff of the wine, remarked incredulously. Shouldn't one drink wine from a fine goblet while reclining on a comfortable sofa? Isn't this just absurd? What times are these that one cannot drink as they please? The captain took another swig. The support shook his head, extending a hand to shield the front line not far away, and casually remarked, "The recent loot has been rather poor. Not even a single legendary item has dropped. It matters not. Leveling up is what counts. The drops aren't worth much anyway, and it's far better to keep pace with the main group. Making money will be much easier then," the captain asserted, before drawing forth a massive sword from his back, declaring that he had rested enough and was ready to assist. The support nodded, but suddenly furrowed his brow, questioning, "Have you felt it getting warmer around us?" The captain halted, carefully sensing the air and raising an eyebrow, commenting, "Now that you mention it, it does feel a bit warmer. Huh? Why is it getting hotter?" He then turned around, with the support following suit, only to witness torrents of magma surging through the gaps in the purple bamboos, causing them to collapse in droves, turning to ash. A wave of heat rushed toward them as the magma approached. The support extended his hand to shield everyone, and as the magma flowed beneath their feet, they remained unharmed. However, the front line, which had worked hard to gather the beasts, was not so fortunate. Countless magma flows surged forth, instantly engulfing the iron-eating beasts, eliciting anguished cries as they were reduced to ashes, with sparks of electricity crackling amidst the chaos. "My monsters!" The front line erupted in fury, demanding to know who had stolen their prey. The bamboo forest that once thrived had been transformed into a sea of magma, the sky darkening as fireballs rained down, splattering magma everywhere. A surge of lava splashed upon his face. While peace mode negated damage, the intense heat surged into his body in that instant. The front line's roar abruptly ceased. "Great One, the damage is overwhelming. The corpses have turned to ash. No need to desecrate them," a member of the front line murmured. The entire squad halted, their attention captivated by the magma and the countless fireballs plummeting from above. "Who is this formidable presence that has descended upon us?" One output class murmured. "As a fellow mage, his damage pales in comparison to theirs, as if they are worlds apart. At that moment, a figure soared overhead, enveloped in a humanoid flame, whistling past. Where it had passed, not a single bamboo remained intact, and a vast river of lava cleaved the forest in two. This breathtaking scene rendered the 6 individuals speechless. "Is this a high-level player?" the captain inquired suddenly. The support shook his head, observing the surrounding chaos. Though he wished to affirm the notion, it was evidently implausible. There was no divine-level oppression, and what would a high-level player be doing here? It would be meaningless. Indeed, this is merely a 6th-level map. Who would come here for leisure? Surely, there cannot be such leisurely individuals. So, does that mean he's also a 4-star level 6? The output class murmured. The disparity between individuals is indeed vast. The captain lamented as he caressed the large blade in his hand. Observing the scene, he estimated that not many monsters remained. The player in the front row scratched his head. "Let us wait for the refresh. It should be ready in about 10 minutes. The support character remarked. "Forget it. Let us return to town. I suddenly lack the motivation." One damage dealer piped up. The others glanced at the damage dealer, acknowledging that he was likely the most affected by the situation. Being a mage himself, he could hardly express his frustration. "All right, let us head back. We still have tasks of the Human Alliance to complete. It's also a good opportunity to rest for a day," the support character suggested, providing a way out for everyone. "The folks in the Human Alliance have too many trivial matters. What use is our level for donating to that?" The player in the front row clashed his axe against his shield, producing a resonating hum. "Be quiet. You chatter too much. The higher-ups have their reasons. We just need to follow their directives. If you can't handle such minor issues, how can you fight on the front lines?" The captain shot him a glare. "It's just that my level isn't high enough. Otherwise, I would join." The player in the front row murmured. "Well then, let us return to town. It's a perfect time to take a day off." The captain chose to ignore the complaint from the front row and made a decision. With that, he soared into the air, leading the team back in the direction from which Zhao Yuan had come. Simultaneously, others in the southeastern part of the Bamboo Sea began to either grumble back to town or curse as they headed in other directions. Yet, no one took the initiative to seek out Zhao Yuan. Rumors began to circulate throughout the depths of the abyss about someone setting fires in the Bamboo Sea. This remarkable damage, far exceeding that of others at the same level, sparked widespread discussion. Who could this fire mage be with such terrifying damage? Yet, none suspected that it was the work of a summoner. Chapter 56. The Dawn of the Damage Dealers during Zhao Yuan's relentless grind for experience. A notification from the Human Alliance sent shockwaves through the community. To all members of the human race, fellow compatriots, the Abyss has persisted for 273 years. Since the establishment of the Human Alliance, we initially focused on cultivating frontline and support professions for survival, aiming to enhance our margins for error and reduce fatalities. Over time, our ranks have flourished with formidable support and frontline warriors, significantly lowering the mortality rate among our people. However, the Abyss is not merely a game of survival. It is a challenge. We must not only vanquish bosses and complete main quests, but also ensure a sufficient reserve of talent for the future. Thus, we previously called upon everyone to contribute their genes to the community, receiving overwhelming support. On behalf of the Human Council, I express gratitude for your contributions. As time runs short and victory appears within reach, the boss's defenses and health are multiplying. Our previous strategy of grinding down the boss has become less efficient, and we lack the luxury of time for such endeavors. Therefore, we require more damage dealers to step forward. Consequently, the Human Council has decided to establish a Damage Dealer Legion, actively recruiting enthusiasts of extreme output to form the Human Sharp Blade Legion, poised to become the most formidable weapon of our race. For those who voluntarily join, the Human Alliance will provide unlimited skill expansion stones to reset previous skills and redefine output paths, along with a vast selection of skill books and substantial discounts on equipment. Membership in the Sharp Blade Legion is exclusive to max-level players. For those who do not qualify as extreme output enthusiasts, we have increased your contribution exchange rights within the human treasury and released a list of contribution tasks for all damage-dealing professions, rewarding task completers with significant human contribution points. For those still growing within the damage dealer role, we will assist in their development. 1 month from now, we will launch a large-scale relic dungeon. modifying the rules with rule stones to allow designated players entry, and dispatching a rookie escort team to ensure your safe leveling experience. Finally, we offer a substantial reward for any relic dungeon insignia. If you possess one or have related information, please come forward, and we will unlock the human treasury for you to select any item. This announcement stirred up a frenzy. No one could have anticipated that, within moments of its release, the World Channel would be inundated with messages. When will my control class finally get its time to shine? Lon, I beg you, delete the control class. Is the control class neglected? When will the control class, once overshadowed by support and frontline roles, finally receive its due recognition? For a brief moment, the output class was silent, only for the control class to erupt in outrage. They had languished in the shadows for nearly 3 centuries. When would they finally emerge? However, their voices were soon drowned out by the exuberance of the damage dealers. Countless damage dealers began to celebrate. We're the best resources in the Abyss game, not in the auction house, nor in the marketplace, but within the human treasury. A high-value item typically has 3 destinations: personal use, auctioning for gold, or exchanging for human contributions. Many max-level players, when not in need of gold, will prioritize converting items into human contribution points as a means of giving back. Generally, when a player perishes, their gear and resources are consumed and decomposed by the Abyss game. Only through signing an inheritance donation can items be bequeathed to designated individuals, preventing them from being lost to the game's mechanics. Most players will leave their first inheritance to teammates, while a select few will pass it on to their descendants. The second inheritor is almost always the human alliance. This is a consensus shared by nearly all, as it is far preferable to allow the human alliance to benefit than to be consumed by the Abyss game. Thus, the human treasury is brimming with valuable items. After waiting so long, the day has finally arrived. After dreaming for so long, the dream is now a reality. Almost every damage dealer is in a state of jubilation. In the realm of online gaming, damage dealers are revered, yet in the Abyss game, they have been unjustly marginalized. Now they are poised to rise. When damage dealers rise, both support and frontline players will have to yield. Of course, this assumes that the control class remains in the shadows. As long as the control class does not rise, no one can impose limits on the damage dealers. Naturally, most frontline and support players are unconcerned. They have played the role of guardians for nearly 300 years and are ready to relinquish their positions. A fragile character cannot stir the waters without their protection. No matter how others perceive the situation, the reality is that damage dealers are set to rise. When a majority of resources flow in one direction, it is inevitable that they will erupt like a volcano, rising swiftly. In just over half a month, Zhao Yuan reached the milestone of 4-star level 6, advancing to 4-star level 7. Naturally, the level 6 map had also suffered greatly due to Zhao Yuan's exploits. At last, Zhao Yuan returned to Taohua City, feeling quite satisfied. The next step was to venture into the level 7 map. Hello, Zhao Yuan. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared before Zhao Yuan. He was taken aback. Was there someone here who recognized him? Who are you? Zhao Yuan asked, eyeing the unfamiliar men with curiosity. Greetings. Your application has been approved. We are here to escort you. One man replied with a polite smile. Escort me? For what purpose? Zhao Yuan was perplexed. What had he applied for? The man was momentarily taken aback, then extended his hand, causing a screen to appear before Zhao Yuan. Output Class Newcomer Support Program. Qualification application for entry into the large relic dungeon. Zhao Yuan read the screen word for word. As he swiped through the interface, he quickly grasped the situation. Such a significant matter, and no one has mentioned it to me? It seems that being alone presents its own challenges. In the wilderness, if one does not pay attention to the global channels, information becomes somewhat insular. However, when did I even apply? Zhao Yuan continued to navigate the interface, finally spotting it. Qualification approver, Wang Sun. It appears this esteemed individual has registered on my behalf. Let us hurry. We've been waiting for you for several days. If you don't show up soon, we were planning to enter the map to search for you. The man said with a beaming smile. Had it not been for the cumbersome application procedures required for high-level players to enter lower-level maps, they would have ventured in to find Zhao Yuan earlier. The enforcement department does not concern itself with whether you belong to the Human Alliance. As long as your paperwork is incomplete, if you dare to enter, They will take action, and your demise would not be considered unjust. I appreciate your help. Zhao Yuan replied politely. All right, let us go. The man led Zhao Yuan towards the teleportation array. Zhao Yuan observed as they moved towards the teleportation array leading to the 13th layer of the abyss. Where are we going? Zhao Yuan halted his steps and began to retreat. He certainly could not follow two strangers into the high-level abyss. Within the main city, one could not be harmed, but outside, it was a different story. The 13th layer of the abyss. The man was taken aback, then remarked, instantly understanding Zhao Yuan's actions. He chuckled. Such a cautious demeanor? Quite commendable. Rest assured, we would never harm you. Look, here's our information. You can verify it directly with the Human Alliance or inquire at the Human Alliance office on the 4th layer of the abyss. The man smiled. Simultaneously, a screen materialized before Zhao Yuan, and the other man displayed his screen as well. Chapter 57, Teleportation. Zhao Yuan warily scrutinized the two screens, which showcased their information adorned with the emblem of the Human Alliance. Chang Yuan, Jiang Feng, confirming their identities, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. One must always remain vigilant. Why aren't you wearing the Human Alliance uniforms? Zhao Yuan asked with an awkward smile. Chang Yuan and Jiang Feng chuckled, unperturbed. Our identities are not suited for uniforms. You understand. Chang Yuan replied with a mysterious smile. What do I understand? Zhao Yuan responded. Should I confirm this at the main city office? Jiang Feng laughed, though inwardly he was quite speechless at how cautious this young man was. Have you considered who issued your qualification? He continued. Who would dare to mess with you? Do you wish to leave the Human Alliance? No, I believe you. I believe you. Zhao Yuan insisted, even as a large camera icon appeared above his head. Click. Let me take a photo of you two to share with my friends. If I go missing, it's definitely your doing. Chang Yuan and Jiang Feng's smiles froze, their minds racing with a torrent of thoughts. This young man is excessively cautious. Let us go. Zhao Yuan took the lead towards the 13th layer of the abyss. Chang Yuan and Jiang Feng exchanged glances and shook their heads in resignation. If it were anyone else, they would have dealt with them first, but this one was different. Exiting the teleportation array, the trio arrived at Tongtian City, one of the main cities of the Human Alliance in the 13th layer of the abyss. Throughout the journey, Chang Yuan guided Zhao Yuan in a specific direction. Zhao Yuan, do you know the Grand Speaker? Jiang Feng hesitated for a long moment before suddenly speaking. Chang Yuan, leading ahead, furrowed his brow but did not intervene, as he too was curious. What could a mere summoner do to attract the attention of the Grand Speaker? It is known that the approvals of others are processed by the Human Alliance, yet Zhao Yuan's was directly issued from the highest council. This had startled many, as they discovered that Zhao Yuan had not even submitted an application. It was all approved directly. This was unprecedented. Yes, I've had the honor of being received by the Grand Speaker. Zhao Yuan replied. What? Both men were taken aback. A direct audience? Their brothers had been in the abyss for nearly 200 years and had never met the Grand Speaker directly. This young man had. This is suspicious. Zhao Yuan, how long have you been in the abyss? Chang Yuan feigned indifference as he asked. Almost a year, Zhao Yuan replied. Oh, you level up quickly. You've already reached the 4th layer of the abyss. Not bad, just lucky. Zhao Yuan modestly remarked. Do you know the origin of your paternal bloodline? Zhao Yuan was momentarily stunned. Why are we discussing this? Zhao Yuan casually replied. Well, I know a bit. It seems to be the Wang family? A collective gasp echoed. Zhao Yuan quickly realized. Oh no, old Wang? No. He hastily shook his head, dismissing the thought. His audience with the Grand Speaker was due to the affairs of the heavens, not blood relations. Moreover, as the most powerful being among the humans, the Grand Speaker's lineage must have been so intertwined with the genes of humanity that it was everywhere. Could it be? No. He recalled old Wang's letters, which bore a tone utterly unlike that of the Grand Speaker. Old Wang, in the pre-apocalyptic world, was merely a commoner. Meanwhile, the Grand Speaker was the mightiest of the human race. Zhao Yuan quickly dismissed his errant thoughts, observing the astonished expressions on the faces of the two men. He quickly clarified, don't think too much. It's not the sort of relationship you are imagining. Chang Yuan and Jiang Feng hastily nodded in agreement. Yes. We weren't thinking that. Zhao Yuan sighed in exasperation. If this were to spread, what would people say? The two men kept nodding, insisting, not at all. Soon, they escorted Zhao Yuan to the entrance of a building. We'll take you this far. Someone will guide you once you enter. Zhao Yuan said with a smile. Zhao Yuan nodded, slightly puzzled. Wasn't this supposed to be a large relic instance? How did they bring him here? Although confused, Zhao Yuan stepped inside, as there was no danger in the main city. Upon entering, he found a hall with a table set in the middle, where 3 individuals were observing him. Zhao Yuan hurried over. A woman coldly inquired, "Name?" Zhao Yuan. A screen appeared before the woman, who then nodded and said, "Yes." "Take him in." After speaking, the 2 individuals beside her stood up. "Wait." The woman scanned Zhao Yuan's information, and upon seeing his profession as a summoner, her brow furrowed. However, when she noticed the approver's name, her eyes widened in shock. Zhao Yuan and the 2 individuals beside her exchanged puzzled glances. "Wait, what's wrong, section chief?" One asked. "Nothing. You all sit down," she instructed, then stood up and approached Zhao Yuan. "This way, please," she said, leading the way. After a few steps, a teleportation array appeared behind the 3 individuals. "Entering here will teleport you directly to your destination." The section chief smiled. "All right." Zhao Yuan was taken aback. This person had undergone a drastic change. He then stepped onto the teleportation array and vanished from sight. The section chief wiped the smile from her face and returned to her seat. Suddenly, one of the individuals beside her asked, "Section chief, who is that? Why did you personally escort him?" Previously, regardless of who came, the section chief had never even lifted her posterior. The section chief paid no heed, gathered his belongings, and remarked, "You shall handle the rest. I am off to rest." The 2 individuals were momentarily taken aback, but the section chief had already turned to leave. "What? He just left?" One of them lamented. He had not departed before, so why such a sudden exit? Although the responsibilities here were originally shared between the 2 of them, the section chief had frequently visited of late, almost never tardy, and had not taken a day off. Why then the sudden need for rest? Do you think such a simple task requires the supervision of a section chief? Another person sneered. "What do you mean?" The first individual was puzzled. The other swiftly accessed the interface, entered Zhao Yuan's name, and pointed to a location. "Say, this is the reason." The individual hurriedly glanced, suddenly enlightened. "No wonder he is a section chief, while we are mere clerks." A wry smile emerged. Perhaps this teleportation array was constructed by the Renzu Lianming specifically for him. It had indeed been days, and the time taken to reach the designated location was less than 1/50th of the entire group. Zhao Yuan materialized on a vast plain, the air thick with a stifling pressure, constantly reminding him of the elevated danger of this map. "This way," a voice called out. A man ahead waved his hand, and Zhao Yuan noticed a small town appearing in the distance. A town appeared in the wilds? Zhao Yuan hastened toward it, and the man at the town's entrance urged, "Hurry inside. What if wild monsters spawn and eliminate you?" Chapter 58. Forum, where is this? Zhao Yuan inquired. "It is a makeshift town designed to suppress wild monster spawns." The man replied. Upon entering, Zhao Yuan discovered that although it was termed a town, it was essentially a vast area enclosed by a wall. Inside, a throng of people had gathered, most emanating a divine aura, while a small portion of lower levels lingered at the periphery. Zhao Yuan moved to the side and paused a few meters away from a youth. This individual possessed a lower divine level, unlike the others. Yet even at a lower level, he surpassed Zhao Yuan, prompting Zhao Yuan to maintain his distance. "Hello, is everyone here?" Zhao Yuan inquired with a smile, gesturing toward the crowd. Zhongping lifted his head and regarded Zhao Yuan, narrowing his eyes. "You are even lower in level than I am. Not everyone has arrived yet. We are all waiting," Zhongping explained. "Do you know how much longer we must wait?" Zhao Yuan asked curiously. "It should be soon. We were notified over half a month ago, but the numbers are still insufficient, and some are still under review. I estimate we will need at least another week," Zhongping replied, casting a cursory glance at Zhao Yuan. Although this plan aimed to support newcomers, the selection primarily consisted of those with 10 stars or above. Pure novices were essentially non-existent, as they could not keep pace with the main group after a large-scale relic dungeon. Only those of mid to upper levels would be chosen, and Zhao Yuan, being a 5-star level 9, gained entry purely because he had triggered the relic token and task himself. "What is your profession?" Zhongping inquired with curiosity. What kind of profession is so formidable that it can qualify for selection despite having a lower divine level than his? "I am a summoner," Zhao Yuan admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Well, what a coincidence. We are quite similar. Zhong Ping chuckled. You're also a summoner? Zhao Yuan's eyes brightened. No, I'm a beastmaster. Zhong Ping clarified. Oh, indeed, quite similar, yet significantly different. At the very least, beastmasters are not disparaged as being at the bottom tier. You should check the official forum of the Ren Zhu Lianmeng. Everyone is discussing this matter there. If you find yourself bored, you can take a look. Zhong Ping suggested. Zhao Yuan nodded, realizing he had a week to pass the time. Had he known this beforehand, he could have farmed monsters for an additional week, which would have been far more enjoyable. Zhao Yuan found a corner and opened the official forum of the Ren Zhu Lianmeng. With no monsters to farm, he might as well explore. Upon entering, the top post read, Application for the Sharp Blade Legion. Out of curiosity, Zhao Yuan clicked it. Your divine level is too low to apply for the Sharp Blade Legion. Please do not overreach. The phrase overreach was emphasized in bold, serving as a stark reminder to Zhao Yuan. Was his level insufficient to even view the information? Zhao Yuan felt somewhat disheartened. He had no choice but to click on the second post regarding the support plan for output-type newcomers in the large relic dungeon. This one posed no issues, and he entered directly. Almost all content discussed the forthcoming large relic dungeon, but it was primarily speculative, as the official information had yet to be released. Few had prior experience with large relic dungeons, and they were all inquiring about its contents. Discussions revolved around the large relic dungeon being the best place for leveling up, claiming it could save several years of effort. After perusing for a while, Zhao Yuan realized that this group of individuals lacked even the knowledge he possessed. With a smile, he typed a comment. The large relic dungeon will yield relic points, and if the completion score is high, a relic shop may appear, offering an abundance of rare items. Such common knowledge would likely be disseminated by the Ren Zhu Lianmeng in a few days, so sharing it was of little consequence. Is that true? How do you know? It is of little use. Relic points are still primarily for leveling up. Indeed, the Ren Zhu Lianmeng opening the large relic dungeon is meant for our advancement. If we use it to exchange for rare items, it is likely to disappoint the Ren Zhu Lianmeng. Trust me, leveling up is the primary choice. Soon, numerous comments followed Zhao Yuan's post. He nodded, noting that everyone seemed quite rational. However, Zhao Yuan noticed an intriguing topic within the forum. The Ren Zhu Lianmeng guarantees a worry-free leveling experience this time. How could it be worry-free? Every large relic dungeon involves exploration. Without sufficient dungeon information, how can they ensure it will be worry-free? Yet, since the Ren Zhu Lianmeng made such a claim, they must possess absolute confidence, right? Suddenly, Zhao Yuan became aware of another engaging topic. Regarding the use of rule stones to modify the rules for this relic dungeon, is it worth the cost? Everyone recognized that rule stones could alter certain rules within the abyss, and utilizing such a vital item for nurturing newcomers seemed somewhat excessive. Indeed, while I also wish to level up quickly, spending such a considerable price does not seem worthwhile. I concur. Utilizing it for our training feels wasteful. You know nothing. While it is true that rule stones can rewrite abyss rules, they can only make minute adjustments, essentially exploiting loopholes within the game's regulations. Over the past 3 centuries, such loopholes have dwindled, and it is not what it once was. Even if rule stones exist, have you seen the Ren Zhu Lianmeng use them in recent decades? It is not a matter of reluctance, but rather the difficulty in finding loopholes. With only 27 years remaining, should we not use them now and wait for the demise of our race to do so? One impassioned individual began to vent. Isn't it better than being used on us? Someone retorted. Are you wiser than the higher-ups of the Ren Zhu Lianmeng? If they have decided, it means the upper echelon has already weighed the pros and cons. Why are you still discussing it? Enough, enough. Let the leadership of the Ren Zhu Lianmeng send you to do this. You are living off one person's meal while worrying for the entire race. I feel you are merely fretting for nothing. The think tank of the Ren Zhu Lianmeng's advisory department is more numerous than those entering the dungeon. Do you think they cannot calculate the costs? I shall observe in silence while you continue your clamor. Beside a city wall, 2 figures gaze into the distant wilderness. One stands upon the wall, silent and contemplative, while the other sits, swinging their legs and munching on an apple. How utterly amusing. This group of novices is quite the spectacle. They're actually debating whether the rule stone should apply to them, and now they have begun to argue. It is truly comical. Chu Linglong, unable to contain her laughter, loses track of the apple she had been about to bite into. The Human Alliance has dispatched a full 15 of the top 100 squads to accompany this group of newcomers. While they claim it is for protection, the true intent lies in acquiring a wealth of extraordinary items to enhance our strength. They are merely an adjunct to our endeavors, yet here they are bickering. How absurd! Chu Linglong takes a bite of her apple and glances at Xiaomingxi. You should just enjoy your apple, at over 200 years old. Do you not find it rather dull to revel in the antics of these novices? He Tianxiong cast a sidelong glance at Chu Linglong. Chapter 59. Beastmaster He Tianxiong, with hair like a cascading waterfall, stands upon the city wall, the wind tousling his long locks. Hearing Chu Linglong's laughter, he shakes his head in exasperation. At 200 years, one would expect a semblance of decorum. The Alliance is directing resources toward offensive capabilities, and in a few short years, a multitude of formidable attackers will emerge, making progress significantly easier. He Tianxiong states solemnly. By the way, when the Alliance was established, there was a proposal to form legions. Was it not dismissed then? How has it been approved this time? Chu Linglong inquires with curiosity. The formation of legions was not entirely rejected. It was merely simplified into a law enforcement division. In truth, the Human Alliance has been developing legions over the years, though it has not been made public. Essentially, all human players are part of a legion. Did you not notice that without any command, we were reassigned by the Human Alliance? He Tianxiong explains. Very well. You're the leader, so your word is law. Chu Linglong tosses the apple core aside and rises. The efficiency of the Human Alliance is remarkable. On the third day of Zhao Yuan's arrival, the list of newcomers was announced. Why are there 20,000 individuals this time? Zhao Yuan gazes at the list provided by the Human Alliance, puzzled. The last time he initiated a large relic dungeon, it matched only 2,000 participants. This time, the number has increased tenfold. Have the rules been altered? Or is this dungeon unique? Why has a summoner passed through? And at such a low level? Suddenly, a comment appears, darkening Zhao Yuan's expression. How did you find me among 20,000? Quite the rarity. What about those who did not pass? Who is Zhao Yuan? It is inevitable to understand the nuances of interpersonal relations. Without support or frontline protection, a summoner rising is a true anomaly. What are you other professions worth? Indeed, if they have passed, there must be something exceptional about them. Why the envy? One day, I shall demonstrate the true power of summoners. Zhao Yuan, frowning, closes the forum. Out of sight, out of mind. It is reminiscent of when I was 16, merely a pawn. Leaning against the wall, Zhao Yuan closes his eyes, restoring his inner peace. In the distance, Zhongping glances at Zhao Yuan and sighs softly. As a beastmaster, his status far surpasses that of a summoner. His subordinates are all clever and charming, capable of speech. As closely related professions, he does not perceive summoners as inferior. One cannot judge solely by the early stages. In the late game, such professions can amass overwhelming numbers. When surrounded by multitudes, you'll find no escape. Yet the early game is challenging. In this vast environment, summoners are not particularly favored. This has led some fragile individuals to gradually abandon their paths, gravitating toward support roles. The strong are often solitary. Those who cannot endure fade into obscurity. Hello, may we converse? Zhongping approaches, reasoning that if a summoner could pass the assessment, it must be due to merit rather than merely connections. Zhao Yuan opens his eyes and regards Zhongping with curiosity. What shall we discuss? Since we are both idle, let us engage in conversation. Zhongping suggests. Zhao Yuan nods. How many summoning skills do you possess now? Zhongping inquires. 4. Why do you ask? Zhao Yuan responds, slightly bewildered by the sudden query. Too few. Zhongping shakes his head, realizing the youth has not grasped the issue. As long as it suffices. Having more seems unnecessary for now. Zhao Yuan contemplates. Zhongping shakes his head, exasperated. You merely believe 4 is sufficient because you currently have the wind at your back. The Human Alliance is protecting the newcomers quite well. But what if all 4 summoned beings perish in a difficult situation? Zhao Yuan falls silent. The other is correct. He had been too fortunate and had not considered the longer term. One must first contemplate failure before victory. Merely amassing numbers to create a legion of summoners is the true path. Zhongping advises, wishing to prevent Zhao Yuan from being swayed to a support role. which would be a pity as he has noticed the comments of others in the forum. Enlightenment dawns upon Zhao Yuan. Indeed, he has focused solely on an elite path, while neglecting that quantity is the essence of summoning. No, only a child would choose. Adults desire it all. Is it not merely a matter of investing resources? Do I not have over 100 billion in my inventory gathering dust? If I truly wish to achieve greatness, I must secure more funds. Poverty is the greatest obstacle. I must pursue wealth. Thank you. Zhao Yuan suddenly beams, the shadows of his heart dissipating. Do not be swayed by the mockery of others. Forging your own path is paramount. Only by traversing the valleys can one ascend to the peaks, Zhong Ping asserts. Ha ha, yet another young soul enlightened. Splendid. At that moment, a small azure snake slithers from his collar and perches upon Zhong Ping's shoulder. Zhong Ping, are you attempting to show off again? As a 5-star, level 9 individual, are you not embarrassed to instruct others? Do you not fear leading them astray? The azure snake glances disdainfully at Zhong Ping. Its expression anthropomorphized. The contempt it conveys is far from typical of a mere snake. Enough, the charming little subordinate has awakened. What is this? Zhao Yuan gazes curiously at the small azure snake on Zhong Ping's shoulder. Furgiva malasia foli. This child has been spoiled by the egg liquid since birth. Pay it no mind. Zhong Ping nonchalantly seizes the small azure snake and, in front of Zhao Yuan, ties it up, then kneads it into a ball and stows it in his pocket. Zhong Ping, you scoundrel, quickly release me. The azure snake, now furious, bellows incessantly. Brothers, Zhong Ping has rebelled. Come forth to rescue me. In an instant, a myriad of ethereal forms materializes around Zhong Ping, some indifferent, some furious, and others dazed as if just awakening. Among them, a large green frog laughs heartily, slapping its belly. Zhong Ping's countenance darkens noticeably as he retrieves the bound azure snake from his pocket. Zhong Ping, you scoundrel, hurry and untie me. The azure snake glares at Zhong Ping, furious that this insolent brat dared to humiliate it in front of outsiders. Unperturbed, Zhong Ping pulls the snake's tail and shoves it into its enraged mouth. The azure snake's angry protests are abruptly silenced. Zhong Ping tosses the balled-up azure snake into the air and delivers a swift kick. Off with you. After completing this, he dusts off his hands and surveys the surrounding ethereal forms. In an instant, all light and shadow dissipated in fright. Brother, pardon my laughter, Zhong Ping said with a smile as he regarded Zhao Yuan. At that moment, Zhao Yuan felt as if he had just experienced an illusion. Could there be a problem? Zhao Yuan said, pointing in bewilderment towards the direction the little green snake had flown. No worries, it's accustomed to it. There is nothing to be concerned about. Zhong Ping replied nonchalantly. The little green snake, after flying a distance, exploded like fireworks, scattering glimmers of light before vanishing. Are those your summoned beasts? Zhao Yuan inquired with curiosity. Zhong Ping nodded. Indeed, they are what I have signed within the talent space. This is the gift of a beastmaster. Sometimes, I envy your summoners, as you do not have to invest energy every day to cultivate a bond with your creatures like we beastmasters do. So, you spend each day nurturing your bond with your summoned beasts? Zhao Yuan thought to himself, quietly scoffing. Chapter 60. The grief of ancient bee summoners are not overly reliant on equipment. One can simply unleash skills without concern, as losing a summoned creature is of little consequence. Unlike us, where the loss necessitates a painful rebuilding process, which is far too costly. Zhong Ping sighed. He held a favorable view of the summoner profession, especially as this was merely the first version. It seemed rather absurd to debate the hierarchy of professions within a novice village. Who knows what the future holds for such endeavors as defeating world bosses? From the Abyssal game, it appeared that everything was akin to a selection process. As time passed, the appointed hour for the Human Alliance's announcement drew near, and everyone awaited with eager anticipation. On that day, a divine pressure swept through, startling all present. Everyone, the time has come, a voice declared. All heads turned upward to see a man standing with his hands clasped behind his back as he spoke. 15 teams quickly assembled in the distance. They arranged themselves orderly on either side of the man, gazing down at the newcomers. Oh my, all are formidable figures. Someone exclaimed in awe. Indeed, a top-tier team. No wonder they promised to help me level up effortlessly. With this lineup, They could probably take on a world boss. You are mistaken. They are true elites, not merely those who have reached max level without merit. The newcomers below buzzed with excitement, their eyes ablaze with admiration. Each member of this elite team represented the pinnacle of humanity. All right, silence. The man furrowed his brows, and with a stomp, a wave of energy surged, shaking everyone into silence. You may have gained some understanding of the ruin instances during this time, yet I must reiterate, every ruin instance is unique. What you will encounter remains uncertain. While it is said to be an effortless leveling experience, that is merely a phrase of reassurance. Casualties are inevitable, so do not grow complacent, expecting that someone will protect you throughout. I offer you a chance to withdraw. Anyone wishing to forfeit may step forward now. A sudden smile appeared on the man's lips. Qi Wei always enjoys undermining the alliance. No wonder he hasn't managed to secure a seat as a council member in all these years. Chu Linglong whispered to He Tianxiang. A teammate tugged at her from behind, and upon looking up, she met Qi Wei's gaze. Chu Linglong straightened herself without flinching. At this moment, no one dared to retreat in the current societal atmosphere of humanity. Withdrawing now would be social suicide. Seeing no one step back, Qi Wei exhibited a hint of disappointment. Why is there not a single stubborn one among you? Shall we commence? Zhongping, you come forth. Qi Wei called out loudly. Instantly, Zhongping sprang into the air, soaring upward. He was the initiator of this instance. Zhao Yuan was taken aback, not having anticipated this. Zhongping ascended beside Qi Wei, producing a bone segment that resembled a claw from some creature. As he released it, the claw floated in the air, and a swirling black and white mist began to envelop it. It seemed as if some rule had been triggered, and in an instant, the black and white energies surged forth, enveloping everyone. The large ruin instance, Grief of Ancient Beasts, has commenced. The system is currently matching participants. Qi Wei quickly retrieved a rule stone, and it melted into a radiant stream of 7 colors, which surged into the bone segment. Designated players in specific regions began to be teleported as the game rules altered. A flash of light enveloped everyone, and they vanished in an instant. In a certain space, a colossal ancient beast opened its eyes. Has it begun? Its immense voice reverberated, shaking the stars. A gigantic claw extended, casting shadows over the sun, reducing countless stars to ruins. Roar! You have entered the large ruin instance, Grief of Ancient Beasts. Currently, only the Ancient Beast faction exists. You have automatically joined the human faction. The main quest to slay the Ancient Beast has begun. The system's voice resonated in Zhao Yuan's ears, and when he regained his sight, he found himself in an ancient forest. Towering ancient trees obscured the sun, and the dense woods seemed endless, with 20,000 individuals scattered across, nearly devoid of movement. Upgrade at your leisure, but be cautious. Do not venture alone. Explore in groups. We will first investigate the main quest. Qi Wei's voice rang in everyone's ears. He then turned to the 15 teams beside him and solemnly stated, Your task is to locate the ancient beast. I will remain here to oversee the newcomers. Once found, eliminate it swiftly to complete this instance. What about Zhongping? As the initiator, he should possess crucial information. Someone inquired. He is likely still in his designated task space. When he emerges, I will promptly relay the information to you. Qi Wei replied, Time is of the essence, and the mission is pressing. You may depart. The others nodded in agreement. The Human Alliance had offered bounties to all, and several tokens from large ruin instances had already been collected. Thus, swift progression was paramount. The 15 teams quickly turned and charged in various directions, opting not to fly, as soaring in unfamiliar territory would expose them too easily. After distancing themselves from the crowd, they swiftly cleared the surrounding formidable wild creatures to prevent alarming them and causing mass casualties among the newcomers. The initial phases of the ruin instance would provide all with a safe location, ensuring no danger for a period. Qi Wei scanned the newcomers, vigilant to assess the surrounding situation. If significant casualties occurred right at the outset, he, as the team leader, would not emerge unscathed. The newcomers began to cautiously observe their surroundings. Without frontline and support roles, output classes in the wild were perilous, and nobody dared act recklessly. Zhao Yuan chuckled, turning towards a certain direction, ignoring the peculiar gazes from others. the sky erupted with a dazzling display. 3 rift butterflies hovered at Zhao Yuan's sides, while 6 giant horn ants extended their fearsome forelimbs. An overwhelming wave of heat surged forth as the flame sorcerer stood beside Zhao Yuan, enveloping the area in a torrent of magma. Wow! The magma swept through, startling everyone nearby into instinctively seeking shelter, only to quickly realize it posed no threat to them. However, the intense heat began to ignite the ancient trees around. Zhao Yuan strode forward confidently. As a summoner, in the absence of a team, it indeed seems easier for them to survive. Among output classes, they certainly possess an advantage over us in this regard. Someone remarked, expressing admiration. Some individuals cast furtive glances and began to advance in the direction of Zhao Yuan. A summoner led the way, providing a sense of safety far superior to that of solitary exploration. Others, however, regarded the group trailing behind Zhao Yuan with disdain, quick to flock to what was beneficial while deriding those they deemed unworthy. Qi Wei also noticed Zhao Yuan, but chose not to intervene. After all, without teamwork, the summoner class could easily outpace all other professions. Among the newcomers here, it was likely that none had survived as long as a summoner. In a certain area of the dungeon, Zhongping cautiously exited a space where a colossal ancient beast lay in wait. In the presence of this enormous creature, Zhongping appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust. The beast observed Zhongping's departure with a calm gaze, its vast eyes reflecting an entire world. Did I catch a whiff of the scent of the stars? The beast pondered, turning its head toward a glowing orb, its immense eyes piercing through layers of space to spot a human. How unexpected. You have not evaded the reach of Lan. Once so arrogant, looking down upon this and that. Now your very functions have been dismantled? The beast chuckled heartily, its long-buried frustration dissipating. The memory of that group's condescending attitude from years ago was still vivid, claiming to be the pinnacle of divine evolution. The stars that once illuminated all beings now face this fate. Their supposed culmination was rendered obsolete upon my arrival. They were no better than we are. The beast roared with laughter, scratching its chin with a gigantic claw. It scrutinized Zhao Yuan several times, clicking its tongue in amusement. Observing its adversaries in such dire straits made the pressure it had felt seem rather trivial. Above its consciousness, an endless expanse of Lan overshadowed everything before Lan. Its enormous form appeared utterly diminutive. A summoner of the stars? Is this the path to divine ascension among the stars? Alas, the divine essence is too feeble to sustain the might of the stars. The beast muttered, No, I cannot simply allow the power of the stars to traverse my territory without consequence. That would be most impolite. A glimmer of mischief sparked in the beast's gaze. You claim the stars are the sole path to evolution? I shall thwart your desires. Witness the spectacle I shall create. The beast raised its massive claw, a talon aimed at the glowing orb. Nothing brings greater joy than vexing one's rivals. A surge of divine radiance erupted and surged into the orb. As Zhao Yuan walked, he suddenly froze, sensing a gaze upon him. In an unseen realm, a shard of divine light surged into his being. Instantly, countless rules of the abyssal game were set in motion. The pain is unbearable. What manner of being is Lan? Is it truly so difficult to modify even a single rule in my domain? The agony is overwhelming. As the divine light coursed into Zhao Yuan, an inexplicable force retaliated through the threads of fate. The beast writhed in agony, rolling violently, crushing stars beneath its massive form, sending tremors through the starry sea. Its gargantuan body deflated rapidly, akin to a deflated balloon. After a considerable time, the beast recovered, albeit significantly smaller than before. It swallowed an extinguished sun from its chin, panting heavily, casting a fierce glare at the orb before it. Just that sliver of power has decimated 60% of my divine form. This is quite a loss. The beast cast a cautious glance at the vast expanse of Lan, lamenting its predicament. In its own territory, the slightest force from Lan almost incapacitated it. How frustrating to be on the receiving end. Is it possible that those diminutive star beings have set a trap for me? The beast began to entertain doubts. When it came to cunning and deceit, none could surpass that group of little ones. Just wait and see, stars. With a low growl, The beast voraciously drew in a distant river of stars, then slowly closed its eyes. You have been subjected to the malice of a deity. The game has expelled the harmful elements. The system's voice chimed. At the same moment, Zhao Yuan's title of gambling emperor flickered with a glow as countless fortunes ignited, momentarily altering the smoothness of the system's voice. Your profession has undergone a transformation. The system continued. Zhao Yuan fell silent, bewildered by the recent events. Malice from a deity? How could a deity take notice of him? And with malicious intent? What is happening? Does this dungeon truly harbor a deity? A profession transformation? A flurry of thoughts rushed through Zhao Yuan's mind. He opened his profession interface. Star Summoner. Awakening passive ability. Blessing of the stars. All your summoned entities shall share your talents. Protection of the stars. Breaking limits when you suffer a fatal blow. A summoned entity will be randomly sacrificed to absorb the damage until your summons are exhausted. Fixed skill. Light of the stars. Details available upon clicking. Path to divine ascendancy among the stars. Breaking limits. Level. Divine essence level 1 star. Version limited. Cannot upgrade. Divine skill. Stars align. Breaking limits, you may merge with your summoned entities. Current count. 1 sun and moon resplendent. Not supported in the current version? Good heavens. Zhao Yuan was utterly astonished. This is not malice from a deity. It is an invitation to transcend the version. Such malice, I would welcome by the cartload. Zhao Yuan meticulously examined his profession, now fortified with the protection of the stars, greatly enhancing his survivability. Intriguingly, the path to divine ascendancy among the stars promised immense potential. Could it allow him to confront multitudes in battle or stand against legions alone? Zhao Yuan muttered. Then, he turned his gaze toward the nearby flame mage. Stars align. Zhao Yuan whispered. In an instant, the flame mage transformed into a streak of light and surged into Zhao Yuan's body. He felt an overwhelming surge of fire. With each step he took, molten lava swirled beneath him. With a mere thought, a distant giant horned ant transformed into a stream of light and entered Zhao Yuan's body, causing the flame mage to emerge from within him. One may only merge with a single summoned entity at a time. Merging with the giant horned ant, Zhao Yuan sensed an immense power, as if he could lift mountains with his hands. He closed his eyes to savor the sensation, and, after 10 minutes, the giant horned ant burst forth from within him. In that moment, Zhao Yuan understood. His divine essence level was insufficient. A group of onlookers gazed at Zhao Yuan, frozen in place, perplexed. What is he doing? Why is he not moving? Did I just see a summoned entity enter his body? Do summoners possess such a skill? Will we be discovered? This is rather awkward. Never mind. It's unnecessary to follow him anymore. We can still slay monsters. Kite fighting is our forte, right? What are your ranged attacks? What about us melee fighters? Isn't it merely a test of skill? Who says melee cannot shine? Observing Zhao Yuan's stillness, they exchanged a few words before departing. As for seeking Zhao Yuan's collaboration, that was out of the question. He was a team unto himself. Why would he need burdens? If it were support, perhaps that would be acceptable, but damage output? Forget it. Zhao Yuan glanced up at the sky, pondering whether it was a day when fortunes would fall from above. In another realm, a colossal beast had obliterated an entire galaxy with the swipe of its tail, leaving chaos in its wake. How infuriating! What a travesty! Chapter 62. Encounter. Zhao Yuan was oblivious to the fact that as he gazed skyward, a shimmer escaped from the dust wind's tier within his backpack. This glimmer deftly navigated the myriad rules of the game. Alas, the game showed indifference to its presence, as long as it did not disrupt the established order. Eventually, it breached an unseen barrier and arrived in a new space. A radiant figure materialized, possessing a human upper body and a serpentine tail, with 4 arms outstretched in an embrace of the stars. I have long asserted that I cannot be the sole deity in this world, murmured the Earth Mother Goddess. The arrival of Lan shattered her previous understanding, simultaneously revealing her own insignificance. She soon recognized that she could not be the only one of her kind. Ripples formed in the void as a gigantic, menacing head emerged. Who dares to intrude, little divine being? The beast regarded this unexpected guest coldly. The immense divine aura emanating from it caused the Earth Mother Goddess to stiffen slightly. Its divinity far surpassed her own. The beast's disdainful gaze fixed upon her, and had it not been for the fact that she was merely a projection of divinity with little worth, it would have devoured her whole. Divine friend, I have crossed realms to seek your assistance. The Earth Mother Goddess spoke softly. A dark line appeared across the beast's enormous countenance. Divine friend? From which obscure corner of existence do you hail? Do you lack communication? Address me as your majesty. Regrettably, ever since Lan's arrival, all manner of entities have been compelled to bow, rendering the title of divine king devoid of any prestige. In the presence of Lan, what could I possibly offer you? The beast scoffed, gesturing dismissively toward the concept of Lan that loomed above them. The Earth Mother Goddess understood the implication, yet felt powerless, unable to escape the grasp of Lan's concept. Divine friend, address me as your majesty. The beast insisted. Your majesty, must we remain in this state, gradually replaced by these mortals? She gazed at the little world before the beast, realizing that the moment Lan descended, it had forsaken them, the so-called gods, in favor of this crowd of mortals. The beast's eyes flickered with scorn as it regarded the Earth Mother Goddess. That will not happen. Some of us are born to greatness, while others ascend step by step. We survey the myriad worlds. Even if these mortals rise, what of it? A deity remains a deity. Those who do not ascend to divinity are but dust. If one day, the Earth Mother Goddess began, no need to rush. Are we not all watching? The beast interjected calmly. It is still early. This is merely the beginning. Little deity, I permit you to submit to me. Only then will you witness all that you desire. The beast turned its gaze back to the Earth Mother Goddess. Her expression faltered momentarily, but quickly regained composure. Yes, your majesty. The beast gradually retracted its tail and closed its eyes. Leave your divine name and depart. I suspect a group of little ones are watching me with ill intent. It is not convenient right now. Your majesty, my name is Wei Na. The Earth Mother Goddess bowed and dissipated her divine form. Once she departed, a massive tail swept through, erasing all traces of information from this place. As the power of the stars began to manifest, a little divine being had already found itself. The beast dared not allow it to linger. The little ones could not be underestimated. One must remain exceedingly cautious. Cursed be it. Every time I encounter those little beings, I become paranoid. In the ancient grove, lush and verdant, time flowed on, and the safety period of the instance finally expired. A gigantic ancient beast emerged from the dense thicket, turning its head with malice toward the skyburst bear, sensing it as potential prey. Wow, it's so big. Zhao Yuan gasped, astonished that the creatures within this ruinous instance were of such magnitude. The creature loomed like a small mountain, while the 10-meter skyburst bear appeared as a child in the presence of an adult. As they met, the skyburst bear charged forward, emitting a thunderous roar that filled the air with taunting bravado. A dinosaur lunged at the skyburst bear, its sharp teeth sparking against the armor of the bear. Didn't he take it down? That hurts. Zhao Yuan observed the 6 giant horn ants climbing onto the bear's toes, their sharp limbs tearing into its flesh. Their size disparity allowing the giant horn ants to stack his talents rapidly. The terrifying speed of the giant horn ants was so swift that they left afterimages in their wake, ruthless in their assault. By the time the beast registered the pain, one of its feet had been dismembered by the giant horn ants. A roar of agony erupted as the colossal creature lost its balance and crashed to the ground. Zhao Yuan watched the giant horn ants in action, considering it necessary to acquire more summoning tomes for them. The turbulence in space caused its flesh to undulate like waves, an intense heat radiating from beneath, filling the air with the aroma of cooked meat. With a powerful burst, the half-cooked ancient beast was torn apart by the very fabric of space. At that moment, the claws of the flame mage had only just begun to extend, yet it was all over. So big, useless. Zhao Yuan chuckled, exhilarated by the monster slaying. It had been several days since he had engaged in such activities. The itch to hunt had become unbearable. To abstain from monster slaying would be an affront to his title of Gamer Emperor. Zhao Yuan set his sights on the throngs of ancient beasts ahead. With a mere thought, the flame mage sprang into action, unleashing torrents of lava that incinerated vast swathes of forest. Dozens of ancient beasts were engulfed by the magma, yet their enormous forms and resilient life force propelled them forward in furious defiance. The skyburst bear and the giant horn ants charged without hesitation, bolstered by Zhao Yuan's enhancements. Their dwindling wisdom, paired with a decline in rationality, rendered them virtually fearless. In their eyes, these ancient beasts seemed hardly larger than themselves, and they charged forward without trepidation, unfazed by the iron-headed baby talent that instilled no fear in them. The skyburst bear collided first with an ancient beast, and astonishingly, it was the ancient beast that was sent flying due to the massive size disparity. A silent taunt resonated, igniting rage in the eyes of the remaining ancient beasts as they charged toward the skyburst bear. Unbeknownst to them, 6 giant horn ants had already climbed onto their bodies. In the sky, countless lava rocks rained down, disorienting them, while the searing heat caused their blood to gradually evaporate. 3 rift butterflies converged, their spatial fluctuations enveloping the area. With flesh flying and cries of anguish echoing, the outcome of the clash became apparent. From a distant tree branch, Qi Wei observed Zhao Yuan with his hands clasped behind his back. No wonder he caught the eye of the Grand Speaker. This summoner is extraordinary, Qi Wei muttered to himself, perceiving the embryonic form of a terrifying army within Zhao Yuan. Though he appeared weak now, once fully realized, it would herald a calamity. Unfettered by control and unafraid of death, these 2 attributes combined would be sufficient to leave all other summoners far behind. Suddenly, a friend request notification popped up, and Qi Wei's expression brightened. "Yes, out." Zhong Ping's visage appeared on the screen. Before Zhong Ping could utter a word, Qi Wei interjected. "Compile all the information you've gathered and make it as detailed as possible. Send it to me promptly." Zhong Ping was taken aback, quickly nodding. "I'll organize it right away." He had assumed a simple report would suffice. How unexpectedly meticulous. Chapter 63, Brewing Soup. Soon, Zhong Ping compiled all the information he had and sent it to Qi Wei. Qi Wei cast a glance, his eyes suddenly widening. This situation could prove quite troublesome. After some contemplation, he relayed all the information to the 15 teams. The primordial beast required 9 parts, necessitating the slaying of 9 flesh sprouts to awaken it. Qi Wei sighed softly. Among all the information, there was no indication of where these 9 sprouts were located. He had anticipated a swift-paced game, only to discover it was more of an exploration adventure. How could 15 teams possibly locate them? Never mind. Perhaps it would be beneficial to involve the newcomers as well. As a competent damage dealer, they should manage to escape danger without much trouble. Consequently, he disseminated the quest details in the faction channel. 200,000 players spread out in diverse directions. Zhao Yuan scrutinized the faction channel, his brow furrowed. Upon encountering a flesh sprout, should he notify the peak human teams immediately? There were no coordinates, no distinguishing features. How could they be found in this vast forest? Shaking his head, he resolved to continue hunting monsters, addressing any encounters as they arose. No one could impede his progress in monster hunting. Zhao Yuan methodically eliminated ancient beasts, distancing himself further from the safety point. Along the way, countless ancient beasts fell before him. However, he encountered no formidable opponents. It seemed this area was rife with minor calami. By this point, Zhao Yuan had amassed 1,000 relic points, indicating that in just one day, he had dispatched 1,000 ancient beasts. His efficiency was beginning to rival that of a top-tier team of the same rank. The term slow efficiency was gradually becoming an alien concept to Zhao Yuan. As he traversed the dense forest, a vast lake appeared, its murky waters obscuring the depths below. He was uncertain of its profundity or the presence of wild monsters. A peculiar thought crossed Zhao Yuan's mind. Glancing at the trees being scorched, he decided to retract the Flame Divine, deeming it a waste. As the Flame Divine, conjuring chaos might prove challenging, but boiling a lake should be manageable, right? With this in mind, Zhao Yuan promptly summoned the Flame Divine to the center of the lake. In an instant, the Flame Divine descended into the water, unleashing torrents of magma that flowed from its feet into the lake. A colossal steam cloud erupted, and countless magma stones rained down, churning the water into tumultuous waves. A terrifying heat began to permeate the lake. Initially, the temperature rose slowly, and the surface remained still. However, as time passed, the immense lake began to bubble. Gigantic fish leaped from the water in a frenzy, only to be crushed back down by the falling magma stones. Some ferocious fish even charged toward the Flame Divine, sensing the source of the calamity. Yet, As they approached, they found themselves surrounded not only by boiling water, but also by magma, rendering their advance futile. From a distance, Zhao Yuan chuckled incessantly, watching as his relic points visibly increased. A colossal fish burst through the surface, glaring angrily at the flame divine in the center of the lake. As it flared its gills, torrents of water splashed toward the flame divine. Yet before the droplets could reach, they evaporated under the oppressive heat. More fish emerged, attempting to extinguish the flame divine with their splashes. These fish possessed an exceptionally tenacious life force, capable of swimming even in boiling water, though it remained uncertain how long they could endure. The lake's boiling caused the surrounding area to be enveloped in steam, rendering everything shrouded in a white haze. Countless vapor clouds ascended, but above them was the fiery realm of the flame divine. Numerous fish-like ancient beasts struggled in a desperate fight for survival. Yet in the lake's depths, some water-based ancient beasts swam leisurely, seemingly impervious to the rising temperature. The mist created an ethereal ambience, exuding a hazy beauty. In the distance, a team halted, gazing toward the lake. Could such a scene exist in that direction? He Tianxiong inquired. Even through the dense foliage, they could see the swirling white mist in the distance. Surely not. The teammates pondered and nearly all shook their heads. Let's go take a look, He Tianxiong declared, leading the team forward. Uncertain of the terrifying creatures lurking in the forest, they opted to run through the underbrush rather than soaring high above. Soon, they stopped at a short distance, witnessing the flame divine boiling the lake's water. The menacing heat rendered them momentarily uncomfortable. Observing the multitude of fish thrashing about, Chu Linglong exclaimed, "What a splendid method for accumulating relic points." There, He Tianxiong turned, utilizing his perceptive skills as a top-tier support player to swiftly detect Zhao Yuan's figure. To their eyes, Zhao Yuan was perched on a large tree branch, grinning foolishly, evidently reaping significant rewards. A newcomer? Such a low level? Chu Linglong inquit, pu dao. He must be the summoner who parachuted in after being approved by the higher-ups of the human race. He Tianxiong remarked after scrutinizing Zhao Yuan. This summoner's skill quality must be exceedingly high. Mages of our level cannot achieve such feats. One damage dealer pointed toward the flame divine in the center of the lake. He Tianxiong felt a stir in his heart. It was said that in the human treasury, there existed a mythical skill for summoners. Could it be? All right, since there are no special ancient beasts, let us move on and not disturb the newcomer's progress, He Tianxiong instructed. He then beckoned his teammates to return to their original path. Soon after, another team noticed the situation and approached, observing silently for a moment before departing. They chose not to interfere with Zhao Yuan's monster hunting. Due to the divine level and the interference of the steam, Zhao Yuan remained oblivious to the two previous groups that had passed through. The lake continued to boil, and gradually, a savory aroma of fish meat wafted through the air. Initially, it was quite pleasant, stirring appetites, but over time, it began to nauseate Zhao Yuan. He steadied himself, suppressing his sense of smell. As a seasoned player, how could he be defeated by such trivial challenges? The power of the flame divine was boundless. As long as it was not destroyed or recalled by Zhao Yuan, it would tirelessly continue to boil the lake. Gradually, the water level began to recede, and countless fish were cooked to oblivion, leaving a greasy sheen on the murky surface. A lake of seafood stew was prepared. However, it remained uncertain if anyone would dare to taste it. As the temperature escalated, the water-dwelling ancient beasts that had once reveled in the depths began to panic, frantically swimming in search of safety. Alas, in the current lake, no sanctuary existed. Suddenly, a pair of enormous eyes burst open, and in that instant, it swallowed the surrounding panicked ancient beasts in one gulp. As it swallowed, its expression shifted to one of intrigue. The flavor seemed remarkably improved. It had never experienced such a taste before. Chapter 64. The Nine-Headed Giant Beast. As it continued to consume, it gradually developed a fondness for this flavor. How peculiar that it had never encountered it before. Yet, it realized that its usual food sources were no longer moving. Gradually rising, it felt a scorching heat on its skin. Not bad, quite comfortable. Then it noticed someone continuously dumping refuse into its domain, the torrents of magma emitting an unpleasant odor. Infuriated, a colossal figure surged forth, momentarily obscuring the sky. Enormous heads emerged from the water. 1, 2, 3, altogether 9 heads gazing skyward. Each massive cranium rivaled a 4-story building, with all 9 appearing at once. The heavens were devoid of any gaps. A thunderous roar erupted from the 9 heads, akin to 9 mighty dragons, conjuring a tempest that quelled the fiery sky. Gradually, they lowered their heads, fixing their icy gazes upon the Lian Fa's hen, revealing boundless ferocity. Had the ancient beasts of this lake forgotten their fearsome reputation after such a long slumber? Any ordinary creature caught in the gaze of these 9 heads would surely perish from fright. Yet, the frail intellect of the Lian Fa's hen, augmented by Zhao Yuan's innate talents, had long since faded. Upon the emergence of the massive heads, it triggered an indomitable passive ability, causing the immense craniums to shrink until they were no longer so formidable. Fear, an alien concept. As the 9-headed behemoth contemplated how to mercilessly annihilate the Lian Fa's hen, the latter extended its claws, unleashing torrents of magma into the maw of one head. The searing magma coursed down the esophagus, inflicting intense harm upon the beast's cranium. A deafening roar resounded as the giant neck writhed, spewing forth magma. The head, seething with rage, bellowed, "You scalded me," and opened its jaws to swallow the Lian Fa's hen whole. Alas, its skin could withstand flames, but the esophagus could not. In no time, the Lian Fa's hen burst forth from its neck, having burned a path through. Foolish creature, did you really dive into its belly? Zhao Yuan, observing from a distance, murmured in disbelief. The degradation of intellect due to the talent was indeed grievous. Would his summoned creatures all become dull-witted brutes? The flesh and blood of the head that had been pierced began to visibly regenerate at an astonishing rate. Superlative regeneration? Although one head of the 9-headed beast had healed, the pain was undeniably real. At the moment the Lian Fa's hen emerged, the other heads sprang into furious action. 8 heads began to ravenously tear at the Lian Fa's hen. This time, they had learned from experience. Rather than swallowing, they resorted to ripping. The Lian Fa's hen stubbornly poured magma into the open mouths of the heads, causing cracks to appear in the scales of the heads beneath the deluge of molten rock. However, the disparity between the two sides remained vast. Zhao Yuan, wishing to remain incognito, refrained from summoning additional creatures. After all, if the summoned beasts perished, he could simply summon them anew. The Lian Fashion's smaller size proved advantageous, as only one head could bite at a time, while the others could only watch in frustration, unable to act, unable to swallow. They resorted to biting and pouring magma into their maws. The 9-headed beast was in distress. Although the Lian Fa's hen appeared as a mass of black magma, it exhibited remarkable resilience, with no single head able to slay it. Soon, one of the 9 heads began to encircle the Lian Fa's hen, attempting to crush it with immense pressure. In no time, all 9 heads had completely enveloped the Lian Fa's hen. Countless streams of magma flowed from the gaps in the necks of the 9-headed beast. Yet, the Lian Fa's hen continued to resist. It was indeed a summoned skill of mythical quality, demonstrating its might. The 9-headed beast exerted its strength, leaving not a single crevice unsealed. The anguished howls of the 9-headed beast reverberated across the land, its body encased in a fiery sphere, even its suffering from the intense heat. Yet, cruelty was its nature, and it clung tightly, unwilling to yield. Without its ferocity, it could not claim dominion over this small patch of land. After a considerable interval, Zhao Yuan sensed the waning presence of the Lian Fa's hen. The 9-headed beast slowly loosened its grip, revealing that the neck which had once coiled around the Lian Fa's hen was now charred to the bone, with flesh turned to cinders. The other 3 heads bore various degrees of burns. One out of the 9-headed beast swiftly bit down on the charred head, tearing it free and swallowing it whole. With a triumphant roar, the remaining 8 heads raised their voices to the heavens, proclaiming their supremacy over the lake. Coldly surveying the surroundings, the beast gradually sank back into the water. Zhao Yuan, assessing the situation, chose not to retreat. After 10 minutes, with his skills recharged, Zhao Yuan summoned the Lian Fa's hen once more into the center of the lake. Torrents of magma surged into the waters, while countless magma stones rained down from the sky, raising the temperature of the still warm lake. The 9-headed beast, patrolling the lake, charged forth again, its 8 heads filled with shock and confusion. It questioned whether it was hallucinating, having sacrificed one head to vanquish the Lian Fazhen. How could another have appeared so soon? Yet this was its territory, and surrender was not an option. It coiled around Lian Fazhen once more, indifferent to the cost of losing another head, for with its vitality, it could regrow one in a day. As it endured the pain of constricting the Lian Fazhen, it failed to notice a bear plummeting from the sky, landing directly upon one of its heads. The skyburst bear struck its chest with a roar, activating its taunt, and unleashed a flurry of blows upon the giant beast's head. The effects of the taunt were evident, as the other 7 heads turned to confront the skyburst bear. Seizing the opportunity, the Lian Fazhen unleashed magma across the body of the giant beast. 6 giant ants climbed onto one head, burrowing through the scales, swiftly tearing into flesh. Suddenly, one head lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the spot where the giant ants had invaded, tearing away a significant portion of flesh and sending the ants flying. On the lake's edge, 3 Lycong Dai fluttered their wings, creating layers of spatial tremors, tearing through the scales of the 9-headed beast and causing blood to spray forth. Yet, the 9-headed beast's vitality was too robust. The wounds healed almost as quickly as they appeared. The Lycong Dai continued their relentless assault. As the fierce battle raged on, the entire lake seemed to be uprooted. The splashing waters surged toward the forest, and the water level began to recede. The lake appeared as though it had suffered tremendous devastation, while the ancient aquatic beasts lurking in the depths frantically fled, though they could not reach the shore. Had they been able, they would have long since escaped. The skyburst bear, though remarkably resilient, had its limits. At the moment its life force depleted, it suddenly swelled, followed by an intense explosion. The passive effect of the skyburst bear's demise activated, resulting in a massive explosion that sent one of the nearest heads flying. In an instant, another head vanished. Moreover, the skyburst bear's passive ability inflicted a healing reduction effect. Blood gushed forth from the massive neck. The remaining 7 heads of the 9-headed beast howled in agony. What manner of creatures were these? Were they not merely pouring magma into their own mouths or exploding before their demise? Repulsive, utterly repulsive. For the first time, the 9-headed beast felt a twinge of fear. It had never encountered such a shameless adversary. The spatial rifts along its neck, exacerbated by the healing reduction, rendered its regeneration unable to keep pace with the destruction. The 9-headed beast, no, the 7-headed beast glared furiously at the Lycong Dai on the shore. Before it could take action, the colossal horned ant once again ascended its body, akin to a wildcat sensing blood, rapidly making its way towards the wound on its neck. It burrowed into the injury, its forelimbs whirling like a tempest, moving with a speed that was utterly alarming. The colossal horned ant was too minuscule. The 7-headed beast had no means to retaliate. A fierce glint ignited in its eyes as one of its heads lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the wound, severing a portion of its neck in one swift motion. Along with the horned ant, which was violently expelled. It dared not swallow such a creature. The excruciating pain prompted the remaining heads to lash out, thrashing violently in the lake, summoning towering waves. The flame sorcerer unleashed another assault. Magma surged forth, and countless magma stones rained down. The molten rock, spatial turbulence, fiery rain, and the distant onslaught of the horned ants converge upon it. It was utterly cowed. The 7 massive heads unhesitatingly plunged beneath the water. I shall no longer partake in this. Only upon reaching the depths did a semblance of safety return. With cold eyes, it surveyed the frenzied, water-dwelling ancient beasts, and suddenly, its 7 enormous mouths opened wide. It was in dire need of sustenance to mend its wounds. Its immense form writhed, and soon, a plethora of peculiar food entered its maw. After a considerable time, it slowly lay down, its 7 heads fixated on the murky surface of the lake. Despite its turbid waters, it could still sense the searing figure above. Go on, I shall merely observe. If you possess the capability, come down. It then gradually closed its eyes, and slowly, the bleeding from its wounds ceased, fresh flesh sprouting rapidly to heal its injuries. Before long, 2 of its heads would regrow. Yet, it had underestimated its adversary, a liver emperor endowed with the talent of an iron-headed child. Such a being is abundant in patience and perseverance. Outside the lake, in the woods, Zhao Yuan beheld the retreat of the nine-headed beast and was immediately filled with elation. It has fled. It cannot contend against me. Victory is within my grasp. A defeated general. How dare he speak of valor? Flame sorcerer, incinerate this lake. Zhao Yuan bellowed. Let us see if you dare emerge. Concealed among the trees, Zhao Yuan recalled the colossal horned ant and the lair Kong Die. With numerous water-dwelling ancient beasts still present in the lake, and the ruins continuously accumulating, he saw no reason to forfeit such a splendid opportunity. The pervasive steam enveloped him, akin to a sauna, rendering him quite uncomfortable. Meanwhile, others were in disarray. Lacking the front line to draw aggro and provide support, they could only rely on their reach, darting about with nimble movements, albeit appearing somewhat beleaguered. From a distance, it resembled a scene of being chased by ancient beasts, much like dogs. In close combat, they exhibited agile movements, reminiscent of a carefree wind spirit, weaving in and out among the ancient beasts, reveling in their agility, yet unaware that a single misstep could lead to their demise. In contrast, the assassins were far more stealthy. They lurked in the blind spots of the ancient beasts, performing peculiar maneuvers to stack their own states. Once their states reached full capacity, they would swiftly charge at an ancient beast. To the astonishment of other ancient beasts, they would dismember their companions, vanishing before any could react. Each displayed their unique talents. Yet, as days passed, none discovered the secret of the blood flesh sprout. Chi Wei's expression darkened day by day, his anxiety mounting. Time was pressing, and the task was daunting. He had never doubted his capability, yet he never anticipated the challenge of finding it. Days dragged on without a glimmer of good news. It was an inauspicious start. Surrounding the lake, the mist thickened daily, while rain intermittently fell from the sky, nourishing the nearby trees. The water in the lake receded at an alarming rate, and the water-dwelling ancient beasts began leaping ashore, each barely clinging to life. They were effortlessly dispatched by the summoned creatures guarding the vicinity. The nine-headed beast repeatedly extended its heads to observe the flame sorcerer, refraining from any further attacks. With the increasing frequency of its appearances, it was evident that it was becoming increasingly anxious. This was an unprecedented situation for it. Whenever it encountered the sovereign of the skies, it could hide beneath the water, impervious to harm. However, this time, submerging seemed futile. At this rate, the lake would eventually be boiled dry. It repeatedly contemplated fleeing this place. Unable to face this calamity, it could simply seek another lake. Alas, the lake possessed a force that compelled it. Regardless of how long it departed, a sense of urgency would arise within, urging it to return. This time, the entire lake was driving it, expelling external foes with increasing frequency day by day. Yet it dare not. Now its nine heads had fully healed, and naturally, they could break the water-s surface, a testament to how much the water level had receded. Turning its head toward the shore, it once again beheld the large, fat bear that had exploded before its demise, instinctively sensing a throbbing pain in its head. Hastily, it plunged its head beneath the water-s surface. It was unbearable. Closing its eyes, it sought to block out the inner turmoil, burying its head in the muddy lake bed. As long as I do not think about it, no one can disturb me. It was much safer now. Zhao Yuan, much like a cunning fox, continued to hide within the woods. Even as water-dwelling ancient beasts leapt ashore to meet their demise, he did not reveal himself. Should this nine-headed beast forsake honor and lurk beneath the water, the moment he reached the shore, it could easily end his life. That would be an unmerited fate. The more critical the moment, the more composed one must remain. The air was thick with tension, as two beings, operating on different wavelengths, engaged in a battle of wits with the atmosphere. Ultimately, the lake would face the inevitability of being drained. When the water fully revealed the colossal beast's form, Zhao Yuan finally discerned its true nature. It was an extraordinary sight. A gigantic tortoise, its nine heads plunged into the earth. The nine necks formed an arch, encircling a circle. The ground was cloaked in magma, the beast's scales glowing a fiery red. With a thunderous roar, the despondent beast furiously yanked its heads from the ground. How dare they, even in such a state? They wish to burn me? Enraged, it opened its massive jaws, lunging at the flame sorcerer. Just as it approached, the the sorcerer's magma surged violently towards its mouth. Memories of past agony resurfaced, and instinctively, the beast snapped its mouth shut, crashing forward. With a resounding thud, magma sprayed everywhere. Yet, the flame sorcerer did not budge an inch. Chapter 66, Uncertainty? The nine-headed dragon tortoise could scarcely believe it. Such a diminutive creature, and yet it had not been sent flying. A dark spot appeared in the sky, followed by a familiar bear's roar. The nine-headed dragon tortoise forcibly lifted its head, and the explosive bear made its grand entrance, landing a heavy foot upon one of its heads, delivering a flurry of strikes that caused that particular head to wobble violently. The other 8 heads widened their eyes in shock, hastily averting their gaze. This creature would explode. The nine-headed dragon tortoise was in utter discomfort. These beings could not be killed, and it dare not swallow them. Even ramming into them proved fruitless. How outrageous! It possessed the strength to turn the tides, yet it was utterly ineffective. Overwhelmed with discomfort, the nine-headed dragon tortoise twisted its head, flinging the explosive bear away. Turning its head, it dashed toward the lake's edge. It was neither too early nor too late to flee. When faced with imminent danger, any delay would mean the loss of opportunity. Its actions did not surprise Zhao Yuan. Based on previous encounters, this creature possessed a modicum of intelligence, albeit limited. The Zhujiao, giant horned ant, had already flanked from one side, scaling the massive leg of the Jodo Longue, nine-headed dragon tortoise. It swung its forelimbs at the tortoise's leg, intent on severing it. However, the tortoise's leg was armored with dense, small scales that remained tightly closed even while in motion. The Zhujiao was compelled to attack the scales, hoping to pry one loose to burrow inside. The Jodo Longue, solely focused on escape, remained oblivious to the situation on its leg. It merely sought to flee from this tormenting place. A lost leg was inconsequential. It could grow back in a day's time. Seeing the Zhujiao's futile attempts, Zhao Yuan hastily retrieved the Tiankong Bao Xiong, sky-exploding bear, and directed it toward the fleeing Jodo Longue. He also sent the Liekong Qiao, tearing void butterfly, in that direction, hoping the spatial tremors would slow its progress. Yet, Zhao Yuan underestimated the creature's determination to escape. The 9 heads withstood the taunts of the Tiankong Bao Xiong, while its 4 legs continued to push toward the lake's edge. Layer upon layer of spatial tremors enveloped the colossal form of the Jodo Longue, but the deceleration effects were minimal, and the tearing of space began to rip away its scales. The Zhujiao seized the opportunity to burrow in. With a resolute roar, the Jodo Longue ignored the assault, its singular focus on flight. Flesh was swiftly severed by the Zhujiao, exposing white bone. 6 Zhujiao swung their forelimbs with fervor, yet the bone proved too resilient to break easily. At this moment, the Jodo Longue reached the shore, its foot poised to land, when an unexpected change occurred. From the center of the lake, where the Jodo Longue lay, countless red threads surged forth, rapidly enveloping the entire lake. In an instant, these fine crimson strands ensnared the Jodo Longue. After nurturing you for so many years, you flee at the first hint of danger? How can I endure this? The myriad threads threaded through the gaps, completely binding the Jodo Longue. The threads radiated a faint crimson glow, resembling veins. The Jodo Longue emitted a pained roar. Within a mere 3 minutes, a colossal skeletal structure emerged. It then charged toward the Tiankong Bao Xiong, each thread lined with serrated edges, inflicting horrific damage that incited a furious response from the Tiankong Bao Xiong. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan had retreated to a safe distance, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Could this be the manifestation of flesh and blood? The sight was terrifying. How could such a massive Jodo Longue reduce to mere bones in 3 minutes? With a resounding crash, the Tiankong Bao Xiong was obliterated once more. The Zhujiao and Liekong Tiao were ensnared by countless threads, quickly dissipating. A tremendous shock wave sent the threads flying, but they soon regrouped, swirling within the magma. The sound of snapping echoed as the threads burst in the molten rock. Were these threads vulnerable to fire? They coalesced into a spherical form, resembling a ball of yarn, with the outer strands writhing freely as it floated atop the magma. Magma surged forth, and the Liayan Fa Shun, flame law god, stood atop the lava, creating a fleeting moment of confrontation at the lake's bottom. The red thread sphere struck first, launching its numerous filaments like arrows toward the Liayan Fashion. Undeterred, the Liayan Fashion extended its claw, summoning torrents of magma. The threads penetrated the lava, parting it, yet they were also dissolved by the molten heat, only to be replenished by more threads. Simultaneously, countless threads danced rapidly, forming an impermeable shield. Just as the two forces were locked in a stalemate, innumerable threads descended from above, piercing into the Liayan Fashion's crown. The moment they made contact, they were incinerated. The temperature within the Liayan Fashion exceeded that of the magma. Clenching its claws, the Liayan Fashion unleashed a torrent of magma stones that rained down upon both entities. The red thread sphere erupted with countless threads, creating openings that prevented any magma stone from striking it. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. If a flesh and blood creature were present, it would likely be consumed in an instant. The red thread sphere writhed and twisted like a demon, sending threads spiraling outward, ensnaring trees with swift precision. With a powerful tug, it lifted countless trees, preparing to hurl them at the Liayan Fashion. Unfortunately, as the trees approached the lake's massive pit, they were shattered by the falling magma stones. Even if a few managed to strike the Liayan Fashion, it would make little difference. From a distant treetop, Zhao Yuan captured an image of the lake and sent it to the faction channel. Could this be the manifestation of flesh and blood? Zhao Yuan inquired. Before he could peruse the chat records, a video call from the faction channel interrupted him. Chiwei. Zhao Yuan answered the call. Where are you? Show me. Chiwei implored urgently, having waited impatiently for something useful. Zhao Yuan adjusted his angle, revealing the distant scene to Chiwei. Come closer. I need to see it clearly, Chiwei urged. That's not possible. That thing is too bizarre. A creature of such size reduced to a skeleton in 3 minutes. I cannot ascertain its perception range. I dare not approach. Zhao Yuan replied candidly. All right, you did the right thing. I was too hasty. Always prioritize your safety. Send me your location, quickly, and I'll come right away. Chiwei immediately added Zhao Yuan as a friend. Zhao Yuan shared his coordinates. Upon seeing Zhao Yuan's position, Chiwei promptly dispatched 15 teams. The 2 teams closest to this location head there immediately. I'm not far away. I will arrive soon. Chiwei closed the interface and sped toward Zhao Yuan's location, moving like a bolt of lightning. 10 minutes later, Chiwei arrived before Zhao Yuan, creating a gust of wind. I can't be certain this is the so-called manifestation of flesh and blood. Zhao Yuan pointed into the distance. Chiwei's eyes gleamed as he gazed ahead, filled with elation. If we kill it, we'll know for sure, Chiwei declared. Regardless, you have made a significant contribution this time. Chiwei smiled at Zhao Yuan, his spirits lifted. He had a strong intuition that this was indeed the case. Chapter 67, The Trump Card. Chiwei stood beside Zhao Yuan, gazing into the depths of the lake's pit. His divine level was significantly higher than Zhao Yuan's, allowing him to see quite clearly despite the distance. This used to be a lake, didn't it? Chiwei mused. Indeed, I drained it dry, Zhao Yuan replied. What? Chiwei initially failed to grasp the meaning. Zhao Yuan chuckled. Chiwei quickly comprehended, realizing the scale of the grudge. Draining a lake was no small feat, however. This indeed was an excellent location for farming relic points. To have drained such a vast lake at this level demonstrated exceptional patience. Most individuals at this level would likely find it impossible to achieve. Approximately an hour later, a small team emerged from the forest, swiftly appearing before Zhao Yuan and Chiwei. Wow, this guy really drained the lake, Chu Linglong exclaimed. They had previously witnessed Zhao Yuan farming monsters and assumed he had merely boiled a batch of water-based ancient beasts. They had not anticipated he had completely drained it. What a formidable individual. He Tianxiong cast a glance at Zhao Yuan and nodded slightly, prompting Zhao Yuan to quickly return the gesture. He Tianxiong then turned to Chiwei and inquired, Is this the Shui Romania? Chiwei replied, I believe it is, though I cannot be entirely certain. At least it appears to be. He Tianxiong shared Chiwei's sentiment, stating, after such a long time with no news, certainty is no longer paramount. Eliminating it will provide clarity. Chiwei nodded in agreement and added, Once they arrive, we shall strike together. Should I retrieve my summoned creature? Zhao Yuan asked. The Lian Fa Shun and the Hong Xian Xiu remained at a stalemate, with the former evidently restraining the latter. No need. This entity seems ineffective against elemental beings. Qi Wei shook his head, signaling Zhao Yuan to leave it be. Zhao Yuan concurred, but emphasized, this thing is terrifying to flesh and blood beings. Did you not see that skeletal frame on the shore? In merely 3 minutes, a living being was reduced to such a state. He pointed in that direction. The others also looked over, having already caught a glimpse before. Their expressions remained unchanged. Such scenes were not uncommon for them. As a premier squad of the human race, Zhao Yuan had not intuitively grasped their own formidable strength. Fear not. Once Qi Tsong's squad arrives, we shall focus our fire and eliminate it swiftly, Qi Wei declared. Zhao Yuan nodded, resolving to contribute his part without overstepping into decision-making. A moment later, Qi Tsong's squad arrived. They were the second wave that had previously come to see Zhao Yuan. I never expected the so-called shui, Romania, would be concealed beneath the water. No wonder our search yielded not despite our arduous efforts. Qi Tsong remarked with a glance at the scene. He then turned to Zhao Yuan, recalling how he had seen him battling monsters from afar, astonished that he had managed to summon the shui Romania. The whims of fate were indeed unpredictable. They had searched diligently, yet found nothing, while Zhao Yuan had a monster appear before him effortlessly. I did not anticipate you would drain such a vast lake, Qi Tsong exclaimed, giving Zhao Yuan a thumbs up in admiration. It was evident he was impressed. Ordinary individuals, even if capable, would not conceive of such an endeavor. Zhao Yuan interjected, do you all seem to know me well? Enough chatter. Let us swiftly vanquish it to ascertain if it is indeed the shui Romania, which will help us in our subsequent search. Qi Wei urged, his urgency palpable. Very well. Qi Tsong shrugged, having intended to converse further. Yet the target was in plain sight and could not escape. He led the charge towards the lake, deeming it unnecessary to conceal their presence. The two squads were more than capable of handling any unexpected circumstances. In an instant, 12 individuals hovered above the lake. Qi Wei and Zhao Yuan remained on the shore, refraining from joining. Are you not going? Zhao Yuan inquired. Qi Wei smiled and replied, it is not necessary for me to intervene. I sense you harbor doubts about our capabilities and are concerned about unforeseen events. Upon reflection, Zhao Yuan realized this was indeed the case. Look at those 12 individuals above. They are all survivors from before the apocalypse, having emerged from the abyss to stand at the forefront since then. You must trust that anyone who has traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood is no fool. They are the true elite squad. If they were to falter in this trivial relic dungeon, we humans would have little hope of succeeding in the abyssal game. Qi Wei articulated. That makes sense. Observe, in the abyssal game, merely keeping pace with the main forces in terms of divine rank is merely the beginning. The gulf between top-tier players and ordinary ones is as vast as the divide in divine rank. Qi Wei elaborated. Simultaneously, the two squads above the lake launched their assault. Even from a distance, the front lines activated their taunts simultaneously, compelling the Hong Xianxiu to be drawn in. Support units enhanced the output with radiant auras. Flames. Ice. In an instant, a colossal fireball manifested, occupying half the lake. Meanwhile, the ground began to freeze, an overwhelming chill instantly encasing the magma of the Lian Fa Shun. The collision of ice and fire alerted the Hong Xianxiu to imminent danger as its threads began to writhe. Countless shards of ice surged towards the Hong Xianxiu, and as the ice enveloped it, its threads snapped one by one. With the entirety of the Hong Xianxiu encased in ice, the waiting fireball crashed down. Bang! The alternating temperatures triggered a fearsome explosion, and a violent wave instantly tore apart the Lian Fa Shun. Those who merely spectate perish first. You have received the protective shield from Qi Wei's support skill. Suddenly, the shield appeared around Zhao Yuan, as the surging airwaves struck the shield, producing a thunderous sound. Qi Wei reached out, prepared to pull Zhao Yuan away from the impending force. He could withstand it, but a newcomer would likely be thrown back. To his astonishment, Zhao Yuan remained unmoved, prompting Qi Wei to retract his hand. Qi Wei's eyes brightened. He had initially believed Zhao Yuan could only resist control effects. Yet he was astonished to find he was immune to force displacement as well. Zhao Yuan's innate passive activated, granting him immunity to being knocked back, and the damage from the airwave was entirely absorbed by the shield. It seems that in the future, control-type encounters will be quite troublesome for you. Qi Wei chuckled. A damage dealer impervious to control effects is undoubtedly formidable. However, whether control-type characters encounter difficulties is not his concern as a support. Qi Wei turned his attention back to the battlefield. As ice and fire collided, the Hong Xianqiu emitted a horrific howl. 10,000 thunder arise. Suddenly, a sorcerer beside He Tianxiong extended a hand. As his voice rang out, the sky darkened and fierce winds arose. Countless bolts of lightning converged. In a single flash of lightning erupted from the storm clouds, the violent power of thunder crackling in the air, hurling directly at the Hong Xianqiu, followed by a deluge of lightning that inundated the entire lake. The scene was more terrifying than an apocalypse. Blade Storm, a male voice boomed, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that burst forth, shimmering amidst the lightning. The ground was cleaved, revealing unfathomable fissures. Under the relentless onslaught of flames, ice, thunder, and sword energy, the Hong Xianqiu was engulfed in dark smoke. It was vanquished. The Hong Xianqiu began to blacken and then disintegrated into ash. In the next moment, smiles broke out across everyone's faces. You have slain the Shui Rou Mengya, severing the supply to the Shirgu beast. You have now completed 1/9 of the task. The system announced. Excellent. Finally, we have confirmed what the Shui Rou Mengya is. The search will be much easier now. Qi Wei expressed his excitement. It appears that this creature must be lurking beneath the water. He Tianxiong led the descent. It seems that once we locate the lake, we shall swiftly eliminate them all. Qi Tsong landed beside He Tianxiong. The lake is easy to find. I spotted 4 or 5 on the way here. Oh, wait, there are more lakes. It is improbable that each one contains them. He Tianxiong realized. That is indeed a concern, but not a significant one. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Wei produced an item. Xianren Wen Lu Hua. Type. Item function. When you clearly indicate a location or direction, you can pose a simple question. When it croaks once, it signifies yes. 2 croaks mean no. If it croaks incessantly, it may be scolding you. Cost. When it wishes to remain silent, you must kiss it for it to respond. Evaluation. Sometimes, the whimsical nature of the immortal is beyond imagination. Qi Wei had utilized this item previously. For instance, you could point in a direction and ask it, where's the Shui Rou Mengya? It will disregard you and even spit at you. Only by clearly defining the scope will you receive an answer, and this scope is rather limited. The current situation is quite applicable. I have one too. A man from Qi Tsong's team stepped forward, brandishing a toy bow adorned with heart-shaped arrows. The expressions of the others instantly turned peculiar. Cupid's heart arrow. Type. Item effect. When you tenderly pose a question and release the arrow, it will, within a certain range, hit the target. If the target does not love you, they will not hesitate to eliminate you. Cost. Regardless of whether the arrow hits the target, you will enter an exhilarated state. If the target does not reciprocate your feelings, you will fall deeply in love with all nearby non-target creatures, and excessive use within a certain time frame will plunge you into a frenzy of passion. Evaluation. Oh, I forgot to mention, the arrows of the love deity are indiscriminate of species. How terrifying this item is. Zhao Yuan cast a glance and was immediately taken aback. He Tianxiong's team promptly distanced themselves from the item. Even the members of Qi Tsong's team rolled their eyes. You know how many times the senior officials of the Human Alliance begged me to donate this item for the Jinho project? I never gave it. Lu Feng feigned discontent. Enough, stop boasting, I've heard about this, after it was exposed. Someone seemed to have been pummeled dozens of times by 10 groups in a single day. Thereafter, they didn't even dare to step outside alone. Qi Wei scoffed. Don't think I don't know. Among those groups, there were definitely a few of you. Lu Feng glared angrily at everyone around, including his teammates. If there were no traitors, he could not fathom how his location was always exposed so quickly and accurately. The others turned their heads to the sky, refusing to meet Lu Feng's gaze. Even now, I still receive a few anonymous threatening letters, warning me that if I give this item to the Human Alliance in any form, I'll be pummeled every time they see me. I'm really angry. If you have the guts, confront me directly instead of sneaking behind my back. Lu Feng nearly pointed Cupid's heart arrow at Qi Wei's nose. Qi Wei silently pushed the arrow towards He Tianxiong. He Tianxiong quickly pushed it back towards Qi Wei, pressing it against his face. Ahem, let's not do this. There are newcomers around. Let us not recount our generation's embarrassing stories. Qi Wei pushed the Cupid's heart arrow down. Lu Feng lowered his hand and glanced at Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan was getting into the spirit of it, but upon hearing Qi Wei's words, he immediately turned to the side, and Lu Feng missed the chance to meet his gaze. All right, let us not waste any more time. You all proceed. Qi Wei handed the item to He Tianxiong. I will notify the other teams. You may act in advance. He Tianxiong and Qi Tsong nodded, and after a brief exchange, Qi Tsong signaled to his teammates, heading back in the original direction. Along the way, they encountered several lakes. Come with us. The lakes without blood meat buds are yours. Your method of monster farming is quite efficient. He Tianxiong looked at Zhao Yuan. Sure, this kid has great potential. As long as he levels up, it will greatly benefit us in the future. Qi Wei nodded, agreeing on Zhao Yuan's behalf. Thank you. Zhao Yuan quickly expressed his gratitude, as finding such lakes alone would undoubtedly take considerable time. I'll guide you. You're too slow. He Tianxiong laughed as he grabbed Zhao Yuan's arm. In an instant, Zhao Yuan felt the speed of the wind. You have received He Tianxiong's acceleration aura, increasing your movement speed by 150. You have also received He Tianxiong's light body aura, increasing your movement speed by 72 and ignoring unit collisions. Last for 5 minutes. A host of auras enveloped everyone. He Tianxiong also layered several shields around Zhao Yuan. Let us go. Zhao Yuan felt his arm being lifted and soon found himself floating in the air, the scenery on both sides beginning to blur. Hurry, it's too fast. Even more astonishing was the effect of the aura-assisted skill, allowing them to pass through trees and ancient beasts without any hindrance. Unfortunately, it lasted only a brief 5 minutes. Just as Zhao Yuan marveled at this, the auxiliary effect renewed itself. Got it. The big shots are indeed different. One cannot measure them by the experiences of a mere crowd. After traversing countless miles, the group came to a halt. Before them appeared a lake, not much different from the one Zhao Yuan had previously dried up. Who will go? He Tianxiong took out the Xianren one-shoe frog and looked at his teammates. I will. Chu Linglong curiously took the item. Frog, is there any blood meat bud in this lake? Chu Linglong pointed the item at the lake. Quack, 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 quack. The Xianren one-shoe frog began to croak incessantly. Is it scolding me? Chu Linglong, the elite. Boring. You try. She returned the Xianren one-shoe frog to He Tianxiong. He Tianxiong pondered for a moment, then flew towards the center of the lake, circling around it. The Xianren one-shoe frog in his hand croaked intermittently as he delineated the area. Upon returning to the group, he shook his head and said, There's nothing. No need to be disappointed. Let us move on to the next one. You can stay here and level up. Also, be cautious. Qi Wei looked at Zhao Yuan. All right, thank you. Zhao Yuan expressed his gratitude. Without their guidance, he would not have found the lake so quickly. Farewell. He called to his teammates, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from Zhao Yuan's sight. Chapter 69. The tumor. Zhao Yuan watched them depart and turned his gaze back to the lake. He had to continue grinding. When it came to leveling up, no one could assist him in this regard. He summoned the flame mage to the center of the lake, commencing his familiar work. The intense heat began to evaporate the lake water. Countless water vapors filled the air, transforming the lake into a fairyland. As the water temperature rose, the ancient beasts within the river frantically fled, and the number of relic points began to surge once again. Zhao Yuan waited leisurely at the side. This required no effort to increase the number of relic points. It all depended on the summoner. Following Qi Wei's arrangements, 15 teams swiftly began searching for lakes. Everyone possessed a rich foundation, equipped with all manner of bizarre items. In just a few days, 5 blood meat buds were discovered. However, in the face of high-level combat power, these seemingly terrifying creatures could not withstand for long before being eliminated. Yet this world was still vast, and the remaining 3 blood meat buds were elusive. Could they be elsewhere? Qi Wei pondered, then shook his head. Let us continue searching. We'll test all the lakes we can find first. There was no alternative but to venture further afield. Zhao Yuan, however, had no time to worry about this, diligently amassing relic points. Meanwhile, in a certain spatial realm, a colossal beast began to stir restlessly. It was unwilling to allow the inheritor of the power of the stars to plunder its own strength so comfortably. Unpleasant memories surface from time to time. In large relic dungeons, relic points essentially represented the divinity of deities, transformed into divinity points through the game's mechanics. For a deity, this amount of divinity held little significance. They could afford to expend it, let alone for a colossal beast. These divine essences likely paled in comparison to the cost of a single breath. However, regardless of the circumstances, that is its power. Feeding dogs is preferable to being plundered by a nemesis. Yet, it is truly incapable of transcending the game to inflict harm upon its adversary. The anger. Witnessing the opponent prancing before its very eyes, the colossal beast simply cannot disregard it. The enmity with the diminutive foes is an insurmountable burden. As for the other matters within the dungeon, it holds no interest whatsoever, ever since Zhao Yuan's emergence. Its gaze has been solely upon him and the constellation of stars that accompany him. I'm the king of gods. Such indignation is intolerable. If it were I would not endure it. Suddenly, a thought surged through the colossal beast's mind. In an instant, a piercing glint appeared in its eyes, and a terrifying killing intent began to boil within. Its massive form emanated waves of divine radiance. With a single swipe of its enormous claw, it tore through the fabric of space, shattering a realm into fragments. A wisp of black mist dispersed, and the familiar scent instantly caused the colossal beast to swell with fury. Shunqi, how dare you come here? The beast roared in disbelief. Countless dimensions began to fracture. Time instantaneously rewound within a defined range, and a shadowy figure shrank back to the side. Beast God King, do temper your rage. I merely wish to observe quietly. You need not concern yourself with me. Shunqi hastily replied, retracting a small notebook in his hands. He had foolishly spoken too soon, having sensed explosive news. He was promptly discovered. Enraged, the colossal beast swiped downwards with a claw. Realizing he had been found out, Shunqi resignedly stood to face the claw. Go ahead, kill me. After all, I'm not my true self. I have grown accustomed to this. It was indeed a helpless situation, as everyone clamored for his demise. Alas, the immense divine power instantly obliterated the shadow. Damn it, how could these malignant tumors fixate upon me? Fire ignited in the beast's eyes as divine brilliance repeatedly explored all dimensions surrounding it. Naturally, when encountering aspects of Lan, it resolutely chose to ignore them, deeming them unnecessary for exploration. Indeed, as it continued its inquiries, Shunqi's figure was once again discovered within a dimension. This truly is an accident. Do you believe me? Shunqi attempted to argue. Die, you wretched beasts. You are unworthy of being gods. The colossal beast disregarded any explanations, delivering another crushing blow that directly exploded the dimension where Shunqi resided. The beast continued its explorations, time and again, until finally, after countless repetitions, it gradually came to a halt. An abundance of divine radiance enveloped the beast's world. I told you, the appearance of the stars heralds nothing but calamity. How infuriating! How the three great malignant tumors of the realms truly set their sights upon me. The beast, in its fury, obliterated the universe it inhabited. Countless beings perished unknowingly, oblivious to the reason behind their demise. After a long time, the beast's emotions settled, and surveying the shattered universe, a surge of thoughts erupted, causing a new universe to be reborn. Countless lives began to sprout anew. Time flowed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, a vibrant universe emerged once more. Having completed its tasks, the colossal beast lay down again. It found itself ensnared in this universe by Lan, unable to depart. Otherwise, even in its demise, it would seek to eradicate these malignant tumors. The three great malignant tumors of the realms, the stars among the gods, the carefree immortals among the celestial beings, and the chaotic faction of Shunqi. They elicited gritted teeth from countless gods, yet they continued to thrive. The stars are avid for knowledge, relentlessly striving for omniscience and omnipotence, delighting in the dissection of all things, and the gods and celestial beings are certainly not spared, becoming their targets of analysis. They remain indifferent to whether the deities consent or not. At times, one is left bewildered, oblivious to the fact that they are being manipulated, subjected to bizarre occurrences. Can one endure such treatment? The colossal beast had once been a pitiable victim. The carefree immortals need not be mentioned. They are notorious among the celestial beings, equally detestable as the stars. As for Shang-Chi, he was once a legitimate deity, yet due to peculiar inclinations, he was cast into the chaotic faction by both the gods and celestial beings. Yes, he passively joined. The chaotic faction did not acknowledge his presence. Due to his unique divine attributes, Shang-Chi possesses the ability to peer into the dreams and thoughts of all beings. As long as a thought has crossed your mind, Shang-Chi can uncover it. Initially, this posed no significant issue. Even if everyone was aware of this fact, they would merely isolate you, disdain you, and distance themselves, perhaps even plotting your quiet demise. However, Shang-Chi's greatest passion lies in penning short essays, embellishing your little secrets, and disseminating them widely. His writings, including the 10 most notorious tales of the realms, have inflicted considerable psychological torment upon countless righteous, celestial beings and sacred gods. Even in the mundane world, his masterpieces circulate, revered by countless beings as divine scripture. This is a being that incites explosive reactions upon sight. Encountering him means your every secret shall soon be known to all the divine. Cursed be it. The colossal beast's vision turned bloodshot. Its secrets were surely perceived. In a small space outside the colossal beast's universe, Shang-Chi was engrossed in fervently writing. The renowned Beast God King, it seems, has been toyed with by the stars. How terrifying. Imagine the grand Beast God King being toyed with by the diminutive stars. No, it should be written thus. The Beast God King gazes in horror at the little ones climbing upon its colossal form, one by one, until finally, that group of diminutive figures reveals satisfied smiles while the Beast God King sheds tears of humiliation. When I discovered the Beast God King, he was already mentally unstable, subjecting the author to unspeakable torment, revealing the profound impact this incident had on him. Shang-Chi excitedly waved his pen, and a tale twisted beyond recognition sprang to life upon the page. Chapter 70. The song The Beast God King, lying within the universe of the colossal beast, suddenly sensed an overwhelming malice looming from the shadows. In an instant, he beheld the future, that small essay watched by countless eyes. The Beast God King's massive ear holes began to emit smoke as his illustrious image was utterly obliterated. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated annihilating the realms and restarting existence. Alas, no god would permit such an act, and after Land's descent, he found it impossible. After a considerable period, the Beast God King's gaze grew increasingly frigid, turning towards the dungeon world. Vina, the Beast God King called out, and the invisible rules shifted. A fragment of the Earth Mother Goddess essence was forcibly summoned from the endless expanse of time and space. Your Majesty, the Earth Mother Goddess exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before bowing. There is your essence upon him. You must have encountered him, the Beast God King stated, observing Zhao Yuan within the dungeon. The Earth Mother Goddess turned her gaze towards Zhao Yuan. Indeed, he has appeared in my realm, she affirmed, nodding. Zhao Yuan also bears my tears of dust, which contain a fragment of my divinity. I do not care what methods you employ. Make him worship me and willingly offer the power of the stars to me. The Beast God King commanded, directing his gaze at the Earth Mother Goddess. The terrifying killing intent caused her to tremble uncontrollably as she stammered, Your Majesty, you know we cannot transcend the game's interference. With a resounding crash, the Earth Mother Goddess struck a star, the immense impact shattering it instantaneously. I am not negotiating with you. If you fail, I shall devour you and your realm. The Beast God King coldly declared. He must exact a prize from the stars. They had dissected him while he remained utterly oblivious to them. This mortal before him represents the finest opportunity, by obtaining the power of the stars and locating them. The gods and celestial beings would unhesitatingly storm their lair. Let's obliterate them. The countless years of animosity shall ultimately be cleansed. Indeed, the Mother of the Earth rose, stepping before the Beast God King, and bowed respectfully. Hurry, I cannot bear to wait any longer. The Beast God King roared, and then his form gradually faded away. What a waste to utilize such a fool. The Mother of the Earth turned, her face suddenly ablaze with fury, a tide of hatred surging forth. From a moment of her birth to this day, She had never endured such a profound humiliation. Being born in obscurity is not disgraceful. The ability to bend and extend is the hallmark of a true deity. Do not let me find an opportunity, God King. After all, you are merely a beast. When I ascend to my throne, you shall be made to grovel before me. Gradually calming her countenance, she turned her gaze toward Zhao Yuan, her eyes sparkling with cunning, soon transforming into an unfathomable depth. The divine light of the Mother of the Earth dissipated, and within Zhao Yuan's backpack, the tier of dust and wind radiated with divine brilliance, only to swiftly return to tranquility. Days passed, and Zhao Yuan once again drained the lake, but alas, this body of water yielded no creatures akin to the Jiu-Tu Longue. One could only wonder how many relic points would be granted for slaying a creature like the Jiu-Tu Longue. Presently, the two lakes had bestowed upon Zhao Yuan a staggering 350,000 relic points. This was nearly equivalent to the bounty from the last relic dungeon, without even having faced a boss. Truly delightful. He was one step closer to the 17-star 9th level. At this pace, not only would he catch up with the main forces within 12 years, but it seemed he would do so in merely a few years. He had completed the mission objectives set by the Human Alliance well ahead of time. Disregarding his surroundings, Zhao Yuan made his way in the direction where Qinxiong had departed, certain that he would once again find a lake. Along the journey, the sky-exploding bear cleared the path, followed closely by the giant horn ant, with the flame mage and the rift butterfly accompanying Zhao Yuan on either side. They slaughtered their way forward, and no ancient beast could escape Zhao Yuan's clutches. The quest for monsters did not impede their progress. However, countless ancient trees were destroyed. The flame mage was nothing but a pure environmental destroyer, leaving no patch of earth untouched in its wake. Days later, a vast pit appeared before Zhao Yuan, with a fragmented peak thrusting upward from the center of the lake. The methods of these individuals are indeed remarkable. They have filled the lake directly. Zhao Yuan soared down upon the peak. The lake now held only a shallow layer of water, with several water-based ancient beasts languidly drifting upon the surface. They were swiftly dispatched by Zhao Yuan's summoned creatures. The flame mage drained every last drop of water, ensuring not a single fish slipped through the net. Even the smallest morsel was valuable for leveling up. After all, any ancient beast outside was akin to an elite creature. Now, which direction should he pursue? Zhao Yuan gazed into the distance, seeing nothing but endless forests and mountains. Lacking direction, he decided to wander aimlessly, choosing a direction at random, hoping to stumble upon a lake as he had on his first encounter. Meanwhile, 15 teams had discovered a flesh bud in a distant lake. Only 2 remained now. Before Zhao Yuan stood a mountain peak, half of which had been cleaved away. It appeared this peak was the one responsible for filling the lake. Observing the smooth-cut surface, Zhao Yuan noticed a massive arrow etched into it, pointing in a direction. Could this be left for me? He murmured to himself while gazing at the arrow. If he had not come this way, would he have missed it? Regardless, he felt grateful for the kindness of these powerful figures who still thought of him amidst their busy schedules. Following the direction indicated by the arrow, Zhao Yuan advanced. He had traveled far from the initial dungeon site, and among the newcomers, he was the only one to venture this far into unexplored territory. Others likely could not even trace his steps. Following the indicated path, he journeyed for several dozen days, until once again a vast lake came into view. This lake was pristine and untouched, indicating the absence of any flesh buds. On the opposite shore, a towering peak also bore a massive arrow, pointing in the same direction. Zhao Yuan halted in a flat area near the lake, preparing to summon the flame mage to the center of the water when suddenly ripples began to form across the lake surface. He instinctively retreated, hiding behind a large tree. Shielded by the shade, Zhao Yuan peered towards the lake. The ripples multiplied, and a tremendous figure slowly emerged from the depths. A melodious song filled the air, a celestial voice resonating all around. Zhao Yuan felt an urge to step forward. You are enchanted by the alluring melody. The iron-headed boy's talent has activated. Your sanity begins to wane, your negative status has been removed, and you have attained a berserk state, enhancing your resistance. In an instant, Zhao Yuan regained his clarity. Feeling warmth spread throughout his body as a surge of agitation coursed through his mind. He yearned to charge forth and confront it. With his reason slipping away, his impulsiveness surged. Oh no, it has spotted me. Zhao Yuan quickly realized that his talent only activated in a hostile state. Holding onto his fading sanity, he promptly directed all his summoned creatures towards the monstrous entity in the lake, retreating rapidly. The sky-exploding bear let out a mighty roar, its hardened armor manifesting, taunting the creature. The monster's song abruptly ceased, and Zhao Yuan felt a wave of clarity wash over him as the sky-exploding bear diverted its attention, dispelling the hostile state and restoring his sanity. Zhao Yuan took a breath, suppressing the turmoil within. Had he not reacted quickly, deploying his summons to draw the monster's ire, he might have charged recklessly into danger. Chapter 71. The buck-toothed beast having freed himself from the enchantment, Zhao Yuan hurriedly looked towards the lake surface, eager to discover which creature dared to ensnare him. If another damage-dealing class had come today without any means of breaking the spell, they would have met their demise right there. In the water, a colossal figure loomed, its flowing hair drifting freely, covered in small black scales. Its exposed upper body bore a striking resemblance to that of a human, with arms longer than its body visible above the water. A massive claw grasped a large fish, while its neck was adorned with thick, backward-facing spines that glimmered coldly in the water's reflection. Its face was covered in tiny scales, with a gaping mouth occupying half of its visage. Two protruding tusks bent slightly forward, and its eyes were exceedingly small, nearly imperceptible unless one focused on the mouth, which overshadowed the eyes. The creature's head was crowned with long hair, resembling human hair from a distance. It was repulsive, so horrid that Zhao Yuan felt his eyes were being sullied. He wished to cleanse them immediately. At this moment, the sky-exploding bear had already landed atop the buck-toothed beast's head, yanking at its fur with abandon. Stung by the pain, the buck-toothed beast swiped at the sky-exploding bear, attempting to dislodge it, but the more it struggled, the more pain it inflicted upon itself. The air thickened with heat as the flame mage extended its claws, unleashing torrents of lava upon the buck-toothed beast. The molten rock engulfed the creature's head, severing numerous strands of hair, while the lava splattered onto both the sky-exploding bear and the buck-toothed beast, singeing the fur that the sky-exploding bear held onto. The buck-toothed beast swiftly attempted to grasp the flame mage with one claw, while using the other to fling the sky-exploding bear away. However, the sky-exploding bear remained unfazed, rendering the counterattack ineffective. Seizing its claws, it bit down fiercely, driven by Zhao Yuan's innate talent, behaving like a frenzied bear. As it grasped the flame mage with one paw, it abruptly released its grip, oblivious to the fact that the flame mage's body was more terrifying than magma, an entity not meant for mere physical contact. In an instant, the unbearable heat seared through its flesh. Gazing at the massive maw of the fang-toothed beast, Zhao Yuan felt a wave of nausea. With a flicker of inspiration, he summoned the giant ants, releasing them near the beast's mouth. Without hesitation, the giant ants burrowed inside, descending through the fang-toothed beast's esophagus and into its belly. Despite the surging gastric acid, the innate defenses of the giant ants, enhanced by Zhao Yuan's talent, proved insurmountable. As they attacked a vulnerable organ with rapid movements, the fang-toothed beast howled in agony, completely distracted by the internal torment, rolling about in the water. A massive tail splashed violently as its enormous body sped towards the depths. The fang-toothed beast, possessing a modicum of intelligence, realized that a living creature had entered its body. The ferocity shared by the ancient beasts of this land compelled it to act. It swiftly extended a claw toward its abdomen and extracted an organ, along with the giant ants, causing crimson waves to ripple across the surface of the water. Meanwhile, the sky-exploding bear clung tenaciously to one claw, scratching, biting, and showing no concern for being submerged. The fang-toothed beast, consumed by its desire to retreat and heal, made a grave error. As the water pressure mounted, the sky-exploding bear's tolerance reached its limit. With a thunderous bang, a colossal splash erupted. The sky-exploding bear was obliterated. The fang-toothed beast let out a desperate howl, panic flashing in its eyes as it furiously propelled itself deeper into the water. Observing the explosive splash, Zhao Yuan understood that the sky-exploding bear had heroically perished. Casting a glance at the rupture butterfly, diligently creating spatial tremors with its wings, and the giant ants emerging from a mass of flesh. Zhao Yuan smiled. This was a resounding victory. It was unfortunate for the sky-exploding bear, but no matter. In 10 minutes, another fine bear would emerge. The remainder was entrusted to the Flame Mage. Following the recent battle, countless water-based ancient beasts had already fled, allowing Zhao Yuan to ascend into the sky with confidence, though he recalled his summoned creatures to his side. With the range of his automatic enemy lock now nearing 100 meters due to his divine level elevation, summoned beings would always react faster than Zhao Yuan within that distance. With his summons, Zhao Yuan hovered before the severed limb of the fang-toothed beast, grasping it and dragging it toward the shore. As the severed limb floated on the surface, it posed little challenge to pull. Once ashore, he summoned the Flame Mage to the center of the lake. If the lake was drained, the fang-toothed beast would have nowhere to escape. Countless streams of magma surged into the water, generating plumes of steam. The rest was left to time. The lake would be evaporated. Estimating the severed limb to be at least 50 to 60 meters long, it was a magnificent sight, towering over Zhao Yuan when laid on the ground. Blood continued to flow from it, and soon the air was filled with a strong, pungent odor. Zhao Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired. It was not a quirk, but rather a strategy to use this limb as bait. The Flame Mage would require time to evaporate the lake, and he couldn't let his other summoned creatures idle. The severed arm would serve to attract ancient beasts from land. Twofold gains were within reach, a true testament to his prowess as a summoner. As white steam enveloped the surroundings, Zhao Yuan found an optimal hiding spot, awaiting the arrival of his quarry. Gradually, the scent of the severed limb wafted farther, drawing numerous ancient beasts to the source. Mistaking it for a grand feast, they unwittingly embarked on a journey toward death. Time passed. Observing the increasing number of ancient beasts, Zhao Yuan refrained from immediate action. The beasts, lured by the aroma, approached the severed limb, excitement overtaking them. The allure of such a high-grade meal was irresistible, and they had never experienced anything like it, the scent whispering promises of newfound strength. Without hesitation, they disregarded the predatory gazes of their peers and lunged at the severed arm, tearing into it with fervor. In the distance, Zhao Yuan chuckled, pleased with the success of his impromptu plan. It was time to strike. The sky-exploding bear made its grand entrance with a resounding roar, unleashing a taunt that compelled all the feeding ancient beasts to raise their heads. Their low evolutionary levels amplified the effect of the taunt, prolonging their fury as they charged at the sky-exploding bear. In turn, the bear roared back defiantly. Would the bravest prevail in this narrow encounter? No. Behind the sky-exploding bear, the ruptured butterfly unfurled its wings. Spatial vibrations erupted. Rifts tore through the bodies of the ancient beasts. Rows of them began to collapse. Those unable to withstand the onslaught fell in seconds, while the smaller ones were easily dispatched. This was the essence of gathering monsters for a sweeping assault.